Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Anything for You by Marissa Finch, narrated by Lauren Ezzo. Chapter 1. When the call came, I was asleep, but not asleep. When you become a parent, if you choose to become one someday, you'll know what that means. Asleep, but not asleep. It's the way I slept when you were out of the house. When your curfew wasn't for another half hour, and I had no real reason to worry, because, after all, I raised you to be a responsible young woman, everybody said so. But I still couldn't relax until you were home safe. In the bed, down the hall from me, where you belonged. So, asleep, but not asleep. The digital trill from my phone roused me, slowly, and then all at once. I sat up in my bed before I was even aware of waking, fumbling on my nightstand for the device. I already knew it was you. I had programmed a special ringtone for you. The prelude to Bach's Cello Suite No. 1. One of my favorite pieces to hear you play, even though you didn't personally care for it. Too predictable, you'd dismissed it. But I loved its sweeping grandeur. I pressed the phone to my ear in the dark. "Ella," I said instead of hello. "Mom?" Your voice on the other end of the line sounded distant, and even though it was only a single syllable, I heard what was underneath it. Fear. "What is it, baby?" My heart thundered in my chest under the worn, soft Oakwood Academy t-shirt I'd been asleep but not asleep in. My fingers caged around the phone, practically in rigor. "Something happened." You let out a shuddering breath that wasn't quite a sob, but almost. "What is it?" I asked again. "What happened?" For a second, you didn't answer. My brain played through a juddering reel of every terrible scenario it could come up with. You, in a car accident, hurt, arrested. You, kidnapped, raped, locked in a dungeon somewhere. You, dead. I tried to tell myself that since you were the one calling, that at least ruled out some of the more grisly options, but the thought didn't make me feel any better. Well, barely. It was a logical thought, and logic couldn't get a toehold in the wall of panic that barricaded my mind. Something that, again, you might never understand until you have kids of your own. "I think you should come," you said, finally. "Just come." "I'm coming. I'm already on my way," I said, without even realizing it was true. I'd climbed out of bed, had yanked on the flannel pajama pants I'd shucked off earlier. I stuffed my bare feet into a pair of moccasin-style slippers and grabbed my favorite long cardigan off the back of the bedroom door. "Where are you?" "I'm at Windgrove Park." "North entrance or south?" "North." You swallowed. I could hear it over the phone. "I'm in the playground." I almost laughed. Picking you up at a playground seemed innocuous, especially after my visions of hospitals and police stations and dank and terrifying basements. But then you said, "Mom, please hurry. I think it's bad." My heart resumed its position at the very back of my throat. "I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm leaving right now." I hung up the phone. I hadn't bothered turning on any lights, but it was easy to make my way through the single-story house in the dark. Past the bathroom with the blue tub and toilet I'd vowed for the past 8 years to replace, and had never gotten around to. Past your bedroom, with your door wide open, your bed still made. Past the living room, with your cello looming in the corner of my eye like a human figure. In the kitchen, I grabbed my car keys from the little ceramic frog bowl you'd made for me when you were in 3rd grade, a lifetime ago. I raced to our car, a 10-year-old Ford Edge in bright red. A color I never would have chosen for myself, but I got it used and the price was too good to pass up. The Straub, You called it, as in the Strawberry, a name that had stuck. I started up the car. The taillights flashed obscenely bright in the dark driveway. It was almost midnight, which meant our entire cul-de-sac had retired for the evening. Only a couple of houses still had porch lights on, and though there were street lights, they were spaced too far apart to properly illuminate the whole street. Instead, they lit their own individual pockets like a dozen theatrical spotlights, waiting for a star. Our bungalow was exactly halfway between two street lights, which meant it was always dark. Except now, of course, with my taillights glowing a lurid red. I backed the car up carefully, commanding myself not to do anything stupid. The last thing I needed was to get into an accident or to get stopped for speeding. I eased out into the street, swiveling my head both ways out of habit, even though no one was around. I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. Across the street. The bay window. There. A curtain. I grimaced. Of course Arthur would be awake. Of all the residents on the street, Art Poole was the only one I disliked. I never told you that, I don't think. I tried to be polite to him, especially when you were around, because it was important to me that you learn to treat people with respect. But there was always something about old Art that put me off. I don't know how to say it any better than that. I know you felt it too, despite my best efforts. I'd noticed you going out of your way to cross the street when you saw him coming. I lifted one hand in greeting. I couldn't tell if Art saw me or not, but the curtain fluttered back into place. I kept going. My resolution not to do anything stupid lasted all of 2 minutes. I went easy on the gas until I reached the end of the cul-de-sac, then I floored it all the way to Wingrove. The park wasn't far, and less than 10 minutes later, I pulled the Straub into the parking lot near the north entrance. Mine was the only car there. Windgrove Park, like the rest of the town of Silver Mills, was deserted at midnight. I bounded from the car and through the park's tall iron gate, which swung open with an obnoxious squawk. Like many things in Silver Mills, the gate and adjoining fence were purely for show. The fence wrapped only the portion of the park accessible from the street, which was the north, south, and east sides. The western edge of the park butted up against a deep forest, acres of deciduous trees with trunks so thick you couldn't wrap your arms all the way around them. The park's proximity to such untamed space had driven me crazy when you were small. How many times did I imagine you wandering off into those woods alone, your tiny toddler legs taking you forever far away from me? The woods were to my right as I hurried toward the playground, and at that moment they felt particularly dark and ominous. Though the paved path was lit by LED lights, designed, of course, to resemble old-fashioned lamp-posts, because that's the kind of place Silver Mills was and the kind of thing Silver Mills liked, the gloom of the forest encroached on me anyway, swallowing the white light, edging it out. I whipped out my phone and texted you. "I'm here. Where are you?" I wanted to call, but I wasn't sure of the circumstances I'd be walking into. Would you be free to talk? Were there other people with you? Your reply came almost immediately. Still in playground. Okay, 2 men. I walked as fast as my legs would carry me, and when that wasn't fast enough, I broke into a run. I had spent the entire drive trying to rationalize this whole thing, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. Maybe you were drunk or high, or maybe one of your friends was. Maybe you panicked. I'd always told you that you could call me any time you got into trouble, that I'd always be willing to come pick you up, no questions asked. I'd almost succeeded in convincing myself that's all this was. A minor incident we'd never even think about again. But with the dark woods pressing in on me, those wispy, hopeful thoughts dissipated. Like they were mist. Like they were nothing at all. With each step, that forced optimism felt closer to impossible, and dread encroached on me as sure as the darkness. By the time I spotted the swing set that sat at the northernmost part of the playground, my anxiety had returned in full. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, ignoring the trees that loomed to my left, the dark cloud cover, low enough to touch. I wanted to call out for you, but something told me not to. And in the end, I didn't need to. I spotted you as soon as I passed through the red plastic fencing that cordoned off the sand-filled playground from the rest of the park. You were leaning against the main play structure, staring at your phone. I could see your lovely face illuminated in the glow from the screen. I breathed a sigh of relief. You were fine. You looked fine anyway. A smudge of dirt or something else across your cheek, but otherwise fine. Then I saw the other girl. I almost stopped. Almost. I slowed my pace. I tried to process the scene in front of me. I wasn't watching you anymore, but the other girl. Later, I wondered how I knew it was a girl from that distance and at that angle. I couldn't really see anything but the top of a blonde head and a long swath of pale denim sprawled in the dirt a few feet from where you stood. But I did. I knew it was a girl. Just like I knew the girl was dead. Chapter 2. I stopped walking when I was about 6 feet away. The body lay sprawled on the ground in front of me. You were standing off to the side, still staring down at your phone. You hadn't noticed me yet. What the hell happened? My voice cut sharply through the dark. It sounded like the peeling squawk of a microphone. You, startled, dropped your phone. You bent to pick it up, stuffing it into your pocket before you rushed me. Mommy! You hurled yourself into my arms. I wrapped them automatically around you, pulling you against my chest, resting my cheek against the crown of your head. You hadn't called me Mommy in years, and I don't mind telling you, part of me liked it. Maybe that was the first sign things were not going to go well from here on out. That sense of satisfaction I got from holding you in my arms, from hearing the naked need in your voice, was like the first taste of a designer drug. I couldn't take my eyes off the body on the ground in front of me. I knew for sure by then that it was a girl, because I recognized the pale face, upturned toward the starless sky. Amber Albright. She'd once been just a girl I'd occasionally pass in the halls at Oakwood, on my way to my office or waiting for you to finish up in rehearsal. But for the last year, I'd been happy to see her turn into a close friend of yours. Your best friend, maybe, though cello had always kept you too busy for those sorts of things. I knew Amber as a sweet girl. That was my thought then, though my opinion of her would change several times before all was said and done. I knew her as a girl who was always singing, whose cheeks were always flushed and pink, who wore so much scented body spray that the distinct smell of peaches followed her everywhere, lingering in the hallways long after she'd made it to her next class. Here in Windgrove Park, her cheeks were no longer pink, but when I breathed in, I swore I could smell peaches. I swallowed. All I could think about in that moment was how cold she looked, even though the May air was unseasonably warm. You trembled against my chest, and I realized you were crying. Sobbing, really. You hadn't cried in front of me in years. That maternal drug proliferated through my system. I pulled you closer, rubbed your back like I did when you were small. Because God, did you cry back then. Scream, really. And the only thing that could make you stop was to be in my arms. I spent hours bouncing you all over that tiny, dank apartment, hushing you and smothering you with kisses and being needed by you. My embrace had the same calming effect on you now. Slowly, and with a couple of giant gulping breaths, you pulled away, wiped your eyes against the sleeve of your denim jacket. "What happened?" I asked again. My voice was completely level, which surprised me, because inside I felt like a bottle of shook-up soda. You sniffled. "It was an accident." Your voice had that shaky, stuttering quality that meant you were about to start crying again. "Can you tell me how it happened?" Nice and even. "We were just fooling around, chasing each other. It was stupid, and then she just—" You trailed off, gazing up at the play structure. In the dark, it looked imposing, all sharp angles and way too tall. "She fell?" I asked, filling in a blank space I didn't need to. You nodded. I crouched down beside Amber. The idea of touching her scared me for some reason, but I forced myself to put my fingers against her throat. Something I should have done as soon as I got here. I'd been so focused on you, on making sure you were okay. But what if Amber wasn't dead, but only hurt, knocked out? What if she needed an ambulance and it was my delay that— But I couldn't feel anything under my fingertips. I moved them all over in case they were in the wrong spot, hoping desperately to feel something. Anything at all. I leaned over and pressed my cheek against Amber's lips, tried to feel if she was breathing. I prayed for even the tiniest puff of air. I smelled peaches, sickly sweet, but felt nothing. The adrenaline that had been coursing through my veins spiked again, as if I'd been poked with an electric cattle prod. I stayed leaned over Amber, trying to remember my CPR training. I'd first taken it when you were young as a way of banishing the visions that used to haunt me. You vaulting headfirst off a swing set. You lying face down in the bathtub. You blue and choking on a grape. Now that I worked at Oakwood, I was required to maintain the certification. But what seemed so straightforward in those weekend workshops felt completely different there in Windgrove Park, with fear and darkness pressing against me, and you buzzing anxiously in the background. I took a couple of deep breaths and steadied myself, then began. I tilted Amber's chin, covered her mouth with mine. It came back to me quickly, the rhythm of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did it for a long time, forcing my own breath into Amber's lungs. I lost track of you and of the woods beside us and of the moon overhead. I didn't notice the lightheadedness that came over me until your hand touched my shoulder. I sat back on my heels. "Mom, it's not working." I looked over. Your long, delicate fingers rested on my sweater. The same fingers that had won you both prizes and praise over the years. The fingers that got you into Juilliard. I squeezed your hand. Gently, of course. "I know, baby. She's dead, isn't she?" "Yeah." You gripped my shoulder tighter. "I killed her." Your voice was whisper-soft, but it blazed in my ear like a gunshot. I stood and spun around to face you. "What? Baby, no, it was an accident." "But it was my fault. I was chasing her, and she slipped, and she didn't even want to go up there. She wanted to go on the swings. She loves the swings, and if we hadn't—" You were crying again, and I enveloped you in my arms. My heart broke for you. "It's not your fault. I promise you it was an accident. A horrible, terrible accident." I remembered another accident. Another dead girl. A part of my past I never liked to dredge up. I shuddered and pushed the thoughts away. Over your head, I looked at the play structure and tried to envision the scene. You lunging for Amber, laughing. Amber jumping back out of reach, laughing too, her cheeks flushed. I pictured her losing her footing, toppling over backward. There were wooden beams at the top of the structure meant to prevent that exact sort of thing, but they were intended for much younger and smaller children. On an adult or even a teenaged girl, they'd hit just above the knee, maybe mid-thigh. Not hard to see how Amber could have tumbled right over if she lost her balance. And while the structure wasn't very high, all it took was one wrong angle to do this. As if you could read my mind, you pulled away. I guess we should call 911, right? I didn't answer. Mom? We need to call 911, right? Right? Your voice rose. Quiet, baby, I'm thinking. What I was thinking about, my darling daughter, was you. I knew this was an accident, but what if no one else saw it that way? I wasn't an expert on the law, but I was pretty sure accidental homicide was a thing. Manslaughter, maybe. Once the police got involved, there was no telling what might happen. You were 18, old enough to be treated as an adult if it came to that. I thought of something else. Were you guys drinking tonight? I won't be mad, just tell me the truth. It's important. You looked down at the ground. Your head bobbed slightly in affirmation. My stomach turned. Who got the alcohol? You didn't want to answer me at first. I shot you a look. A mom look, as you would have joked under better circumstances. Ella, this is important. I did. You mumbled. You wouldn't meet my eyes. I bit at my bottom lip. Another factor to take into consideration. That's all. A factor. Something to consider. I didn't want to admit, even to myself, exactly what it was I was considering. Instead, I let myself think about your Juilliard audition. March, it had been. We'd flown out to New York together. It was the first time either of us had ever been, even though Maine wasn't so terribly far away. You had always wanted to go. Not just to Juilliard, but to the city itself. It had been all you could talk about since last summer, and your fervor had only increased after you made the school shortlist and were invited to audition. I wasn't really as enthusiastic about the trip. There were a lot of things I didn't love about living in a small town, but I'd still pick Silver Mills over a sprawling landfill like New York any day. But I'd pick you over both of them. So I pushed aside my own feelings, and we went. On that trip, I saw the city through your eyes. I saw the legions of skyscrapers not as imposing guardians, but as empires of possibility. I saw the endless concrete blocks not as labyrinthine, but as a playground. I watched you live and breathe that city for 3 whole days, and I started to get it. Then came the Juilliard audition. Everything I thought I knew about you was demolished that day. Demolished and rebuilt into your very own empire of possibility. Because although I'd heard you play before, thousands of times probably, it had never been like that. I realized in that moment that you were magnificent. Not magnificent in the way that all parents view their progeny, but truly magnificent. You were born to play the cello. Walking into your audition room, you looked ethereal and painfully alive at the same time. I stayed out in the hallway listening, and I wept through your entire performance, from Bach's Cello Suite No. 5 to Shostakovich's Concerto No. 1. I imagined your hands, your fingers, gliding effortlessly over the cello's long and elegant neck. I pictured your face, the way your eyes would have fluttered closed. Not in concentration, but in transcendence. Magnificent. The evaluators agreed. You were offered admittance to the school. No wait list. I could still remember the day you'd gotten the email, the way you had shrieked and wrapped your arms around my neck. The way I had cried like a baby, again, embarrassing you to death even though there was no one around to see us. I couldn't stop. I felt elation and relief for you, but there was something more complicated in there too. Sorrow, if you can believe it. Because I was losing you. Soon you would belong to New York, and then to the world. But under all that, there was something even more profound. A quiet murmur of humility. Of the knowledge that my daughter had a gift, and that nothing would, or even could, stop it from being made manifest. That's what I felt in that moment, as I looked down at poor Amber Albright. I thought not of the girl whose life had been snuffed out, but of you, my own daughter, whose magnificent life was only just beginning. Maybe it's another one of those things you won't understand until you have kids yourself. A flash of white glinted in the corner of my eye. You had your phone out. The low, digital chirp pierced the silence as you tapped the screen. Dialing. I smacked the phone out of your hand. You yelped and stared at me, stunned. "What are you doing? We have to call 911!" "There's nothing they can do for her." I picked up your phone. I told myself I only wanted to make sure I hadn't cracked the screen, not that I wanted to keep you from making that call. But still, your lips twisted the way they do when you're nervous or thinking. "They have to come get her. We have to tell them what happened." "No." It surprised me to hear the word come out of my mouth, but the decision was already made. Maybe it was made that day at Juilliard, or maybe it was made long before that. The day I canceled my appointment at the Boston Free Clinic and decided I would have this baby after all, and screw what my parents or anyone else thought. The day I first held you in my arms and realized I would do anything for you. Anything. "Mom?" You looked scared. Not just nervous, I realized, but actually scared. I let myself wonder if I wasn't making this entire situation worse. Maybe we should call the police. Call them and let the chips fall. Then I remember the Allemande from the box suite. How you had played it so beautifully, so flawlessly, the notes had dripped through my veins like blood. No. I steeled my resolve. I'm doing the right thing. "We can't tell anyone," I explained to you as gently as I could. "This is going to have to be our secret." Chapter 3. You stared at me. The word gobsmacked comes to mind now. "What are you talking about? Of course we have to tell someone. We can't just—" "There's nothing anyone can do for her. I was trying to convince myself as much as you. They'll find her soon enough anyway, probably in a few hours. The joggers will be out." They were always out as soon as the sun came up, making the rest of us look bad. It wouldn't be long at all before someone in lycra shorts and lurid sneakers stumbled over Amber's body. But you shook your head. "They'll still know, Mom. Everyone knew Amber and I came here together." "Who's everyone?" I asked, more sharply than I meant to. "Everyone?" A teenaged shrug. "Calvin and Ethan and Madison and Theo, a few others." "So not everyone but your usual Oakwood crew. I could work with this." "Where's Amber's phone?" I asked. In her pocket, I guess." I looked down. Jacket or jeans? Jeans, I think, in the butt. Great. I crouched down. I hesitated for a second, but I turned off the part of my brain that was screaming in resistance. I rolled Amber onto her side. The rectangular outline of the girl's phone was clearly visible in her back pocket. I slipped it out and thumbed the screen. "Any chance you know the passcode?" I didn't dare hope, but you answered. 7847. It stands for PUGS. Amber loves pugs. You paused, eyes cast downward, but not at the body. Loved. Okay, good, Ella, good. I rubbed my thumb along your cheek. I could feel the salty trace of dried tears. I prayed again you wouldn't lose it. I need you to help me write a text message, I explained to you as I keyed in the passcode to the phone. As if you'd come home and Amber had gone off on her own. You mean... Wait, what do you mean? If you came home, where would she have gone? Would she have gone home, walked around for a bit? Is there anyone else she might have gone to see? You shook your head. Not this late. She would have gone home. Unless she saw those guys from Lucknow. What guys? My heart juddered. We ran into these guys earlier. They wanted us to go party with them. We said no, you hastily assured me. How do you know they were from Lucknow? Did you know them? Lucknow was the next closest city, not much bigger than Silver Mills. Though it did have a Target and a Trader Joe's, so that was something. I don't know, I'd never seen them before. They weren't from here. You closed your eyes for a second, thinking. They flashed open again. 2 of them had on Lucknow jackets. I saw the red and white. That's how I knew. Good, Ella, that's really good. It was good. Better than you even knew. Because already I was formulating a plan. A bitter, awful, barely conceivable plan, but a plan nonetheless. Here. I thrust Amber's phone into your hands. What would she say to you if she'd gone off with those boys? How would she say it? You stared at the phone in distaste, but reached out to take it. You thumbed something into the keyboard. Don't hit send yet, I cautioned. Just type it out for me. You nodded, still typing, and a second later thrust the phone back at me. I scanned the text. You bitch can't believe you went home. You don't know what you are missing. It was followed by a string of tongue-out emojis. This is great, baby. Perfect. Mom, what are you going to do? I'm going to fix this, just so you don't get drawn up into it. I thought you said it wasn't my fault, that it was an accident. Your voice was pleading. Oh, baby, it was an accident. It's just that... I took a deep breath. People like to have someone to blame. They can't abide accidents. There always has to be someone at fault. I was quite sure that was the reason most people believed in God. Not to have someone to thank when things went right, but to have someone to blame when things went wrong. But people wouldn't blame God for what happened to Amber Albright. They'd blame you. It wouldn't matter that it wasn't your fault, that it was all a tragic accident. They'd need someone to pin their rage and helplessness on, and you would be the scapegoat. But I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't. The text message would prove that you were already home when Amber died. Her death would be a tragedy, but no one would be able to link it back to you. For a few seconds, I let myself believe that was enough. That a simple text message would be enough to keep you safe. But already I was imagining the chain of events that would take place once Amber's body was found. The police that would investigate. The forensic analysts that would be brought in. Amber's body would have my DNA all over her. Probably yours too. Her phone would have my fingerprints on it. But even if I could wipe those down, what other trace evidence had I left on her when I'd been performing CPR? Skin cells, saliva, a stray hair? They'd know I was here. And if I was here, it was because you were here. A text message wouldn't convince anyone otherwise. The Bach cello suite played through my mind. It played in my veins, the same way it did when I stood in the hallway outside your audition room on a Wednesday afternoon in March. I couldn't imagine what I would do if there were criminal consequences for you. I couldn't live with it. And even if there weren't any official charges brought against you, Silver Mills was a small town. The Albrights were a wealthy family, big donators to Oakwood, too. If they wanted to hold you responsible, there were plenty of ways they could do it, even if legally you were in the clear. Who knows? Maybe they could even get you kicked out of school, get your admission to Juilliard revoked, make my life miserable and destroy yours completely. I'd seen smear campaigns at work before. You don't get pregnant at 18 without getting a taste of the vicious things people will say when they think they have the moral high ground. I couldn't let you suffer the same fate. Not when you were destined for such greatness. Any parent would want to protect their child, I think. Any parent would do anything they could to keep their child safe. I hope you'll come to know what that feels like someday. I would tear someone limb from limb if I had to in order to save my daughter. I would lift a car if I had to. I would jump off a bridge. And that's how I got the idea. The bridge. The thought was immediately accompanied by a rolling wave of nausea. Because surely that wasn't something I'd really considered doing, was it? I could never be so callous. Could I? Yet the rightness of it was sickeningly obvious. The Lincoln Bridge was located at the southernmost part of Silver Mills. It crossed the Quisitano River, which bisected the city almost perfectly, creating an eastern half and western half. The river ran through most of the state and eventually fed into the Gulf of Maine, and it was swift, especially this time of year, thanks to all the snow and ice that melted upstate and ran down. Sometimes parts of Silver Mills even got flooded, though unsurprisingly, it tended to be the western half, which never caught a break. If Amber's body were to go over the bridge and into the river, the current would carry it right down to the ocean. No one would ever have to know about the accident or your part in it. And even if, by some chance, her body eventually turned up, the water would have washed away any pertinent evidence. There'd likely be no way to tell where Amber had died, let alone how she'd gone over the bridge. People might even believe it was an accident. I felt you watching me, and I put a hand on your shoulder. You're going to have to trust me, okay? There were tears in your eyes again. I silently willed you not to cry. I needed you to keep it together. I needed us both to keep it together. I threw my shoulders back, trying to look more confident and in control than I actually felt. Do you trust me? I asked again. This time, you nodded. I trust you. What do I have to do? I took a deep breath and told you my plan. Chapter 4. It took longer than I expected to get Amber's body to the car. The entire process was made more difficult by the fact that you sniveled the entire time and had to keep stopping to rub your eyes or your nose against the sleeve of your jacket. I wondered again if I wasn't making this entire situation worse. I wanted to protect you, but was it worth traumatizing you in the process? Carrying the ankles of your dead best friend had to be the kind of thing that would fuck you up in the long run. But losing everything would be worse. That's what I kept telling myself. It was hard in that moment. Horrible, in fact, the weight of Amber's body between us, her head lolling awkwardly to the side. But this was your future we were talking about. Your life. Someday, you would understand why we had to do this. When we finally reached the parking lot, we set the body down on the asphalt, on the side of the car where it'd be protected from view from anyone who happened to drive by. Not that I expected anyone at that hour. It was nearly 1 a.m. by then. We'd spent far longer than I would have liked lingering over the body. If my plan was going to work, I needed to set it in motion. I'm going to get the emergency blankets. We'll use that to wrap her. I popped the trunk and pulled out the pack I always kept in the back of the car. It was my version of a bug-out bag, anything we might need if we were to get stranded. Like my first aid training, having a stash of emergency supplies made me feel safer. Flashlights, flares, bottled water, a box of your favorite kind granola bars, and the Mylar emergency blankets. I called it my mom-out bag. You called it my bug-off bag, because you could be a smarty-pants like that. I dumped everything back into the trunk and shook out the 2 blankets. The thin, silver Mylar looked glaringly bright under the lights of the parking lot. I laid them both on the ground, one overlapping the other by about a foot. We picked Amber up again and set her back down on the swath of silver. You turned away while I rolled your friend up like a burrito. I didn't blame you. I wanted to turn my own brain off, but I was aware of every single detail. The thump of my heart, the chirp of the spring peepers calling from the woods, the cold feel of Amber's skin. I had the delirious thought that the emergency blanket would warm her up, even though I knew that was impossible. I wrapped the Mylar as tight as possible. I caught my pinky on Amber's earring and worried again about DNA. I hoped I was right about the river washing away anything incriminating. I wondered what the punishment was for disposing of a body. It won't come to that, I told myself. It won't, I'm sure. I rolled Amber up as neatly as I could. It wasn't Marie Kondo, but it would do. Okay, baby. Just once more. I need you to help me lift her into the trunk. You nodded. Your little heart-shaped chin wobbled, but you had stopped crying. For now. We hefted the body up and into the trunk. It landed with a heavy thud, far heavier than I'd expected. I guess that's what they mean by dead weight. I looked around the parking lot, but there was no one in sight. No one to hear the thud. There were only the acres of deep woods, the owls and the bats and the spring peepers, and whatever other critters were in there living their best lives. There were also, thank God, no cameras in the park. There were calls for them every year, usually after the odd car got broken into in the parking lot. But Silver Mills's mayor, a rotund man named Elroy Jensen, leaned libertarian and wasn't interested in violating any privacy laws. Not to mention, the town council rarely approved spending any money on anything that wasn't Oakwood Academy, or would at least indirectly benefit the place. The school was the town's cash cow, and it was treated with appropriate reverence. Which, in that moment, was a boon for us. No cameras meant no witnesses. I closed the trunk and watched you as you leaned against it, panting. You reminded me of a deer we'd passed once on the side of the road. The animal had been hit, but not killed, and it stood there panting, just like you were. Hurt, dazed, confused. An animal too gentle, too delicate to suffer the indignities of this man-made world. I could still see the bright pink of its tongue as it stood there. I wondered if it had known it had been about to die. I slipped Amber's phone out of my pocket and ran my finger over the floral rhinestone pattern on the case. I keyed in the password and reread your text. It was now or never. I slipped the phone back in my pocket. I need you to go home, I said. Take your bike and go straight there. I held your shoulders, forcing you to look at me. I needed you to listen, to know how serious this was. What? Your face was stricken. Where are you going? I don't want to go home alone. I know you don't, but you have to. You don't need to know where I'm going. In fact, it's better if you don't. Mom, are you sure about this? No, I wanted to say, but I forced a smile. Don't worry, Ella, this is all going to be okay. I just need you to trust me, okay? Do you trust me? Yes, but... No buts. I brushed aside a strand of your hair. Now listen to me and listen carefully. I need you to go straight home. Don't contact anyone. No texts, nothing. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to send you a text from Amber's phone. The one I had you write for me. When you get it, I want you to reply whatever you'd normally reply to a message like that, okay? We need to establish that Amber was still alive when you got home. Understanding dawned. You had watched plenty of Law and Order with me. Phone records. I nodded. Yes. And at some point, we may need to explain why you called me just before midnight. Here's what you're going to say. Amber wanted you to go with her and those guys. You called me to see if I'd extend your curfew. I said no and told you to get your butt home, which you did. Amber got in that car on her own and you never saw her again. Have you got all that? You nodded. You looked more composed, maybe because you had a concrete task to do. I let myself think for a minute that this was going to work, that I wasn't about to do something colossally stupid. Hindsight's a bitch, isn't it? I planted a kiss on your forehead. I couldn't remember the last time I had done that. You outgrew parental displays of affection exactly 1 week before your 12th birthday. Those tween years were hard. The teen years have been a breeze in comparison. We'd almost made it through unscathed. You were 18, legally an adult, and embarking on your own adventure, the start of a new life in the fall. That's what made this situation feel so fraught. The words, legally an adult, carried a weight to them that hadn't been there even a few hours ago. Legally an adult conferred a level of responsibility I couldn't bear to see foisted on you. Not for this. Not for something so tragic and stupid and unforeseeable. Go home, I told you. The last trace of hesitation was gone from my voice. Get your bike and go. I'll be home as soon as I can. You slumped over to the iron fence where your purple mountain bike was chained. Don't forget about the text, I called after you. When you turned back to face me, there was something in your expression I couldn't read. The word fathoms comes to mind now. As if you were fathoms below, deep underwater. Eventually, you nodded. I sat in the car until you'd unchained the bike, until you'd climbed on and pedaled away from the parking lot and out of view completely. I started the car and drove out after you, but turned the opposite direction, toward the Lincoln Bridge. I drove slowly, coming to a full stop at every stop sign and using my turn signal and doing nothing at all to draw attention to myself. And even though I didn't see another soul anywhere, didn't pass a single car, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. Followed, even. I told myself it was my imagination. Surely it was natural to feel paranoid when one was driving around with a dead body in the trunk. It would be more strange not to feel paranoid. Still, that didn't stop the hair from standing up on the back of my neck every time I turned a corner, and that nagging sense turned along with me. Finally, the bridge. I drove halfway out and killed the engine. This was the riskiest part of the plan. No one would question a car driving around town, even at 1 a.m. But a car parked on the bridge is far more memorable. Suspicious, even. Not only might someone remember seeing my car here, some poor, concerned citizen might even come over to investigate, to see if I was okay. A handful of people had jumped from that bridge over the years, washing away their troubles and absolving their sins in the Kitsitano River below. The last thing I needed was some do-gooder checking up on me while I was in the middle of absolving my own sins. I had to be quick. I popped the trunk and stared down at the roll of silver mylar. I couldn't throw the blankets over with the body, couldn't risk them being found with her since it would point right away to a dump job. I pulled until the entire burrito fell onto the ground, then started to unroll the body, awkwardly shuffling Amber back and forth. She was getting stiff and hard to move, and by the time I got her out, beads of sweat dotted my brow. I gazed down at her. She looked worse than she had earlier. In the park, she'd been still and cool, but I could at least pretend that maybe she was just asleep. Now she had the unmistakable look of death about her. Her skin had taken on a waxy sheen, and her eyes seemed to sink down into her head. It was awful. Sometimes I still dream about those eyes. A bead of sweat trickled down over my forehead, even as my skin prickled with goosebumps. I spun around, expecting to see someone, but the bridge was empty. Both directions. A car went by somewhere in the distance, but that was the only sign of life. I was alone. I wiped a sleeve over my brow and looked back down at Amber's body. Her long, coltish legs were so like yours. Even the jeans she wore were almost identical to a pair I'd bought you a few months ago. The two of you were the same age, the same height, the same weight. The only difference was that Amber was blonde, while you were raven-haired. And the birthmark, of course. Amber didn't have that. But otherwise, it could have been you lying there. For the first time, I thought about Amber's mother. About what would happen when her daughter didn't come home. Addison Albright was a fixture in Silver Mills. There wasn't a charitable function she didn't have a hand, or at least one perfectly manicured finger in. There also wasn't a single event I could think of where Addison hadn't ended up completely sloshed. How many times had I seen her throwing back dry martinis, slurring her thank yous to the cause of the day donors? I wondered what it would do to her when Amber didn't come home. I wondered, viciously, how long it would take Addison to even notice. I kneeled and hefted Amber over my shoulder, fireman style. It was harder than I thought it would be. Her body was stiff, heavy. I struggled to keep my balance as I staggered to the edge of the bridge. I braced her body against one of the steel support beams. I glanced around quickly to make sure I was still alone. There was no one. It was now or never. God forgive me, I thought, but I said nothing out loud. I heaved the body over the railing and watched it tumble down into the Kitsitano below. It turned 2.5 times before it hit the water. The sound of the splash was swallowed by the current. She was gone. I shivered and scanned the bridge again. I still couldn't shake the feeling someone was watching me. I thought the sensation would go away when the body did, but if anything, it was stronger. I stared hard at the tree line, 40 feet away. There could be someone there. It would be impossible to tell with the trees shrouded in darkness like that. A person standing there would be able to see me perfectly. On the bridge, I was completely exposed. The safety lights might as well be spotlights. Time to get out of here. I looked longingly at the warmth and security of the Straub. Only one last thing to do. I pulled Amber's phone out of my pocket and hit send on the text I'd had you compose. It made a whooshing sound as it sailed through the air to you. I waited for the reply. 3 minutes passed, and then 5. Still nothing. I thumbed the screen of the phone, praying for it to vibrate or ping or chirp or whatever noise Amber had set up, but it remained cold and silent in my hand. I wondered if you'd made it home okay. You had your bike, and it shouldn't take that long. Maybe you fell asleep once you got to the house, or decided to have a shower? After 10 minutes had gone by, I started to panic. Maybe I should call. I couldn't do it from my own phone. It might raise questions if anyone checked. Why would I be calling you when both of us were supposed to be home? But maybe I could call you from Amber's phone. Surely it wouldn't seem so unreasonable for Amber to phone you, especially if she hadn't received a response to her text. But I was pretty sure you would rather die than have to make an actual phone call. Everything was text, 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 and I figured Amber was the same. I was still debating, and had just flipped to Amber's contact list, when the phone finally buzzed. My pulse buzzed in tandem. Be good, girl. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Ha 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 ha. Your missive was followed by a kissing emoji and a winking emoji. It was perfect. I heaved a sigh of relief. Then I wiped the phone off on my Oakwood Academy t-shirt and tossed it over the bridge. I looked over the railing but couldn't see either the phone or the body. Both were lost to the rushing black water below. Chapter 5. I didn't think I'd sleep that night, but I did. As soon as my head hit the pillow, my eyes closed, and I fell headfirst into a deep and dreamless sleep. The kind of sleep so deep I woke up with a headache, as if I'd entered a different altitude. I padded from the bedroom and down the hall. Your door was closed, the same as it was last night when I finally got home. I hovered in the hallway for a minute, my toes squishing into the carpet. I could knock, but you probably needed the extra sleep. I'd get breakfast started first. In the kitchen, I moved automatically. The glass mixing bowl, the copper measuring cup, the frying pan, the spatula. I measured out milk, gluten-free flour, cracked 2 eggs and beat everything together. It was meditative. I started pouring pancake batter into the pan in small dollops. I undercooked them slightly, the way you liked them, so they were loose in the middle. I set them on a platter under aluminum foil to keep them warm and started the bacon in another pan. You liked your bacon extra crispy, so I let that cook a little longer, until it was so hazy in the kitchen that I worried the smoke detector might do the job of waking you up. I knew everything about what you liked and disliked. It's different now, of course, that I don't see you every day. But then, I knew everything. Not just that you liked your pancakes undercooked and your bacon overcooked. I knew you liked Essie nail polish in a color called Stirring Secrets, and that it was the only thing that stopped you from biting your fingernails down to the quick. I knew you liked your jeans dried hot and long so that they were nice and tight. I knew you refused to wear white or nude bras, claiming that they looked like grandma undies, and you'd wear black, but that you preferred bright colors and polka dots more than anything else. I knew you preferred Pirostro Passione strings for your cello, the kind that still have a sheepgut core. I knew you got tense and nervous the day before an audition or recital, but not the day of. I knew you hated the thumb-sized port wine birthmark that covered the right-hand side of your jaw, but that you loved your long, dark hair and your green eyes. I knew you secretly adored all things unicorn, but that you'd never admit it. It had always been just me and you and me. Some people might have called us codependent, but those people don't understand, or maybe are jealous of, the bond that's possible between mother and daughter. I would have done anything for you, and I didn't know why I should be ashamed of that. Still don't. I heard your bedroom door open, and then the bathroom door close. The water started to run. I set the oven to low and threw the pancakes in to keep warm. This could take a while. Another thing I knew about you was that you liked your long showers. I made a pot of coffee, even though my nerves were already jangled enough. I used my phone to check the weather and then casually head over to the Silver Mills Gleaner website. I half expected to see a huge picture of Amber and a headline that read, "Body found in the Kitsitano," or, at least, "Local girl missing." But there was nothing about Amber at all. The top story was about the halting of construction on the proposed megamall a half-hour north of Silver Mills, a project that so happened to be run by Alistair Albright, Amber's father. We had laughed so many times about the fact that their names all started with an A. Alistair, Addison, and Amber. The triple A-holes, we used to call them. Remember? Of course, Alistair was the kind of man who probably would have liked the nickname. He was a property developer who thought it was his God-given right to rebuild this region one glass monstrosity at a time. It had made him a lot of money, and a lot of enemies. Which might, I realized, work in my favor. Maybe the police would think Amber had been kidnapped and spend their time looking into Alistair and his business dealings. I had no idea what they'd find. As far as I knew, he was an asshole, but an above-board one. but hopefully it'd be enough to keep them busy for a while. The water in the bathroom stopped running, and a couple of minutes later, you emerged in a cloud of peony-scented body spray, already wearing your Oakwood uniform. Your long hair was still wet, and it hung down around your shoulders in damp tendrils. You flopped into the seat across from me. "They're pancakes," I said. You raised your eyebrows, but didn't otherwise move, so I got up and started making you a plate. I didn't normally dote on you like that. You were perfectly capable of fixing your own breakfast. But I figured these were exceptional circumstances. Mothering you felt good. "Coffee?" you asked as you slathered your pancakes in butter. I poured you a cup. I'd tried to keep you away from coffee, but it was impossible. All the kids drank it now. The damn school had its own coffee shop, Tucker's. I knew some of your friends were spending upwards of $20 a day there, mainlining fancy espresso drinks. Those were the kids like Amber, the ones with money. You got $25 a week to spend on junk, enough for one treat a day. What you did beyond that, I had no idea. "We should talk about what happened last night," I said, once you'd had a chance to ingest some carbs and caffeine. "What did you do with her?" There was something in your tone that made me bristle. "You don't need to know that. Like I said last night, it's probably better if you don't. Plausible deniability or something." "Fine. Then what do you want to talk about?" "What we're going to tell the police." All the hardness went out of your expression. "The police?" "Yes. They're going to want to talk to you. There are people who knew you were with her last night. They might talk to me, too, to confirm your story, depending on how the investigation goes." I thought again of the kidnapping angle. If I was lucky, they'd chase that lead for a good long while. "What should I tell them?" "Stick as close to the truth as possible. What were you guys doing last night?" "We were at Calvin's. His parents are in Milan right now, so his house is empty. We just hung out." "Doing what? Drinking? Anything worse than that?" You rolled your eyes as you slurped your coffee. "We just had a few drinks. I had 2 beers and that's it, I swear." "And you supplied the drinks?" "I brought the beer," you admitted. "But there was also a bottle of whiskey from Calvin's parents' stash. And at one point, a few people were doing tequila shots. I don't know where that came from." All this on a Wednesday night. I pressed my fingers to my temples. What was Amber drinking? Beer? Right. Which was supplied by you, my 18-year-old, not yet legal drinking age daughter. "How do you manage to get the beer?" You shrugged. "I stood in the parking lot outside the Quick Stop and paid a guy $5 to buy it for me." I swallowed an exhausted sigh. Do people not think about what could happen when they buy alcohol for kids? Things like this are what happen. Tragic things. Still, a savage part of me was already calculating whether I'd be able to find this man, maybe shift some of the culpability onto him, if it came to that. "When did you leave Calvin's?" You thought. 10:30 maybe? You all left? Not Calvin. Smartass. What about the rest of you? Yeah. Where did you go from there? Just wandered around. Where, downtown? I didn't want to say this to you, but I was trying to establish a timeline, to figure out who might have seen you and where and when. You shrugged again. I guess. Ella, I need to know exact details. Calvin's on Northcote, right? As if I had to ask. The Holbrooks owned one of the biggest and most ostentatious homes in all of Silver Mills. So you walked down Northcote to Preston, and then where did you go? You sighed as if I was torturing you instead of trying to protect you. From Preston we walked to Renfrew, down to the milk shack. Theo wanted ice cream, but it was closed. Okay, good. The milk shack was smack in the middle of a stretch of retail stores, all of which would have been closed at that hour. When did you decide to go to the park, and whose idea was it? I don't know, I guess around 11? And it was Amber's idea. You all walked down there? No. Theo wanted to go home once she realized the ice cream wasn't happening. Ethan walked with her. I did a mental tally. So it was just you and Amber and Madison left. You hesitated. What were you hiding? Eventually, you sighed as if you'd resigned yourself to spilling everything. Madison stayed at Calvin's. She's not really supposed to. She told her parents she was staying at Theo's. Ah, Madison and Calvin. A small detail in the grand scheme of things. Okay. You split up with Theo and Ethan, and you and Amber walked over to the park. Did anyone see you? Not that I know of. Well, except those guys from Lucknow. Right. You blew them off and continued on to the park. And then? You stared down at your pancake. You hadn't sawed off more than a single bite. And then we know what happened from there. I finished for you. So, if the police question you, just keep it simple. You were out with your friends. Most of them went home, until it was just you and Amber. You ran into some guys from Lucknow. You came home. Amber didn't. You considered this. The expression on your face didn't change, but the moment passed. We should go, you said eventually, standing up and draining your cup. I don't want to be late for school. You were already walking toward the front door before I could say anything else. We didn't talk on the way to Oakwood, and when we finally arrived, you were out of the car in a flash. I blinked a couple of times as I watched you hurry to the main arts building, head down, dark hair still drying against the white of your pressed shirt. You carried your blazer slung over one arm, your backpack over the other. My mind hadn't caught up with the way you'd aged in the last few years, and every once in a while I would look at you and feel like I was looking at a stranger. I had that same feeling watching you stride over the path with your long legs and your straight back. I had the urge to race after you, to beg you to talk to me. I wanted to comfort you, but I wanted your comfort too. Instead, I waited until you'd gone inside before I climbed out of the straub and followed. You needed your space, I told myself. You'd been through a trauma, and you probably had lots of big, complicated emotions that you were going to need to work through. But we'd be able to get through it together. As long as the police believed our story, everything else would be fine. I crossed the campus toward the admissions office, even though the last thing I wanted to be doing was sitting at my desk and trying to concentrate on work. I did it for you. Oakwood is the most prestigious private secondary school on the Eastern Seaboard, which is why I'd been so determined to send you there. There's no way I would have been able to afford it without the generous faculty and employee tuition discount. That discount is the entire reason I worked there. I'd started sending resumes here the minute you entered first grade, every 6 months like clockwork, and it still took 5 years to pay off. 5 long years before I'd gotten the gig as an admissions clerk. It was a lowly position, bottom-tier admin work, but the school was equitable in its application of the discount. Didn't matter what job I got, I would still get the same discount, and that was the only thing I cared about. I'd have scrubbed toilets if it meant giving you the opportunity to put Oakwood Academy on your college applications. I took a minute to drink in the beauty before I stepped inside. Late May was Oakwood's second most beautiful time of year. Nothing beat the fall, when the foliage was bright and the school year was starting, and the air was crisp and invigorating. But in late spring, the lupins and the lilacs were in bloom, and the campus was painted in glorious shades of purple and pink. It was like something out of a fairy tale. Normally, I didn't mind going to work, but that day I pulled open the door of the admissions office with the same trepidation with which I'd opened the Silver Mills Gleaner website, with held breath and clenched fists. I don't know what I expected to see. Uniformed police buzzing around, rifling through filing cabinets. Canine units sniffing around my desk. Maybe, at least, pockets of paranoid staffers speaking in hushed whispers. A repeated refrain, like a musical chorus. What happened to Amber Albright? Instead, the admissions office was silent. Well, not exactly silent. The photocopier whirred, and, from inside one of the executive offices, a telephone rang. The director of admissions, an ancient woman named Ruth Kent, with glasses so thick they'd stop a bullet, was bent in conversation with Tiff, the student activities coordinator. They both stopped talking when I entered and nodded hello, then continued with their conversation. Those were the only sounds, and they were overwhelmingly, benignly, normal. I let out my held breath, sat down at my desk, and fired up my computer. So, there was no news. Either Amber hadn't been reported missing yet, or the police were not overly concerned. And why would they be? I couldn't remember if Amber had already turned 18 or not, but either way she was practically an adult. There'd be no reason, necessarily, to suspect something bad had happened to her. Maybe her mother, or the police, were still operating on the assumption that she simply crashed at a friend's for the night. I was surprised, once I thought about it, that I hadn't received a call from Addison myself, wondering if her daughter was with you. Just as I was thinking that, my phone rang. Not my cell phone, but my desk phone. Oakwood Admissions Office, Nicolette speaking. Oh, Nicolette, there you are. Speak of the devil. Hi, Addison. How are you? I'm pretty sure I sounded normal, but inside, my stomach clenched like a fist. Chapter 6. On the other end of the line, Addison laughed, a tinkling sound. Oh, you know, another day, another dollar. I had no idea what that was supposed to mean, given that I'd never known Addison to hold a job in her life. What can I do for you? Oh, yes. I was just wondering if you'd seen my daughter, Amber. She didn't come home last night. I thought maybe she was with Ella. Amber? No. I swung my chair around as if having my back to the room would keep my colleagues from overhearing. Is everything okay? I'm sure it is. Addison sighed. You know what it's like when they're that age. So hard to keep track of. I know what you mean. I tried to laugh, but I couldn't think of a time when I didn't know exactly where you were, or who you were with. Could you do me a favor, though, I wonder? I couldn't think of a way to say no. Sure. Will you check to see if she's at least made it to school? Oh, you should call the admin office. They'll have the attendance logs any minute. Not Gretchen, she hates me. I could practically hear Addison rolling her eyes. She still hasn't forgiven me for that Pimps and Hoes fundraiser I organized. Bad taste, apparently. Well, it raised over $20,000, didn't it? Still, I think you should just call her. The last thing I wanted was to get into an argument with Addison Albright about whether it was appropriate for teenagers to dress as pimps and hoes. Oh, come on, Nicolette, it'll take you 2 seconds. Give me a call back at this number. Before I could protest, she'd hung up. I stared at the phone and cursed silently. It looked like I would be calling Gretchen. It's Nick, I said when she picked up. Are the attendance logs in yet? Most of them. Checking up on Ella? No, I'm looking for Amber Albright. Her mother called me. Gretchen sniffed dismissively. Let me check. I heard her tapping on her keyboard, and waited. The homeroom teachers were responsible for taking attendance and filing it with the office. Gretchen contacted any parent whose child was absent without notice. The school was pretty strict with attendance, but that was mostly at the parents' behest. No one wanted to pay Oakwood's exorbitant tuition only to have their kids skip half their classes. Amber Albright, yes, she's here. Okay, thanks, I started to say, and then spun my chair around. Wait, what? She is? Are you sure? Am I sure? Of course I'm sure. It says it right here. Amber Albright. Present. Oh, wait, hang on. My hands had started to shake so badly I almost dropped the phone. I kept it pressed hard against my ear, but swiveled my chair back and forth lightly, trying to look casual, trying to look like I wasn't on the verge of a panic attack. Sorry, Gretchen was saying. My mistake, Amber's absent today. Should I call her mother? Or are you in touch with her? I was so relieved that I said, I'll do it, before I could consider the fact that it was about the last thing in the world I wanted to be doing. Just as well, Gretchen tutted. Can't say I'm a fan of that woman, especially after... I hung up before she could launch fully into her rant. Normally I'd listen politely, but I was too on edge. I sat for a moment before I called Addison. Last night, when I'd conceived this plan, I never pictured having to deal with Addison directly. In the fresh light of day, I wasn't sure why the thought hadn't occurred to me. Silver Mills was a small town, and Oakwood was an even smaller microcosm of that. It was impossible to escape anyone. And once news got out about Amber, the pressure was going to be intense. I looked around the office, wondering if I could ask one of the other girls to phone Addison back. Or maybe Keenan, the office's only man. He was always, as his name suggested, keen. But then I wondered if it would look suspicious. Would people question why I didn't want to talk to Addison myself? I reluctantly picked up the phone and dialed Addison, who took forever to answer. Nicolette? Sorry, I was in the bath. Why would you get in the bath if you were expecting me to call back? I shook my head. I talked to Gretchen. Oh, right, and is she there? She's not. That little bitch. I didn't answer. In a strange way, hearing her say that made me feel even more guilty, because I knew how she would beat herself up about that remark once she realized something serious had happened. These kids think, just because they're graduating in a month, they can do whatever they want. Is Ella like this too? Oh, I wanted to say that you were a good girl, that you were nothing like Amber, but it was easier to play along. A little hellion. What can you do? You can take away her Benz, that's what you can do. She was referring to Amber, of course, who had her own Benz, of course. That'll show her. I wondered if Addison could hear the sarcasm in my voice. Even though I felt horrible about what I'd done, Addison was making it surprisingly difficult to feel sorry for her. Still, she said, sounding thoughtful, it's strange she didn't come home last night. Maybe she did and left again before you got up? I don't think so. Consuela was here early this morning and she didn't see her either. Besides, Amber eats a Larabar every single morning and Consuela says they haven't been touched. So it was their housekeeper who was raising the red flag. Of course. She'd be the one who was more in tune with the movements of the household, the one who would notice Amber wasn't where she was supposed to be. I didn't know how to respond. I was dizzy with a cocktail of emotions, guilt and petty spitefulness vying for top spot. Maybe I was trying to convince myself that somehow Addison deserved what had happened to her. You don't think I should call someone, do you? Addison's voice interrupted my thoughts. Call someone? Like the police? Addison sucked in a breath. You think I should call the police? Do you really think it's that serious? No, I kicked myself. I thought you meant... God, Nicolette, maybe you're right. Anything could have happened, you know. She could have been in a car accident, or a hijacking, or... I don't even know. Addison's voice rose. I could hear the surge of panic. It reminded me of how I'd felt last night when I first heard your voice on the phone, my mind playing out every horrific scenario. Guilt overtook spite. I'm sorry, Addison. I didn't mean to make your mind go there. I'm sure she's fine. No, you're right. I'm going to phone the police right now. I simply won't be able to enjoy this bath if I don't. She hung up the phone, and I sat there, bracing myself. It would all start now. Whatever was going to happen, Addison's call to the Silver Mills Police Department was going to set it all in motion. I wished I could go to you, to tell you, to warn you. But that would be too obvious. Everyone knew I kept my distance from you when we were at school. I'd wanted you to have your own identity, your own life. Instead, I sat there, staring around the admissions office and waiting to see if and when the sky was going to fall. I met you in the parking lot at 4 o'clock, as I almost always did, except on the days you had ensemble rehearsal. How was your day? I asked, as we climbed into the Straub. Fine. Uneventful. I knew what you were trying to say. Good. Me too. Though I did speak to Addison earlier. Amber's mother? This time I couldn't read the tone in your voice. She wanted to know if Amber was at school today. I had to tell her no. Huh. Your lips tightened. That's kinda twisted if you think about it. It is, isn't it? Something almost like a giggle escaped my lips. Not a true laugh, but a nervous squawk. You picked up on it, and you laughed too, and my spine relaxed for the first time since your call dragged me from my state of asleep but not asleep last night. We laughed, not because the situation was funny, but because it was the very opposite of funny. Laughing was a release, a way to hit the relief valve on the pressure that had built up. I laughed so hard that for a few minutes I couldn't drive. We stayed in the staff parking lot, both of us cackling like crows, fogging up the windows of the Straub. I laughed until my sides ached, and there were tears streaming from my eyes. I know it's not a flattering picture. Me and you, laughing over a dead girl, her panicked mother. But I'm just writing down everything that happened, as plain as I can tell and as well as I can remember. I was still laughing when someone knocked on the driver's side window. We were both so startled that we gasped collectively. Your breath caught in your throat, and you started to cough. I rubbed your back with one hand as I reached for the button to open the window. Fuck, I breathed when I saw who was standing there. When the window came all the way down, I smiled. Kyle! This is a surprise. Hey, Nikki, how's it going? Oh, you know, another day, another dollar. Addison's cliché was the only thing that came to mind. I immediately felt like an idiot, but Kyle grinned. I had forgotten how much I liked that smile. For a second, it all came rushing back. Kyle's broad shoulders, his narrow hips, his strong, calloused hands. The feel of his lips on my neck. I hear that, Kyle was saying, while I tried to rein in my X-rated trip down memory lane. Listen, I heard you talk to Addison Albright this morning. I did. Oh God, is that why you're here? I feigned surprise. You shifted in your seat beside me, but I didn't look over. Is there no sign of her yet? Kyle, otherwise known as Officer Griffin, shook his head. No sign. We're trying to trace her movements from last night. I understand she was with your daughter? Hi, Ella. He leaned further down, making eye contact with you. I glanced over at you too. Make it look real, I tried to telegraph. You nodded at Kyle. I was with her last night, for a while. Is she okay? You bit your lower lip. Good girl. I'm sure she's fine. But maybe you can help us track her down. Set her mother's mind at ease. I'm not sure there's anything we can do, but of course we'll try to help, I said. Kyle stood there, looking into the car. I was starting to sweat, so I forced myself to smile. Did you want to talk now? I'm sure we could find an empty office somewhere inside. He shook his head.
That's okay. I've got to see Dean Winters right now.
The Dean? The surprise had to be evident in my voice. Kyle squinted.
Routine. Just tracking Amber's movements from yesterday. Okay if I drop by tonight?
Of course, whatever you need. We'll be there. Kyle was still staring at me in that shrewd way he had. He was one of those men who said little and heard lots. It's probably what made him a good cop. It was certainly one of the things that made him a good boyfriend.
Thanks, Nikki,
he said finally.
I'll see you two ladies tonight.
If Kyle wore a hat, he would have tipped it. We watched him walk away. Without thinking, I reached over and squeezed your knee. You going to be okay to do this? I'm okay. There was a hitch in your voice that said otherwise, but I let it go and drove us home. Chapter 7. I made us boxed macaroni and cheese for dinner. Your favorite comfort food and my guilty pleasure. Neither of us ate much, though. I pushed the noodles around in my bowl, blinking at the bright fluorescent orange. I jumped every time the fridge kicked in. I kept imagining it was the sound of Kyle's truck pulling into the driveway. I couldn't stop dwelling on what Kyle would think if he knew what I'd done. Kyle was one of those people for whom there's no gray area. There was black, and there was white. There was wrong, and there was right. Maybe years ago I would have agreed. Then I had a daughter. There's nothing in this world, literally nothing, I wouldn't do for you, to keep you safe and protected. To me, that wasn't gray. That was red. The red of love, of blood. Kyle never grew out of his black and white world. But then, he never had to. No kids, not even a dog. Just a man and his job. He would never, could never understand why I did what I did. Still, every time I pictured the expression on his face if he ever found out, a wave of nausea came over me, so severe it almost knocked me off my chair. My bowl of artificial cheese flavor tasted less and less appealing with each passing minute. May I be excused? I glanced down at your bowl, as scarcely touched as my own. You really should try to eat something. I'm not hungry, and I should go practice. I couldn't say no to that, so you emptied your bowl into the trash and disappeared into the living room. The first halting notes drifted through to the kitchen as you fastidiously checked the tuning. For a few minutes, I listened to you play. It was easy to get lost in the notes and forget all about the congealing pasta in front of me. To forget even about the horror of what I did the night before. Of Amber's cold skin under my hands. The way her eyes rolled back in her head when she went over the bridge. I was lost in the music when a low rumble pulled me back into reality. Not the fridge kicking in this time, but tires crunching in the driveway. I looked out the window, expecting to see the pickup truck. Instead, one of Silver Mill's gleaming white and gray police cruisers was pulling to a stop. I dumped the macaroni and cheese into the trash and had opened the front door before the driver was even fully out of the vehicle. Kyle walked toward the house, but somehow didn't look at me the entire way. Was it because he felt awkward coming here again, or was it because he knew something? My hands started to sweat, and I surreptitiously swiped them on my jeans before he could see me do it. It's funny to see you here without the truck, I said with a forced smile.
Official business?
He said.
Official wheels.
Right. My smile was starting to hurt my cheeks. Then come on in, Officer Griffin.
It's actually Detective Griffin.
For the first time he flashed something that resembled a grin. Mine, on the other hand, had disappeared. Detective? I took a step backward, letting him into the house. You're a detective now?
That was always the plan. Just had to put in a couple of years on patrol first.
Right. I had known Kyle transferred to the Silver Mills PD from somewhere in upstate Maine, and I had known his ambition was to be a detective. He had a mind to someday work in Portland or Bangor, but he liked the idea of getting his sea legs in a smaller town. Silver Mills was, according to Kyle, the perfect stepping stone. A small city, just big enough to justify its own police department with a small cadre of detectives. Plus, thanks to Oakwood, it was well known among the state's elite. Lots of politicians, judges, and lawyers were Oakwood alumni. A solid tour in Silver Mills would make him well positioned to move on to something bigger and better down the road. Of course, I knew all of this because Kyle had laid it out for me when we were curled up in his queen-sized, hard-as-nails bed. I didn't exactly feel comfortable commenting on it. Instead, all I said was, "Congrats on the promotion."
Thanks.
A moment of silence passed, and then lingered. "Can I get you a beer?"
No, I'm on duty.
Another one of those black and white things. "Coffee, then." He hesitated. Then,
Sure.
"Have a seat, I'll get Ella. Or you can go straight into the living room if you like. As you can hear, she's practicing." I wasn't sure whether I had a right to being present while he talked to you, but I was worried it would read as overkill to Kyle if I insisted on it. He wasn't stupid. I had to act as if this whole thing was going to turn out to be nothing. Kyle wandered into the living room, and I measured out coffee grinds. I had both ears tuned to the other room. You were still playing. The only sounds I could hear were the light and airy notes of the blue Danube. You almost never played waltzes, but you liked the fingering challenges in this one.
Beautiful,
I heard Kyle say after you'd rung out the final notes.
I hear you're going to Juilliard in the fall.
I wondered who'd told him. Kyle and I had started seeing each other last summer when you were away at an orchestra camp in Boston, but we'd stopped in September, shortly after your return, when it was clear your schedule was going to be too demanding to allow for that kind of dalliance. Between ensemble practices and your twice-a-week private lessons in Portland, plus all the other commitments that came with going to a school like Oakwood, concerts, study groups, dances, Addison's ridiculous PTA fundraisers, we were kept running most nights of the week. More specifically, I had broken up with Kyle after your accident, but that had just been the straw that broke the poor proverbial camel's back. I'd done my best to avoid him since, and even though Silver Mills was a small place, I'd done a pretty good job of it. You must have nodded, because Kyle said,
Good for you. Someday I'll be able to say I knew you back before you were the next Yo-Yo Ma.
I rolled my eyes and hit the start button on the coffee machine. Everyone loved to mention Yo-Yo Ma when they found out you were a cellist. I suppose he's the only point of reference most people have. Originally, my decision to put you in cello lessons had been a strategic one. Musical proficiency was highly regarded when it came to Oakwood admissions, but most parents gravitated toward piano or, occasionally, violin. The cello was far less competitive, and even though it meant we had to drive the hour and a half to Portland to get you a qualified instructor, it was worth it if it helped you get into Oakwood. I never imagined you would take to it the way you did. That it wouldn't just secure your spot at Oakwood, but would open 1,000 more doors, would become your life's passion. Thinking about it strengthened my resolve. I joined you and Kyle in the living room. Coffee will be ready in a few minutes. Kyle looked distracted.
Sure.
He turned back to you.
About Amber. We still haven't been able to track her down. I'm hoping you can tell me about the last time you saw or heard from her.
You set the cello carefully back on its stand and trailed one finger down the neck before turning back to Kyle. Last night, you flopped into the chair, curled your legs up beneath you. You'd changed into a pair of floral print leggings when we got home, and pink blooms stretched over your kneecaps.
Right. About what time?
I don't know. Maybe around midnight?
Okay, good. Who was with you?
Just me and Amber. We'd been with some other people earlier, but everyone else went home. It was just me and her. We were walking to the park.
The park?
Wingrove. Amber wanted to go to the playground. She likes the swings.
Kyle jotted something down in his notebook. Okay, that's good. Thanks. You went to the park and...
No, we never made it to the park.
You glanced quickly at me. I wanted to nod, but I didn't dare. I felt nervous for you, terrified even. Like I was watching you stand at the edge of a cliff. It was the same feeling I got when I watched you perform, only this was 10 times worse. My heart slowly inched its way up my throat. Kyle stopped writing. You didn't make it to the park. What happened?
We met these guys.
Guys? What guys?
Kyle leaned forward. His gray eyes glinted. I could tell it was the first he'd heard about this. I don't know, these guys from Lucknow? I didn't know them. I'm pretty sure Amber didn't either.
How did you know they were from Lucknow?
A couple of them were wearing Lions jerseys.
Jerseys?
Last night you'd said jackets. I let it slide. A minor detail.
What did these guys want?
You shrugged. To party, I guess.
They wanted you to party with them?
Yeah.
Did you go?
I wanted to, but I was about to be late for my curfew.
What's your curfew?
Midnight. I supplied.
She knows she has to be in the door not a minute later, or she'll be turned into something way worse than a pumpkin. Kyle looked at me as if he'd forgotten I was there. Is the coffee ready yet? We both knew it was, since the gurgling noises had ceased.
Let me go get you a cup.
2 sugars and a splash of milk, please.
I remember. In the kitchen, I tried to move normally. Get a mug, pour the brew, grab the milk. But I had both ears tuned to the living room.
Did Amber want to go with these boys? The ones from Lucknow?
Yeah, we both did. But, you know. Kyle chuckled, and I could picture you hitching your thumb toward the kitchen. Toward me.
Right. And you didn't want to get in trouble?
Yeah. I actually called home to see if she'd let me stay out a bit later, but that was a big negative. She said to get my butt home.
And what did you do?
I got my butt home.
And Amber?
She got in the car.
She did? Right. Do you remember what kind of car it was?
No, I don't know too much about cars. It was silver.
SUV, sedan, 2-door or 4?
Not an SUV. A regular car. A pause. Oh, and I guess it was 4 doors because Amber got in the back seat.
This is great, Ella. I don't suppose you got a license plate?
No. Sorry.
That's okay. What about the guys? Can you...
Coffee's ready. I set the cup down on the table in front of Kyle. My hand shook, and some of the liquid splashed onto my skin. It burned, but I didn't react because I didn't want Kyle to notice.
I hope it's okay. I'm sure it's great.
Kyle didn't even touch the cup.
The guys, how many of them were there?
3, I think. No, 4, because when Amber got into the back seat, I remember thinking there would have been no room for me.
Can you describe them?
You closed your eyes and shook your head. I don't think so. It's a blur. It was dark and...
Anything at all? Skin color, were they white?
Yes, all white. One might have been Latino. Maybe. His skin was a bit darker, not black, but...
Sort of olive?
Yeah, that's it.
Good. What about hair color?
You touched your own hair, twisting it around your finger. Just as far as the jawline. Never farther than the jawline. You never pulled your hair back, not even when you played the cello. You preferred to let it hang down so it covered the burgundy-colored stain you hated so much. I don't really know. It was dark.
You looked up at the ceiling for a minute. One of them was bald.
Bald? Like,
Not bald, a shaved head.
great. Anything else?
No, nothing that I can remember.
Okay.
Kyle tapped his pen against the notebook.
And that's the last time you saw Amber? Was getting into the car with those boys?
Yes.
You never heard anything from her after that?
I held my breath. I didn't answer for a minute as you shifted in your chair. I got a text message from her maybe an hour later. Kyle leaned forward.
What did it say?
You shrugged. Just that I should have come with her.
What did she mean by that? Did you feel like she was in any kind of trouble?
No, nothing like that. She just meant I was lame for going home. She was having fun. I texted her back and told her to be good. You turned away, staring at a spot on the floor. You were doing well. Better than I even could have hoped.
Do you think I could see that message?
You didn't answer, but rose out of the chair to get your phone from the kitchen, where it was charging. You handed it to Kyle, who stared at the screen for a minute. Blood rushed through my veins. I had to bury my hands in my lap in case he could see how my wrists were throbbing. Eventually, Kyle handed the phone back.
Thank you very much for your time, he said,
and nodded at me. He hadn't touched his coffee at all.
Both of you.
I followed him out into the kitchen. I had 1,000 questions I wanted to ask, but I could only voice the one he'd be expecting me to ask. Do you think Amber's okay? He looked at me for a long second before answering.
I hope so. I wish I'd spoken to your daughter earlier. This thing about the boys from Lucknow gives us a new place to look. They weren't even on our radar before.
Did she give you enough? I know she didn't remember much, but...
It might be. Lucknow's not much bigger than Silver Mills, so if we start asking about a group of athletes with one Latino kid and a guy with a shaved head, it shouldn't take us too long to turn up something.
That's good. I let out a breath. My pulse had slowed to something only marginally above normal. I really hope you find her soon.
Me too.
Kyle scrubbed his jaw. He already looked tired.
Me too.
I watched from the kitchen window as he walked back to his car. His stride was purposeful. This was probably his first big case as a detective, or at least it had the potential to be. I wondered if there was a small part of him that hoped Amber really was missing, that she wouldn't turn up hungover and embarrassed in some friend's basement. There was no glory in finding her so easy. But Kyle didn't know there'd be no glory in this case, either way. He'd never be bringing Amber Albright home alive. I wished there was a way I could tell him, or get another detective assigned to the case. Not that Silver Mills was swimming in detectives. As far as I knew, the only one we had was Leroy Tolliver, and everyone knew he had one foot out the door. Maybe Kyle's promotion had been part of the department's succession planning. Someone to replace Tolliver when he finally hoisted that second foot out the door, too. I had to admit, Kyle would make an excellent detective, which was unfortunate for me. Unlike Tolliver, he still had a passion for the job. And besides, he had a keen eye and an ability to hear all the things that went unsaid. He was shrewd in a way you wouldn't expect by looking at him. He came across as the type of guy who'd rather zone out watching a football game than do any thinking. But that was exactly what made him so formidable. He would zone out watching a football game. But meanwhile, he'd be watching my body language and cataloging my micro-expressions and putting together his own mental dossier. I wondered what he'd read while he was here. Whether he saw anything in me or in you that we didn't want him to see. I hoped not. I tried to tell myself there was no reason for him to be suspicious of us. He didn't even know for sure yet that Amber was really missing. He wouldn't have seen anything in us because he wouldn't have been looking. At least, that's what I told myself. You came up behind me. Is he gone? He's gone. Did I do okay? You did great. Do you think he'll find those guys? The ones from Lucknow? I shrugged. He thinks so. It's a small place. We both stared out the window at our tiny scrap of a front yard. I'd tried, over the years, to brighten it up with flowers and pretty little shrubs, but it turned out I had little talent for gardening. As you got older and we both got busier, I considered it a win if I managed to mow the grass every couple of weeks. Luckily, we didn't live in one of those neighborhoods where everyone competed for greenest, most pristine lawn. Other than the threat of Art Poole complaining about the dead mums on either side of our front door, I didn't much care what other people thought of our house. It was warm and cozy, and it was home. And that was what I'd always wanted for you, because it was the exact opposite of the way I'd grown up. Do you think they'll get blamed? Your voice was soft. I didn't answer right away. I knew what you were asking. Were we setting up some innocent teens who weren't guilty of anything but being in the wrong place at the wrong time? I don't think so. I think the police will look at them, but in the end there won't be any evidence. So, nothing will happen to them? Nothing will happen to them. Maybe you should get some more practice time in, I said, turning you around by the shoulders and pointing you in the direction of the living room. You didn't answer, but shuffled wordlessly away, and a minute later, Dvorak's cello concerto slipped from your fingers and through the small house. The truth was, I didn't know what would happen. Just like I hadn't truly considered the implications on Amber's family, I also hadn't considered these kids. Even without criminal charges, I'd been worried about you being tarred by the brush of gossip, but the same thing could as easily happen to them. I tried to reassure myself that they were boys, and athletes, no less, and boys always seem to have an easier time washing off the bad smell of an ugly rumor. I'd seen boys at Oakwood skate free even when everyone knew the rumor was 100% true. Still, guilt assuaged me, wrapping around my shoulders like a shroud. I stood in the doorway to the living room and watched you play, reminding myself of why I had done what I'd done. For you, Ella. I had done it all for you. And even then, I knew I would do it again in a heartbeat if I had to. Chapter 8. By the next day, word had got around the school that Amber was missing. And after 2 nights without coming home, she was officially missing. The first thing I noticed when we arrived at school that morning were the police cruisers. I didn't know for sure if Kyle was among them, but I imagined he was around there somewhere. Neither of us said a word to each other as we walked across the campus and turned to go our separate ways. I wanted to wish you good luck, but that felt wrong. Instead, I squeezed your shoulder and let you go. In the admissions office, no one was at their desk. Not a single person. There was a buzz in the room. I heard her mother's completely distraught. With some of the boys from over in Lucknow? Wouldn't put it past her. Always was a bit of a, going to be in here all day. Nicolette, what do you make of all this? Ruth, the director of admissions and my boss, accosted me before I could make it to my desk. What's Ella said? I shrugged and dumped my handbag on the floor beside my chair. She's concerned, obviously. She was with Amber when she got in the car with those boys. Suddenly, everyone was around me. Gossip was the social currency at Oakwood, and it didn't matter if you were a student or a staff member. I wasn't a fan of it on the best of days, but given these particular circumstances, my stomach churned. I fingered the nameplate on the edge of my cubicle wall. Nicolette Winchester. A big name for a nobody. Did you know who the boys were? Someone asked. Some real hellions over there. Can't blame the kids, it's the parents I have a problem with. Everyone was talking at once. My head ached. She doesn't know who they were, but gave all the information she could to Kyle. Officer Griffin. Detective Griffin. I wanted to throttle myself. Could I sound any more awkward? But no one seemed to notice. They were only interested in wringing information from me and sounding off with their own theories. Probably a drug overdose. You know these rich kids. Heard she had 2 pregnancy scares. Is anyone looking at her father? That's what I'd like to know. I wished I had noise-canceling headphones. I stared at my computer and tried to focus on the screen. Eventually, the group moved on. Not dispersed, exactly, but at least the herd ambled downwind, and I tried to throw myself into my work. Easier said than done, as they say. The office I worked in was glass-fronted. Most of the more senior admissions officers had their own offices within our dedicated space. But as the lowest rung of the department ladder, I sat out in open space, with only half-height cubicle walls as a nod to my privacy. Most of the time, I didn't care. I spent a good part of my days hunched over the photocopier, fighting with the printer, or trying to make sense of the filing system. Privacy wasn't top of my list of concerns, though paper cuts were pretty high up there. Even though almost all of Oakwood's applications came in digitally, the dean still preferred to see hard copies of everything. A huge chunk of my job was simply printing every single thing that came through our system. The other half was collating and organizing everything. Despite our best efforts, applications always came in piecemeal. Reference letters and transcripts, for instance, tended to travel on their own timelines. When I wasn't doing those things, I helped the admissions officers with their portfolios. Keenan was our athletics liaison, a wiry woman named Carmen was the academic liaison, and Tiff, a very bubbly blonde with a slight gap between her front teeth, was in charge of coordinating recruiting events and campus visits. The work I did for them mostly consisted of, no surprise here, printing, photocopying, and filing. I was the #1 enemy of trees everywhere. But like I said, for the most part, the job didn't bother me. It had never been more than a means to an end anyway. A way to get you into Oakwood and get you on the best possible path. I'd always thought maybe once you graduated, I'd look into finding something else to do with my life, but to be honest, I had no idea what that looked like. Thinking about a life beyond you was like gazing into a black hole. On that day, I found it next to impossible to concentrate on the menial tasks before me. My head snapped up every time I caught a glimpse of movement outside our glass-walled office. I was half watching for you and half watching for Kyle. I suspected it was only a matter of time before he or one of the other officers showed up at the admissions office. Would I have to talk to them? Kyle had already been to see us, so surely he could have asked me his questions then. My stomach remained cramped all morning, and by lunchtime my muscles were so tense I decided the best thing I could do was take a walk around campus, stretch my legs, and clear my head at the same time. The weather had other ideas. A low cloud cover hung over the campus, and I wondered if I was going to get caught in a downpour. I decided my need to get outside was worth the risk. Even with the gray skies, the campus stunned and calmed me all at once. Every blade of grass glowed, a shade of green straight out of a child's crayon box. I'm not sure I appreciated Oakwood's beauty when I was a student there, and I don't know if you did either, but now I reveled in it. I loved the huge swaths of open lawn, green as far as the eye could see. I loved the way the grass was crisscrossed with cobblestone paths, gardens, clusters of trees perfect for lounging and reading beneath. And, of course, the buildings. I loved the old buildings and the way even the newer constructions had been fastidiously designed to fit in. Stone facades, thatched roofs, meticulously cultivated ivies and mosses climbing their sides, If I didn't know any better, I'd swear I was in Oxford, England, and not Silvermills, Maine. There were plenty of people invested in ensuring it stayed that way. The school didn't just have a board and a PTA to contend with. There were alumni bodies, including one dedicated entirely to gardening and landscaping choices, and another for historical preservation. There was even a town council committee that specifically handled decision-making regarding the school. Funding, special bylaws, the works. I know most of that went over your head. It had for me, too, when I was a student there. But as an adult, I saw the way the whole town had grafted itself around the school. The way new skin grafts around an old wound. And it was no wonder. Students came to Oakwood from all over the country, and they came from families so rich it would shock most people. Which is to say, I understood why there were cop cars parked outside the gates. Amber's disappearance would have had a lot of people shitting bricks. The reputation of this school was paramount. To the town, the parents, the alumni, a missing girl was most certainly not part of the desired narrative. I tried to put all that out of my head as I walked. At this point, there was no reason for anyone to be looking at you. Kyle had seemed happy with the information you'd given him the night before, and I hoped. Following up on that would keep them busy for a while. I reached the top of the gentle, rolling hills, and the Winchester Memorial Library came into view. I picked up my pace, as I always did. I ignored the commemorative plaque, as I always did. It was the only part of the campus I disliked, which was unfortunate because it was almost in the middle of everything. I had nearly passed the building when I heard footsteps behind me.
"Nikki, hold up!"
The voice was unmistakable, and besides, there was only one person in the world who called me Nikki. I steeled myself and turned. "Hi, Kyle. Any news?" His mouth, which had started to stretch into a smile, tightened.
"Nothing yet. We're widening our search."
"What about those boys from Lucknow? Any luck tracking them down?"
"Not yet. I've got a couple of officers out there, but..."
He shrugged and forced a smile.
"I shouldn't be telling you any of this. Let's pretend I just said the investigation is ongoing."
I laughed. The tinkle of it sounded fake, but Kyle didn't appear to notice. Or was he only pretending not to notice? I could never tell with him. "Your secret is safe with me." We stood there for a minute or two. The cloud cover hadn't brought rain, but humidity, and I had started to sweat. I shifted from one foot to the other. "I should get back. My lunch break is almost over."
"Mind if I walk back with you? I was hoping to ask you a few questions."
"Me?" I swallowed. A lump formed in my throat. "I'm not sure what I can tell you." Kyle fell into step beside me.
"I'm trying to get a read on what kind of girl Amber was. According to her parents and her friends, she was an absolute angel, a real Mother Teresa. And according to her teachers and neighbors, she was nothing short of a holy terror. I'm guessing the truth is somewhere in the middle. I thought maybe you could give me your unbiased opinion."
Unbiased? I wanted to laugh. But Kyle looked so serious, I simply forced a smile. "I'm afraid I didn't really know her that well."
"But she and Ella were friends, right?"
"Yes."
"How did you feel about that? Did you approve?"
"I was glad." I blurted it out before I could think about it.
"Glad? Why?"
I didn't answer for a moment. We were walking slowly, so we still hadn't completely passed the library. Kyle didn't know about my relationship to those Winchesters, and I hoped he wouldn't see the sign and be prompted to ask. "Amber was popular," I said. "All those kids were. Calvin, Madison, Theo, Ethan. I preferred Ella to be on their good side than their bad side, if you see what I mean."
"I think I do.
What happened to the kids who were on Amber's bad side?
It's not like what you're thinking. They weren't bullies, exactly. It's just... Well, you remember high school, don't you? It's better to be popular than unpopular. That's basic math.
I see.
Something in his tone made me look over at him, but Kyle's eyes were cast to the horizon. Some part of him was far away. That much I could feel. Ella's not like the other kids here, I tried to explain. I needed him to understand. She doesn't come from money.
Doesn't she?
Kyle looked at me, then pointedly back at the library, which we'd thankfully and finally moved past. My neck flushed. So he did know. I wondered how and when he'd put that together. He'd never said a thing when we were dating, and I'd liked that he was one of the few people in Silver Mills who didn't know all about my family, my past. Their money isn't my money, I said, teeth clenched. I've done this all on my own.
It's okay, Nikki, I get it.
I tried to let my blood resume its normal circulation. Took a few deep breaths. Anyway, it's not just the money thing. She lives for the cello, you know. She doesn't party like the other kids do. Plus, there's her birthmark. I don't even notice it anymore, but you know what kids are like. She could have easily been branded an outcast here. Her life could have been hell. I shrugged. But it wasn't.
Because of Amber?
Because of all of them. We walked in silence for another minute. We were nearing the administrative building again. I hoped I'd be able to plead a busy afternoon and get out of any further questions, but Kyle didn't show any sign of wrapping this up.
So, about Amber. What did you think of her?
Like I said, I didn't really know her that well. They never hung out at our place. Of course not. You found the very idea of your friends setting foot in our 40-year-old bungalow to be beyond mortifying.
But from the things Ella has said, was she wild? Was she really the type to go off with a group of strange guys by herself?
If Ella said she did, then she did. I realized right away that I sounded way too defensive. Kyle held up his hands.
Whoa, I'm not questioning that. What I'm wondering is whether that was normal behavior for her, or if maybe something had happened recently that made her want to act out.
I really can't say. You'd want to ask her parents or her friends. As soon as I said that, I wanted to take it back. I didn't want him talking to you again. Then I had a stroke of genius. You should ask Ethan. He might be able to help. Ethan Doyle was part of Amber's core group of friends, and Amber's on-again, off-again boyfriend. He also happened to be the son of Silver Mills Chief of Police, Everett Doyle. After you, he was the one of your friends who came from the most normal family, if I could put it that way. Being Chief of Police held a certain amount of status, of course, but the paycheck was only moderate compared to the income bracket most of your friends resided in.
I've talked to him,
Kyle said.
And? The investigation is ongoing.
The corners of his lips quirked into a smile, and I tried to relax. I get it.
And anyway, right now I'm asking you. Had you ever heard any rumors about Amber, drugs, anything like that?
I thought quickly. I hadn't technically heard anything like that, but if Kyle was under the impression she was prone to getting herself into trouble, maybe he'd look closer at the Lucknow angle. I remembered what I'd overheard in the office earlier. Drugs? No. But there was something... Kyle looked hopeful. I swallowed a lump in my throat that tasted strangely of guilt. Pregnancy scares. At least 2 in the last year. That's what I heard anyway.
Interesting. Who do you hear it from?
I can't remember. It was just one of those things that suddenly everyone knew. All the staff, I mean.
All right. You think getting in the car with those guys might have been normal behavior for her?
Could be. I mean, yes, I think so.
Good. Thanks, Nikki. You've been... Kyle didn't get to finish his sentence. A shriek rang out from the courtyard. It was followed by a rush of excited voices. We watched a group of kids converge around something, clustered between a picnic bench and a blooming lilac bush. "Fight!" someone yelled. "Oh, Jesus," Kyle muttered. "Girl fight!" someone else whooped. Kyle and I exchanged a look, and then he was rushing toward the group, pushing through the throng, pulling apart the two girls. I hung back until I saw it. The swath of raven dark hair. You! Chapter 9. "Ella?" My voice was high and loud and laced with panic. It carried above all the other voices. Everyone turned to gape at me, but I could only focus on you, on the blood oozing from your bottom lip. I yanked you away from Kyle, pulling you into my embrace. For a second, our two hearts thudded chest to chest. It reminded me of the day you were born, the way I'd felt when the nurse had set you down on my skin. I'd been so sure they were going to tell me you were dead. Instead, the tiny, rapid thud of your heart had been miraculous. As soon as I'd looked down at your perfect little face, gazed into your perfect black eyes, I knew I'd do anything for you. Anything. I pushed you out and held you at arm's length so I could inspect your injuries. They weren't as bad as I feared. Except for the busted lip, you appeared fine. "How are your hands?" I asked. Your hands. Any injury to your hands could ruin everything. "They're fine, Mom, I'm fine." You shrugged out of my grasp and turned around to face the other girl. Theodora Withington. Theo, your friend. What the hell did you two have to fight about? I wasn't sure, but I didn't have a good feeling about it. About any of it, really. Theo shook off Kyle's hand, which was on her shoulder. She spit on the ground and there was pink in it. Blood. I wanted to be angry with you, but I also felt a small surge of pride. No one pushed my daughter around. Outwardly, I settled for glaring at both of you. Your body trembled, but I couldn't tell if it was fear or rage. "This is all your fault," Theo hissed. She looked ready to throw another punch, even with Kyle's grip on her shoulder. "I told you to fuck off," you spat back. In an instant, you lunged at each other again. Kyle wrestled you apart, inserting his rather substantial body between the two of you. "Enough!" he barked. "It certainly is." The crisp voice behind me silenced everyone. Dean Winters cut across the courtyard. She wore a gray pinstriped suit and a white blouse that tied at the neck. "What is the meaning of this?" Neither you nor Theo answered. You both stood there, breathing heavily and glaring at each other. You were like animals in that moment. Like two honey badgers daring the other to go ahead and try something. "I asked you a question, girls." "It's her fault," Theodora spat again. There was venom in her eyes when she looked at you. It hurt my heart to see it. You were supposed to be friends. "She hated Amber. Theo dissolved into tears. All the anger drained from her body. I wanted to feel bad for her. I did. But all I had room for in my heart at that moment was fear. Kyle stood beside me, taking this all in. The other students shifted their attention back and forth between you and Theo, gleeful and predatory in their excitement. I wanted to ferry you away from there, away from Oakwood, away from Silver Mills. I couldn't do it, though. Not with Dean Winters standing there. Not with Kyle watching both you and Theo with the sort of studied intensity I once found so attractive. "Both of you will come with me," the dean snapped. I know this is a difficult time for everyone, but that's no excuse for anyone to behave in such a fashion. You shot me a glance, as if you were waiting for me to do or say something, to rescue you. But what could I do? I gave you a helpless shrug. You turned away and stomped off after the dean. I should go after them, I said to Kyle. I wanted to be anywhere other than in his presence.
Any idea what that was about?
No. I don't know. Kids process grief in strange ways sometimes.
Grief?
You know what I mean. Concern, anxiety. I'm sure they're feeling a lot of things right now. You don't have kids, but trust me, sometimes their emotions are like a Molotov cocktail just waiting to blow.
I see,
he said, and I realized too late how my words might be interpreted.
So you don't know anything about Ella hating Amber?
As far as I know, it's not true. I forced a laugh. But that's another thing about kids. They've got a new best friend every week. Grudges come and go, fights erupt and resolve.
So a fight could have erupted between Ella and Amber?
No. Not how you're thinking. I'm sure they bickered, but that's just kids being kids.
Yeah.
He looked around the courtyard. The rush of students had largely dispersed, though they still congregated in smaller groups, talking in hushed whispers.
You hear that a lot these days.
What?
Kids being kids. Seems people think it excuses all kinds of bad behavior.
I rolled my eyes, mostly so I'd seem glib and not terrified. You know what I mean. If you think Ella and Amber had an issue, ask Ella about it. She'll tell you the truth.
Good.
He nodded, as if this settled something. His jaw unclenched slightly.
Thanks. I'm sorry, Nikki. This is hard for everyone.
I took a deep, shuddering breath and tried to smile. I know. And I know you're going to bring her home safe and sound. The lie fell from my lips so easily, it shook me. Back in the administrative building, I bypassed the elevator, which I normally rode up to the 4th floor, and instead climbed the grand staircase to the 2nd floor, where the dean's office was located. I found you lingering in the hallway, looking irritated. I watched you for a second before you noticed me. I took in the way your shoulders slumped, the way your dark hair fell down, covering your jaw. Always covering your jaw. You clenched a piece of paper in your fist, and when you finally saw me standing there, you thrust it out toward me. Please tell me you didn't get suspended. I rubbed my temples, taking the paper. That was the last thing either of us needed. Not exactly. What does not exactly mean? The dean said she understands that we're upset about Amber, so she wouldn't suspend us. But we both have to go home for the rest of the day. Where's Theo? You jerked your head toward the office. She called her mom. She's waiting in there. And they just let you leave on your own? You shrugged. Dean Winters knew you'd be on your way here. I glanced down at the piece of paper you had handed me. It was a brief letter saying pretty much what you'd just told me. Given the extenuating circumstances, neither you nor Thea would be officially reprimanded. And at the bottom, a suggestion. She thinks you should get counseling? You shrugged. She thinks everyone should. She thinks this thing with Amber is traumatizing us or whatever. I knew you well enough to know when your anger was posturing. You were traumatized by what happened, and my guess was it was far worse than Dean Winters realized. I wondered if maybe counseling might be a good idea, at least if we could figure out a way to do it without revealing what really happened that night. We'll talk about it some more later, okay? Let's go. I'll drive you home. I spent 2/3 of the 15-minute drive to our house trying to get up the courage to ask you the question that had been nagging me. It was stupid, I know, but I was afraid to hear your answer. When we'd crossed the bridge and were back on the west end of town, where we lived, I finally blurted it out. What was that fight about, anyway? You shrugged. You looked out the passenger side window as we drove past your old elementary school. I didn't want to push you, but Theo's words had stuck with me, as had Kyle's interest. Did you and Amber have a falling out? No, nothing like that. Were you in a fight? No, Mom, I just said it was nothing. Well, Kyle wants to talk to you about it. What are you going to tell him? You looked sour. Exactly that. I don't know what Theo was talking about. Amber and I were friends. That's why we were hanging out that night. Theo's just, I don't know, upset. Okay, I know. I get it. The thing was, I knew you were probably being truthful. It was as likely that Theo was overreacting, looking for reasons for Amber's disappearance. For someone to blame. I just didn't know if Kyle would buy it. I hoped he would. I pulled the Straub into our driveway, but didn't turn off the engine. No television this afternoon, okay? And no fooling around on your phone all day. Work on your homework or do your practice. This is supposed to be a punishment. Fine. You started to get out of the car. Hey, I said. You stuck your head back in. We'll order pizza when I get home, okay? Fine. Love you. Fine. But that time, I got a smile. I could hear the strains of Shostakovich's Cello Concerto No. 2 before I even walked into the house. It was a loud piece, one you played when you were upset and wanted to take it out on your instrument. My heart ached for you. I wondered for the 100th time what would have happened if I hadn't done anything that night. If we had called the police and let things play out. You weren't at fault. Maybe I should have trusted the law to get it right. After all, we were white, close to middle class, the kind of people the law works for. But we also lived on the edge of the community. We were denizens of the West End, and the Albrights were the quintessential East End family. In Silver Mills, that distinction was everything. The Kitsitano River divided the city, but it was more than water that separated us. The East End meant money. Historic homes, manicured yards, double Mercedes in the driveway. Organic juice bars, a children's clothing store where a baby onesie cost more than my best and only suit. Sidewalks that actually got plowed in the winter. The West End didn't even have sidewalks. The West End had rows of identical brick apartment buildings, the kind where your shower goes scalding hot every time your upstairs neighbor flushes the toilet. I knew this because we'd lived in one for a while, after you were born. I didn't mind it then because I was 19 and stubborn and had something to prove. But most of the people who lived in those buildings found the very nature of their existence to be exhausting. They were the kind of people who knew life was a game they'd already lost. If the truth had come out about you and Amber, the Albrights would have, buried us. I don't even think the Winchester name would have been enough to save us, not if they really set their sights on us. We would lose everything. My job. Your future. No, I had done the right thing. I just wished it wasn't costing you so much. You hadn't heard me come in. That or you chose to ignore my presence. I stood in the doorway for a few minutes, listening. I could listen to you for hours. Forever, really. You came to the end of the piece, and though I thought you might stop, you transitioned to another piece, one I wasn't as familiar with. I watched your hands flying over the neck, your fingers framing chords faster than my eye could follow. Your hair hung down over your shoulders. You had to have been playing for a while, because the tendrils were damp and your forehead glowed with a thin sheen of sweat. In the end, it wasn't me you noticed, but the smell of pizza wafting from the pie I'd brought home. Your little nose twitched, and you looked up, finally seeing me. Mom, you're home. There's pizza. I'm not really hungry.
It's double pepperoni. Okay, maybe a slice. That's my girl. You joined me in the kitchen, and I got us 2 plates, napkins, and cans of Diet Coke. 2 gooey slices later, your eyes had life in them again. I kept the conversation light, and we talked about our favorite topic, Juilliard, and what your life would be like in New York City. Even though the idea normally filled me with an existential sadness, no mother wants to see their child go so far afield. But that day, it filled me only with relief. We were going to get through this, you and me. A terrible thing had happened, but we were going to get through it. The doorbell rang. We both froze. I set my half-eaten slice of pizza down. I glanced out the window, expecting to see Kyle's cruiser, but instead a sleek silver Audi had come to a stop in front of the Straub. The driver's side door flung open, and Addison Albright glided out. Shit. What? Who is it? Go to your room, Ella. Why? What's going on? Go! The tone of my voice must have told you I meant business. I heard your bedroom door close as the doorbell rang. Addison! What a surprise! How are you? Is there any news about Amber? Instead of answering, Addison pushed past me into the kitchen. She filled the tiny space with her blown-out hair and her overly floral perfume. But this wasn't the Addison I knew from Oakwood fundraisers. Her usual tailored suits and linen pants had been replaced by a pair of burgundy leggings and a purple wrap of some kind. Though her hair was blown out, it was tangled in the back, as if she hadn't brushed it yet today. She wore no makeup, and her eyes swam in dark, dead pools. Where's Ella? My heart thudded. Excuse me? Your daughter, Nicolette. I want to talk to Ella. Chapter 10. Remain calm, Nick, I told myself. This is your house. I faced down Addison. Ella's doing her homework right now. Maybe I can help you with something. I braced myself for an outburst, for Addison to try to push past me again, but instead she did something even worse. She slumped into one of our kitchen chairs, put her head down on the table, and started to cry. Oh, God, Addison. I hovered beside her. What should I do? I wanted to squeeze her shoulder or rub her back, but my guilt wouldn't let me. Instead, I picked up our half-eaten pizza and moved it out of the way, so at least Addison's hair wasn't dragging in it. She continued to cry. Are you okay? I said, even though she was very clearly not okay. Is there news? Did they find her? I imagined Amber's bloated body washing up on the shore somewhere between here and the Gulf. But it couldn't be, I assured myself. That body was long gone, lost to the currents of the Atlantic. There's nothing. Addison didn't move her face from the table. Nothing at all. I'm supposed to be at home with Alistair waiting to see if we get a ransom call. Can you believe that? A ransom call. Addison's voice was choked. She sat up, rubbing her chest as something between sobbing and a coughing fit racked her thin frame. I stood numbly beside her. I wanted to rub her back even more, but I clenched my hands into fists at my side. It would be too weird. Is Ella here? She asked again. She's doing her homework, I said. I didn't know what else to say. I didn't want her talking to you. Addison nodded, as if she'd anticipated this answer. She's such a good girl. She is. Amber wasn't always a good girl. I couldn't tell the police that, though. They only put energy into looking for the good ones. And the wealthy ones, I wanted to add, but didn't. Do you think I could talk to her? Addison's pale green eyes locked onto mine across the table.
To Ella? I stalled, as my throat threatened to close. Why? The police said she was the last person to see her. At least until they track down those boys. I just want to ask her what she remembers. Who they were. What Amber said, what she... Addison trailed off again, unable to finish. I don't know if that's a good idea, I said. She's very upset about the whole thing, and she's already told the police everything she knows. She's upset? Addison's implication was clear, but I chose to ignore it. Of course she is. She and Amber were friends. Addison sat silently for a minute. Were they? Something in the room shifted. Or maybe it was just a breeze from the open window over the sink. Of course they were. I heard she and Theodora Withington got into a fight at school today. I turned to the sink to yank the window closed. I think emotions are running high for everyone right now, I said carefully. Addison didn't say anything else for a minute. I stayed over by the sink. It felt safer to be all the way across the room from her. Silence chilled the air between us. Nicolette, please. Addison eventually tried again. Her pale green eyes were rimmed in red. If I could just talk to her for a minute. I really don't think that's... It's okay, Mom. Addison and I both looked over at the same time. You stood in the doorway. Your fingers gripped the doorframe, and you leaned forward so that you swayed into the kitchen. It reminded me again of how you were when you were young. All limbs, a body never at rest. The cello lessons had partly been an effort to focus you, to simultaneously exhaust your brain and your body. Ella, you don't have to, I started to say, but Addison was already standing, lurching toward you. Ella, she put her hands on your shoulders. My entire body tensed. Please, what happened that night? Why would she get into a car with a bunch of strange boys? She wouldn't. Amber wouldn't. I'm sorry. You looked uncomfortable. She was like that lately. Always wanting to have a good time, doing things she wasn't supposed to do. It was because of Ethan, wasn't it? I made her break up with him. I knew she was mad, but I didn't think... Addison's face crumpled. Is this my fault? You looked away. I wanted to shield you from this moment, from Addison's raw grief, but there was no escaping it. It filled every corner of our kitchen, leached every bit of the sunny yellow color from the walls. Addison's grief was a fire, and it was burning down every inch of what I had worked so hard to build. And I had no one to blame but myself. I hadn't lit the match, but I had tossed kindling on the flames. Addison, I think you should go. I stood between the two of you. Maybe I imagined I could shield you with my body somehow, even though that was impossible. You could feel Addison's burning grief as much as I could. Let the police do their jobs. Their jobs, she spat. As if these bumblefuck nobodies have any clue how to... She was going to break up with him anyway. Your voice came out as barely more than a whisper, but still Addison and I both turned. What? No, she was furious when I made her do it. Addison looked as if she was trying to do a complicated math problem. Her lips pursed. No. You shook your head. They fought all the time. I think she was secretly glad for an excuse to end it. I wanted to hug you. You were offering Addison a gift, a kindness. We couldn't tell her what had really happened, but neither of us wanted her to feel as if this was somehow her fault. I'm sorry, Addison. I kept my voice even, but firm. What can we do? We'll help any way we can, but Ella doesn't have any more information." Addison blinked several times in quick succession. She seemed to be trying to draw herself back to the present, but with great difficulty. "There's a search. Tomorrow." "A search?" She waved her hand absently, and for a second I glimpsed the old Addison. "A search party. Some of the other PTA mothers organized it. They want to try to cover the Godrich Woods, just in case." "Okay." I swallowed. Godrich Forest was the same one that touched on Windgrove Park. But it was fine. This was fine. Even if they made it into the park, they wouldn't find anything. We hadn't left anything behind. I hoped, anyway. Even though it was less than 48 hours ago, my memories of that night had started to blur. Had I checked the park well enough? What if we had left something behind? What if we'd dropped something when we were carrying her out to the car? What if I hadn't been careful enough? "We'll be there." I tried to swallow. "Just tell us when and where." "It's all in the Facebook group." "Facebook group?" "Bring Amber Home," something like that. They started that too. You can request to join, or they can add you, I don't know. Her eyes were filling with tears again, and I wanted to cut her off. "Okay. Thanks, Addison. I'm going to do that. I'll see you tomorrow." Addison was so dazed at that point it was easy to nudge her through the kitchen, maneuver her out the door, and set her off down the driveway. She was like a wind-up doll. Press the lever and watch her go. That night, in bed, I looked up the Facebook group. Bring Amber Home. It had already reached over 12,000 members, more than the population of Silver Mills. The Albrights had reach. My request to join was approved right away, even though it was late. Addison's friends must have been monitoring it. I scanned the posts. There was one pinned to the top with the details of tomorrow's search, and the rest were about what you'd expect. Heartfelt ramblings from her friends, pictures of Amber, and lots of praying hands emojis. There were helpful suggestions. Have the cops tracked the GPS on her phone? And baseless theories. I bet you any amount of money she's already across the border. Now it's just a question of which one. In between those posts, there was something much worse. There were accusations. Whoever had started the group was clearly not moderating posts as quickly as they were monitoring requests to join. People who didn't even live in Silver Mills, who had, as far as I could tell, no connection at all to the case, had taken it upon themselves to point digital fingers. "You know it was the dad," said one. "Probably abusing her for years. It's sad how predictable cases like this are." "Hope the cops are looking at Mom," said another. "She looks like a real bitch. Hashtag gin o'clock." Though the posts were allowed to remain up, others in the group had taken it upon themselves to defend the Albrights. "I've known Al since first grade, and no way did he have anything to do with this. He loves that little girl with all his heart." This, unfortunately, had only led others to question just how much he loved her, and in exactly what ways he demonstrated this love, and it wasn't far from there to more straight-up accusations, more back and forth, all caps, gifs, laughing and angry emojis, all-out threats. Every thread was the same, and it eventually became clear to me that for many of these people, this had absolutely nothing to do with Amber, and everything to do with planting a flag. There was a war being waged, and this was but one of a million battlegrounds. Amber and her family were just casualties. Still, it hurt my heart to read it, and worse, to picture Addison or Alistair reading it. They were innocent in all of this. I knew that better than anyone. It sounds stupid now, but somehow I hadn't fully considered the impact of my actions on Amber's family. My thinking at the time was simply that she was already dead, and nothing I did would change that. I was so focused on protecting my own daughter, I forgot Amber was also someone's daughter. Like the trolls in the Facebook group, I had failed to see her as a person, and instead only saw her in terms of my own agenda. I thought about coming forward. I did. Sitting there, reading those comments, I could feel, viscerally, how much worse I'd made things. But how could I come forward now? No one would believe her death had been an accident. They'd think I dumped her body to cover up something you did. There'd be no coming back from that. It would be my name, and worst of all, yours all over this page. I imagined the vile things they'd say about us. You could forget about your career as a cellist. Even if by some miracle you weren't arrested, and even if by another miracle Juilliard still let you in, the internet was forever. The rumors and allegations would follow you every time you tried to find a job, rent an apartment, date someone new. Your life would be over before it even started. But there was another option. Maybe I could somehow anonymously tip off Amber's parents, or Kyle. There was little chance they'd actually find the body, so forensically they wouldn't be able to link it to us. But perhaps it would give the Albrights some peace. But how could I be sure my communication was really anonymous? Anything and everything could be traced these days, or at least that's how they make it look on television. And what if they started looking harder at Amber's last known whereabouts? Eventually, they'd give up on these Lucknow guys and their sights would be set on you. What if they checked the GPS on my car? No, I couldn't do it. With no body, they had no case. Amber could have run away or been kidnapped, or any of 1,000 other possibilities. Those possibilities represented pain for the Albrights, but they meant a future for you. My phone vibrated in my hand. I didn't normally get text messages at night, but so much had happened recently that, in that moment, I didn't think anything of it. For one blissful, simple moment, I was just a woman with a terrible secret. Then I read the message, and there was no more secret, and nothing was simple. Chapter 11. I stared down at the text message. 3 messages, actually. All of them from the same number, one I didn't recognize. A text message, and a photo, and another typed message. "I know what you did," read the first one. "Bad girl," said the third. But it was the second message, the image attachment, that made my hands sweat and my stomach clench. It was a photograph taken on the Lincoln Bridge. The straw was clearly visible. My taillights were on, so it was before I'd killed them and got out, or maybe it was after I'd done it and got back in the car. Either way, there was no doubt as to where it had been taken. I didn't exactly make a habit of parking on that bridge in the middle of the night. I clicked the picture and zoomed in. I had no trouble reading the license plate, which meant no one else would either. I couldn't deny it was me. Or at least, my car. I tried to breathe, to reason with myself. This didn't exactly prove anything, did it? I knew the context of the picture, but there was nothing visible. No way to link it to Amber. There might be data embedded in the image that would point to the date and time, but that was it. Nothing concrete. I took careful, measured breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth, the way they'd taught in the few ill-fated yoga classes I'd attended a few years ago. My heart hammered against my chest, and for a minute I let myself wonder what would happen if I had a heart attack right now, if I dropped dead in my own bed. I didn't know what to do. Part of my mind screamed at me not to engage with this stranger who thought he knew something, who wanted to get a rise out of me. Even today, I wonder what would have happened if I had listened to that voice. How things might have been different. Then again, who knows? Maybe everything still would have turned out exactly the same. "Who is this?" I typed. It took me 4 tries to get the letters in the right order. My thumbs felt like raw hot dogs. I don't know why I cared so much about my spelling in that moment, but I did. I hit send and waited. Waited some more. Maybe there'd be no reply. Maybe I had dreamed the whole thing, and in the morning I'd wake up with only a headache and a vague memory of all this. But the reply came, and it was infuriating. A friend. Yeah, right. I don't think so. Tell me who you are. I prepared to wait again, but this time the reply was instant and even more infuriating. LOL. I took a deep breath. I wouldn't reply. This was some kind of prank. Just like in the Facebook group, someone out there was using Amber's death as a landing page for their own agenda. I wouldn't engage. But a follow-up message came. I don't think you're in any position to be making demands. Do you? My skin flushed. The pizza I'd eaten earlier curdled in my stomach, and I wondered if I was going to be sick. What do you want? I jabbed out the message before I could change my mind, and waited for a response. None came. I swept the covers off the bed and stood, pacing back and forth across the bedroom. My toes dug into the plush carpet, but it brought me none of the usual pleasure. Who was this? And what right did they have to harass me like this? Your picture proves nothing, I typed hastily. So what? The reply again came immediately. Maybe you'll like this one better. A second later, the phone vibrated again and an image whooshed in. A second photo. This time I was standing at the back of the Straub. The trunk was open, the silver Mylar bundle clearly visible. I collapsed back down onto the bed, tried to control my ragged breathing. There's still nothing there, I told myself. Just a blanket. I would burn it tomorrow. I should have done it already anyway. The damn thing would be covered with Amber's DNA. Mine too. I studied the picture and tried to gauge where the photographer would have been standing. It was grainy and had a zoomed-in look to it, which made sense because there was definitely no one on the bridge with me that night. They had to have been in the wooded area near the west side of the bridge. I remembered the chill I had felt when I was standing out there, the eerie feeling I was being watched. So it hadn't been my mind playing tricks on me. There really had been someone there. Did they have more? When I took Amber from the car, how much more would they have been able to see? I remembered unrolling her from the blanket, how awkwardly I'd fumbled. I didn't have to wonder long. Another message came through. Or how about this one? Another image. A choked sob erupted from my lips. Any doubt I had was gone. They had it. A picture that clearly showed me holding Amber's body, slung over my shoulder, fireman style, her white sneakers banging against my upper thigh, her blonde hair tumbling down over my back. How could I explain this away? I'd say that Amber was drunk or high, and I was trying to get her to safety. But if they had these 3 pictures, there'd be others. A whole series, probably, that showed me walking her over to the side of the bridge, hoisting her up, letting her go. What do you want? I typed again. My hands trembled. I wanted to scream and cry and sob, but I couldn't wake you. You. I had to remember you. Focus on you. I was doing this for you. Everything was for you. The response buzzed in my hand. I closed my eyes for a minute. I was afraid to read it. They would want something, wouldn't they? Or were they just toying with me before they went to the police with what they knew? I imagined Kyle receiving these photos, his face twisting in disgust and horror and shock. I moved my thumb over the screen, read the message that was waiting. Good question, it said. And then, stay tuned. I waited for another message, but none came. I copied the number and pasted it into Google to see what might come up, but nothing did. I tried a phone number lookup site, but the only information it would give me was the name of the carrier and that the number was from Maine, neither of which helped me. If I wanted anything more than that, I'd have to pay. I sighed but entered my credit card information, my fingers fumbling the numbers a couple of times before I got it right. When the information popped, I groaned silently. All it said was, unregistered. I clicked on a link beneath that, one that read, "What does this mean?" I skimmed the information and then Googled a little bit more on the topic. An unregistered cell phone was essentially a prepaid cell phone for which the buyer had never registered their personal contact info. It was more commonly known as a burner phone. There was no way to trace it online. Even a private investigator couldn't do it. The cops would be able to get a subpoena to the phone company and likely trace it via GPS or possibly by analyzing the call log, but obviously I couldn't go to the police with this. Which meant there was no way to trace the number or who the texts were coming from. Chapter 12. I stared at the phone all night, too scared to sleep, waiting for it to vibrate again. It didn't. Eventually, the sun came up. There was still no message. At 6 o'clock, I gave up, got up, went into the kitchen and plugged the phone into the charger, glanced at it every 10 seconds while I tried to make coffee and fried egg sandwiches. My eyes burned. My fingers felt numb. I fumbled everything. Coffee grinds all over the counter, bits of eggshell in the pan, one egg on the floor, broken open on the cream-colored linoleum, splattered. I thought of Amber falling from the playground set, hitting her head open, easy as breaking an egg. I watched the yolk pool, viscous. I thought about the sand beneath Amber's head, the dry, hard dirt. There had been no blood. No blood at all. I leaned against the counter. No blood. What did that mean? Did it mean anything? Brains are fragile things, aren't they? A person can hit their head in a way that knocks their brain around catastrophically, fatally, and never even split the skin. That's what I thought, anyway. And I had watched a lot of Grey's Anatomy, so I would know. Mom? What are you doing? You, in the doorway of the kitchen, watching me. You looked down at the egg. Are you okay? I'm okay, baby. Do you want a breakfast sandwich? I bent and wiped up the egg. In 2 seconds, it was like it had never been there at all. Sure. You poured yourself a cup of coffee, and I assembled the sandwiches. You're up early. I took a bite. Bright tomato exploded against my tongue. I almost gagged. Couldn't sleep. Me either. Are we going to go to that search party thing today? Shit, I'd forgotten about that. I had to go, though. I'm going. You don't have to. It's kind of stupid, isn't it? What is? Going to this search? They're not going to find anything. Pretty obvious. It's obvious to us, not to them. Still, I don't know why we have to waste our time on it. I sighed. You weren't actually this dense. You were uncomfortable with the idea of going, of being around Amber's friends and family while they grasped for answers. Because we have to. Besides, this kind of thing is good for people. It gives them hope, purpose. I guess. You stood up and dropped your plate in the sink. You looked thoughtful, older than your 18 years. Go get dressed. I looked out the window. Even though the sun was fully up, I couldn't tell. The sky was the gray of dirty mop water. We need to leave soon. The starting point for the search was at the old Good Adventures campground. The area had once drawn happy little families looking for an old-fashioned and affordable vacation spot. But since it closed 5 years ago, it mostly only drew teenagers looking for a secluded place to drink, make out, or do God knows what else. I could see why they were starting the search there, even though they'd obviously find nothing. There was plenty of parking at the campground, but we struggled to find a spot. Half the town must have come out. Most people had given up on order and courtesy and had started parking crosswise between the original rows, but even those spots were scarce. I eventually gave up and drove the Straub up onto the grass and settled us in behind a white Jeep. We walked over to the volunteer check-in, set up at a cluster of picnic tables and manned, unsurprisingly, by a group of Addison's wealthy, impeccable friends. "Nicolette?" Lauren Talbot, Madison's mother, waved a perfectly manicured hand at us. Somehow her massive diamond ring glinted, even though there was no sun and the sky was as gray as ever. "Are you here to help search?" "Of course." I guided you over. "Anything we can do to help." "It's such a tragedy," Lauren said, pressing her hand to her chest. She was wearing what looked like a Chanel blazer and a Hermes scarf. Prada sunglasses perched atop her head, holding her auburn hair in place. "It's not a tragedy yet." Victoria Withington leaned across the table toward us. Theo's mother had the same rich, dark hair as her daughter. "She's not dead yet." Lauren looked horrified. "I never said she was." "I'm just saying, why are we even searching if you're going to chalk her up as dead?" "Ladies, this bickering doesn't help anyone, least of all poor Addison." Rebecca Grant stood, tugging down the hem of her silk cardigan. The other two promptly shut up. After Addison, Rebecca was the second wealthiest and most influential woman in Silver Mills. She clearly relished this moment. Finally on top. I had gone to school with women like this, been surrounded by them my entire life. I knew the subtle power games they played, the one-upmanship that was covered by syrupy sweet smiles. I probably would have gone down that road myself if things in my life had gone differently. The Winchesters were not so different from the Talbots, the Withingtons, the Grants, the Albrights. The only difference was that, at 18, I'd found myself pregnant with you. Given the choice between my family's money and my unborn child, I'd chosen you. I thank God every day that I made the decision I did. Rebecca reached into a basket that sat on the table. "Here, take a whistle. You blow on this if you see anything. Anything at all. Take one for Ella, too." I handed the first whistle to you and reached into the basket for a second one for myself. You blew on yours. Loudly. Your lips formed a small, playful smile around the green plastic. Rebecca winced, then frowned. "Don't blow on it unless you see something," she huffed. "One of the officers is going to come over now." You flushed and drew backward, away from her. Officer Richard Dingle appeared at our side. He was already sweating. "False alarm, officer." Rebecca smiled her beatific smile at him. "Ella here was just testing her whistle." Officer Dingle grunted something and shuffled away. "Doesn't like to play by the rules, does she?" Rebecca said, looking you up and down. She glanced over at me, a tiny smile on her lips. "That apple certainly didn't fall far from the tree." Before I could respond, she was already pointing over to the far end of the clearing. "You can head over to that rope line over there. They've got everything cordoned off. We've got to be very methodical about this, as you can imagine. We want to be quite sure we don't miss anything." "Quite," I said, trying not to let my sarcasm show. "Of course. Thank you." I started to drag you away. I wanted to be out of their radius as fast as possible. I wanted to be walking. Something about the atmosphere in the clearing had started to feel oppressive, Or maybe it was that the air had become thick and humid. It was going to be hot. "There's coffee and snacks over there if you're hungry," Rebecca pointed. "And lunch will be served back here at noon." "Great." I kept you moving, although you looked longingly over at the food table. Even from here, I could see plates piled high with pastries, fresh-cut fruit, boxes of organic juices. "Come on," I said, ushering you past. "A couple of hours and we should be able to leave." We found Officer Dingle again, who assigned us 2 side-by-side sections. The area had been divided into long, narrow strips, not more than a foot or 2 wide. We were to walk our sections slowly, keeping our eyes on the ground, peeled for anything at all out of the ordinary. If we saw anything, we were supposed to blow the whistle. "Don't touch anything," he emphasized, making notations on a clipboard. "Just blow the whistle, got that?" He seemed irritated. Maybe because you'd blown your whistle, or maybe because he thought this whole thing was a waste of time. I looked around for Kyle, but didn't see him anywhere. Maybe he was in luck now, still trying to track down those boys. We walked over to our sections and started to move through them. I measured our pace against the other searchers. I worried that our knowledge, that this actually was a waste of time, would cause us to rush. It was tedious. Extremely so. I kept my eyes on the long grasses that swept against my ankles. My sneakers were soaked after only a couple of dozen feet. Even though the sun hadn't come out yet, the day was heating up, and underneath my Oakwood sweatshirt, my skin grew clammy. Something in the air triggered my allergies, and my nose started to run. I felt miserable. Truly miserable. But I didn't have the time or the energy to feel sorry for myself. While we tramped through the grass, I kept one eye on my cell phone. Even though I had the volume up all the way and I'd hear a text if it came in, I still couldn't bear to keep the phone in my pocket. Was he going to text back? Was he going to want something? What if it was something I couldn't afford to give? Or what if he didn't want anything at all, but instead decided to go straight to the police? With whatever leftover attention I had, I scanned the forest around us, the fields behind us. The whole town had come out to aid in the search. Seeing the crowds gathered made me realize something. My harasser was probably someone I knew. Someone from right here in Silver Mills. Otherwise, how would they have known who I was, or how to find my phone number? That was the knowledge with which I looked at everyone. When I looked at Franklin Gill, who delivered our mail up until he retired last year, and who had the bushy white beard and sparkling kind eyes of a Santa Claus, I wondered, is it him? When I looked at Gladys Fairbanks, who worked in the Oakwood Academy kitchen, and who called everyone Hun, I wondered, is it her? When I looked at Christopher Ray, who pumped gas down at the Quick Stop, and whose entire body was covered in eczema, I wondered, is it him? Was it any of them? I tried to think about who was most likely to be out on the streets at that time of night. That narrowed the possibilities considerably, since most of Silver Mills was in bed by 10 o'clock. The town had a total of 2 late-night bars. On the East End, an English-style pub called the Posh Fox, and on the West End, a divey place with sticky floors called Speed Bumps. It could have been someone heading home from one of those places. A patron or a server, maybe. Otherwise, the only people I could think likely to be out that late were teenagers, delivery people, and cops. The thought that it could be a cop chilled me. Few people have more power than cops, and it was easy to imagine the myriad ways they could fuck my life right up if they chose. I looked around. None of the uniformed officers were immediately visible. I thought about the men and women I knew on the force. Kyle was too black and white for something like this. If he'd seen me on that bridge, he'd have arrested me. He was far more interested in justice than a power trip. Then there was Officer Dingle. I still wasn't sure how he'd even made it onto the force. He broke out into a sweat at the slightest hint of trouble. It was hard to imagine him having the composure, or, let's just say it, the balls, to do something like this. Unless he was one of those men who get off on torturing those with less power than him. I filed it away as a possibility. The sound of a whistle pierced my ears. Loud, shrill, and way too close. "What the hell are you doing?" I hissed at you. You had the bright green whistle between your lips and were blowing your little heart out. People came running over to us. Lots of people. Officer Dingle arrived first, a thick sheen of sweat on his forehead. Alistair Albright was there, and Addison too. She was pale, ghost-like, with violet smudges under her eyes that looked like bruises. They clustered around us. You were crouched on the ground. I couldn't see what you were holding. I felt claustrophobic, stuck inside that ring of people. The weight of their bodies, of their hope, pressed in on us. "What is it?" Addison breathed. Her voice sounded as if she'd taken up chain-smoking overnight. You held it up. A necklace, a silver A covered in sparkling stones. It looked like the sort of chintzy thing every teenager owned, but knowing the Albrights, it was probably white gold. Platinum, even. And real diamonds, of course. Addison snatched it out of your hand. A soft moan escaped her lips. "That's Amber's," she said, and choked back a sob. Chapter 13. Alistair gripped his wife's hand, enclosing the necklace in both their fists. They were alone in that moment, and a storm of emotions played over their faces. Kyle burst through the crowd. "How about everybody take a step back? What was found here?" Addison opened her fingers. The necklace glinted. "It's Amber's." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." "Who found it?" "I did." You stepped forward. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he looked at you, and then at me. I swallowed. I wanted to be anywhere but there, under the intense scrutiny of all these people. My skin sweated, clammy, like it couldn't breathe. Like I couldn't breathe. "You were told not to touch anything." You stepped back again, bumping into me. "I forgot." Kyle didn't say anything for a minute. He stooped with a silent groan as he inspected the ground where you'd been crouched not a minute before. His knees bothered him in weather like this. Something he'd admitted to me once, a rare confidence. "Bag it," he said to Dingle. "And get photos. This whole area. Quick," he added, casting his eyes skyward. "I think we're in for a storm." "Did I help?" The note of hope in your voice was unmistakable. I wondered what you were playing at. You knew we weren't going to find Amber around here. Were you trying to divert the investigation away from the park, from the playground? But in doing so, you were drawing attention to yourself again, and I could tell by Kyle's watchful eyes that you definitely had his. "You helped, Ella. Thanks a bunch," he said, his gaze never leaving your face. "Come on, Ella," I said, touching your shoulder. "We should go. Detective Griffin is right, I think there's a storm coming." You followed me. Reluctantly, but you did. A buzzing energy radiated off you. I found myself thinking something I'd thought 100 times. That you were too smart, or too careless, for your own good. The first time I remember thinking that had been when you were 7 and had dragged a stepladder into the kitchen, stolen the AA batteries out of the smoke detector, and used them to power the animatronic dog someone had given you for your birthday. I'd lectured you on the importance of fire safety, but you'd only batted your long lashes at me, an innocent expression on your heart-shaped face. You started to say something, but I squeezed your shoulder. "We'll talk when we get home." I hoped you could read the warning in my voice. We walked in silence and arrived back at the place we'd started our search. The crowds were even thicker now. New people had come out to help, and other searchers had returned for lunch. There was a buzz in the air, an excitement. I knew people were talking about the necklace, but the mood remained somber. The necklace was a clue, but it wasn't a sign Amber was alive. In itself, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. It raised more questions than answers. For me, the only question it raised was, what the hell were you thinking? And, on its heels, a second question came to me. How had you gotten the necklace? I hadn't seen you take it when we were at the park. You'd been far too distraught to think of anything like that. So had you taken it earlier in the night, or another time altogether? An image came to me, a vision of an alternate scenario at the park. You reaching for Amber's necklace, snatching at it, Amber taking a step backward, falling over the side. I pushed the idea away. It made no sense. Why would you reach for the necklace? But a part of me had an answer ready. Jealousy. Amber's family had money. We didn't. Every day you were surrounded by the Ambers of the world. Kids who couldn't even fathom that there were people out there who didn't have it so easy. Kids who were so cocooned in their affluence that they didn't see what lay right on their own doorsteps. The kids like you, who could never afford to keep up with them. And there were lots far worse off than you. Most of the kids in Silver Mills couldn't even afford to attend Oakwood. Even though the town was built around the school, even though it traded on the school's prestige, the vast majority of its own children attended a public school on the other side of town. It's where you would have gone, too, if it weren't for my job and the reduced tuition it afforded us. You were a girl caught in the middle, welcomed into the folds of the elite, but without any of their affluence. What was it like every day for you? To see them in their designer clothes, driving their luxury cars, always with the newest and most expensive cell phones, smartwatches, showing off camera rolls filled with photos of expensive parties and exotic vacations. To your credit, it never bothered you much. You always laughed it off, even rolled your eyes at their extravagances. But recently, something had changed. Or more specifically, Juilliard had changed things. Because the simple fact was we couldn't afford the tuition. I had a small amount of savings and student aid would cover some of it, but if you couldn't get a scholarship, you'd lose your chance of attending. That fact sobered you. You'd been on edge for months, ever since getting your acceptance email. It had pained me to see your elations so tempered by the reality of our situation. You had started to look at your friends differently, too. I could see it in the snide way you talked about them, in the way you started going to their houses less and less often. Would you, in a fit of pent-up frustration, have reached for Amber's necklace? You could have wanted to sell it, I supposed, but maybe your thoughts weren't even that coherent. Maybe the necklace was one more sign of the life you wanted and stood not to get. Maybe it was one sign too many. Everyone has their breaking point. I snuck a glance at you. Your eyes were focused on the ground, as if we were still in the woods searching. I wanted to ask you about the necklace, but I didn't dare do it now. Not until we were safely away from this place. From all the watchful eyes and listening ears. "Nicolette!" Rebecca's voice rang out from across the parking lot. "Aren't you girls going to stay for some lunch?" I turned but didn't stop. "We're going home. It's been a hard day." I put my hand on your shoulder, hoping Rebecca would get my meaning. Instead, she hurried to catch up to us. "Oh, I heard," she breathed. "Ella found the necklace." Neither you nor I responded. What was there to say? But Rebecca had plenty. "What do you think it means?"
Some people are saying she was probably here with those boys, you know, the ones from Lucknow. People are saying maybe they came up here to party, maybe things got out of hand, maybe—" Her eyes flashed with unmistakable excitement. "Of course, other people are saying she could have lost the necklace any time. No one can remember if she was wearing it that night. Addison is just completely distraught." "She was, you said?" Rebecca stopped walking, but you didn't. My veins went icy, but I kept moving forward, beside you. It took her a second, but Rebecca caught up with us again. "She was? Wearing the necklace that night, you mean?" You nodded. I wanted to scream at you, to shake you. What the hell were you doing? "That's great, Ella," Rebecca gushed. "That could be so important. Have you told the police?" "I will," you said. Your voice broke. "I'm going to." "Of course." Rebecca softened. She went back into her caring and attentive friend mode. "Are you sure you ladies won't stay for lunch? Mitzi's Kitchen has put out a beautiful spread for us. We've got lentil soup, arugula salad. We really just want to get home," I said, before you could do any more damage. "Of course. I understand." Rebecca left us in the parking lot, and you and I climbed into the Straub. Miraculously, we hadn't been blocked in, and though it required a 10-point turn, I was able to ease us out of the parking lot and onto the road. I waited until we were far from the campsite, until the woods were no longer visible, even in the rearview mirror, before I spoke. "What the hell were you thinking?" I sounded madder than I intended. You slouched against the passenger side door. "I was trying to help. I thought if they found her necklace in the woods, they'd spend more time looking there and less time looking at the park." I didn't answer for a minute. You weren't wrong, but you don't think it looks bad that you were the one to find it? Why would it look bad? Because you were the last one to see her alive, because you were the only one to get a message from her? And of the dozens and dozens of people out there today, you were the one to find the necklace? You don't think that looks a tad suspicious?" You snorted. "To who? Officer Dingleberry? The only thing he's capable of detecting is a 2-for-1 cheeseburger deal. What about Kyle? He's not an idiot, you know." "No, but he's too in love with you to even look sideways at you. It would never even enter his little mind that you were involved." "That's not true." I remembered the way Kyle had looked at both of us the other night, and again today. That squinting, studied gaze. And even if it were, he's too good of a cop to let any of that get in the way. Neither of us are immune here, Ella. Whatever. You stared out the window as I drove. We were taking the long way home because I wanted to give us time to finish this conversation. I'd forgotten, however, that the long way home meant crossing over the Lincoln Bridge. I held my breath as we drove over it. You gazed out the window, down at the river. "This is where you did it, isn't it?" "You don't need to know that. Plausible deniability or whatever." You leaned closer to the window again, trying to peer over the edge of the bridge. "Come on. It is, isn't it? You threw her over the side. You threw her body." Your voice cracked. "Ella, leave it alone." This time, you listened. I could hear you sniffling softly, but you didn't look down at the river again, and neither of us spoke until we put the bridge far behind us. "I have to ask you something," I said eventually. I wanted to do it before we got home, before I chickened out. "What?" "Where did you get Amber's necklace? Or how or when?" "Oh, that. Yes, that." "She gave it to me." "Gave it to you? Why? And what did you want with it? It's her initial, not yours. It had to be sentimental to her, didn't it?" The questions tumbled from my mouth. I didn't want to admit to myself that I didn't believe you, but I didn't. Okay, she didn't exactly give it to me, more like you stole it? More like I won it, in a bet. She had no choice but to give it to me. What was the bet? It was stupid. That isn't what I asked. What was the bet? You're going to be mad, Ella. Fine. She bet me I couldn't steal a pair of earrings from that store downtown, Jangles. Oh, Ella. I told you you'd be mad. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. Embarrassed. Stunned. Okay, mad. Why would you do that? You shrugged. First of all, you know stealing is wrong. Second of all, this isn't like stealing dumb shit from Walmart, not that that's okay either, I added hastily. But Jangles is a local store. All that jewelry is handmade by a real person. Probably someone here in Silver Mills. That's who you stole from. So? There was a note of bravado in your voice, but I could hear the wobble in the word, too. So, that was a shitty thing to do. Sorry. I'm not the one you need to apologize to. Where are the earrings now? Amber had them. She traded me her necklace for them. Well, actually, she was sad about losing the necklace to me, so I gave her the earrings to make her feel better. I didn't even like them anyway. Quid pro quo, I sighed. What? Nothing. Are you going to make me go there and apologize or pay for the earrings or something? I don't know. I have to think about it. But I wouldn't. I didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to your bad behavior. You'd gotten away with it, and I wanted to wash our hands of the incident. Of course, that didn't mean I couldn't come up with some other ways for you to earn back your karma. To be honest, we were both pretty deep in the karma hole. But I also felt a sense of relief, one I could barely acknowledge, even to myself. Even though it bothered me to know you'd stolen the earrings, you wouldn't make up a story like that. You hadn't stolen the necklace from Amber in a fit of jealousy. It was just stupid teenage antics. I felt guilty for even having the thought in the first place. I glanced at you as I drove, but you were looking out the window again, and all I could see was the heavy curtain of your hair. When we arrived home, you went into your bedroom and closed the door. I didn't stop you. I had things of my own I needed to deal with. Namely, the clothes I'd been wearing that night, and those damn Mylar blankets. Both would have Amber's DNA on them. At that point, I didn't think Kyle or anyone else on the force had any reason to go poking around in my things, but I couldn't afford to take any chances. It was stupid that I hadn't gotten rid of them already. I grabbed an armful of clothing from my closet and dumped them into the washing machine, then added in the clothes from the other night. The pajama pants, the Oakwood t-shirt, even the slippers. I set the machine as hot as it would go and let it run. I got the blankets from the back of the car. I probably shouldn't have driven out to today's search with them, but they'd been neatly folded and stuck under the rest of the supplies of my bug-out bag, so most likely no one would have given them a second look. I still hadn't decided what to do with them, though. The garbage wouldn't be collected for another 4 days, and I didn't want them sitting in my car until then. I decided to stash them in the potting shed for now. The shed was a tiny little thing at the back of our small property. It was barely big enough to hold the lawnmower, a few extra bags of soil, and a stack of empty plastic plant pots that I swore doubled in quantity every season, despite my giving up on planting several years ago. I unlocked the door and tugged the chain switch on the single exposed bulb. The light didn't come on. Great. I propped the door open with a bag of fertilizer. I looked once more around the yard and carried the folded-up blankets into the shed. There weren't really very many places I could put them, so in the end I decided to stick them underneath the bags of earth. I moved everything out of the way and shook out the blankets. Something clattered onto the wooden floor. I crouched down, trying to find the source of the noise. At first I didn't see anything, but then something glinted in the corner of my eye. I reached over and palmed it. An earring. My first thought was that somehow this was one of the earrings you'd stolen from Jangles. But then I recognized it. It was one of Amber's, a dream catcher. I recognized the swirling web, the tiny metal feathers. I ran my finger over them. They were even more delicate than they looked, the metal so thin it almost sliced my finger. I set the earring on the potting bench and laid the silver blankets on the floor, folded as small as I could make them. On top of them, I stacked the bags of soil and, on top of that, a dozen empty plant pots for good measure. I stood back and looked at it. I couldn't see the blankets anymore, and some of the soil had spilled from the corner of one of the bags, which I hoped would make it look like the whole pile had been there for ages. Not that anyone was even going to be looking for them, I assured myself. There was absolutely no reason for them to look in here. Still, I shivered. I once again had the feeling of being watched. It was the same sensation I'd had on the bridge the other night. I hadn't been wrong that night. There had been someone watching me. The pictures certainly made that clear. There's no one there, I told myself. But I turned around slowly, my heart straining against my rib cage. I shrieked. The grizzled figure was silhouetted against the doorway. I staggered backwards, stumbling over a damn plant pot and banging my hip hard against the potting bench. Chapter 14. I tried to catch my breath. Jesus, Arthur, you scared the living daylights out of me. Art Poole grunted at me. I rubbed my hip as he gazed around the shed, and then at me. Beautiful Argiopeorantia you've got there. I'm sorry, what? My breathing was only halfway back to normal. That's the Latin name. You might know it as the garden spider. He gestured toward the ceiling. A long-legged spider with a black and yellow body skittered across one of the unfinished wooden planks of the ceiling. I almost shrieked again. Don't worry. They're as scared of you as you are of them. I doubt that, I muttered. He hadn't come here to talk to me about spiders. What can I do for you? Just saw you out here doing some yard work and wondered if you knew when they're doing the big bag pickup. The what? Big bags? The garden waste. City always picks it up in May, but those bastards are always moving the date around. Oh God, Arthur, I have no idea. Yard waste was literally the last thing on my mind right then. I'm sure you can look it up online. Online? The internet. On the city webpage. No way, that's how they get you, you know. I didn't ask who they were and exactly how they were going to get anyone. This was just art being art. I'll look it up and let you know, okay? It's probably next weekend. All I wanted was for him to leave. Instead, he hovered there. His eyes roamed the inside of the shed. They landed directly on the silver mylar blankets, or at least it felt to me as if they did. But guilt does that to a person, doesn't it? Guilt narrows your focus, distorts your perspective. Well, I've got a few errands to run, I said. I stood at the door and kicked the bag of fertilizer out of the way. Do you need anything from downtown, Arthur? He blinked a couple of times. His roomy gray eyes watered. They were the exact same color as the sky. I realized it had stopped raining at some point. No, I don't need anything. He sounded defensive. All right then, I'll let you know about the pickup. I started to walk away from the shed, and he fell into step beside me. I noticed how wiry and muscled his body was. His stoop made him look frail, but underneath his checkered shirt he was sinewy and lithe. I shivered again. We knew so little about him, despite living across the street from each other for the last 5 years. I suppose most people don't know their neighbors all that well, but Art seemed even harder to know than most. I stood on our front step and watched as he shuffled back across the street. I thought, for some reason, of the scene at the end of the movie The Usual Suspects. I imagined Arthur standing up straight, striding toward his home. I shivered again and went inside. You were still in your room with the door closed. I imagined you furiously texting with your friends, relentlessly going over all the details of Amber's disappearance. I hoped you had enough sense not to say anything stupid. If there was a weak link in my plan, it was you. I'm sorry to say it, but it was true. I was doing all of this to protect you, but I wondered if I needed to protect you from yourself as well. The clothes I'd thrown into the washer earlier were done, so I tossed them into the dryer. I tried to keep myself busy while I waited. Unloaded and reloaded the dishwasher, swept the floors. I scrubbed the bathtub, by far my most hated task, and one that had gotten worse since you became a teenager and decided you needed to shower at least twice a day. At some point, I remembered the earring. It hit me like a flash of guilt and fear that made my stomach muscles clench. It was still in the shed. Or at least, I hoped it was. I glanced out the kitchen window, peering across the street toward Art's house. He didn't appear to be around anymore. I went out the back door and back to the potting shed. After propping the door open, I looked first for the earring. For a second, I imagined it wasn't there, that in the time I'd been in the house, someone had come in and taken it. But there it sat, right on the potting bench where I'd left it. The next thing I looked for was the spider. But unlike the earring, the spider actually had disappeared. That made me just as nervous. The only thing worse than a spider you can see is one you can't see. I tried to put it out of my mind as I looked for somewhere to stash the earring. The shed didn't exactly have a lot of hiding places. I could bring it into the house, but I didn't want it anywhere near me. In the end, I shoved it into the torn corner of one of the bags of potting soil, pushing it deep into the cold, dark earth. That would do for now. At least until garbage day, when I could properly dispose of it. I went back into the house. With the laundry done, I took it out, folded it in a half-assed fashion, and shoved it in a plastic shopping bag. I knocked lightly on your door. "I'm going out to run a quick errand." "Okay." Your muffled voice came from behind the door. "Do you need anything?" A pause. "No." "Do you want to come with me?" "No." No pause that time. "I won't be long." I took the bag of clothes and drove to a charity shop downtown. They took donations of all kinds of things, and all the proceeds went to the local hospice. I frequently dropped things off here, especially your clothes as you outgrew them or decided they were no longer in fashion. Donating the amber-tainted clothes might have seemed weird, but it was less conspicuous than throwing them out or burning them, and safer than keeping them in my house. Plus, maybe it could count as a tiny karmic smidge in my favor. I drove around back, to where the drop-off bin was located. Usually it was pretty anonymous, but today I saw one of the local kids, a young guy I recognized as working in the shop, out back sorting through the bags. I added mine to his pile and tried to slow the guilty ratchet of my heart. "Just doing a little spring cleaning," I said, with what was probably an awkward smile. "You and everyone else in this town. Fucking Marie Kondo," he muttered. I gave a too loud laugh and walked back to my car. My legs shook. There was no reason for anything I was doing to look suspicious, but I felt like I had a neon red arrow above my head, a flashing sign that read, "Guilty." I climbed back into the car and tried to breathe. The kid, Jackson, I thought his name might be, wasn't paying any attention to me. He was sorting through the stuff in the bins. From here I could see a rocking horse, a ceiling fan, what looked like either a yogurt maker or a breast pump. There were several bags of clothes. Already, mine were indistinguishable from the others. Good. I was about to start the car when my phone buzzed. Thinking you had changed your mind about wanting something, I slipped it out of my pocket and glanced at the screen. My stomach heaved. The phone slipped from my hand. I scrambled for it, down in the footwell. My heart thudded against my chest as I scooped it back up. There it was. Another anonymous message from the same unfamiliar number. With shaking hands, I tapped on the message. What a morning you had. I swallowed hard. What did that mean? I didn't have to wait to find out, because another message came through. Ella finds Amber's necklace. What are the odds? I started to type a reply. Deleted it. I had no idea what to say. But my reticence was no issue, because another message flew in. Wonder what else the police could find if they knew where to look. The threat was unmistakable. I forced my fingers to punch a series of letters. What do you want? I sat waiting, shaking, almost vibrating. World peace, came the reply. A few seconds later, somebody to love, and then 6-pack abs. I laughed. It was a delirious sound, more a mad cackle than anything else. I felt like my life was ending, that everything I'd worked so hard for was about to come crashing down around me, and this asshole was cracking jokes. What will it take for you to leave us alone? I waited. The response didn't come as quickly this time. I wondered if it would come at all. Finally, the phone vibrated against my palm. I want you to do something for me. What? Anything. My fingers slid over the keys. Mrs. Perez has been too hard on her students. You need to help them. It took me a minute to realize he was talking about Mrs. Perez, who taught Spanish at Oakwood. She was known for being tough on her students, but what did that have to do with me? I couldn't very well tutor anyone. My own Spanish skills were as far in my past as my Oakwood knee socks. What do you want me to do? I'm going to give you a list of students. You're going to change their grades. Change their grades? I couldn't do that. I'd be fired for one thing, but I also didn't have access to that database. The admissions office where I worked was on a completely separate system, meant only for prospective students. Once a student was admitted, and assuming they had accepted, though they almost always accepted, they were entered into a separate database that was only accessible by faculty and the dean and her staff. Sweat dampened my palms, and I wiped them on my jeans. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't do what he was asking, but I also couldn't admit that. Not yet, anyway. Not knowing he had those pictures. Who are the students? I finally typed. The names came through one at a time. Calvin Holbrook, Madison Talbot, Theo Withington, Ethan Doyle. Ella's friends. But not Ella, I noted. I'll let you decide whether or not you want to change Ella's, came the next message. As if he could read my mind. A shiver ran down my spine. I glanced around the thrift store parking lot, but it was empty. Even Jackson had disappeared. You have until Tuesday. I waited, but no more messages came. I had my marching orders, and he was done. I drove home in a fog. I turned the scenario over and over in my head, but I couldn't see a way to do it. I didn't have access to those systems. No one in my office did. Changing the grades would somehow mean getting into a computer that did. The only person I was even slightly friendly with down there was Gretchen, and I couldn't imagine strolling up to her and saying, "Hey, can I use your computer real quick?" She was nice, but she wasn't stupid. But on the other hand, how could I not do it? Those pictures were... well, they would be the end of everything. And so, back and forth I went. I only snapped out of the spiral when I spotted the police cruiser parked in our driveway. I careened to a stop, threw the Straub into park, and ran into the house. "Ella?" My voice cracked. "What's going on? Are you—" I stopped when I saw you in the living room. You and Kyle. You must have made coffee, because Kyle was sipping from a blue ceramic mug, and you'd put out a plate of very old and likely stale digestive cookies. "What's going on here?" "We're just having a chat." Kyle held his hands up in a gesture of innocence, but his expression was anything but. "About what, exactly?" "I had to follow up on the necklace. That was such a lucky find." His jaw twitched slightly. "I wanted to pick Ella's brain about when Amber might have last been wearing it." "Right." I folded my arms. "It's fine, Mom, I'm fine." "I know you're fine, baby. This isn't about you." I glared at Kyle. He set his coffee cup down and leaned back against the chair. So casual. "I also wanted to discuss with Ella the incident that took place yesterday at Oakwood. The fight with Theodora Withington. As I had previously advised you." Advised me. I wanted to slap the smug expression right off his face. "And you thought the best time to do that was when I wasn't here." "I didn't intentionally come when you weren't here. Rebecca Grant said you'd both gone home, and I thought I'd be able to catch you. I even offered to come back later, but Ella here said it would be fine." "She's a child," I hissed. "Mom!" "Ella, quiet. I'm not a—" "She's not a child. She's 18. "Exactly." You folded your arms in satisfaction, as if being on the same side as Kyle somehow meant you were winning this argument. "She's still my daughter, and I would think that after everything you and I have been through, you'd at least respect me enough to—" "Hold up." Kyle stood, stretching out his long, muscular frame. "I've refrained from bringing our personal history into this, and I would ask you to do the same. And in any case, we're not questioning Ella as a suspect, but as a witness. There's no obligation to have a parent present." "How convenient." "Nikki, I'm just telling you how it is." He softened. "I only have a few questions left. With your permission, I'd like to finish this interview. You're welcome to stay, of course." "You're damn right I'm staying." I slunk into the chair across from him. I shoved a stale biscuit into my mouth, but never took my eyes off Kyle. It was my version of a power move. Kyle was unperturbed. He took a slow sip of his coffee and picked up his notepad. "Ella, you were saying Amber definitely had the necklace on the night she disappeared?" "Yes. She definitely had it that night. I remember because she was touching it a lot, twisting it, you know, like this." You mimed fiddling with something at the base of your throat. Kyle's eyes followed your hand. "She used to do that when she was nervous." "Are you saying she was nervous about something that night?" No. Well, I mean, maybe. I guess she could have been, now that I think about it." "Any idea what she might have been nervous about?" "I can't think of anything. We had a Spanish quiz the next day, but she was good at Spanish." "Nothing else? She didn't mention anything else that might have been bothering her? About her parents, maybe, or about any boys?" "Not that I can think of." You closed your eyes for a minute. You looked so thoughtful, so sweet, that I had to remind myself you were making all of this up. Who knew you were such an expert at lying? If so much wasn't riding on this, I'd have found the whole thing disturbing. "I guess she was kind of upset about her breakup with Ethan. Not nervous, exactly, but she was stressed out that he was there that night." "Why's that?" "I don't know." "Right. We've spoken to Ethan." Kyle shifted in his seat. "What's your opinion on why they broke up?" "Her mother made her." "She told you this?" You nodded. "You think Mrs. Albright didn't like him? Do you know why?" You shrugged. "Money, I guess." "Money? What does that mean?" "It means Amber had it, he didn't. She didn't like that." "Right. So she broke up with him because her mother made her. How'd Amber feel about that?" She didn't care. You snuck a glance at me. They should have broke up a long time ago. They were always fighting.
Really? About what?
Everything. Amber used to cheat on him.
Really? Was he aware of that?
You shrugged. I guess so. I assumed that's why they fought so much.
Was he angry with her?
I guess so. I mean, wouldn't you be?
Kyle didn't answer. What were their fights like?
What do you mean?
Did they ever get violent? Physical?
Amber threw a shoe at him once.
A shoe?
A stiletto. It tore up his cheek.
You touched the soft space under your eye. I see. What about Ethan? Did he ever react violently or physically toward Amber? You looked down at your lap. You wouldn't meet his eye. Or mine. Ella? Kyle prompted. This time you shrugged.
I don't know. Once she had this bruise. Here.
You touched your eye again.
She wouldn't say how she got it.
And you think it could have been Ethan? You mumbled something. Kyle leaned forward. Sorry, Ella, can you repeat that?
I said maybe.
You looked decidedly unhappy. Kyle smiled, grimly pleased. He drained his coffee. Is there anything else you can think of? When you shook your head, he closed his notebook. Well, if you think of anything else, call me. I followed Kyle out into the kitchen. Once again, he filled the space. I used to find it comforting, attractive even, the pure physicality of him. Now I found it intimidating, which, I imagine, is how he intended it.
Are you really looking at Ethan?
I pretended to be busy rinsing out his mug. You know I can't talk about the investigation, Nikki.
I know, but if he's a danger, I think I have a right to know. It amazed me that I could sound so self-righteous, which I had absolutely no right to be.
Denial is a hell of a drug. We're looking at all angles, Kyle said. But I think it's important not to underestimate these kids. In some ways, they've been treated like adults their whole lives. In other ways, they're still running around the playground, slinging sand and stealing toys. That's a dangerous combination. You didn't speak for most of the evening. You took your cello into your room and practiced for hours. An hour on scales, something I hadn't heard you do in ages. I kept waiting for you to put down the instrument and go out with your friends. You spent almost every Saturday night with them, but you never did. At a little past 10, I finally knocked on your door. I'm going to bed, I announced. Okay. You didn't look up, just flexed your fingers. Good practice? I guess. It sounded good. No response. Can I ask you something? That stuff you told Kyle, Detective Griffin, about Amber and Ethan. Was that stuff true? Which part? I don't know, all of it. She really cheated on him. They really broke up. She really threw a shoe at him. She really had a bruise. And you really think he could have given it to her, the bruise? You shrugged, but a thought was growing in my mind. Ethan, upset about his breakup with Amber, upset about being cheated on. Ethan, who maybe had a temper. I imagined him following Amber and Ella to the park that night, maybe waiting for a chance to confront them, or to get Amber alone. He could have seen what happened. He could have followed me to the bridge. He could have taken those photographs. I thought about what Kyle said, about these kids being a dangerous combination. The savvy of an adult, the impulses of a child. I wondered just how dangerous they could be. Chapter 15. On Sunday, I nearly forgot about lunch. You were locked in your bedroom, and I was washing our sheets and towels when my stomach growled, and I started thinking about what we had in the kitchen. That was when I remembered. I knocked on your door. Get dressed. There was silence on the other side. The door opened and your pale face peered out. Why? You sulked. I noted the jeans and hoodie you were wearing. So you were already dressed and pushing back for no reason. I smiled, trying to remain cheerful. Sunday lunch. You groaned. Didn't we just go to that? Yeah, last Sunday. Change your shirt, I'm going to put on some lipstick. Why, it's not like she'll notice. She's practically a vegetable. Ella! You hated these lunches, but I didn't exactly love them either. I mostly made us go out of a sense of obligation, though it was true what you said, that she wouldn't notice anyway. She didn't know who we were 90% of the time. You closed your bedroom door, but I could hear the sound of the dresser drawer being yanked open, and I knew you were doing as I asked. I slicked on some pale lipstick and, after deciding I looked like death, patted a bit of concealer under my eyes. 5 minutes later, we were climbing into the straub, and 20 minutes after that, we were sailing up the long driveway. I parked in the same place I always did, outside the 6-bay garage, and we walked to the front door. You don't have to ring the bell, you know, Peg announced as soon as she'd flung open the front door. It's your house, too. She opened her arms and I stepped into them, reveling in the familiar scent of lemon floor cleaner, cinnamon, and something that was distinctly Peg. Oh, I know, but it just doesn't feel right. We had this exact same conversation every time we visited. Psh, she said, and wrapped you in a similar hug. You half-heartedly hugged her back. You were still sulking, for one thing, but you also hadn't known Peg for as long as I had. In some ways, Peg was the only real family I had. Besides you, of course. Peg's hair was pulled back into a severe bun, the same hairstyle she'd worn for as long as I'd known her. Though the strands were now more gray than brown, and her skin had become lined over the years, her face was still my favorite and most comforting memory. How is she today? I asked, as we were led through the grand foyer, down the hall, and out toward the solarium. Oh, about the same. Now yesterday was a right fine day. She ate all her meals without complaining, called me by my name twice. She even asked about you. I'd so hoped she'd have another good day today, but... She shrugged. You know how it is. I did. Still, I was surprised by how emotional I felt that she would ask about me. I swallowed a lump in my throat. I could feel your eyes on me. Look who's here, Lenore, Peg announced when we reached the solarium. The sky outside was overcast, so no sun streamed in through the oversized windows, and the room felt chilly. Lenore turned to look at us. She blinked slowly. Hello, Mother, I said. I nudged you forward, and you lifted a hand in greeting. Lenore didn't respond. She blinked again and turned back to the window. The solarium overlooked the backyard. Some of the more elaborate gardens had gone a bit wild over the years, but the lawn was still immaculately trimmed and a shade of green that looked unnatural. I remembered running through that same yard so many years ago, hiding behind sculpted hedges, pricking my finger on one of Lenore's prize-winning roses. A different lifetime. Peg turned Lenore's chair so she had no choice but to face us, and you and I slipped onto the Chesterfield. The room was silent except for a ticking clock and the sound of Peg's nylons rubbing together as she walked to the window and pushed it open. We'll just let some fresh air in here, won't we? Lunch will be ready in about 20 minutes. Beside me, I could practically feel your eyes rolling. That was 20 minutes of trying to make small talk with someone who had no idea where we were or even what day it was. How are you feeling, Mother? I don't like it. She pursed her lips, as if she'd swallowed something sour. What don't you like? This place. That woman. This is your home, Mother, and that's Peg. She's your... She's been with you for 35 years. I was going to say she was Mother's friend, but the truth was my mother didn't have friends. She always said friends was just another word for beggars. No, my mother had allies and enemies, but no friends. Of course, that was when she was in her prime. Now she had caregivers and hired help. Not an ally or even an enemy to be found. Only Peg. Peg had worked for my family for years, before I was ever even born. She wasn't exactly a housekeeper or a cook, though she'd been known to pitch in with both of those things as the situation required. It was more that she ran the household, making sure everything was done to my mother's exacting standards. Though the numbers had dwindled significantly over the years, there was a time when this house employed more than a dozen. Now, I rarely saw a face other than Peg's. "That woman!" Spittle flew from Lenore's mouth, lit up by the pale light coming in through the window. "I think she's stealing." "She's not stealing." I had to change the subject. "How are you feeling? Are you still getting headaches?" "Headaches? No, what are you on about?" "Last week you said you were getting headaches." She sneered. "I don't think so." This was how every visit with Lenore went. Her Alzheimer's made it impossible to maintain a conversation. Her memories floated in and out like the tide. It seemed as if some part of her was aware of the loss, of the slipperiness of her own mind, and that made her angry and suspicious. Not that she hadn't always been somewhat angry and suspicious. "Ella got an A on her English project," I said. "The one on Jane Austen." "Who's Ella?" "Ella." I touched your knee. "Your granddaughter? She goes to Oakwood, just like I did." "Oakwood." My mother sat back in her chair. "I went there. Your father, too. He loved that place, said he spent the best years of his life there." "That's right." I tried not to sound excited. It was rare for her to have such a specific memory. "They named the library after him." "Where is he?" "Who?" "My husband, Jeffrey." Mew shifted uncomfortably, and I looked away. My hands balled into fists, and I hid them between my thighs so my mother wouldn't see. "He died, Mom. 10 years ago now, he had a heart attack, remember?" Yes, I remember," she snapped. But her eyes went somewhere else for a minute. I followed her gaze to the antique sideboard behind us. Where it had once been filled with antique pottery, there now stood framed photographs. Pictures of me, of you, of Lenore and Jeffrey. That must have been Peg's doing, maybe an attempt to help with the memories. But I wondered if it wasn't making things more difficult, causing her to lose him all over again every time she spotted the picture. It was actually my father's death that had brought me back to Lenore's fold. My childhood had been an absolute shit show to begin with, but it all came to a head when I got pregnant with you. My mother had been appalled, mortified, horrified, take your pick, that her only remaining daughter would bring shame like this upon her family. She wailed for hours the night I finally struck up the courage to tell them. She kept sobbing, asking me and then my father how she'd ever show her face at the country club again. I could still hear her sobbing long after my father finally ushered her off to bed, her exaggerated wails echoing down the long, empty corridor. The next morning, she told me she'd disown me if I decided to go through with the pregnancy. I never told you that before, because I didn't want you to hold it against her after we reconciled. I never wanted you to feel like you weren't loved absolutely, so I let you believe my problems with my mother all stemmed from Lizzie's death. But it was really an ultimatum that did it. I walked out, and for years I never looked back. Then my father died. It was Peg who called me, tracked me down at the school, and told me, in a quavering voice, that he'd suffered a massive coronary. They found him in his study, an inch of scotch still in the glass beside him, the Cubano slowly burning away. No surprise, really. The heart attack, I mean. Peg convinced me to go to the funeral. I almost didn't bring you, because I expected Lenore to throw a fit when she saw us, but I decided you had a right to say goodbye to your grandfather, even though you never knew him. You'd been to a funeral before. Remember Mrs. Kentworth, our neighbor who died? You were 8 and had a basic grasp on death and what it meant, and why it made people so sad. I explained to you that this was my father, and that we were going to go and say goodbye to him. In the end, it might have been your presence that kept my mother from losing it completely. She wouldn't dare start screaming at a child. Not in public, anyway. Instead, she'd thrown herself to her knees in front of us, embracing you as if you were a life preserver and she was drowning. I clung to your hand in the drizzling rain and prayed I hadn't just made a huge mistake. I would never know. The Alzheimer's came on quickly after that. Or maybe it had started before, and no one had noticed until Jeffrey was no longer there to cover for her. Our already strained visits became perfunctory Sunday lunches. The household staff were replaced with live-in nurses. Peg was given power of attorney over her care and her finances, a position I'd insisted she take. Peg wanted me to do it, and I suppose as the only living heir it would have made sense. But I had no interest in doing it. I didn't know anything about Lenore's life now, or what her wishes would be when things started to really go downhill. Peg was the closest thing she had to a confidant. Besides, I didn't want anything to do with this house or her money. I never had. My parents made their fortune off the backs of people in their most desperate moments. The television commercials were a touchstone on the East Coast. There wasn't anyone who wasn't familiar with the sound of that pleasant but bland voice intoning Winchester Insurance, a family company. But make no mistake, your grandfather hadn't gone into the insurance business out of the goodness of his heart. They may have had the best rates in the state, but good luck getting them to pay out on anything. The Better Business Bureau had come after them more times than I could count, but nothing had ever stuck. Of course it hadn't. Jeffrey Winchester was far too smart for that. And anyway, even if it wasn't for the despicable way they'd made their money, I had figured out very early on that money wasn't a substitute for love. Even after Lizzie's death, my parents continued to provide for me, but I would have traded all of it for a single hug, an hour of playtime with either of them. But the house was always cold, all closed doors and empty hallways. I suppose that's the reason I'd fallen so deeply in love with Oakwood. It had been a haven for me after my parents' home. At Oakwood, I had friends I cared about, teachers who challenged me, administrators and coaches who looked out for me. After one semester, I'd convinced my parents to let me attend as a boarding student instead of a day student. I'd lived and breathed those hallways for 4 years, and it shaped me into the person I am today. That's why I'd been so set on sending you there, too. Why I'd stayed here in Silver Mills, despite the estrangement with my parents. And why I'd been so determined to raise you in an environment of love instead of one of money and greed. I suppose you think that sounds overdramatic, and maybe it is, but it's the one thing I've tried to be consistent with through the years. I always want you to know how loved you are. From down the hall came the shuffling sound of Peg's nylons, and then her gray-bunned head appeared in the doorway. "Lunch is served," she chirped. "In the dining room." I hated eating in the dining room. It only reminded me of all the torturous meals I'd endured as a child. Pinned to my seat by my mother's icy silence, by her barely suppressed hatred of me. Peg helped Lenore up, and the 4 of us shuffled our way down the hall to the formal dining room. The table was set for 3, with full place settings and white cloth napkins and wine goblets we'd only drink water from.
Peg said my mother found the ritual of it calming, and I did have to admit a grudging awe at the way she still knew her salad fork from her dessert fork, the way she still ate so elegantly, both elbows held high. Habits are less slippery than memories, I suppose. Or perhaps the body remembers things in a way the mind can't. "Are you sure you won't join us?" I asked Peg, as I did every week. "Oh, no," she demurred, as she did every week. "I want Lenore to enjoy her family time." Not much chance of that. I slipped into my chair, a Queen Anne with a high back, and you slumped into the seat across from me. Lenore sat at the far end of the table, leaving the head seat empty. That was always Geoffrey's seat, and even now it still belonged to him. I tried to imagine what things would be like if he were still alive, but I couldn't do it. My father had been a stranger to me my entire life, always at work or locked away in that dimly lit study of his. He was a presence more than a person, and his death only made it more so. Peg shuffled out of the room and returned a minute later with plates of salad. "Does Jacinta have the day off?" I asked. Jacinta was one of the last remaining housekeeping staff at the house, a young Puerto Rican girl with a pinched face and a permanent frown. Not that I blamed her for the frown. I referred to it as the Lenore Winchester effect. Peg set my plate down in front of me. "Yes," she said after a moment, and distributed the rest of the plates before scurrying back out. Lunch was a silent affair, as it always was. When we ate at home, I always made sure to have the television or the radio on in the background. I couldn't bear those mealtime sounds. The clink of a glass against the table, the scrape of a fork across a plate, the wet sounds of mastication. Even now I had to grit my teeth and find some inner place of zen, and trust me, my zen was in short supply. We ate as quickly as we could. Sunday lunch always included dessert, and I breathed a sigh of relief when Peg brought in plates of chocolate torte, cups of coffee, and a pot of tea. Lenore sliced off a bit of torte and closed her eyes, savoring it. She didn't have much of an appetite since the Alzheimer's came on, but she still had a fondness for desserts, and especially chocolate. It was nice to see her enjoy something. My mother finished her dessert, patted her mouth, and set her napkin down on her lap. "She was so pretty," she said. The sound of her voice breaking the silence was somehow worse than all the other sounds. "Who was?" My voice was stuck, like the chocolate torte was gumming up my esophagus. "She was so pretty," Lenore said again. "Such a shame." I flashed to Amber, so still and cold in my arms. "Who was so pretty?" "Everybody loves pretty girls," my mother said. She twisted her fork over and around her fingers, a trick a child might do. "Everyone loves pretty girls, but everyone hates them too. That's the catch." I wondered if someone could have told Lenore about Amber. Peg was careful to keep her away from the news, because the names and dates only confused and upset her, but maybe someone else had mentioned it to her, or mentioned it in her presence. "Are you talking about Amber? Amber Albright?" My mother's eyes snapped to my face. "No. Who is that?" "Oh, just a girl from Ella's school. She's missing." Lenore considered this. "Was she pretty?" "Yes, she was. Is," I corrected. "Pity for her." "What do you mean?" "Clara was pretty too. And your sister." I sucked in a breath. My mother never talked about my sister. Not ever. The topic was verboten in this house. Hearing her referenced like that, so casually, made my head spin. "Wasn't she pretty, Nicolette? Remember? Those little blonde curls?" I nodded. At least, I think I did.
The truth was I could hardly remember my sister. I'd only been 5 years old when she died. What memories I did have of her existed more as fragments, impressions, like pieces of a nearly forgotten dream. I remembered shiny blonde hair curled up in yellow ribbons, a wheezing, high-pitched giggle, like someone being tickled too long, a small fist clenched around the even smaller hand of a plastic baby doll.
"Everyone finished in here?"
In the doorway, Peg clapped her hands together.
"It looks like you all had a lovely lunch."
I stared at my mother, waiting to see if she'd say anything else about Lizzie, but she only blinked up at Peg.
"The soup is cold," she announced. "Well, that certainly didn't stop you from eating it, now did it?"
Peg reached for my mother's elbow to help her to her feet.
"Let's get you back to the solarium. I'm sure your girls have to be on their way. Did you have a nice visit?"
My mother didn't answer, and when Peg looked at me, I found I couldn't answer either. Chapter 16. By Monday, I hadn't decided what to do about my blackmailer's request. Changing those grades was risky. Too risky. But knowing those pictures were out there made saying no impossible. I thought about Ethan Doyle, somewhere in this school right now, probably sitting in homeroom. If I could see his phone, I could figure out whether it was him or not. But how could I do that? These kids were smart. Too smart. He'd never hand over his phone to me. I doubted he'd even hand it over to a teacher. They loved to flaunt their right to privacy, and as the son of the chief of police, Ethan would be particularly knowledgeable about his rights. The only way to get a hold of his phone would be to take it without his knowledge, and I had no idea how I'd do that. Teenagers, you were no exception, treated their phones like another appendage, an extension of their own hands.
"Earth to Nicolette."
I snapped to attention. In front of me was my director, Ruth, her arms wrapped around a mammoth stack of file folders, her mouth a grim line.
"Have you mailed out that batch of acceptance letters yet?"
My stomach tensed. I'd been distracted at the end of last week and had completely forgotten. I cast my eyes guiltily down to the stack of envelopes on my desk. Ruth noticed.
"Oh, thank God," she breathed. "Dean Winters doesn't want them going out yet. Not until all this business with the Albright girl is sorted."
What does that have to do with anything? She waved a hand.
"Reputation management. She thinks parents might decide to decline admission given what's going on. The last thing she wants is a bunch of news stories saying parents no longer feel safe sending their kids to Oakwood, so she wants to hold off. I'm sure it'll all be sorted in a couple of days, God willing."
"God willing," I echoed. A couple of days. A sadness nestled at the base of my spine. What had I done? If things worked out the way I intended them to, Amber's body would never be recovered. Addison and Alistair would never get answers. This school, this town, would always have a shadow hanging over them, a dark question mark. People don't forget about missing girls, especially wealthy and beautiful girls like Amber. Everyone loves pretty girls, my mother had said. But everyone hates them too. That's the catch. I had to think about you. The Albrights wouldn't have their daughter, but you'd be safe. You'd be able to go to Juilliard, just like we'd planned. You'd be able to go on and do extraordinary things, travel the world, play for audiences across the globe, receive all the praise and acclaim you deserve. That made it worth it. Didn't it? I didn't know anymore. I still had that queasy feeling in my stomach. It reminded me of the way I'd felt when I was pregnant with you. I spent almost 2 full trimesters with the world's worst nausea. I'd thrown up multiple times a day. The slightest thing would trigger it. A whiff of cigarette smoke, the taste of water, a sneeze. The universe was punishing me for being 18 and pregnant. It was trying to tell me that my fetus was a sickness, a parasite, an illness to be treated rather than a new life to be welcomed. I'd even made an appointment at the Boston Free Clinic. I still don't know quite what made me change my mind, but I'm grateful every day that I did. And then, somewhere around month 7, the morning sickness cleared. Just like that, I could eat again. I could sleep. I still had to pee 100 times a day, and I had the heartburn of a 60-year-old Italian man who lives on cured meats and garlic, but I felt alive again. I found a new apartment, and with it, a new neighbor. A retired Oakwood teacher who took pity on me and offered me cheap childcare. Everything was different. Having this baby by myself seemed not only possible, but like something I actually wanted to do. Something I was meant to do. And once you were here, I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt I'd done the right thing. For about a month after you were born, I'd start randomly sobbing when I looked at you. It wasn't just the postpartum hormones, either. It was the sheer terror of knowing how close I'd come to not going through with the pregnancy. I cried with the lingering terror and adrenaline of someone who's been in a horrific car accident and walked away unscathed. I watched Ruth go back to her office and close the door. I tried to blink myself back into the present. There was no undoing the choice I had made, the thing I'd done to protect you. I had to trust, instead, that it would eventually prove to be the right decision. When I swung by Gretchen's office later, I told myself I was only being friendly. We were colleagues, and we'd gotten coffee together on multiple occasions. Okay, yes, there were always other people with us. But it wasn't a lie to say I liked Gretchen. She was one of the normals. The very reason Addison had been afraid to call the other day was the same reason I liked her. She didn't suffer fools, as my mother would have said, though Lenore and I had very different ideas of what constituted a fool. She herself would have quite liked Addison. "Hi, Nicolette, hold on one sec." Gretchen bustled across the office, delivering file folders into Dean Winter's office and dropping a stack of mail in the out tray. She pushed her blonde hair back off her face and wrinkled her tiny nose. "It's been a madhouse in here all day. The phone's been ringing off the hook." As if on cue, the phone on Gretchen's desk started to trill. She dashed over and picked it up. "Dean Winter's office, Gretchen speaking." "Oh, hi, Mrs. Patterson." "Yes, I know. I know." "Uh-huh. I know. Just terrible." She looked at me and rolled her eyes. "Absolutely. I completely understand. There's a meeting this week. You're going to get a call about it real soon. No, I can't give you details because I don't know the details." "Uh-huh. I know. Well, it's above my pay grade." A forced laugh. Then, "Yes, I know that wasn't funny. I better let you get off the phone because you don't want to miss that call. Toodaloo to you too." She slammed the phone down and pushed her hands through her chestnut hair. The only thing worse than an Oakwood parent is an Oakwood parent during a crisis. I figured things would be crazy here. I tried to look casual. "That's why I thought I'd come see if you want to get a coffee. It's dead up in admissions. We're holding on pretty much everything until all of this is resolved." "I heard about that. And as for the coffee, I wish. I'm just slammed here. Between the parents who won't stop calling and the dean having regular freakouts about the cops roaming around and the journalists whoring around the gates, I have about 89,000 things to do." "Is that an exact number?" Gretchen snorted. "Pretty much." The media was another aspect of this situation I had stupidly failed to consider. When a wealthy, attractive, young, white girl goes missing, it's like shit for flies. The media had been buzzing outside the school gates all morning. Thankfully, our private campus meant they were staying outside the gates. For now. It was only a matter of time before they found their way in. Worse, it was only a matter of time before your name became part of the story. "Why don't you let me go get you a coffee, then? You look like you could use it." "Oh, God, would you? You're the best." Gretchen reached into her desk for her wallet, but I waved off the gesture. I walked over to Tucker's, the on-campus coffee shop, and ordered 2 skim milk lattes. The kids here all drank mocha, frappe, caramel, chino concoctions, but my body rebelled against that much sugar. You and your friends thrived on it, though, flitting around like hummingbirds. The coffee shop was packed, and even though I could only pick up fragments of the conversations, they were all about one thing. Probably still in a shack somewhere banging those guys from Lucknow. Always knew she needed a good gangbang. Bet it was Katie Wheeler. She was totally les for Amber. I wish I could say the tenor of the conversation shocked me, but after almost 10 years of working here, the things teenagers said to each other when they thought adults weren't listening no longer surprised me. Everything was sex and violence. Even when they were talking about the most benign subjects, school or sports or video games, it was all couched in the same graphic language. Everything was a metaphor for sex. Or maybe sex was a metaphor for everything. I snuck a glance around the cafe while I waited for my drinks. It didn't take me long to spot your friends. Calvin, Theo, Madison, Ethan. A couple of other boys I recognized as locals. Most of the kids at Oakwood came from other parts of the country. Mostly from the East Coast, but some from as far away as California, Oregon, Washington State. They lived in the stately on-campus residences. Very few of the students actually lived in Silver Mills, and those that did, Calvin, Madison, the rest of the group, tended to band together. They were somewhat derogatorily referred to as townies, even though most of them were as wealthy as the rest of the kids here. There was no sign of you, but you would be in European history right now. Your friends were clustered on the central couches, expensive coffee drinks and half-eaten pastries spread out on the table in front of them. Their heads were bent in conversation. I couldn't hear what they were saying, so instead I watched them. After my years at Oakwood, I could tell a lot about group dynamics based on body language. It was easy to see, for instance, that Calvin was the de facto leader of the group. Madison and Theo flanked him, each leaning in flirtatiously any time he said something, or they did. The other 2 guys were on opposite chairs, but even they looked toward Calvin frequently, as if they needed or wanted his approval. Only Ethan seemed unconcerned with status, Calvin's or his own. He leaned back on his chair, balancing it on its hind 2 legs, arms folded against his chest. He kept himself at a distance from the rest of the group, I could tell, coolly surveying them and the room at large. His eyes landed on me as the teenaged barista plunked my drinks down on the bar. 2 skim milk lattes. Thanks. I kept my eyes locked on Ethan as I reached for the to-go cups. He watched me, too, as I made my way out of the coffee shop. Even once Tucker's was out of view, I still felt his eyes on me. When I got back to the office, I handed Gretchen her drink. She gulped it gratefully. You're a lifesaver. Was it mad in there? Pretty mad, yes. So it's not just here. She drummed her fingers on her cup. It feels really fraught, doesn't it? What does? This... everything. It feels like something is happening. I don't know. I didn't want to think about it. You should have heard the things those kids were saying. About Amber. Filthy, horrible things, even her friends. Gretchen rolled her eyes. An actual smile touched her copper lips. You know what they're like at that age. All bluster. You can't take them seriously. You can't believe a word that comes out of their mouths. That's true, I said, and sipped my latte. That night, I thought about what Gretchen had said. All bluster. It was true, wasn't it? They were all talk. When it came right down to it, they were still largely frightened children. I saw it even in you sometimes. Cocky on the outside, but inside, you were still the same little girl you'd always been. If I was right, and my blackmailer was a student, and my money was frankly still on Ethan, What were the odds he'd actually follow through on his threat? If he was concerned about Amber or about doing the right thing, he would have already gone to the police with what he knew. Blackmail was a crime. If he went to the police now, he'd have to explain why he didn't come sooner. And if the police eventually came for me, he'd have to know I'd turn him in too. There was a term for that. Mutually assured destruction. Sure, my crime was probably worse, but for a teenager, especially one bound for the Ivy League, a charge of blackmail or extortion was no joke. For the first time in ages, a sense of peace came over me. I felt it in my bones that he wouldn't show those pictures to the police. He might talk a big game, but his threats were ultimately empty. As it would turn out, I wasn't wrong. The only problem was, I wasn't exactly right, either. Chapter 17. Tuesday, the day of the deadline, came and went. I waited all day but heard nothing. Not from my blackmailer, and not from the police, or from Addison, or from anyone related to Amber's case. The media still converged outside the school, and the students still buzzed with a delicious sort of nervous energy. But for me, things were quiet. Dull, even. I went to work. I tried to look busy. I came home. I listened to you practice. I went to bed. It was alarmingly close to normal. Once in bed, I stayed awake for a long time, holding my phone, staring at the screen, waiting for it to buzz. I had my response all planned out in my head. All that stuff about mutually assured destruction and how I could make this almost as bad for him as it was for me. In the end, I didn't need to use it. No message came. Eventually, I fell into a fitful kind of sleep, the kind where your dreams turn over and over and over, like a key in a lock that won't quite catch. I awoke before dawn, already on alert, waiting for a message to appear on my phone, for the police to knock down my door. Instead, birds chirped outside my window. The sun rose. The sky shifted from black to gray to pink. I got up and made breakfast. You stumbled into the kitchen once the coffee started to brew. You were still clad in your pajamas, your hair in snaky tangles down your back. You looked as though you hadn't slept much. I knew the feeling. You practically lunged for the coffee. I found myself wanting to stroke your hair as you slumped down at the table, slurping at your dose of lifeblood. I had hoped you'd start to feel better about this Amber thing as time went on, but you seemed to be doing worse instead of better. Guilt, I supposed. If I could, I would have plucked the memories straight from your brain and hidden them in my own. It's what every parent wants, isn't it? To be able to ease their child's hurt and pain, to take it on themselves instead. For the first time in a long time, I thought about my sister. My mother had done nothing to try to take away my pain, only dumped more of her own on my tiny shoulders. I still remember my 6th birthday, the first one after Lizzie was gone. There had been no cake that year, no presents. My mother spent the entire day in her room, sobbing. Even from downstairs, I could hear how she carried on. I understood even then how she suffered, but even though she had one dead daughter, she still had one live one too. I played silently in the parlor until Peg snuck me into the kitchen and surprised me with a bowl of ice cream, a pink candle poking limply out of the already melting vanilla scoop. She handed me a pristinely wrapped package that turned out to be an illustrated book about birds. "Don't tell your mother," she whispered, and squeezed my shoulders. "Mom! Mom!" I blinked myself back into reality. You stared at me like I'd grown 2 heads. "Sorry, baby. What?" "We're going to be late." "Right, let's go." I plucked my keys from the frog bowl on the counter. You continued to stare at me.
Aren't you forgetting something? Like maybe clothes?
I looked down. My navy blue bathrobe hung off me. I'll be right back. A few minutes later, I returned to the kitchen, clad in a polyester pencil skirt and a floaty white blouse. "Take two," I said, as I grabbed my keys again, and you rolled your eyes. If scientists could harness the power of the teenaged eye roll, the world would never again have an energy crisis. We strolled out to the driveway. There was a slight break in the clouds today, and the sun struggled to shine through. The driveway glinted as if it had rained overnight. The straub chirped as I unlocked the car doors, and we slid into our respective seats. The rearview mirror felt slightly off, so I adjusted it, and then gasped. Jesus Christ! I could barely catch my breath. "What?" You peered at me. I couldn't answer. My eyes were locked on the mirror and focused on our house behind us. "Mom? What?" My mouth opened and closed. I took a breath. I pushed my lips together, tensed my throat, and tried to form the word. The impossible word. Nothing would come out. I started to get lightheaded. I thought I might pass out. You shifted around in your seat. You gasped, then let out an anguished sob. "That's about me, isn't it?" You pushed your door open and stood on the wet driveway, staring up our house. At last I could move. I climbed out of the car and joined you out there. I put my arms around your slim shoulders. "No, it's about me." We both stared at the word. Monster. Spray-painted in bright red, it looked like blood against the tan siding of our bungalow. The letters stood tall and angry, in all caps, meant to be seen by anyone who passed by the house. I spun around, surveying the neighborhood. Across the street, at Art Pools, the curtain in the front window fluttered. I imagined him in there, watching us, judging. He'd seen me leave the other night, when I'd gone to meet you at the park. Was it possible he could have followed me? Could he be the one sending me those messages? I pushed that disturbing thought aside for the time being, in order to deal with what was right in front of me. That horrible word. Your lower lip trembled, as did your shoulders. I turned you so you were facing me instead of the house. "Listen to me," I said. "This is not about you. You did nothing wrong. I'm the one who made the decision to get rid of—" I couldn't bring myself to say Amber's name or the body, not with your eyes pooling with tears like that. It was my decision, and that means the consequences are mine and mine alone. "But who did this? Who would know what we did?" "What I did," I corrected automatically, but I didn't answer your question. I wasn't about to burden you with the truth about my blackmailer. "You're going to have to ride your bike to school today, okay?" "What? But it's like half an hour!" "I know, but I don't want you missing any classes. I'm going to stay here and take care of this." You turned and stared at the graffiti again. "Are you going to call the police?" "I don't know," I answered, though it was already clear to me that I wouldn't. Getting the police involved would result in too many questions I didn't want to have to answer. You huffed off to the backyard, where your bike was chained to the railing of our small patio. I grabbed my purse from the car, and then my phone from the purse, and began to Google how to remove graffiti. An hour later, I'd called the school to tell them I'd be late. "Plumbing emergency," I explained to Ruth. "Water everywhere," and had driven out to the Lucknow Home Depot for supplies. When I pulled back into the driveway of our house, I tried to avoid looking at the word, but the red paint screamed for attention. I was glad we lived on a small cul-de-sac, and that most likely few people had seen it. I considered the possibility one of our neighbors might have reported it to the police already, or that perhaps Kyle had driven by on his own for some reason. But there was nothing I could do about that if it were the case. I'd have to throw my hands up and claim it had been just a random teenage prank. I donned the rubber gloves I'd just purchased, filled the plastic bucket, and set to work. The paint had dried but not completely cured, so it began to rub off straight away, leaving vivid pink smears against the siding. It felt like washing away blood, and even though I kept reminding myself it was only paint, I had to continually fight against my gag reflex. I didn't deal well with the sight of blood. The time you had sliced your hand open, it had been all I could do to keep it together during the ride to the ER. I tried not to look too hard or too long at the paint as I wiped, but I kept imagining I could feel the warm, viscous blood, even through the industrial-quality rubber gloves. I wiped my face against my shoulder. It wasn't hot out, but it was humid, and sweat dripped into my eyes. The water in my bucket had turned a deep pink, and I took it into the house, emptied it down the tub, and refilled it. Outside again, I stood back to inspect my work. The worst of the red was gone, but the pink pigment still stained the siding. The word could still be read. Monster. I shuddered again and pulled out the solvent I'd bought, sprayed it over the stain, and started take two. Monster, I thought as I scrubbed. Monster. Monster, monster, monster. I was a monster. What I had done to Amber and to her family was unforgivable. But surely it mattered why I had done it. Amber was dead, and nothing I did or didn't do changed that. But you were alive. You had a future. You were my daughter, my flesh and blood. Blood. I looked at the siding again. The pink was getting more faint, but I could still make out the letters. The word felt burned into my soul. Monster. Monster. For the second time that day, I thought of my sister, Lizzie. Or, not specifically of her, but of the days following her death. I'd been only 5, and I'm not sure I even really understood what was happening. I missed Lizzie, and I wandered the huge house listlessly, looking for something to do. Peg seemed to always be on the phone, and when she wasn't, she was busy in the kitchen, slicing endless piles of vegetables, whisking up huge vats of soup, even though we had kitchen staff for that. My parents had stayed sequestered in their bedroom. The room was more of a suite, really, with a lavish bathroom and its own sitting area. They didn't come out. Peg brought food and left it outside the door. Sometimes it would disappear, and sometimes it wouldn't. Most of the time, it wouldn't. I found my old skipping rope and skipped back and forth outside their bedroom. I wasn't supposed to jump rope in the house, and of course I knew that. I imagine I thought having them come out and yell at me would be better than this awful silence. Eventually, my father did emerge. He wore his pajamas and blue robe, even though it was nearly dinner time. He blinked at me several times in the dim hallway.
"Oh, it's you."
His voice was dull, dead.
"I wondered what that sound was."
I held my skipping rope and my breath. I waited for him to yell at me, scold me, anything. But he only ran his hands through his wild hair. He blinked again, then slipped back into the room. He closed the door softly but solidly behind him. I didn't know exactly what had happened, but I felt the acute sting of rejection. I slumped down onto the floor, resting my back against their heavy oak door. I could hear their murmured conversation inside.
"It's Nicolette,"
my father said. My mother said something I couldn't make out, and that was followed by a burst of sobbing.
"I know,"
my father said.
"I know."
"She's a monster!" This time, my mother's voice came through the door clearly.
She's a monster. We're all monsters.
Monster. I attacked the vinyl siding with renewed vigor. The solvent burned the inside of my nose and made my head spin, but I kept on scrubbing until the coarse sponge had become a nubbin of its former self. I doused on more cleaner, grabbed a fresh sponge, and went over it again. I did it 3 more times in total, and by the end of the third effort, I had to admit I was no longer making progress. I could swear I still saw the pigment, and that when I stepped back from the house, I could still read that horrible word. But I wonder now if it was only in my head. If guilt had made the invisible visible. Still, I pledged to look into getting something stronger to clean it with. Back in the house, I showered and changed. I hadn't decided whether I would drive back out to the Home Depot or if I should go into work for the afternoon. I grabbed my phone to see if the school had called, and my heart sunk. There was a text message waiting for me, and I knew right away whom it was from. My fingers trembled as I clicked open the text. There were actually 2. Did you like my message? There's more where that came from. I forced myself to take deep, calm breaths, but I could barely type out my response. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. What do you want? You better find a way, came the reply. You have 1 more chance. Do it by Friday, or I have something even more impressive in store. I swallowed. This time I knew he wasn't bluffing. I'd been foolish to think he ever was. I couldn't afford to let those pictures get out. I had to change the grades. There was no other choice. Chapter 18. I arrived at the school just after 2 and tried to slump unobtrusively into my seat, but Tiff swayed over right away. Did you get your plumbing sorted? She asked. My what? Oh, right, yes, sorted for now anyway. What was it, backed up waistline? That happened to my parents once. Oh, you wouldn't believe the smell. It was, no, just a leaky pipe. They fix it? Soon. They turn the water off? Yep. You could shower here, I suppose. What? If your water is off, you could shower here on the 4th floor. When I worked at the clothes barn, that's where I was working when we had the waistline incident, I had to join a gym for a week so I had somewhere to scrub my girly bits. She giggled, and I tried not to think too hard about Tiff's girly bits. But I did think about what she'd said. Showering here would give me an excuse to be on the 4th floor after hours. The showers had been installed there a few years ago, when the school had been on a big environmentalism kick. The showers were meant to encourage staff and faculty to walk or cycle to work by giving them the ability to get cleaned up upon arrival. To my knowledge, no one ever really used them, but that made them an even more perfect cover. Tiff, you're a genius, I told her. She flushed. Well, I don't know about that. I was already halfway out the door. A couple of minutes later, I strode into the office where Gretchen worked. Nicolette, this is a surprise. Twice in 1 week. I tried to smile. You just looked so stressed out yesterday that I wanted to check in. Oh, aren't you sweet? I'm fine, other than that these damn phones won't stop ringing. The phone rang as if on cue, and Gretchen pressed her face against the desk and groaned in exaggeration. Come on, I said. No one is going to die if you forward them to voicemail for 20 minutes. Some fresh air will do you good. Gretchen looked reluctant, so I grabbed her elbow. You're no good to anyone if you're too stressed out, right? It's better for the parents, for everyone, if you don't sound completely frazzled. I was busting out every cliché I knew. Grab your purse and let's go. Gretchen considered me for a second. The phone had stopped ringing, but now it started to trill again. Gretchen threw her hands up. You're right, of course you're right. Let's go get a coffee. Just 20 minutes, though. Just 20 minutes, I promised. That gave me 20 minutes to figure out how to get her pass card without her noticing. We strolled to the coffee shop. Gretchen chatted nonstop the entire time, mostly griping about all the angry parents who expected her to have information. I was only half listening until I heard her mention Kyle. "Now that's a fine piece of man meat, if I may say so." She clapped a hand over her mouth and stared at me with wide eyes. "Oh, shit, I forgot. You used to date him, didn't you?" "Yes, but that was ages ago." I waved off her concern. "And he is a fine piece of man meat, and you're more than free to say so." She laughed and brushed her long bangs out of her eyes. "Well, he's about the only good part of this whole terrible mess. Seeing him on campus every day is the highlight of my week." "Every day? He's been here every day?" I'd seen him on Friday, but didn't realize he'd been here again since then, let alone multiple times. "Oh, yes, him and that other one, Officer Dingle." Gretchen wrinkled her nose. They couldn't be more opposite, could they? Good cop and dumpy cop. I didn't want to gossip about Officer Dingle. I wanted to know more about the investigation and about why Kyle was spending so much time at the school. What have they been doing here? I thought they were mostly looking at Lucknow at those boys. She shrugged. I don't know about that, they might be. But they've been interviewing Amber's friends, her teachers, some of us admin staff. Oh yeah, they talked to you? Just briefly, I didn't really know her. I told them about how you called me that morning to see if Amber was in, so they must have talked to you too. Yes, they did. Though not about that. I wondered why Kyle hadn't brought up my conversation with Addison. I couldn't figure out if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Did he think it was irrelevant, or was he keeping it at the back of his mind, trying to fit the pieces together? We got to the coffee shop, and I still hadn't quite figured out how I was going to filch Gretchen's security pass. In the end, though, it was stupidly simple. She went to the bathroom. We had got our drinks and managed to snag a cozy table near the front window. Gretchen sat her coffee and handbag down and plopped the pass down on the table, right next to them. "Be right back. I've been holding it since I got to work this morning." I couldn't believe my dumb luck. In that moment, it felt as if the universe was telling me this was the right thing to do. The righteous thing, even. After all, I was helping you. I was sacrificing myself, not to mention my own ethics, for your sake. What was more righteous than that? Her pass was identical to mine. A small slab of thin gray plastic, clipped to a burgundy lanyard with the word Oakwood emblazoned on it in bright yellow. I slipped my own pass off from around my neck and set it down on the table right next to Gretchen's, making sure I remembered which was which. When Gretchen returned from the bathroom, she was frowning at her phone. "Apparently shit's hitting the fan back at the office. I think I have to head back." "I totally understand. Let's go." I reached for the lanyard, making sure to grab Gretchen's instead of my own. I held my breath, wondering if she'd notice the sleight of hand, but she grabbed the second lanyard off the table and slipped it around her neck. We walked back toward the administration building. It wasn't a foolproof plan. When Gretchen got to the second-floor offices, she would quickly realize her pass didn't work. I was counting on her assuming it was simply malfunctioning, which wasn't a particularly uncommon occurrence around here. In the last year, I'd had to have my pass reset twice because it randomly stopped working. I was also counting on the fact that she was busy enough that she wouldn't have time to deal with it right away. The security offices were way across campus, in the basement of one of the male residences. All I needed was for her to defer the trip until tomorrow, at which point I could show up, embarrassed, and tell her we might have accidentally swapped passes. No harm, no foul. Even if the thought occurred to her beforehand and she tried to call me, I'd simply not pick up the phone. Like I said, it wasn't foolproof, but it was the best I could come up with on short notice. And in the end, it did work, for the most part. If I hadn't made that one stupid mistake, everything would have been fine. I stayed at my desk until everyone was gone. My blackmailer had given me until Friday to complete the task, but if I gave myself too much time to think, I might chicken out. I had to do it that day. It was easy enough to claim I was catching up on the work I'd missed that morning, and since you had ridden your bike to school, I just texted you and told you to make your way home on your own. By 5:30, my office was deserted, and I knew the rest of the building would be quiet as well. I waited an extra half hour after everyone had left, then went to my car and dug through my bug-out bag. I found a towel and an old Oakwood sweatshirt, and in the back seat I grabbed one of the reusable Academy tote bags we used for groceries. I headed back to the administration building. The main door was unlocked and would be until 8. Besides the administrative offices, the building also housed most of the faculty offices, as well as the student government offices, which were on the main floor. A few students milled around the grand lobby, their laughter echoing against the high ceilings and the ornate woodwork. I tried to look casual as I headed up the wide staircase directly in front of me, the one that led to the second floor, where the administrative offices were located. Almost all the professors had offices here, and when I glanced down the hallway, I found that most of those offices were closed and dark. I clutched my bag tightly and told myself I had a perfectly legitimate reason to be here. I was just there to have a shower. But Gretchen's pass card burned in my pocket. I could almost imagine smoke drifting comically from my hip. It was dark inside the dean's office. I hesitated in front of the glass door. I had no excuse to be in there, and if I was caught, the chances were good I'd be fired. But what was the alternative? I didn't know what my harasser would do if I didn't follow through, and that scared me more than losing my job. I looked up and down the hallway, but didn't see a single person. I could hear muffled voices from the lobby downstairs, and from somewhere the sound of someone bouncing a basketball. But there was no one around. I slid the pass card out of my pocket and said a silent prayer that Gretchen's card would work after hours. Some cards restricted access to the building to certain hours of the day. I held my breath as I tapped the card lightly against the gray plastic pad. For a second, nothing happened, but then came the familiar beep and the tiny green light. I exhaled and pulled the door open, stepping into the dark office. The automatic lights blazed on. I froze. I felt like I had a 1,000-watt spotlight shining down on me instead of the artificially bright fluorescence. I was afraid to move, but standing there in the open meant anyone walking by would see me straight away. I forced my feet to move toward Gretchen's desk. The next part of my plan was risky. I'd need a password to log on to the computers, but the Oakwood security system automatically reset all staff and faculty passwords every 90 days. The assigned passwords were always stupidly complex and hard to remember, so more than a few people did exactly what they weren't supposed to do. They wrote them down on sticky notes and left them next to their keyboards. I was counting on Gretchen's office being as technologically illiterate as mine was. I scanned Gretchen's desk, but wasn't surprised she didn't have a post-it. She was on the ball like that. I crept over to the next workstation and pawed around through the crap on the desk. There were papers and file folders everywhere, stacks of old annual reports, old calendars, 3 Oakwood coffee mugs, all with varying amounts of cold coffee sludge still in them. But no sticky notes. At the third computer, I found frogs. Dozens of them. Ceramic and plastic and wooden and plush in greens and browns and even acidic purple. I tried to remember whose desk this was. I had a vague memory of a slightly toad-faced woman with a helmet of gray hair. Yes, this had to be her. I looked quickly, but didn't see any notes. There was only one desk left, and I was starting to sweat. What if I was wrong about the passwords? How else was I going to get into the system? I was about to leave Frog Lady's desk when I spotted a corner of paper sticking out from beneath the ceramic frog closest to the monitor. It was the ubiquitous pale yellow of sticky notes everywhere. I snatched up the frog and looked underneath, and, yes, there it was. A random string of letters and numbers that had to be the password. I looked around the office one more time and slunk into Frog Lady's chair, dropping my towel bag at my feet. I pushed the mouse to wake up the computer, and the monitor flared to life, revealing the lock screen. The username was already stored, C. Calvert, and I carefully keyed in the password and said a silent prayer. I was in. I almost laughed. It seemed so easy. Too easy, almost. I sat there for a moment, staring at the screen. I had actually just hacked into the Oakwood database. Okay, not technically hacked, but certainly gained access through unscrupulous methods. I looked down at the desk, at all of C. Calvert's belongings. The Oakwood coffee mug, the green pen next to a green pad folio. The frogs. So many frogs. Was I really doing this? I was. I had to. I found the student database and opened it up. It took me a couple of seconds to figure out how it worked, but eventually I called up Ethan Doyle's file and navigated to his academic record. His grades were decent, mostly B's and A's, except for his Spanish grade, which was a low C. I tried to imagine a world where getting a C in Spanish was serious enough to warrant blackmailing someone, but I couldn't do it. I highlighted Ethan's Spanish grade and changed it to an A+. I deleted the plus sign and replaced it with a minus. I told myself it would be less obvious this way, but I think it was also a small, silent fuck you to Ethan. About the only rebellion I was in a position to mete out. After I changed the grade, I looked at the rest of the record. There was a tab for extracurriculars, which showed that he played lacrosse and that he was part of the debate team, which was about what I expected. I flicked to the next tab, which included all of Ethan's contact and emergency information. No surprises there, either. The last tab was simply called Notes. I opened it. Jackpot, I whispered. The Notes tab included every instance where Ethan had served detention, including causes and the assigning teacher. Camila Perez wasn't just giving him C's in her Spanish class. She'd also given him quite a few detentions, mostly for not turning in assignments or for disrupting the class. I read through all of the notes. There wasn't much. At least, not until I got to the end. I leaned forward in interest. 2 years ago, Ethan had been caught selling steroids to the lacrosse team. There were dates and times detailing the meetings with his parents, questions about expelling him. And then nothing. He hadn't even been kicked off the team. I could imagine how those meetings had gone. When your daddy is the chief of police, I guess you can get away with things like dealing drugs. And blackmail. The lights in the office clicked off, and I jolted, adrenaline buzzing through me. But the office remained still and silent. Too still. I laughed to myself. I'd been sitting quietly for long enough that the automatic sensors on the fluorescents had turned themselves off. I needed to finish this up. Past the main office windows, the hallway was completely empty, and I could no longer hear any talking or laughing. I flipped to Theo's record next. She was faring even worse in Spanish, a D, but her other marks were no prize either. I changed the grade to an A- and flicked to the Notes tab to see what little Miss Theo had been up to. The first note, the most recent, was her fight with you last week. There wasn't much about it, just that it had happened and that, given the extenuating circumstances, neither of you would be officially disciplined. I scrolled down further, surprised by how many entries there were. Drinking, smoking, suspected cheating. So Theo wasn't the good girl she liked to project. I skimmed the entries until the word harassment caught my eye.
I tried to piece the separate entries together. Most of them were vague, but the gist of it was that Theo had started aggressively harassing one of her professors after getting a bad grade. I sat with that for a minute as a different scenario began to take shape in my mind. I had imagined Ethan following you and Amber to the park, angry about his breakup with Amber, watching in shock as Amber fell down to the ground and hit her head. But now, I imagined Theo following the two of you instead. Jealous, perhaps, of your friendship. You and Amber had become close over the last year. Had she felt shut out? She could have been there the whole time, could have seen me show up to help you, followed me when I took Amber to the Lincoln Bridge. I rubbed my temples. Instead of feeling closer to a solution, I felt further away. I still had 2 more records to change, so I opened Calvin's next and quickly made the edit, then hopped over to the Notes tab, where clearly all the best information was to be found. I started to skim. Footsteps echoed in the empty hallway outside the office. I froze. A student? Cleaning staff? I was facing the glass windows of the office, and the monitor would be doing an excellent job of illuminating my face. Anyone walking by would be able to see me. I quickly punched the power button on the screen and slid low in the chair, hunching over the keyboard. From between 2 ceramic frogs, I could still see a sliver of the window. The footsteps got louder. What would I do if it was someone from this office, or if the cleaning staff came in? I didn't dare even breathe. My heart thundered in my chest like a herd of galloping caribou. The footsteps stopped outside the office. I could see denim-clad legs, a man's, a plaid shirt covering a muscular torso. It couldn't be. I lifted my head slightly, hoping the frogs would mask the movement. The shoulders came into view, and then the jaw and... yes, there he was. Kyle. Chapter 19. Shit! In the silence, my whisper sounded like a gunshot, and I froze, sure he'd heard me. What the hell was he doing here at night? There was no one here to interview at this hour, and I had a hard time imagining Dean Winters giving him the authority to roam the halls on his own. As much as these parents would want to see Amber found, they were also sticklers for privacy. The rich always are. I still didn't let myself breathe. Kyle swung around, peering into the windows of the office. His eyes raked over me as his gaze swooped around the room. It came back to rest on me again, and for a minute it felt as if he was looking right at me. This is it, I thought. He sees me and he's going to figure out everything and it's all going to come out. But at that precise moment, his cell phone rang. He slipped it out of his pocket and turned away from the window as he answered.
Hey, Dingle. Yeah, I'm at Oakwood, no?
His voice trailed off as he wandered down the hallway and out of sight. I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. I had to get out of there. I waited a minute or two, as long as I could bear. When I was reasonably confident Kyle wasn't coming back, I flipped the monitor back on. I felt incredibly exposed sitting there in its blue glow, so I worked quickly, getting out of Calvin's file and flipping over to Madison's to change her grade. I wished I had time to dig through her notes file and Calvin's as well, but I had to get out of there as soon as possible. When I was done, I logged out, made sure the desk looked exactly as it had when I arrived, and headed for the door. Once I'd slipped out into the hallway, Kyle wasn't anywhere to be seen. Good. I headed out the back door, closest to the staff parking lot. The Straub was one of the only cars left, and I expected that the 4 beat-up sedans in the southwest corner most likely belonged to the cleaning staff, who used the spaces after hours. Neither Kyle's cruiser nor his pickup were around, but I thought I could see the shiny chrome bumper parked over in front of the main doors of the admin building. I wondered if he'd noticed my car here before he went in. I wondered if maybe he'd been looking for me. I waited until I got home to send the text message. You were in your bedroom practicing, and I closed myself in the bathroom before I pulled out my phone. "It's done," I typed. "You've got your grades. Now leave me alone." It took a minute for the reply to come, and it was only 2 words. "We'll see." Gretchen showed up at my desk at 11 the next morning. "Coffee?" I blinked in surprise. "Okay, sure." She bounced on her toes while I grabbed my phone and wallet. As soon as we were out of the building, she burst. "Someone broke into our office last night." My breath hitched in my throat. I tried to keep my expression neutral. "You're kidding." "No. Christine found a bag by her desk with a towel and an Oakwood t-shirt in it." "Fuck!" Blood drained from my face. "Which one is Christine again?" Gretchen pressed her palms against her jaw and puffed out her cheeks. "Frog Lady." "Right. Wow." She said some stuff had been moved around on her desk, too. IT looked into it and said someone had definitely logged into her computer after hours. Double fuck! I hadn't even considered IT. I knew every login created a record, but if I'd been more careful with my stuff, there'd have been no reason for anyone to check. I wondered what else they could trace. They're still trying to figure out what this person did when they logged in. Unfortunately, the system only logs new entries. Anything that's opened or even edited doesn't leave a trail. Or at least not one that's immediately accessible. I don't know. I think they're still looking into it. Some of the blood returned to my cheeks, and I opened the door to the coffee shop. They wouldn't be able to tell what I'd done. That was good. I just had to hope that no one identified my bag. And that no one remembered seeing my car in the staff parking lot, that no one put 2 and 2 together. "What do you think happened?" I dared to ask as we waited for the student barista to whip up our lattes. Gretchen raised her eyebrows. "I think it's pretty obvious." "Oh?" I looked down at my oat bar, suddenly not at all hungry. "It was a journalist, probably looking up Amber's record, maybe some of her friends. They'll do anything to get whatever dirt they can. They're scum." Relief flooded me. Gretchen's theory was actually plausible, and if I didn't know the truth, I'd be inclined to believe it myself. "Absolutely, they're scum," I agreed. "So, how do you think they got in?" She shrugged. "No idea. They haven't run the logs on the pass cards yet. I think something's screwy with the system. My card wouldn't work at all yesterday." I couldn't look at Gretchen as we walked back toward the main administration building. She hadn't yet figured out I had switched our security cards, but it was only a matter of time before she found out it was her card that was used to open the office last night. I told myself I could play dumb. I wouldn't admit to having her card. I would just say mine was missing. She would, hopefully, assume she had lost hers yesterday somewhere between her office and Tucker's and had picked up mine by mistake on the way out. It sounded plausible enough in my head, but I knew better than to underestimate Gretchen's intelligence. I knew better than to underestimate anyone at that point. When I got back to my office, I had a text from you telling me that Thea was going to drive you home after ensemble rehearsal and that I shouldn't wait around for you. I guessed you two had made up. I thought about what I'd read in her academic file and wondered how I felt about that. I didn't like the idea of clattering around in the house by myself waiting for you, so I stayed at work to catch up on some of my filing. When I knew your rehearsal would be well and done, I went home. But there was no sign of you at the house. I sent you a quick note to ask where you were and if you'd be home for dinner. Then I turned on some music, the Bach cello suites. I liked to listen to it when you weren't around, because it was the closest thing to having you there. I knew I should set about getting some dinner ready, but I found myself moving listlessly from one room to another. My head was killing me. All the stress of the past week had created a barometric mess in my head, and my temples throbbed non-stop.
Eventually, I popped 3 Advils and went to lie down on my bed. I still couldn't relax. Thoughts looped around my mind like a stuck record. The cold, clammy feel of Amber's skin under my palms. The sharp way Kyle had looked at me. The relentless dread that curled in the pit of my stomach. I wanted to go back in time and undo everything. I should have left Amber right where she was and got you the hell out of there. Better yet, I should have forbade you from going out at all that night. I should have made you stay home and practice. What kind of mother lets her daughter stay out until midnight on a school night anyway? I had wanted to let you feel like an adult, to prepare you for next year when you were all alone in the big city. But who was I kidding? You weren't an adult. You were my little girl. My phone buzzed and my whole body buzzed in response as I bolted upright. I fumbled for the device. The message was from you. Out with Theo, etc. Back in a few hours. Don't worry about dinner. Theo. I thought again about what I had seen in her record, about her harassment of her teacher. I had been so sure Ethan was our blackmailer, but this new knowledge gave me pause. Girls could be just as manipulative, as ruthless as guys, after all. Maybe more so. After a minute, I texted you back. Be careful. I dragged myself out of bed and stretched. I clearly wasn't going to get any sleep, so I might as well do something productive. I wanted to go out and buy a couple of smart security cameras to set up around our property. At least the next time someone decided to graffiti my house, I'd be able to see who it was. Monster. The word flashed in front of me again, bright and blinding as a camera flash. Monster. She's a monster! My mother's voice, muffled through the heavy wooden door, choked with her own sobs. We're all monsters! What had she meant? The memory was so faint, so airy, like gossamer. I'd never tried to pin it down by analyzing it before, but now I wanted to know. Why was I a monster? Why were we all? My phone rang. I expected it to be you, but it wasn't. The number looked familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. I was afraid to answer, but I was even more afraid not to. Nicolette? A halting, wavering voice. It's Addison. Addison, of course. I slumped back down onto the bed. How are you? Is there any news? There's no news. There's never news. They say there are leads, but they won't tell me what they are, and I'm so afraid, Nicolette. All the time I'm afraid. Addison was drunk. I could tell. I also couldn't blame her. If I was in her position, I'd be a basket case. I'm sure they'll find something soon. You just need to have faith. Faith? Why would I have faith? No god would have done this to my Amber. Something evil happened. I know it. I wanted to tell her there was no evil involved, only a sad accident. But I couldn't. Come on, you can't think like that. It won't help Amber. Don't tell me what to think, she snapped. I'm sorry, There was a sound on the other end of the phone, like a sob or a whoosh of breath. I know. I'm trying so hard to stay positive. She cleared her throat. That's why I'm calling, actually. We're having a party. A party? Not a party, exactly. A celebration. Of Amber. I'd really like it if you and Ella could come. I don't know, Addison. Besides the fact that a party for Amber was a bit morbid, I felt far too guilty to show my face there. And I wasn't sure how you would handle it either. You were already struggling with the situation. Coming face to face with Amber's family might push you over the edge. Oh, please, Nicolette, all of Amber's friends will be there, and it won't be the same without Ella. I was about to say no again, but something Addison had just said intrigued me. All of Amber's friends would be there. That meant Ethan would be there, and Theo, and all the rest of them too. Maybe if I had a chance to observe them in a setting like that, I could figure out who had been sending me the messages. Hell, I could text the number while I was there and see if one of them was dumb enough to leave their phone turned on. "I'll come," I told Addison. "I'll have to talk to Ella, but I'll come for sure. Yes, please talk to her. I know she'll want to be there." I wasn't so sure about that, but I felt good about my plan of attack. It felt good to have a plan, at least. I was heading to the kitchen when my phone buzzed with another new text message. I assumed it was from you, so I tapped it open without any of the usual dread. $25,000, it read. That's what I want. All the air rushed from my lungs, and the blood drained from my legs, and I half fell, half sat in the kitchen chair. I didn't have that kind of money, and if I did, I'd be using it to send you to Juilliard, not pay off this low-life asshole. My savings account had a total of a couple $1,000s in it. Even my line of credit was maxed out from replacing the roof of our little house last summer. I tried to breathe, but it felt impossible. Everything felt impossible. Life without money was hard, harder than I ever expected when I walked away from my parents' fortune. There had been some dodgy apartments, 2 jobs, relying on the kindness of a neighbor while I waited tables at the diner on Main Street, the one that used to be in the building where Mitzi's Kitchen now resides. There had been stress and fear and a constant nagging anxiety. What if the car breaks down? What if Mrs. Wentworth dies or gets sick and can't watch you anymore? What if I break a leg and can't work? What if you develop some kind of costly medical condition? But we'd made it through. Then the job at Oakwood came, and it was like clouds parting after a storm. The money still wasn't great, but slowly I'd been able to tuck away some savings. We bought this house. It was nothing special, nothing compared to the property I'd grown up in. Just a 1-level bungalow with 2 bedrooms and a single cramped bathroom with a kitschy blue tub. But it was home, and the first time I'd truly felt that way. Home. You were my home. After we had the house, I started tucking away more money, enough to know I'd be able to send you to the school as soon as you were old enough. Even with the Oakwood staff discount, it wasn't easy. Once your uniforms, books, and events were factored in on top of the tuition, the cost of sending you to that school was in the tens of thousands per year. But it was important to me. I didn't want you to grow up in the kind of house I'd grown up in, but that didn't mean I didn't want you to have opportunities in this life, and Oakwood would give you that. Oakwood opened doors for people. It was a special place, and you needed to be there. You deserved to be there. Thinking of you grounded me, and I breathed again. I didn't respond to my blackmailer's message. I wouldn't. Not yet, anyway. I would get my security cameras installed first, and then I would go to Addison's party. I would figure out who was doing this. And I would end it. Chapter 20. A few hours later, step 1 was done. My security cameras were installed. The digital cameras pointed down our driveway, at our front door, and a third was mounted over the sliding door in the rear and captured a large swath of the backyard and patio. An app on my phone let me access the feeds whenever I wanted to, and the footage was stored in the cloud for 30 days before being automatically deleted. I'd never even considered security here before. Silver Mills wasn't that kind of place. But, as they say, things change. And things had changed dramatically for me. For us, I should say. By 11 o'clock, you still weren't back. Your curfew was midnight, so technically you weren't late yet, but ever since the accident you'd been sticking pretty close to home. I texted you to see if you were on your way and waited for a response. I still hadn't replied to my blackmailer. Despite the graffiti incident, I felt confident I could handle this. Besides, after the screw-up with the shower bag, I was as nervous about complying with his demands as I was with ignoring them. Either way, I lost. The only way out was not to play the game. Still no reply from you. I tried to tell myself I wasn't worried, that you were fine. I opened up my new security app and clicked on the feed to the backyard. The cameras had night vision, so I could see the eerie gray shapes of the backyard. The still-covered patio furniture, the scraggly snowball bush. A bug knocked against the camera glass once, twice, 3 times, got its bearings, and flew off. Otherwise, the backyard was empty and still. I switched to the driveway feed. Our driveway was paved, and the swath of gray looked overly pale in the night vision, and longer than usual thanks to the lens distortion on the camera. Something sprinted across the surface, a chipmunk or a mouse, maybe, and disappeared into the grass beyond. I flicked to the 3rd camera, the one above the front door. A strangled scream escaped my lips. There was a person there. A huge, hunched figure pawing at the doorknob. I listened. A rattle. Cold sweat dripped down my back. Should I call the police? The figure bent as if to pick something up, and when they stood again, they shook out their hair. I recognized the gesture. You. My fingers unclenched, and my buttocks did too. I hurried to the front door and pulled it open. You stumbled into the small entryway, right into my arms, almost knocking both of us over. I could smell it right away. The sticky, sweet, yet astringent smell of alcohol. Ella! Mom! You blinked in surprise. You're still up. Have you been drinking? You giggled and held your index finger and thumb about an inch apart. Just a little. I could tell it was more than just a little. You reeked of it, and you swayed on your feet like a baby giraffe. I was about to let you have it, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. You were going through a lot. And yes, I suppose I felt guilty that I'd compounded the situation with my own actions. Drink some water, I said, instead of tearing you a new one. You're going to feel like shit in the morning. You did feel like shit in the morning. You wouldn't admit it, but I could tell by the sluggish way you stared, eyes unfocused, at the wall across from you, by the way you barely even touched your coffee and pushed away the plate of pancakes the second I set it in front of you. At least the hangover might dissuade you from drinking again, and probably more effectively than any lecture I might have given. I felt like shit too, even though I hadn't had a drop of alcohol. I had lain awake most of the night, thinking of the messages I'd been getting, about whom might be behind it. Even if I identified the person who'd been sending them, my money was still on Ethan or Theo. I had no idea how I was going to stop them. Stealing the phone and deleting the pictures wouldn't work. Unless they were complete idiots, they'd have backed up the photos in the cloud somewhere, maybe in multiple places. I would need another way to stop them, and I had no idea yet what that was. There was something else nagging at me, too. Monster. That word had been like a key, unlocking a memory I didn't even know I had. She's a monster. Why had my mother said that? I'd only been 5 years old at the time, so it seemed hard to believe I could be a monster. Then again, it was no secret my mother had turned on me after Lizzie's death. Maybe her words shouldn't be so surprising, but they were certainly unsettling. Can I stay home today? You were still staring at the wall. No. Go get dressed. I might let you get away with a lot. Too much, some might even say. But no way was I going to let you skip school because of a hangover. I had some standards. All day I waited for something to happen. I wasn't sure exactly what, but it felt as if I was on the verge of something, I checked my phone compulsively, waiting for another message from my blackmailer, but nothing came. I waited to be called to the dean's office, or for Kyle to come and question me, for someone to tell me they'd identified my bag, the one I'd left in Gretchen's office, near Christine Calvert's frog-covered desk. No one came. I waited for you or the school nurse to show up and tell me you were sick and needed to go home, but again, nothing. I was stunned when 4 o'clock came around, and I was meeting you back at the car. "I'm going to sleep for 100 years, you announced as you climbed into the Straub. Part of me wanted to tell you, no way, that I had a list of chores for you to get done, but ultimately I was too tired myself to do it. "I might do the same thing," I said as I pulled out of the staff parking lot. And for the first time all week, I felt like I might actually be able to. The next day passed the same way. Quiet. Eerily so. There was chatter about Amber in the office, but it was already starting to die down. There were still a few wild rumors floating around, that she'd been dating a pimp and had been lured into a human trafficking ring, that she'd been murdered by a satanic sex cult as part of a sacrificial ritual, and perhaps most bizarrely, that she'd fallen in love with a dwarf and joined a traveling circus. The general consensus, though, was that she'd most likely been partying and had accidentally overdosed. Her body would be found in the woods at some point, or maybe the people she was with had panicked and hidden it. Still, it was assumed she'd be found at some point. Or, more accurately, that her body would be recovered. That story wasn't actually that far from reality. An accidental death, a panicked concealment. The only difference was that Amber's body wouldn't be recovered. Not with how fast the river was going. It had died down somewhat since then, but that night it had been swollen with spring thaw. There's no way it hadn't taken her straight to the Gulf and then out into the ocean. I wondered what Addison thought of the rumors, if she'd heard them. As a parent, I knew it would be hard, impossible really, to avoid thinking the worst. I wondered if she laid awake thinking of human traffickers, of sadistic cults, of the terrors that lurk in the hearts of men. I wondered if she prayed it was as simple, as peaceful, as a run-of-the-mill overdose. No wonder she drank. I wondered, too, how it was that I was able to do this to her. To keep her in the dark about this, even though I could easily imagine how the stories must twist and rend her. I knew exactly how I would feel in her situation, yet I did nothing. Even though I had the power to end a portion of her suffering, I did nothing. Perhaps that's the terror that lurks in my own heart. I also found myself wondering what Kyle was thinking. I hadn't spoken to him since the last time he'd come by the house. I had no idea what he was thinking, what leads they were pursuing. For all I knew, they could be looking seriously into the whole traveling circus thing. There were still officers coming by the school daily, but I hadn't seen him around personally. I made a mental note to get into touch with him, see what I could find out. When I met you at the car that day, after school was out, it felt a bit like a triumph. Another day had passed with no contact from my blackmailer or from the police. Things were starting to feel normal again. Like I had been in a dark tunnel, and now I was coming out the other side. Then Friday happened. On Friday, the sun poured over Silver Mills like melted butter. The kids at Oakwood were drunk on it, lounging out in the grass, basking in the warm glow and the impending summer vacation, now just 2 weeks away. The girls wore their regulation white button-downs knotted around their rib cages, showing off flat stomachs I couldn't even dream of ever having again. The boys wore expensive sunglasses and leaned backward in the grass, propped up on their forearms and laughing. Amber was a memory. Barely more than a week had gone by since her disappearance, and already she was relegated to a dedication in the yearbook. A distant memory of a girl we all once knew. I didn't know if it was because they were teenagers, that they simply adapted more quickly, or if it was just the pace of the world and our inability to care about something for more than a minute. It seemed both cruel and kind at the same time. Amber was dead, but the living moved on. I was in the office when the message came. The air conditioning was on, but inside my silk blouse, my skin was still damp from the lunchtime walk I'd taken across campus with Gretchen. She'd returned my security pass to me, admitting, red-faced, that she must have picked it up by mistake. I'd smiled tightly, then listened as she confessed that it was her card that had been used to access the admin office. I made soothing noises while she chastised herself, but I thanked my lucky stars that she didn't appear to have made a connection between her missing card and her sudden possession of mine. The truth is, I liked Gretchen. We saw each other every day by then, and I was quite enjoying her company. In better circumstances, we might have even become friends. My cell phone sat on the corner of my desk, buried under a pile of late admission applications. They were still arriving in a steady trickle, so I hadn't expected the dean's hold on acceptance letters would soon be over. Clearly, Amber's death hadn't dissuaded anyone from their dreams of Oakwood. I wanted to get a head start on the tsunami of paperwork that would ensue once the hold was lifted. When the phone buzzed, the papers above it vibrated. I pushed them out of the way and grabbed for it without looking. I was talking to Tiff about summer vacation planning and thinking maybe you and I could take a trip to Boston or maybe Miami. A girls' weekend before you moved to New York in the fall. I glanced down at the phone, and everything blurred. The blood drained from my head and my eyes crossed. "Nicolette? Are you okay?" Tiff's voice sounded far away. All I could focus on was the screen in front of me, on the stream of messages that had poured in. "You're ignoring me, Nicolette. I don't like to be ignored. You'll pay for this. Just wait and see what I can do." I clenched the phone against my sweaty palm, reading the messages over and over. All week I'd felt confident that this would all go away, and now that confidence seemed foolish, naive. I could feel the venom in the messages, the anger that came through them. But what did the threat mean? Was he finally going to leak those pictures? "Nicolette, you're scaring me. What is it?" Tiff had one hand pressed to her heart. I forced myself to smile, even though my lips felt dentist numb. "Sorry, just an issue with my mother. I'm going to—" I held the phone and pointed at the door as I stood up. "That's right, she has Alzheimer's, doesn't she? Poor thing. Poor you, too. I can't imagine how—" "Excuse me." I couldn't listen to her anymore, not with my heart thudding straight out of my chest. I went into the hallway and stood with my back against the brick. I was probably ruining the silk of my blouse, but at that moment, I didn't care. I read the messages again. "I'm sorry," I typed, fumbling over the letters. "Wasn't ignoring you. Trying to get the money. Just need more time." I hoped that would be enough to appease the person on the other end of the messages, but the reply came back immediately. "Too bad. Time's up." I was going to be sick. I leaned my head against the wall and tried to breathe in and out. But the more I thought about it, the harder it seemed to do. Why was breathing so hard? Was this what a panic attack felt like? "All right, Nick?" Keenan, the sole man in our office, came down the hallway and stopped in front of me. "Fine. Just a little overheated." I forced my lips up into a smile again and used my hand to fan my neck area. "It sure is a hot one." He squinted at me. "You sure you're okay? Do you need some water?" No, I'm fine, thanks." Somehow, the act of talking helped regulate my breathing, and I no longer felt as if I was going to pass out. "Let's go back in." When I sat down at my desk, my mind cleared. I couldn't panic. This was, in all likelihood, a teenager. I dealt with teenagers all day, every day. They acted tough and bristly, but they were only hiding the tender bits that still lurked underneath. "Don't do anything we'll both regret," I wrote. "Hang in there. I'll have the money by Monday." It was a lie. I hardly had $25,000 just kicking around. But I hoped that by Monday I'd have figured out who was sending the messages and could put a stop to the whole thing. I waited for a response, but none came. All day, the panic simmered below the surface, threatening to boil over at any moment. Chapter 21. Saturday, the day of Addison's party, was as sunny as the day before. Summer had arrived in Silver Mills. The magnolia bush in front of our house had started to bud, and within a few days it would be covered in fat, pink blossoms. The heady smell always reminded me of my childhood. We'd had 2 of them on the property, one on either side of the stone veranda in back of the house. They seemed magical to me, with their silky petals as big as my palm. But how quickly they faded. It was only days before all the petals had fallen onto the veranda, brown and rotten, their sweet perfume turning putrid. I spent the morning working in my own yard, mostly as a way to burn off my excess energy. I raked dead leaves and cleaned out the flower beds and washed the outsides of the windows. I also tried to formulate a plan. This party was probably the only opportunity I'd have to get the most likely suspects together in one room. There had to be a way I could use that to my advantage. By mid-afternoon, my arms burned and my thighs ached, and I was pretty sure I had a sunburn on the top of my head. But I also had an idea. It wasn't the greatest plan in the world, but it was all I could come up with, and I had to hope it would work. I got out of the shower at the same time that you emerged from your room. You were wearing a simple black dress and a scowl. I recognized the dress as one of your recital dresses. I recognized the scowl from, well, life. "You're coming? It will look bad if I don't you think? I can make an excuse for you. You're sick. They'll know it's a lie. Anyway, it's fine, I'll just go. We won't stay long. I hoped not, anyway. The idea of spending hours with Amber's parents, and their grief and heartache, made me feel more than a little nauseous. I'm going to dry my hair and we can go." "Whatever." You clomped into the living room. I was worried about finding a place to park at the Albrights, but I needn't have. Addison had hired a valet for the event. A young man in a crisp white jacket greeted us, and I handed over my keys. You and I trudged up to the Albrights' front door, which opened before we even had a chance to knock. I expected a harried-looking housekeeper, or maybe even Addison herself, but we were instead greeted by a polished hostess with a gleaming black ponytail. She looked better suited to a nightclub than to whatever this was. "Name?" She held an iPad. "Nicolette Winchester, and my daughter Ella." She ran a sharp coral nail down the screen. "Hi, Nicolette," she said, apparently deeming us acceptable. "You can both go on through to the salon." You and I exchanged a glance. We both tried not to laugh. This whole thing felt absurd in a grim sort of way. In the salon, a decent crowd had gathered. We had both worn black dresses, and we weren't the only ones. The room felt more like a wake than whatever kind of celebration Addison had intended. Though Addison herself was clearly trying. She wore a daffodil yellow skirt suit with a matching yellow hat. The hat had yellow netting that hung down over her eyes. I wondered if that was meant to distract from how dreadful she looked underneath. Even with a thick layer of makeup, I could see the way her face had become hollow and gaunt, the way her eyes sank down into their sockets. She held a glass of champagne and laughed, but the sound was as hollow as her cheeks. Alistair stood beside her. He too had opted for something other than black, probably at Addison's behest. He wore a fitted steel blue suit, a yellow tie that matched his wife's dress. He looked like he'd rather be anywhere but here. He looked like he'd rather be dead.
"Oh, Nicolette, I'm so glad you could make it."
Addison sashayed over.
"And Ella."
Her voice broke at your name, and she covered it with a cough.
"It would mean so much to Amber that you're here."
We wouldn't have missed it. I leaned in and kissed the air beside her cheek. "Is there any news?"
"Nothing yet, but we're still hopeful."
She held out her arms and gave you a hug that lasted a little too long. She did sound hopeful, at least more so than the last time I spoke to her, but there was something manic about her tone. Maybe it wasn't optimism, but uppers. "Great turnout," I said, looking around. Amber was very loved.
"She is, Nicolette. She is very loved."
"Of course, she is. Damn, stupid slip-up."
"You must try the salmon cakes. I can't eat a thing, of course, but I hear they're divine."
She snapped her fingers, and 2 waiters appeared in front of us, one carrying an assortment of salmon cakes and some sort of pastry with protruding shrimp tails, and the other bearing a silver tray loaded with glasses of bubbly champagne. I took a salmon cake, even though the fishy odor made me feel ill. You reached for a glass of champagne, and I slapped your wrist.
"Oh, let her,"
Addison scolded me.
"You only live once. And you never know when.
Her words dissolved, and she turned away. She slipped a handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed at her eyes before she turned back to us, an artificial smile stretched across her garishly pink lips.
"Life's too short not to have the champagne."
"Yeah, Mom." You looked smug as you sipped from your glass. Now wasn't the time to argue Parenting 101 with Addison.
"Fine."
I reached for a glass myself. "I'll drink to that." "I'm going to talk to Theo and Madison," you announced. "Of course. They're right over there." Addison pointed as if we needed to be told. Madison and Theo held court in the middle of the room, clustered with the boys on the L-shaped white leather sofa. We could hear them laughing and talking in hushed tones. "Be good," I said to you out of habit. You rolled your eyes at me, out of habit. I turned back to Addison. "How are you holding up?"
"Some days are better than others."
"And the nights?" She smiled weakly.
"The nights are never good."
"I can't even imagine what you're going through." It might have been the first truly honest thing I'd said to her.
"I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. Alistair blames himself. He's convinced it has something to do with his business, but the police say we would have received a ransom call by now. Some kind of demand."
"What do they think, if not kidnapping?"
"Oh, they won't tell us anything. We've begged them for any information at all, but we're lucky if we get scraps. Alistair almost knocked that Dingle's head off the other day, and we still couldn't get a straight answer out of him."
"Maybe they just don't know anything." Addison looked around the room, and I wondered if she'd heard me. Eventually, she sighed. "You're probably right. Alistair wants to hire a private investigator.
He says these small-town cops couldn't find their own assholes."
She covered her mouth as a wild giggle escaped from her lips. "I'm sure they'll have something soon." I tried to sound reassuring. I didn't like the idea of a private investigator. They weren't bound by the same restrictions as the cops were. A wily one might somehow be able to poke through the story we'd been spinning.
"They will, right? This can't go on forever, can it? Someone has to know where she is. What happened to her?"
Addison clenched my arm. Her tone was so desperate, her eyes behind the yellow netting wild. I had no idea what to say to her. I wanted to reassure her, but the words stuck like stones in my throat. I was saved from answering by a chorus of groans that erupted from the sofa where the kids were all gathered. They'd huddled around Calvin, who held his phone up. They watched the screen and laughed in a grossed-out sort of way. "Should we see what that's about?" I asked Addison, grateful for the chance to change the subject. "We might as well." We crossed the room. I touched your shoulder, and you jumped as if you'd been scalded. "What's so funny?" Addison's tone had a false brightness to it. Calvin held the phone closer to his chest.
"It's just a dumb video, I'm sorry."
He sounded genuinely apologetic. "Well, let's see it," Addison chirped. "I'm sure we could all use a laugh."
"It's not really that funny."
"You were all laughing." Addison leaned forward, right up in Calvin's face, practically elbowing Madison's cheek in the process. "I want to see it." Calvin looked around at his friends, but none of them would meet his eye. Madison combed her fingers through her honey blonde hair, and you chewed your thumbnail. I tried to catch your eye, but you wouldn't look at me either.
"Fine,"
Calvin said, giving in. Or maybe up.
"Here."
He hit the play button and handed the phone to Addison. She held it so I could see too. It took me a second to figure out what was going on. The video was brown, a nature setting. Dirt and some kind of damp, swampy foliage. Then, a movement in the corner. A tiny toad jumped into the frame. A larger frog followed, lurching after him. In one swift motion, the larger frog opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue, and swallowed the small toad whole. It was so sudden and surprising that I winced. Even for that small, ugly toad, I felt a wave of empathy. I had no idea frogs would eat other frogs, but I've since learned that it's not altogether uncommon. Frogs can be as twisted as any other species. The camera kept rolling. The larger frog took a few self-satisfied hops and then slowed. It lurched once, twice, and keeled over. It laid still. The video continued to play. After a few long seconds, the frog moved again. Or, more specifically, its mouth opened. As I watched, shocked, the tiny little toad hopped back out, unharmed. It paused a moment, as if collecting itself or getting its bearings, and then hopped out of the frame again. The video ended. "Poisonous frog gets its revenge," Addison read from the video's description. This is morbid. Sick." Calvin shrugged, embarrassed, but Madison stopped combing her hair and looked up at Amber's mother. "It's not morbid, it's like nature." She wasn't wrong. That ugly little frog, or toad, or whatever it was, had hit the evolutionary jackpot. Its poison was so lethal that predators couldn't touch it. That was how it survived. How it thrived, even. In that moment, I knew how I would survive as well. "I had a thought," I said to Addison. She turned to me. She still looked upset, as if somehow the dead frog had something to do with Amber. "What is it?" She sounded wary. "You know these kids are always on their phones. Really, every one of us is guilty of it. I thought that maybe, to properly honor Amber, we should all give up our phones for the rest of the afternoon. Put them all in a box and stick them in another room. People can pick them up on their way out." Addison looked skeptical. I pedaled faster. "I just thought it would be a nice gesture, a way to ensure we're all more present. You and Alistair could keep your phones on you, of course, in case there's news." Addison hesitated for a second. Then her face broke into a smile. "Nicolette, you're a genius. I love it. Let's go see if we can find a box. I wonder where we could find something like that." "I have an idea," I said. I headed down the hall while Addison followed behind me like an eager puppy. In the gleaming, white kitchen, a team of 3 chefs were busy plating large trays of vegetable croquets and some sort of tomato skewer. Black and white-clad servers bustled in and out of the room, emptying trays and picking up fresh ones. "I need a bowl,"
I said to the one closest to us, a mustached man with oversized ears. The harried chef wiped his hands on his apron and looked from me to Addison.
What sort of bowl, madam?
For cell phones, Addison announced. The chef looked perplexed. He glanced around, worried. Maybe a big glass punch bowl, I said.
Certainly.
He summoned over one of the servers, spoke a few words in French, and sent the young man off.
We have an extra one in the van. It won't be but a moment.
Sure enough, but a moment later, we had a large glass punch bowl. Crystal by the looks of it. I carried it back into the salon while Addison marched ahead. May I have everyone's attention? Nicolette here has just had the most wonderful idea. This party is now a cell phone free zone. You'll place your phone in this bowl and collect it when you leave. There was a chorus of groans, but Addison appeared unfazed. Nicolette? I blinked, and Addison nodded at the bowl. Your phone? Right. I slipped mine out of my purse and slid it into the empty bowl. When Addison gestured at me, I started circling the room with the bowl. While I did it, I tried to get a sense of whether anyone seemed particularly concerned about parting with their device. There were lots of grumbles, but eventually every person I approached handed it over. The bowl filled up and got heavy. When I approached you rolled your eyes, but added your iPhone to the pile. This is mortifying, you muttered. Yeah, well, I shrugged. I couldn't exactly tell you that I was doing this to help us both. I turned to Theo and smiled sweetly. Your turn. She typed something into the phone, then locked it and threw it in. This is barbaric, she announced. Calvin dropped his phone into the bowl without any prompting, probably still embarrassed about his frog video being the cause of this whole thing. Madison did the same. Ethan was nowhere to be seen. I whipped my head around, surveying the salon. Had I missed him somehow? But I didn't see him anywhere. Wasn't there one more of you? I said to the girls. It was Calvin who answered.
Ethan went outside to get some air.
Interesting. Had he done that before Addison made her announcement? Or had he slipped away specifically because he didn't want to part with his phone? Once I had gone around the rest of the room, I took the very full bowl of phones into the foyer. The room through which we'd entered the Albright home was spacious, with a large circular table in the middle. An ornate chandelier hung above it, and a crystal vase sat in its center. Bright pink peonies drooped over the sides of the vase and spilled their perfume through the room. I set the bowl on the table next to the vase. This seemed as good a place as any to keep them. People could pick them up on their way out. I hovered by the front door, waiting for Ethan to come back in. I wasn't sure if he'd used this door, though. Since he'd dated Amber, he was probably familiar with the house and may have felt comfortable taking another exit, perhaps out into the backyard. While I waited, I fished my own phone out of the bowl and stared down at it. Should I take my chances and do it now, before Ethan returned? Or should I wait and try to get his phone too, so I could be more sure? There was no one around. Doing it now wouldn't tell me for sure if it was Ethan, but if it was someone else, say, Theo, it might work. I unlocked my phone and pulled up the most recent message from my blackmailer. Still working on getting your money, I typed. I held my breath, focused hard on the phones in front of me, and hit send. I listened for a chirp, a beep, a ding, a vibration. Nothing. No screens lit up that I could see. Damn. Did this mean it was Ethan? Or did it just mean that it was someone who was smart enough to turn their phone off before dropping it in? I was no further ahead than I had been before this stupid party. A knock came at the door. I jumped. Was it Ethan? Had he locked himself out when he stepped outside? I looked around, but Addison wasn't coming to the door, and the sleek hostess from earlier was nowhere to be seen. I pulled the door open and gaped. "What the hell are you doing here?" I'd been expecting to see Ethan or some other late-coming party guest. Instead, standing in front of me was Detective Kyle Griffin. Chapter 22. Kyle glanced behind him, then over my shoulder. Anywhere but at my face.
Are the Albrights here?
Of course they're here. Did he think I was hanging out in their house by myself? I had to remind myself not to get too snippy with him. "Let me just go get It's you," Addison breathed from behind me. "Is there news? Come in, Alistair's in the salon with the guests. Oh, please tell me there's news." Addison had already turned, hurrying back toward the salon, waving one hand madly behind her to indicate we should follow. Kyle looked at me, and I shrugged. He wiped his boots lightly on the expensive-looking Persian rug, and we both headed after Addison. When we got to the salon, Kyle startled. He clearly hadn't been expecting so many people. The valets had done a good job of parking the cars further up the road and behind the house. I caught your eye in the crowd. Questions poured from your gaze, but I could only give you a half shrug. I didn't like this, Kyle showing up here. I didn't like it one bit.
Mr. and Mrs. Albright, could we possibly speak in private?
Kyle held his hands clasped in front of him, and for a second I could see the boy he'd once been instead of the solid man he was. Nonsense. Addison sunk down onto the couch, between Lauren and Victoria, Madison and Theo's mothers. Alistair stood behind her, with one hand placed gently on her shoulder, the other in his pocket. It was a genteel sort of pose, more like a painting than real life, but I could see the way his jaw tightened and how, inside his pocket, his hand was clenched into a fist. Kyle still hadn't spoken. "Nonsense," Addison said again. "These are our friends. They're as invested in Amber's safe return as we are. Please, if you have news, we all want to hear it." Kyle opened his mouth as if to object, but he closed it and nodded instead.
"Then I'm sorry to tell you this, but we recovered a body that matches Amber's description. We'll need you to identify it, but we believe it could be your daughter."
All the air left the room. It was as if we had all gone into deep space, where there was no oxygen and no gravity and everything simply froze. Time moved differently, and so did light and sound and thoughts. My mind went blank, all my gossamer thoughts evaporated, frozen like ice crystals into the air above me. As if from far away, a keening noise began to chafe against my eardrum. I used the noise as a rope, slowly pulling myself back into the Albright salon. The room was too hot, too filled with people and sounds. Addison had slipped from the couch and was on her knees on another expensive-looking Persian rug. Victoria and Lauren crouched on either side of her, trying to hold her in place, while Rebecca shoved a glass of champagne at her. But Addison was a wild animal, her cries circling the room like a tornado of sound. Alistair still stood behind the sofa. The hand that had rested on Addison's shoulder hung limply by his side. His other hand was still in his pocket. Other than the fact that all the blood had drained from his face, he appeared completely unchanged.
"It's not her."
It was the first thing I'd heard him say all afternoon. Kyle nodded.
"That's why we need you to identify her." "It won't be her," Alistair repeated confidently. I imagined him in a boardroom, bluffing his way through a tense negotiation. I could understand why he was so successful. "We should go as soon as possible,"
was all Kyle said. The party broke up. Lauren, Victoria, and Rebecca clustered around Addison, shepherding her to the door as if the four of them were a single unit. Alistair trailed silently behind. You appeared at my side as everyone else began shuffling from the room.
Is it her? You hissed. I thought you said— Keep your voice down. I looked around to make sure no one had heard you, but everyone moved as if zombified. No one was looking at us. And I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. By the time we got back into the foyer, the bowl of phones I'd collected had been half emptied. So much for that plan. Ethan stood in a cluster with Calvin and Theo and the others. He had his phone, of course. He appeared to be texting something. He hit one final button and slid the phone into his back pocket. I whipped my own phone out. Had he just replied to my earlier message? But I had no new texts. That didn't mean it wasn't him. It could just mean he wasn't stupid enough to reply while I was standing there. Ella! Madison grabbed your arm as we approached. We're all going to Calvin's to hang out. Do you want to come? You looked at me, unsure. Go, I told you. It'll be good for you to be with your friends. But— questions still haunted your eyes. I'll be fine, I promised. We can talk later. I watched you and your friends disappear as I waited for the valets to get the car. They were overwhelmed with the rush of everyone leaving at once, so eventually I decided to simply collect my keys and walk down the block to the Straub. I climbed in but didn't start the engine right away. The solitude and silence inside the car was a balm to my jangled nerves, and for a couple of minutes all I did was take deep breaths and soak it in. Was it really Amber they'd found? Kyle seemed fairly certain, and Silver Mills was a small town. It wasn't like random bodies cropped up all the time. If one person was missing and one body appeared, the chances were good they were one and the same. I wondered where exactly they'd found her. I'd expected the river to take her all the way to the Gulf, but something must have gone wrong. Maybe her clothes snagged on some rocks or a tree branch. Or maybe she did make it to the Gulf, but I'd miscalculated how fast she'd be carried out beyond that. Maybe instead of drifting away into the wide open ocean, she'd floated to the surface. There were tons of boaters and fishermen out there, so it was easy to see how she could have been spotted if that was the case. I would have to find a way to talk to Kyle, to figure out what they knew. Even if it was Amber's body, and I was pretty sure it was, they still couldn't link her to you or to me. I was confident the river would have washed away any trace of my DNA, and with the exception of the Mylar blankets still stashed in our shed, I was equally confident that I'd been careful about getting rid of Amber's DNA. I'd have to get rid of those blankets, though, just to be sure. That would be priority number 1. Feeling more assured, I started the car and drove home. Art Poole stood in his driveway and watched in stillness as I pulled into my own drive. I offered him a wave in greeting, but got nothing in return. I normally tried not to care when he didn't respond to my overtures. After all, if Silver Mills is unkind to those who aren't wealthy, then it's even more unkind to those with disabilities or disorders or any other sort of dis appended upon them. But today, I truly didn't care. I forgot about Arthur the second I stepped inside the house. I beelined straight for the back door and stepped out onto the patio. The backyard camera had yet to pick up anything other than robins and squirrels, a single wild brown hare who tended to show up around dawn, and the odd patio chair cushions strewn about by a particularly strong gust of wind. Yet still, I shivered when I went out there. There was a feeling of being watched. Eyes in the trees, the whisper of voices on the breeze. I hurried to the potting shed and propped the door open, ready to grab the blankets and hustle back inside the house. I didn't want to spend any more time out here than I had to. Even as I started moving the plant pots and the bags of potting soil, I knew something was amiss. An alarm sounded in my head, a buzz at the base of my neck. The silver Mylar blankets were gone. I moved aside more pots, turned to a different pile and started sorting through those too, even though I knew that wasn't where I'd left them. They'd been here, right here, beside the push mower and in front of the wooden tool chest. And now they were gone. My hands worked numbly, handling the ceramic pots, the damp plastic bags, shifting and upheaving everything in a futile attempt to find something that wasn't there. My mind blazed. Where could they have gone? Had I already moved them? Sometime in the chaos of this past week, had I come in and fetched them and somehow forgotten? But I knew, without even seriously considering the idea, that I hadn't. This week had been chaotic, yes, but I had felt a strange sense of presence, of aliveness. Every single moment stood out in relief against the mundanity of the days that had come before. Even now I can recall details about that time that should, by all rights, have faded. The smell of your rose-tinted lip balm, the soft swish of Addison's yellow linen suit, the barest hint of cardamom in my afternoon lattes with Gretchen. It was all there, every second of it. If I had moved the blankets, I would have remembered. Someone else had moved them, taken them. Who? My blackmailer. Ethan. It made the most sense, didn't it? They were the only physical evidence that would link us to Amber. Other than the pictures, they would be the best way to lead the cops to us. But how would Ethan have known they were here? Unless he'd been following me and had watched me bring them out to the shed. It was a possibility, especially given how secretly he'd managed to follow us on the night of the incident. But there was someone else who knew too. Someone who'd actually seen me putting the blankets in here that day. That person was Arthur Poole. I plopped down on the tool chest. A cloud of dust puffed up around me and then settled. I thought about Arthur watching me from his window that night you called. He could have gotten in his car and followed me to the park. He could have seen everything. Was he trying to punish me? Or had seeing Amber triggered something in his PTSD? Maybe he was having some sort of breakdown. I didn't know much about Arthur. I didn't know who his family was either. There was no one to call to check on him. I decided I would look at the camera feeds again. None of them captured the shed itself. I realized now that was a mistake. But if Arthur or anyone else had come into our yard, the front cameras may have picked something up. My phone was in my back pocket, so I withdrew it and clicked open the app. I found the archived footage. There were hours and hours of it. It would take forever to get through, even if I scrubbed through it at high speed. But it would have to be done. The phone buzzed, and a new text message popped up. No! I wanted to throw the device against the wall, smash it into 100,000 tiny pieces. Instead, I opened the message. Do you understand now what I can do? I wanted to cry. Frustrated tears stung the backs of my eyes, but I blinked them away. Yes, I wrote back. What else could I say? Good. Maybe you'll do what I say this time. I'm working on getting the money, I told you that. The price has just gone up, baby. My hand shook. What does that mean? It means I want $250,000 now. If not, everything comes out. The tears that had been threatening to spill finally fell, painting a line down my dry cheek. $250,000? I didn't have that kind of money. I couldn't even scrape together the initial $25,000, and now he wanted 10 times that. Where was I going to find all that cash? As if he could hear my thoughts, another message came through. And Nick, I do mean everything. I knew he was serious. I also knew I was in an impossible predicament. I couldn't get the money, but I couldn't afford not to get it either. So, in that moment, I did the only thing I could do. I cried. Like a big, helpless baby. The last time I'd cried had been years and years ago, at Lizzie's funeral to be exact. I felt the same sense of bitter hopelessness, of cosmic unfairness as I did then. Last time my mother had been there to backhand it out of me. This time, there was no one to slap me to my senses, so I just cried until I couldn't cry anymore, until my eyes felt dry and my lungs had turned to dust. As I stood up and tried to shake off my overwhelming sense of hopelessness, "Get it together, Nick," I muttered to myself. I remembered the earring. Was that gone too? I knelt and clawed at the bag of potting soil. The earth was damp and cold, and I hoped desperately to feel the sharp, smooth metal in there. Nothing. I reached my hands in deeper, tearing at the bag. Nothing. I grabbed the bag and upended it, spilling dirt all over the floor of the shed. "Come on," I said. "Come on." I pawed through the earth. Wait! There! A glint. I sifted the soil, and there it was. Amber's earring. Whoever had known about the blankets hadn't known about the earring. Or perhaps they just hadn't been able to find it. I rubbed the dirt off the metal absently. What did that mean? I knew one thing. I couldn't let this earring out of my sight. I brought it back into the house and slid it into my purse. It would be dangerous to carry it around with me, but it was more dangerous to leave it somewhere. I'd keep it close to me until I could figure out how and where to dispose of it. Chapter 23. You arrived home a few hours later. The sticky smell of alcohol wafted off you again, but your eyes were clear and I could tell you weren't intoxicated. I decided to let it slide. I didn't have it in me to fight with you. "Did you have a good time?" I asked you instead. "There's leftover chicken in the fridge if you're hungry." No. No, you didn't have a good time, or no, you're not hungry. Both. You stalked toward your bedroom. I followed. When you tried to push the door closed, I wedged my shoulder in. "Tell me what's wrong. What happened?" You looked as if you weren't going to answer. You went to your dresser, yanking out one of the t-shirts you like to sleep in. Finally, without looking at me, you said, "I found Amber's body. I mean, it was really her. Her parents identified her. It's her." Dread filled me. Even though I'd been pretty sure it was Amber, hearing it confirmed brought on another layer of anxiety. "Are you sure? How do you know? It's all over Facebook. Social media isn't exactly—" You shook your head. "The group. Madison's mother posted a statement on behalf of Amber's parents or whatever. It's really her." You sunk down onto your bed, holding the pale pink t-shirt in your hands, twisting it tightly between your long fingers. Your shoulders shook. Your whole body was trembling. "I thought you said they wouldn't find her. I thought you said—" I crouched in front of you, unwound your fingers from the t-shirt, and clasped your hands in mine. The way I used to do when you were younger and I had to calm you down after a nightmare or build you up before a recital. It was our mother-daughter pose. You, so sensitive and fragile. Me, the rock you could always lean on. The tape that held you together. The basket that could carry all your worries away. I was the kiss on the cheek, the hand to the forehead, the balm to the soul. I was your mother. I had to make this right. Listen to me. I looked straight into your eyes. Those gorgeous green eyes, so like mine and yet somehow even brighter, more dazzling, a shade of green like the hills of Ireland. Don't worry, okay? Don't you worry, I'm going to fix this. How? Don't worry about that either. Have I ever let you down before? No, but no buts. I'm your mother, Ella. I'm going to fix this, I promise you. Your eyes hooked onto mine. You chewed at your bottom lip, the way you always did when you were thinking of saying something but hadn't yet formulated how to say it. You were a thinker, always one step ahead of most people in the room. But in the end, you didn't say anything. You simply nodded. I'm going to bed. Good idea. I stood. We should both get some sleep. Things will look brighter in the morning. They didn't, of course. The morning brought no relief, no solutions. I laid awake half the night, scrolling through the Facebook group, reading the missives that poured in now that Amber's death was confirmed. God gained another angel today, they wrote, and a beautiful girl taken too soon, God bless. Those were the nice messages. There were far angrier ones, too. The sicko who did this needs to have his nuts cut off, or I got a buddy at Sanford County Prison and I can tell you they don't take too kindly to pedos and child killers. And the least subtle of them all, a repeated chant.
Let the music unwind the tension of the day, making space for the next chapter to arrive with clarity.
String him up, string him up, string him up. That one had over 800 likes and hearts. My only slight consolation was that most people seemed to assume Amber had been killed intentionally and that her killer was male. Despite your friendship with Amber and the stupid move you pulled with the necklace, your name was never mentioned. Still, the level of vitriol frightened me. For the moment, it was directed at some anonymous perv, but what would happen if people found out what really took place that night? All that anger that was brewing would bubble over onto you. You'd be a pariah. They'd want to see you lynched. String her up, they'd write. They'd write that about you. About my baby, my Ella. They wouldn't care that it was an accident. They wouldn't care that you were a good person, that you had a beautiful gift and a prodigious talent. They would make you into a monster. Monster. That word again, echoing in my head, thudding against the base of my skull like a paddle ball. I had to make sure the truth never came out. No one could know of your involvement, which meant I needed to come up with $250,000 ASAP. And there was only one person I knew who had that kind of money. I didn't wake you. I figured you could miss a Sunday lunch given the circumstances. And I needed a chance to speak to Peg in private. I arrived at Lenore's house. Even though I'd lived there for the first 18 years of my life, there was no doubt it was 100% Lenore's house. Just after noon. Peg opened the door and greeted me with a hug. "No Ella today?" "She's a bit under the weather, and we thought it best not to risk passing anything on to Lenore." We walked toward the solarium. My mother was on the sofa, a cashmere blanket draped over her legs, even though the room was quite warm. Pale sun streamed in through the glass, and even the dust motes glinted expensively. "Hello, Lenore." My mother looked at me, but there was no seeing in her eyes. I could have been a stranger passing her by in a grocery store. Not that I think my mother ever set foot in a grocery store in her life. She had servants for that sort of thing. "Ella sends her regards. She's not feeling well today." "Something's wrong with her." My mother looked at me sharply. A chill folded around my spine. "Yes, like I said, she's not feeling well." "Something's wrong with her," my mother repeated. "Something's wrong with that girl." "Right." I knew I should sit down, but I suddenly felt afraid. My mother's eyes were trained on me, and there was a glint in them. It still wasn't me she was seeing, but there was something. "All these girls," she said. "All these dead girls." I couldn't do this. I walked from the solarium to the kitchen to find Peg. My legs had turned to jelly, and I worried my bowels were going to release. The idea of peeing on the intricate chevron hallway floor was almost comical. Peg turned in surprise when she heard me come in. "I was just about to bring in the mint juleps." "Not today. I think she's having a bad day. I'm not sure it's such a good idea for me to be here." I was afraid of that. Peg set down the long-handled silver spoon she was using to stir the cocktails. "I was watching the news in here this morning, and that young Albright girl was all over it. I didn't hear your mother come in, but I think she was watching that for quite a while. She got quite upset." I sagged against the stone island. That explained it. Mother had seen the news. Possibly she was even mixing up Amber and Lizzie. In her mind, they'd be like two strings braided together. Was Ella friends with the girl? Not really, I lied. They knew each other, but different circles. Still, I'm sure everyone at the school must find it hard. Such a shame. I murmured an agreement. Peg gestured at one of the island's rattan stools, and I slipped onto it. She slid a tin cup filled with icy sweet mint julep toward me. I swirled the drink. The silence dripped on. "What's troubling you, Nick?" Peg rinsed the mortar and pestle she'd used to muddle the mint and sugar. "It's Ella," I sighed. "What about her?" "You know she got accepted to Juilliard, right?" "Of course. We're so proud of her. I think even your mother is in her way." I tried to smile. I'm sure my mother was not proud. Most days she had no clue who you were. Once she'd dragged you upstairs and gave you a sack of dirty clothes because she thought you were the woman from the laundry service. Still, it was true that, had she had all her faculties, she would have given her grudging approval. She enjoyed classical music, and she held Juilliard in high regard. "It's a truly amazing thing," I agreed. "She's so talented. It's almost mind-boggling, you know? Where did that talent come from? Not from me, not from her father." That last part was somewhat of a lie. I had no idea if your father had any musical ability. Our union had been brief. He'd been a boarding student at Oakwood from Boston, and he'd come to my room one night on the pretense of studying for our biology exam. I suppose we did study some biology that night, but nothing that would show up on the test. Graduation was only a couple of weeks away, and he had gone home by the time I realized our study session would have far-reaching consequences. I debated telling him. I probably could have tracked down his contact information if I'd really tried. But at first, I didn't know if there was anything to tell him. I didn't even know if I'd keep you. By the time I made my decision about the pregnancy, I was so focused on you and getting some sort of life set up for us that I guess I felt too overwhelmed to contemplate involving him. As more time went on and we settled into our routine, I still hesitated. He'd been bound for Yale, and I didn't want to mess with his plans. How could I expect him to give up his future? I was afraid he wouldn't love you as much as I did, but I was equally afraid that he would. I didn't want to share you with anyone. We had a good thing going, the two of us. Mom and Ella versus the world. I didn't know how a third person would change our dynamic, and I was afraid to find out. You'd never expressed any interest in him either, a fact for which I was grateful. Does that make me selfish? Oh well. In the end, my worrying was for nothing. I finally got the courage to look him up when you were about 5, only to find out that he died in a sailing accident the summer after we graduated, before you were even born. "It's a wonder, isn't it?" Peg said, interrupting my thoughts. What kind of secrets hide in our genes? You know your great-grandmother used to play the piano. Lenore talks about her sometimes. Really? News to me. Lenore had never talked much about her own family. Both her parents were dead by the time I came around, and I always assumed it was too painful for her to talk about. Oh yes, she talks about her family much more now. I think it's because part of her is still back there with them. Anyway, I'm sorry, you were talking about Ella and Juilliard? Right. I took a deep breath. The thing is, we found out she won't qualify for a scholarship. I guess they figure if I can afford to send her to Oakwood, I can afford their outrageous tuition. But you know we don't have that kind of money. She only goes to Oakwood because of the reduced tuition, and there's no way we can afford Juilliard on our own. Especially not with the living costs added on top of that. Even with roommates, the numbers are staggering. But I can't tell her that she can't go, Peg. I just can't. I was rambling. It was because I felt guilty about lying. Peg was the one person who'd been nice to me my entire life. She'd been more like a mother to me than my own mother had. And it seemed that was still true. She came around the island, drying her hands on a linen tea towel, and wrapped me in a hug. Shh, don't you worry. She patted my hair, the way she had when I was little. Pressed up against her ample bosom like that, I felt like a child again, and for a second I let myself believe Peg could fix everything with a Band-Aid and a cup of hot cocoa. To my surprise and curious horror, real tears slid down my cheeks. "What do you need?" Peg asked. I'm sure Lenore would want to help. $250,000. Oh, my. Peg pulled back and studied me. That's quite a lot. I know. More tears spilled. It's crazy. It's too much. I shouldn't have even... It's just that... No, I'm sorry. You don't... Lenore doesn't have that kind of money. I stopped crying. What? Your mother's broke, Nicolette. There's almost nothing left. Chapter 24. I stared at Peg in disbelief. She's broke? But that can't be. There has to be something left. Certainly not in liquid form. Everything's tied up in assets, and even those are dwindling. Peg had turned away and used the linen tea towel to swipe at invisible spots on the stone island top. But all that money from Dad's company, gone long ago. Before your mother's dementia was detected, she made a lot of rather unwise financial decisions. Most of the accounts have been wiped out. We keep a small amount in checking to pay for essentials. The rest is... What about the house? The house is about all that's left. It's paid off, of course, and fortunately there's no other major debt, so no immediate danger of losing it. She could sell it and have quite a nice cushion again, but the idea of moving is so traumatizing to her that I don't dare bring it up. I drummed my fingers on the countertop. This was not how I'd been expecting this conversation to go. I was still reeling from the idea that my mother didn't have the assets I thought she did. My father had made a tidy fortune on his insurance company, money that was meant to last several lifetimes. I'd never imagined inheriting it. As far as I was concerned, insurance money was only one step above actual blood money, but I was willing to use it to protect you. There's nothing, I said. My voice sounded pitiful in the large kitchen. I didn't even have to fake it. What about my father's old cars? Peg looked away. They've all been sold. You're kidding. About 3 years ago. An interested collector took the lot of them. The garage has been empty since then. My stomach sank. It really was all gone. I thought about the hutch in the solarium, covered in family photos now instead of the expensive tchotchkes that used to adorn it. I thought about the lack of household staff and tried to remember the last time I'd seen anyone besides Peg working here. There was nothing left. So you can't help me. I mean, Ella. Peg finally turned to look at me. Her eyes were so sad that I felt bad for lying to her. I tried to tell myself she would still want to help you, even if she knew the truth. She loved me, and that meant she loved you just as much. Not with 250,000. Could you do anything? Anything at all? 10% of that, maybe. 25,000? If we move some things around, but that'll be— Yes! I leaned in eagerly. It wasn't enough, but it was something, and something was better than what I currently had. When do you need it? As soon as possible, tomorrow. Tomorrow? Goodness, Nick, I don't know. I could certainly call the lawyers tomorrow, but you know how much time these things— It doesn't have to be tomorrow. Just as soon as possible, this week sometime. We need the first deposit by next week to hold her spot. Peg was silent for a moment. My mint julep stood untouched beside me, the ice melting. All right. I'll call the lawyer's office first thing in the morning. Let's go. Where? We should tell Lenore. She probably won't understand, but I don't ever want it said that I tried to sneak money away from someone who didn't know any better. We found Lenore not in the solarium, but out on the veranda. She was clad only in linen pants, a cashmere shell top, and incongruously fuzzy leopard print slippers. "Lenore, you'll catch your death of cold out here." My mother turned to glare at Peg, one eyebrow arched. For a second, she looked like the formidable woman I used to know. Then she spit on the veranda. "I don't have a cold, and I'd like to keep it that way." Peg tried to usher my mother inside, but Lenore wasn't having it. She refused to budge. To be fair, it wasn't exactly cold outside, though it was damp. The 2 days of sunshine had been replaced by rain and clouds so thick they looked solid. Moisture clung to everything. The trees, the grasses, the dirt. Everything smelled like dampness, like decay. Peg gave up. "Lenore, you remember Ella got accepted into Juilliard, don't you? Remember, she plays the cello? There's something wrong with that girl." Bile filled my throat. This again. "I'm talking about Ella, Lenore, your granddaughter. So many dead girls. I know, it's a shame about that girl, Amber. She was a friend of Ella's." "Friend?" Lenore's voice dripped with sarcasm. "They're never friends." She turned and walked toward the edge of the veranda. The stone terrace was level with the house, but because of the way the yard sloped down, the far edge of the veranda was actually about 3 feet off the ground. A solid railing ran around the outer length of the terrace. It was here that my sister, Lizzie, had fallen. She'd climbed up on the railing and slipped off, tumbling to the ground below. The drop was only 6 feet at most, but for a 3-year-old, it had been enough. Lizzie's neck had snapped. She died instantly. Not so different from how Amber had died. My mother put her hands on the railing and leaned forward. "Careful, Lenore, the last thing we need is for you to break a leg." Lenore seemed to take this as a challenge. My 63-year-old mother hoisted one leg up and started to pull herself up onto the railing. "Lenore!" Peg and I hurried over to my mother. We hovered on either side of her, our arms outstretched, as if prepared to catch her. We both seemed to be too scared to touch her. Perhaps because we were afraid of making her fall, but perhaps also because Lenore looked alive for the first time in ages, and we were reluctant to break the spell. "I hated you," Lenore said. I realized she was talking to me. "I hated you so much until I realized we were the same. You were more than just my flesh and blood. You were me." "Okay, Lenore," Peg tisked. "I think that's enough excitement for today." But Lenore didn't reach for the hand Peg offered. Instead, she drew herself to her full height, gazing out over the expansive backyard. Peg and I both hovered, though if she fell forward, neither of us would be able to catch her. "Mother, come on, get down from there. It was so easy for you. You never even thought about it again. We were different in that way. I thought about Clara every day. Who's Clara? I looked at Peg, but she only shrugged. I dimly recalled my mother mentioning Clara on my last visit, too, but other than that, I'd never heard the name before. Mom, why don't you come down and tell us about Clara? So many dead girls, my mother said softly. Her face turned toward the acres of rolling hills and willow trees. I wondered if we even still owned that land, or if it had been parceled off and sold. Look. I peered over the edge of the veranda, following the line of her pointing. For some reason, I had the unshakable idea I would see a dead girl lying there. I saw Lizzie, her neck twisted at an impossible angle, her flesh decomposing. I saw you, eyes bruised and sunken, your skin a mottled landscape of blues and grays. There was nothing there. And then a movement in the grass. A brown toad, or was it a frog, hopped onto the first step of the terrace's wide staircase. He blinked at us several times and then, as if realizing the error of his ways, turned around and hopped back down into the grass and disappeared from sight. Okay, Mother, enough. I didn't want to admit how my heart thudded against my rib cage, how my hands were slick with sweat. Let's get her down. Peg and I each took one of Lenore's hands and slowly eased her down off the railing. We, a parade of women, made our way back into the house. You'll talk to the lawyer tomorrow? I said to Peg before I left. My mother was once again ensconced in the solarium under her blanket. I will. Thank you, I appreciate it. I picked my handbag up off the floor. That was strange today, wasn't it? Has she done that before? Climbed up on the railing? Peg arched one eyebrow. The expression made her look younger, more shrewd. Right. I tried to smile. Do you know who Clara is? I've never heard my mother mention her before. I haven't the foggiest, Peg said. But she turned away and dumped my mint julep into the sink. By 11 o'clock on Monday morning, I was already on my fourth coffee. I could barely keep my eyes open. Horrible dreams had plagued me all night. Images of your broken body lying in the grass outside the house I'd grown up in. Images of my sister, too, her small body splayed at the base of the stone veranda. Those images were as fabricated as the ones of you. My mother was right in that I'd never given too much thought to Lizzie's death, even though I'd been outside with her when it happened. I had almost no memories of the event. Just a hazy recollection of Lizzie laughing, of us playing with a skipping rope. Still, even knowing neither image was real, both were disturbing, enough to keep me tossing and turning all night and to give me a lingering headache in the morning. I tried to focus on my computer screen, on the applicant database that needed to be updated. The tedious work made my head throb even more. I closed my eyes. I felt rather than saw the office door open. I felt, too, the shift in energy in the room, a coldness. I blinked my eyes open again. Kyle! I blinked again a couple more times, as if something in my vision still needed clearing. Officer Griffin, detective. Hi, Nicolette. His voice was somber. I need to talk to you. Chapter 25. Kyle's face was stony. Not a hint of a smile or any warmth whatsoever. This had to be official police business, and it was serious. Another image of your dead body flickered in my vision again, and my knees sagged. Sure, I croaked. I followed him out of the office and into the hallway. The eyes of everyone in the room followed us, Tiff and Carmen and Keenan, all of them dying to know what was going on. Is everything okay? Where's your daughter? I don't know. Why? What's wrong? What happened? I wanted to clutch at his shirt, shake him. Nothing. No, sorry. Nothing's wrong with Ella. But I do need to speak to her immediately. And given your reaction last time, I thought I'd first give you the option of joining us.
I breathed again. Okay, he only needed to talk to you. There was even a hint of warmth, of that old familiarity in his tone. This would be okay. She should be in world history right now, in the arts building. I'll come with you. We walked in silence. It was raining, again, so we took the underground tunnels instead of going outside. I hated the tunnels, despite their convenience. They were so unlike the rest of Oakwood. All stick-on linoleum in a faux marble pattern and fluorescent lights. When it rained, they got humid, and now they reeked of moisture. Kyle's boots echoed off the floor. My mind raced. When we arrived at the door of your classroom, every head in the room turned. Of course. Everyone knew who Kyle was by now. They watched as you walked sullenly toward us. My heart broke for you as I watched you pull a lock of your hair down over your birthmark. The rumor mill would churn over this. I wanted to smack Kyle. Couldn't this have waited until after school?
Is there somewhere we can talk in private?
You looked down the hallway and shrugged. Your fingers worked a lock of hair, twisting it around and around.
There might be an empty classroom, I said.
We walked further down the hall, all three of us as far apart as possible, until we found an empty room. Ms. Perez's Spanish classroom, I realized, and a distant, nagging guilt pinched me. We stepped inside and Kyle closed the door. He gestured for you to sit and looked around the room at all the Spanish language posters lining the walls.
This makes me think I should brush up on my Spanish.
He smiled.
I don't even know what that says.
You glanced over at the poster he was considering. It showed a long road disappearing into the distance. It says your dreams don't work unless you do, or something like that.
Yeah? That's good. Your Spanish is good. Always handy to know another language, right?
He leaned against one of the desks. He was smiling, but I didn't trust him. I didn't trust how nice he was being, how casual. A cop doesn't pull a student out of class for no reason. I've watched enough Law and Order to know that. You seemed equally suspicious. You leaned against the space of the wall next to the blackboard. Under a clock and a poster of a gorilla that said something I couldn't read, and as close to the classroom door as you could get without being on the other side of it. I didn't know whether to sit or stand, so I settled for perching on the edge of Ms. Perez's desk. I waited for Kyle to speak, but he was still gazing around the room, a look of nostalgia on his face.
This is such a nice school, he said. It must feel good to go here.
You shrugged. I looked impatiently at the clock. Is there a reason for us to be here? Ella should be in class. Finals are coming up.
Right, of course.
Kyle snapped to attention and arranged his expression into one of solemnity.
I'm afraid I have some news about Amber that might be hard to hear.
If he was waiting for a response from you or me, he didn't get one. We both kept mum, still and silent.
Amber was strangled. That's how she died.
I gasped. Your hand flew to your mouth. Kyle's eyes didn't leave your face. Neither did mine. Your lower lip trembled. You moved your hand from your mouth to your forehead, as if you'd just developed a terrible pain there. This is all my fault. You rubbed your temples. I should have gone with her. I should never have let her get into that car. Those guys, do you think it was those guys from Lucknow?
We're still looking into that,
Kyle said in a measured tone.
To be frank, we haven't had much luck tracking down anybody matching the descriptions you gave. It's starting to feel like a dead end. Maybe if you could remember anything else?
You looked over at me. For the first time, I saw something like panic in your eyes. Wait a minute. I stood up. I thought Amber drowned. You found her in the river, didn't you? That detail had been all over the Facebook group. Amber's denim jacket had snagged on a tree that had been uprooted during the floods. She'd been found about 20 miles outside of Silver Mills, hundreds of miles away from the Gulf where she was supposed to end up. It was nothing but pure dumb luck that they'd found her.
That's what I would have assumed too, Kyle said, his voice as smooth as ever. But that's why we never assume anything, right? The body was sent to the medical examiner down in Portland as soon as Amber's parents identified her. I got the report this morning. She didn't drown. The Albrights are devastated, as you can imagine. It's been one blow after another.
Well, still, I scrambled, mind racing. Is it possible her neck snapped in the river somehow? Those currents are fierce this time of year.
You know, I asked that exact same question.
Kyle smiled. For a brief moment, I could almost believe we were having dinner at his place and discussing one of his cases and counting down the minutes until we'd be having sex again. The way we used to.
But you know what the ME told me? There was no water in her lungs. That means she was already dead before she went in.
I tried to breathe. I didn't know what to do with my hands. They kept wanting to twist in on themselves, but that would make me look guilty. I settled for folding my arms. I see. Still, maybe an accident. Kyle shook his head.
No, the ME told me something else, too. She said there's this bone in the neck. I think it's called...
He pulled out his phone, glanced down at it.
The hyoid bone. That's it. It seems the hyoid bone only breaks during strangulation. It can't be broken in a fall, no matter how hard or far it is. You only see that when someone's been strangled. That's how we know what happened to Amber. Her hyoid bone was broken.
I wanted to look at you, but I couldn't. I was terrified of what I would see there. Strangled. If what Kyle was saying was true, then it was irrefutable. My darling daughter had strangled Amber. You had strangled her to death. But I couldn't dwell on that. I had to focus on getting you out of this room. Kyle was acting too casual, and there was a menace to his studied ease. Ella's already told you everything she knows about that night. I'm sorry about what happened to Amber, we both are, but I don't think we can help.
Ella, is there anything at all you want to tell me? Anything you might have left out or not remembered right away?
No, I swear. You choked on a sob. I wish I had gone with her. When I think about how scared she must have been... Okay, this is over. Unless you're charging her, my daughter doesn't have to speak to you. I wasn't entirely sure that was true, but it seemed like something I'd heard on television often enough, and it made Kyle put his hands up defensively.
That's your right. I just thought Ella would want to help us find the person who did this to Amber. They were friends, after all. Weren't they?
Of course they were, and she does want to help, but she's already told you everything she knows. If she thinks of anything else, we'll call you. Come on, Ella.
Please do,
Kyle said, but we were already out the door. I couldn't take you back to class after that. I needed to talk to you, but I didn't want to do it here, where Kyle or any number of prying ears might be listening. Instead, we walked in silence out to the parking lot and climbed into the Straub. Only when the doors were closed and I had turned the radio up did I finally turn to you. Oh, Ella. That was all it took. Your face, which had been solemn and tense, crumpled. Ugly sobs racked your slender shoulders. You bent over, head in your hands, and cried and cried and cried. I wanted to hug you, to comfort you, to wrap my arms around you and pull you to me. But I couldn't do it. The girl, the young woman, really, in the seat next to me was a stranger. We'd sat side by side for 18 years, not to mention the 9 months I carried you inside me. I had always felt I knew you inside and out, that I knew your heart, your goodness. Even during your turbulent tweens, when puberty hormones turned you into an occasional banshee, it was easy to see the bright, sweet girl beneath.
To think that the same bright, sweet girl was capable of strangling someone was just... No. My world tilted on its axis. I felt dizzy with it. I let you cry. It seemed to go on forever, but eventually your shaking shoulders slowed, and you fished a package of tissues out of the glove box. Ella, what happened that night? I was afraid to hear the answer, but I had to know. You blew your nose, then stared out the front window. We were parked facing the school, the arts building and the administrative building both visible, the Winchester Memorial Library peeking through between them. The ivy covering the old stone buildings was green again, thanks to all the rain we'd been getting. I don't know. Your voice barely reached the level of a whisper. You took a gulping breath. I still didn't want to look at you, but the sorrow in your voice penetrated my heart. I'd never been able to bear your tears. Even when you were an infant wailing in your crib, I could never let you cry it out, as some mothers do. I would always rush to your side, scoop you up, and try to soothe away your misery. Rock you, bounce you, pet your soft, downy head, hold you to my breast, whatever it took to make all that ugliness go away so that you could be my perfect, darling girl again. I felt the same way in that moment, sitting next to you in the car, hearing your soft sniffling, your ragged breaths. I wanted to make all the ugliness go away. But this was a new kind of ugly. One I didn't feel equipped to deal with. One I don't know if any parent is equipped for. How can a person prepare for something like this? Did you really strangle her? I forced myself to say the words out loud. They ricocheted like gunshots in the Straub's interior. You shook your head, and for a moment a bubble of hope lifted inside me. It was a mistake. I knew it had to be a mistake. Then, I'm sorry, Mom. It all happened so fast. My throat closed. Chapter 26. You twisted in your seat so you were facing me, but I couldn't quite bring myself to look at you. I gazed out the window instead. When you finally spoke, your voice wavered. Amber wasn't nice like people said. She was horrible. You took a deep, shuddering breath. That night at Calvin's, she did a bunch of coke. She didn't want to go home because her dad's, super strict about drugs. She made me go to the park with her. I didn't want to go. When we got there, she wouldn't stop running her mouth. She said she had a picture of me and she was going to show it to everyone in school. I tried to get her phone to see the picture and she grabbed my hand. She said she was going to break all my fingers, so I couldn't play the cello anymore. She was squeezing so hard, I panicked. It was a gut reaction. I didn't want her to hurt my hands. I was trying to get her to stop. The hope that had briefly flared in me fizzled out. It had really happened. You had really strangled Amber. But you'd been provoked. That mattered, right? I wasn't sure it mattered legally, but ethically, morally, as a parent, it mattered to me. What kind of picture was it? For the first time, I looked straight at you. You squirmed. Mom, come on, this isn't the time to hold back. Just tell me. It was a picture of my chest. Ella, how'd she get that? Ethan must have sent it to her. Ethan. My blood flared. And how'd he get it? I sent it to him. It was after they'd broken up. I didn't think he would. Now you were the one who wouldn't look at me. Ella, I wanted to lecture you on the dangers of sending naked pictures of yourself, but we were already living with the ultimate consequences. A lecture hardly seemed necessary at this point. I'm sorry, Mom. You teared up again. I panicked. When she squeezed my fingers like that, I freaked. I hardly even knew what was happening. She looked so surprised. And the picture? What happened to it?
I deleted it off her phone before you got there.
Good. Okay, good. I tried to think this through. She threatened you and you fought back. Uh-huh. And she was a bully? A big one. This had been going on a long time? Since October, at least. Oh, Ella, why didn't you tell me? Because there was nothing you could have done and you would have gone all mental the way you always do. I don't go all mental. Yes, you do, Mom. Remember when I cut my hand? I remembered. It was when I'd been dating Kyle. We were having dinner at his house. Spaghetti carbonara, his self-proclaimed specialty. Even though he was off duty, he kept his scanner on in the background. He called it dinner music. When we'd heard emergency vehicles dispatched to 18 Cedar Circle, my house, I'd freaked. Kyle had driven me back home in his truck, and we'd found you sitting in the back of an ambulance, your long legs dangling toward the ground, your white sneakers sporting a streak of blood. It turned out you'd somehow sliced your hand open while cutting up a tomato. Luckily, you'd missed cutting any tendons or ligaments, and your hand had healed fine. But I'd broken up with Kyle the next day, as soon as I'd had him come pick me up so I could collect my car from his house. Not my finest hour. But I knew that breaking up was necessary. I was spending too much time with him and not enough time with you, and look what it had nearly cost me. What it had nearly cost us both. That was different, I said. You shook your head. It isn't. You freak out about everything. And there's nothing you could have done about this. You would have made everything a billion times worse. It wasn't a point I was prepared to argue. The school was notoriously ineffectual at dealing with situations of bullying. It's hard enough for regular schools to control. Factor in parents with deep pockets, kids who've grown up thinking they're entitled to whatever they want, and a situation that should be straightforward turns into something deeply political. You were bullied, I said, thinking out loud. And you snapped. Pretty much. I took a deep breath. It was still hard, impossible almost, to imagine you strangling anyone. But this context made it almost bearable. I could understand it, at least. Does anyone else know about the bullying? You shrugged. Like, teachers? I doubt it. What about the rest of your friends? I don't know, I guess Ethan probably knew. He spent the most time with her. And Theo? Theo? I don't think so. That fight you had the other day at school, she said you hated Amber. I'd been wondering what Theo had meant by that. You flushed. Right. That. Yeah, I guess she knew. Something occurred to me then, something that made my blood turn icy and thick. I wonder if Kyle knows. No idea. I guess Ethan or Theo could have told him. If Kyle knew, his suspicions would most definitely be raised. It gave you motive, and combined with you being the last known person to see her alive, that was 2 strikes. Kyle was no idiot. He'd be working through all of this in that deceptively plain mind of his. But he doesn't have proof, I reminded myself. Nothing but theories at this point. Plus, the final text exchange I'd orchestrated between you and Amber had to be giving him pause. I didn't know if he'd be able to see where the texts had been sent from, but hopefully he had, and he'd seen that you and Amber were not together when they were sent. Do I have to go back to class? I suppose not. Do you want to go home? You nodded, and I started the car after sending my director a quick message to let her know I'd be back in the office soon. As we pulled out of the staff parking lot, I spotted Kyle's cruiser over in the far southeast corner. He sat inside of it, watching us. How long had he been there? An uneasy shiver passed through me. In the morning, things took a slight turn for the better. Peg called. It was easier than I expected, she said. The lawyers will draft the paperwork and cut the check today. You can go in tomorrow and sign for everything. That's great news. Thank you so much. Seriously, you don't know what a lifesaver this is. Anything for Ella. I tried not to feel guilty. After all, this was for you, technically speaking. Peg lapsed into silence on the other end of the line. I realized she was waiting for me to say something. "How's Lenore?" She breathed out. "Still on a tear. I've been keeping her away from the news, but she's still got that dead girl on her mind." "Has she said anything else about Clara?" I hadn't thought much about my mother's rant, not after everything that happened yesterday, but curiosity prickled my skin again. No, nothing about that." "Do you think she's confusing Clara with Lizzie or with Amber?" "Could be. You know how things get mixed up in her mind." I wonder if I should try to talk to her about it. She's never spoken much about Lizzie. It was a subject everyone in our family wanted to, but couldn't forget. I think it's best to let sleeping dogs lie, don't you? I guess you're right. I've got to take a quiche out of the oven. You'll be at the lawyer's office tomorrow morning? I promised I would. As if I could forget. Work continued to be slow. News of Amber's cause of death hadn't been made public yet, but the dean had clearly been informed, since we got a frantic memo insisting we continue to hold on all acceptance or rejection letters. I fielded a few calls from impatient parents who'd somehow tracked down my direct line, but otherwise I spent most of the day refreshing Amber's Facebook page and waiting for the news to break. By 3 o'clock, I was listless. I stopped by Gretchen's office to see if she wanted to get a coffee, but she was under a pile of file folders so high I could only see the top of her blonde hair. "Save yourself," she groaned. "It's too late for me." I took myself outside and started toward the coffee shop, but classes were ending and it would be packed with students. I decided to take a walk instead. A thick layer of clouds covered the sky, but at least it wasn't raining. On the other hand, the damp and humid weather we'd had lately meant the mosquitoes were out in full force, and after my 6th bite, I decided to duck indoors. I came to a stop in front of the library. The Winchester Memorial Library stood out from the other buildings on campus. Instead of aged gray stone with climbing ivy, it had been constructed with a peachy-colored sandstone and a brown gabled roof. Its elongated shape didn't help. It was the architectural equivalent of a giant penis. Perfect, I supposed, for its namesake. I went inside and stood for a minute, enjoying the sweet, fresh coolness of the climate-controlled air. Most of the buildings on campus had outdated heating and cooling systems, making them too cold in the winter and too hot in the summer, something you never tired of complaining about. They'd installed a much more modern system in the library in order to protect the books. It still wasn't enough to get me to set foot in there most days. Even now, I'm not really sure why I went in. All I can say is that something drew me inside. The librarians didn't socialize much with the rest of the Oakwood staff. So although I saw a flash of recognition from the bespectacled gentleman behind the desk, he merely smiled politely. "Do you keep old newspapers on file here?" I glanced at his name tag. Tom. His jaw worked. "Depends which ones and how old." "The Silver Mills Gleaner and say maybe 50 years ago?" "We have them, but only on microfiche. But the newspaper has all the old archives on their website now." "Really? I've never even seen them." I'd been on the Gleaner's website more in the last week than I had been my entire life. "They're behind a paywall. You need a subscription." "Oh, how much is that?" "I'm not sure how much an individual pass is." He pushed his glasses up on his nose. "But we have an institution pass. If you use one of our computers here, you can access the site. They have everything going back to 1945. There are about 10 previous years that haven't digitized yet, but you should be able to find what you were looking for." I was so grateful I didn't even acknowledge the flicker of irritation that he hadn't just said that in the first place. I thanked Tom and settled myself at a computer far away from the entrance and Tom's desk. The library was virtually empty and even quieter than I imagined it could be. All I could hear was the hum of the climate control, the air circulating through the vents. There are days now I'd give my left arm for a few hours of that kind of quiet. I logged on to the Gleaner site and found the archives. I barely knew what I was looking for. All I had was a first name and a hunch. Chapter 27. I poked around the Gleaner archives for a few minutes before realizing I could limit my search to obituaries. But even then, typing the name Clara still yielded over 300 records. Great. Scanning the list, I noted that most of those records were not the name of the deceased, but rather instances where the dead person was survived by a friend or family member with that name. I limited my search to only include instances with Clara in the title. That dropped the results down to 40 or so. Much more manageable. I started to scan through them, judging the dates of birth and death. I assumed my mother's Clara would be young, but I didn't know if that meant young like Lizzie or young like Amber. I kept an eye out for anything in that range. I'm not sure I actually expected to find anything. Then, all of a sudden, there it was. Clara Calvert, born 1945, died 1960. She was 15. I quickly scanned the obituary. Clara Marie Calvert, born 1945 to 1960, Silver Mills, Maine. Clara Marie Calvert passed away this past Friday, April 21st, 1960. She is survived by her parents, Lyle and Joyce, née Gibson, by her brother Ralph, grandparents Lester and Elizabeth Calvert, and Peter and Margaret Gibson, as well as by many beloved aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends. Clara was a student at Oakwood Academy, where she was an avid member of the Young Miss Hospitality Club. She loved singing, dancing, playing with her little brother, and spending time with her girlfriends. She wanted to be an actress when she grew up. She had a sweet demeanor, a positive attitude, and an exceptional talent for double dutch. She will be sorely missed by all who knew and loved her. May God find her and keep her safe. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 17 to 18. That was it. Nothing about cause of death, though I suppose that wasn't unusual. Most obits don't mention it, although sometimes it can be read between the lines, especially if there's a specific request for donations, say, to the American Heart and Stroke Foundation. But there was nothing like that here. I copied the obit, then logged into my school email account and sent it to myself. Tabbing back to the Gleaner site, I typed Clara Calvert's name into the search bar. Besides the obit, only one other result came up. It was an article about a group of volunteers from Oakwood Academy, the Young Miss Hospitality Club, in fact, and a dinner they were hosting at Ferny Meadows, the local retirement home. I scanned the picture of the group of girls and picked out Clara Calvert right away. Even in black and white, her corn silk hair gleamed. I scanned the other girls and sucked in a breath when I saw another face I recognized. A much younger Lenore stood almost right behind Clara. Though the rest of the girls were smiling, my mother's face was pinched. I'd say she didn't want to be there, but my mother always tended to look like that, so there was no telling whether she was enjoying herself or not. I skimmed the article, but it was brief. The girls hosted a Sunday dinner at the retirement home once a month, learning the appropriately wifely skills of meal prep, table setting, and polite conversation. Neither my mother nor Clara were mentioned by name in the article. Their names only appeared under the photograph. This had to be the Clara my mother had been talking about. Silver Mills was too small for there to be any other dead girls named Clara. I was desperately curious to know how she died, though. I emailed myself a copy of that article, too, and went back to the Gleaner's archives. On a whim, I went to the issue on the Monday of the week of Clara Calvert's death and started skimming through everything. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, really.
I wasn't sure I was looking for anything at all. All I knew was that the cool air circulating the room soothed my raw skin, and the silence caressed my ears, and I hadn't thought about your crime or my own in almost an hour. Maybe this was a pointless distraction, but at that moment it was a welcome one. But I found nothing of interest. Silver Mills was as dull then as now. Bake sales, a painting exhibit at the local hall, a profile of the new Anglican minister. The most exciting news was that Oakwood hired a local painting company to refresh all their classroom walls, halt the presses. When I came to the Saturday paper, something jumped out at me. Between an article about a new shoe store opening downtown and a photo of a Mrs. Carol Saunders receiving the first-place ribbon in the county chili cook-off, there sat a tiny story about what seemed to be an accident on the Lincoln Bridge. The details were sparse. The whole article was barely more than an inch long. All it said was that police, ambulances, and fire trucks had responded to an incident on the bridge on Friday afternoon. The bridge was expected to reopen late Saturday. That was it. I flipped to Sunday's paper, but saw nothing. On Monday, I found another equally small reference. The bridge had indeed reopened on Sunday morning. There were no further details about what had transpired. Still, something itched in the back of my brain. It would be a strange coincidence, wouldn't it? An accident serious enough to close the bridge, and a 15-year-old girl dead the same day. But why were there no details? A dead girl was big news in Silver Mills. Just look at Amber. I knew modern media tended toward sensationalism, but still, it was hard to imagine any kind of accident resulting in a death, especially of a young person, wouldn't merit a front-page mention in the Gleaner. There was one person I might be able to ask. It was a long shot, but there weren't many Calverts in Silver Mills. It was a distinct possibility that Christine, a.k.a. Frog Lady, was related to Clara Calvert, however distantly. And if so, she may know what happened to her. I emailed myself the 2 articles about the bridge and signed out of everything. Tom, the librarian, wasn't at the front desk when I left, but I looked around for him anyway. He was nearby, or someone was. A shiver tickled my body, causing goosebumps to speckle my skin. The climate control, which had initially felt so deliciously cool, now chilled me. I hurried from the library and breathed in the humid air outside. The next morning, you rode your bicycle to school, and I drove to the lawyer's office. Bennett, Harding, and Goldstein, they were called. Saul Goldstein was the one I'd be meeting with, Lenore's lawyer. I sat in the lobby on a slick leather guest chair and grabbed a magazine off the equally slick lacquered coffee table. My palms were sweaty, and I'd slept poorly that night, but I forced myself to flip through the pages of the current month's issue of Savour. No out-of-date magazines here. I closed my eyes every time I saw a picture of meat. Though I was no vegetarian, the sight of all that flesh made me nauseous. I had texted my blackmailer the night before to let him know I was meeting the lawyer today to get the money. I didn't mention, of course, that it was only $25,000 out of his requested amount. I still hadn't figured out how I was going to get the rest of it. He didn't respond to my message, almost as if he knew I was lying. Surely he'd give me a little more time? If he turned me in, he'd have nothing left. No leverage equaled no money. I had to trust he'd wait for it. Then again, I knew well the impulsiveness of teenagers. Forethought wasn't their strong suit. I had also spent a large part of the evening worrying about my meeting with Mr. Goldstein. I mentally rehearsed my answers over and over. My daughter will be attending Juilliard. This money is to cover her tuition and housing. My mother was always a huge supporter of the arts. I practiced until the lies rolled right off my tongue, but still I worried Saul Goldstein would see right through me. As it turned out, I needn't have worried. I didn't even meet with my mother's lawyer, but with a paralegal named Monica Gordon, who had short permed hair and talon-like fingernails that she tapped against the pages she needed me to sign. Here, here, and here. I signed my name 6 times in total, and she handed me a certified check for $25,000. I stared at it in equal parts gratitude and disappointment. Why didn't my mother have more money left? Why hadn't I stayed more involved in her life? Best of luck to your son, Monica said, snapping closed her leather folio and pushing her chair back so fast it made an unholy screeching noise against the hardwood floors. Half an hour later, I had cashed the check and stuffed an envelope containing $25,000 into my purse. It was the most money I'd ever held at one time. And for the entire drive to Oakwood and the walk from my car to the admissions office, I patted my bag obsessively, making sure I still had it, that the money was still safe. Once I got to my desk, I shoved the money into the drawer, locked it, and pulled out my phone. I hadn't received any new messages. Nothing since before I had texted him to tell him I was getting the money. I weighed the pros and cons of sending another message. He wouldn't be happy to hear I didn't have all the money yet. On the other hand, I didn't want him to think I'd been ignoring him. I decided to play it safe. Have some of the money now. Should have the rest soon. I didn't expect a response. Or at least, not right away, but my phone buzzed almost immediately. You're testing me, Nicolette. Then another. I don't like to be tested. My clumsy thumbs worked the keyboard. I'm sorry, it's coming, I swear. Problems with the bank. I don't like excuses either, came the reply. What kind of excuse did your daughter give you for strangling Amber? My heart screeched to a stop. He knew. Chapter 28. My stomach dipped as I stared down at the message on my phone. The word about Amber's cause of death must have gotten out. I flipped from the text message screen and opened up the Gleaner's website, expecting to see a huge headline about Amber. There was nothing. The most recent thing I could find was about the discovery of her body. Maybe it hadn't made the official news yet. I checked on the Facebook page. News travels much faster on social media. But there was nothing there either. Just a lot of speculation, poor spelling, and schmaltzy quotes about angels. How did this guy know Amber had been strangled? Maybe Kyle had questioned some of the other kids, too. That gave me hope. It meant you weren't his main target, but one of several. He might have been trying to gauge all the kids' reactions. I remembered something that made my blood chill. Ethan was the son of the chief of police. He'd have access to information that wasn't public yet. Cops weren't supposed to talk about open cases with their families, but everyone knew they did it anyway. It'd be hard not to. I pictured Chief Doyle sitting at the dining table, his wife, Sharon, across from him, and Ethan in the middle. I pictured the chief waxing on about what a damn shame it was about that Albright girl, Sharon making sympathetic noises in between bites of green bean casserole, Ethan gleefully filing all this information away in order to better torture us. I hated him, I realized. He may have been just a teenager, but the burning in my heart was real, and there was only one word for it. Hatred. I'll get you the money by Friday, I typed back, even though it was an impossible promise. He might be able to blackmail me, but I wouldn't let him bully me into a conversation about you. I should have gotten straight to work after that, but the thought of sitting there at my desk and pretending to work made my head numb. Instead, I checked again to make sure my desk drawer was locked, then headed over to the admissions office. Gretchen looked up as soon as I walked into the room. Her pretty face turned even prettier as she broke into a grin. Please tell me you're here to ask me to go for coffee. I'm desperate for a break. I'm glad to hear it. I looked around the room. Christine, would you like to join us? Everyone in the office turned to stare at us. Gretchen balked. Christine looked up slowly, blinking her bulbous frog eyes. Me? Yes, you. You look like you could use a break, too. Christine looked both confused and suspicious. I got the sense she wasn't exactly used to being invited along on social outings. I don't know. I've got a lot of work to do. It'll all still be there when you get back. I suppose. She made up her mind. Let's go. Gretchen kept trying to catch my eye, but I ignored her, and the three of us made our way outside and started along the walking path that led to the coffee house. Have you guys been busy? I asked, to fill the awkward silence. Our office is just dead. Admissions is at a standstill. I wish we were at a standstill, Gretchen groaned. We're still fielding 100 calls a day from parents, media, alumni. It's chaos. Christine nodded along, but didn't offer anything further. Gretchen and I chatted as we walked. She seemed determined to pretend Christine wasn't even there. When we got to the coffee shop, I held the door open. Drinks are on me. We got 3 lattes and sat down. It was mid-afternoon, and most students were in their last class of the day, so the coffee shop was fairly quiet. An acoustic cover of an old Nirvana song was playing over the speakers. Everything old is new again. Did they ever figure out who broke into your office the other day? I asked the 2 women. Real casual, as if I'd just thought of it. Christine flushed, but Gretchen, oblivious, shook her head and sighed. No, I don't think they will. They made us reset all our passwords, and we got a long lecture about not writing our passwords down. Next week, we all have to go to this stupid seminar on cybersecurity, as if we have time for that. It's all my fault, Christine said balefully. I can never remember those stupid passwords. It's ageist is what it is, making us try to remember those things. Hey, I'm the one who lost my security pass. We're both at fault. Gretchen shook her hair. Despite her words, she clearly didn't feel terribly guilty about the whole thing. Christine, on the other hand, looked glum. It's not your fault, I assured her, feeling a pang of guilt. With all the fear and guilt I already carried around, I didn't think I had room for any more, but it turned out I did. How wonderfully convenient to have an unlimited capacity for guilt. Even now, with everything that's happened, I'll sometimes be lying in my bed at night, staring into the never fully dark darkness, and I'll remember Christine's face, and I'll be speared with another lance of remorse. Guilt is my constant companion, my secret shadow. Christine put her round chin in her hands and blinked her bulbous eyes. For a second, I thought she was going to cry. Well, you don't have to worry about it much longer. I tried to sound cheerful. Both Christine and Gretchen just stared at me. I mean, you must be about to retire soon. Gretchen looked away, while Christine sat up straighter and tugged on the lapels of her too big boucle blazer. Exactly how old do you think I am? I stuttered something that wasn't really words. My cheeks flushed. I don't know. I'm only 3 years older than you. We went to school together. We did? I mean, you went here, to Oakwood? Oh, yes. And I remember you with your perfect blonde hair and your long legs. I remember. You were one of the roll-ups. The what? That's what me and my friend Jacqueline used to call you. The girls who'd roll their skirts up around their waists to make them shorter. I flushed again. Christine had my number. I had been one of those girls. Showing a little more leg got you a lot more attention from the boys. Some of the men, too. I'm pretty sure I passed AP English thanks to my legs. I don't remember you, I admitted. Course not. Jacqueline was my only friend. We pretty much kept to ourselves. And you were too popular to notice people like us. Popular wasn't exactly the word I'd have used, but I let it go. I was mortified at misreading Christine, but I also saw my opportunity. Actually, that reminds me, I said. Are you by any chance related to a Clara Calvert?
She went here too, back in the late 50s. Christine's face closed. Her eyes narrowed. Why do you want to know? I think she was a friend of my mother's. I found a copy of her obituary the other day when I was going through some of her things. Maybe you should ask your mother about it. Christine's lips were pursed. She has Alzheimer's. Oh. I'm sorry. Christine appeared genuinely contrite, and I felt another pang of guilt. She looked around the coffee house, which was starting to fill up with kids. The volume level had increased, and I could barely pick out the strains of an acoustic cover of I Will Survive. She was my aunt, Christine said. Or would have been, I guess. She was my father's sister. Ralph, I said. Christine squinted at me. It was in the obituary. She nodded. She died so young, I said. Do you mind me asking what happened? The obit didn't say. It wouldn't. She killed herself. I heard a sharp intake of breath and realized it was my own. Of all the things I'd been expecting to hear, that wasn't one of them. I'm so sorry, I murmured. How awful. Wasn't she only 15? Yes. My dad never really recovered. He died young, too, 35, liver failure. I guess you could say that was a kind of suicide, too. I'm so sorry, I said again. I didn't know what else to say. There was nothing, really. For a second, I thought about you taking your own life, and even the purely theoretical idea of it gutted me. The idea of a child suffering that sort of pain rent my heart. Who'd you say your mother was? Lenore Winchester. She would have been Lenore Garretson at the time she knew your aunt. Christine thought, shaking her head. Don't know. Dad didn't know too many of her friends. I think that was part of what made him feel so guilty. If he'd known more about her life, he might have known if someone hurt her or had been bullying her. She was bullied? He never knew for sure, but a 15-year-old doesn't jump off a bridge for no reason, do they? She jumped off a bridge? A whooshing sensation hit me in the stomach, almost as if I, too, had just gone over the side of a bridge. The Lincoln Bridge. The article I'd seen. About emergency responders being called to the bridge, but no details on what for. I guess even back then they were reluctant to share the tragic details of a child's suicide. But now I had to wonder. Was it really a suicide? I tried to remember exactly what my mother had said about Clara. It had certainly sounded to me like she'd seen her die, but was she just crossing timelines again? Confusing people and muddling events together? Or had my mother seen something in Amber's death that struck a deep chord? I pushed my drink away. The smell of the coffee made me nauseous, and the room felt too hot. I pushed my chair back. Where are you going? Gretchen asked, concerned. I'm sorry, I just need to get some air. We'll come with you. We should probably get back anyway. No, stay. Finish your drinks. I think I'm going to see if I can go home early. Nick, are you sure you're okay? I tried to plaster a smile on my face, but I was sweating so much that nothing would stick. I'm fine. I'm sorry again about your aunt. I hurried from the coffee shop, letting the door clatter loudly closed behind me. Chapter 29. After my conversation with Christine, I had an urge to see you that was so great it left me shaking. It was more than an urge, it was an itch, an instinct, a magnetic pull, as if an invisible umbilical cord still connected us. I went to the office, collected the cash from my desk, told Tiff that I wasn't feeling well, and asked her to pass the message along to Ruth. I must have looked the part because she ushered me straight out the door. By that time you were finished with classes, but when I texted you there was no reply. Maybe you had already ridden your bike home. When I got to the house, you weren't there either. I checked the cameras and found no sign that you'd been home at all. I stashed the cash in the closet and texted you again. I tried to wait patiently, taking chicken out of the freezer and scrolling my phone for a recipe that wouldn't require a trip to the grocery store. But after half an hour, there was still no response. I wanted to message you, or better yet, call you, and tell you to come home. I could play the mom card and tell you to get your ass back here this instant. But I didn't let myself. You needed your friends. There was also a part of me that was afraid to see you. I can't really explain it. I guess it's kind of like... When you were born, the delivery didn't go smoothly. The cord wrapped around your neck, and the doctor spoke to me in a calm but urgent tone. She isn't going to be strangled, Nicolette, okay? It doesn't work that way. But with the cord tight like that, we're cutting off her blood supply. I suppose that was meant to make me feel better, but cutting off your blood supply didn't seem much better than cutting off your air supply. You kinda need both. I don't remember what I said in response, but I remember Dr. Khmer shaking his head. No, Nicolette, you have to push. You have to push, and then we're going to gently ease the cord off her neck. Just like that, okay? I guess I must have pushed, because a few minutes later I felt this intense pressure and a feeling like everything below my waist had turned to liquid and was in the process of gushing out of me. The nurses congregated around my feet with the doctor, except for one nurse who stayed up near my head, holding my hand and whispering to me like I was a child. Ellen, her name was. I still remember her tight, curly brown hair, the teddy bears on her scrub top. It's going to be fine, she murmured. Your baby is going to be fine. You hadn't cried yet. I wasn't sure how many minutes had passed, but it seemed like a lot. Too many. Finally, one of the other nurses came toward me holding a bundle. Ellen squeezed my hand. The other nurse placed the bundle in my arms. I closed my eyes. I was afraid to look. No one had said anything to me yet, and the idea came to me, lodged in my mind like a parasite, that you were dead, that my precious baby was stillborn and they were letting me hold you in order to say goodbye. I couldn't look at you. I scrunched my eyes closed, terrified and desperate at the same time. Desperate to see you, to know you were okay, but terrified to look in case you weren't. It's a girl, Ellen said. She squeezed my shoulder. It's a perfect, beautiful baby girl. Hope lifted in me, but terror swallowed that too. The cold, rational voice of fear told me that you could still be dead. A perfect, beautiful, dead baby girl. That was how I felt in that moment, standing in our kitchen and staring down at the chicken thawing on the counter. Desperate to see you, but terrified too. Desperate to know you were okay, but terrified of the cold, rational-sounding voice that told me you weren't. That maybe you hadn't been okay for a long time. Something's wrong with Ella, I remembered my mother saying not so long ago. I left the house, got in the car, and drove. Being on the road was easier than being in the house, where my thoughts assaulted me. I drove past the High Street Diner, past Mitzi's kitchen, the milk shack. I wanted to see some sign of you, just to know you were okay. I left my phone on the passenger seat next to me, and every couple of minutes I'd hit dial, ringing your phone again, only to have it go to voicemail. Worry grew. At the quick stop, I got out of the car and walked around the parking lot, remembering what you'd told me about hanging out here and luring men into buying you beer. But there was no sign of you. Both the parking lot and the store itself were empty, except for a harried-looking mother buying milk while her toddler wailed. I gave her a sympathetic smile and walked back to my car. The sick feeling in the pit of my stomach curdled and rocked as I sat there. I tried to reason with the fear. She's fine. She's with friends. She just lost track of time. I tried to call you again and again. It rang and then went to voicemail. This is Ella. Leave a message. I'd already left you a message. 3 of them, in fact, each one increasingly frantic. The images in my mind became more gruesome. You in a mangled car in a ditch somewhere outside town. You in the trunk of a stranger's car, your face tear-stained, your mouth gagged. You dead in the playground, a purpling bruise around your neck, the perfect shape of a handprint slowly becoming visible. My heart pounded. I would call your friends, I decided. If I couldn't reach you, I'd try one of them. Someone had to know where you were. But I didn't have any of their numbers. I cursed myself for not being more diligent. A good mother would know how to reach your friends, wouldn't she? A good mother wouldn't have let you go missing in the first place. A good mother wouldn't have let any of this happen. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I might not have your friends' numbers, but I had some of their parents' numbers. I looked through my phone. Calvin's parents were still in Italy. They weren't due back until graduation. Ethan's parents... I considered it only briefly. I wasn't about to engage with him for this. Not unless things were desperate. And even in my current state of panic, I knew they weren't actually that desperate yet. I scrolled further down my contact list. Theo's mother. Yes, that would work. I rang Victoria Withington, and when she answered, I explained who I was and why I was calling. "Sorry, Nicolette," she said. "I haven't seen her. Oh, I imagine she's out with the other kids. I just wondered if you wouldn't mind giving me Theo's number." "I don't mind, but she's actually right upstairs. Why don't I go get her for you?" "Sure." My heart sank. Obviously, you weren't with Theo, but she might still know where you were. Theo came on the line, already sounding bored by the conversation. "It's Ella's mom, Theo," I explained. "I work at the school. I know who you are. You're the one who made us give up our phones. I was wondering if you'd seen Ella. Not since school. Do you know where she went after that? I'm not her babysitter." I fought back a wave of irritation. I prayed you would never speak to one of your friend's parents like this. "I realize that. I'm wondering if she might have mentioned where she was going, or if she was meeting anyone." Theo yawned. It was such an exaggerated sound that I was sure it was fake. "I don't know. Let me check my logbook." "Listen, you little shit," I snapped. "I'm trying to find my daughter. If you don't know where she is, just say so." "Fine, I don't know where she is. Happy?" No, I was not happy. "What about Calvin? Or Madison?" "What about them?" "Do you know if they've seen her?" "No." "No, they haven't seen her, or no, you don't know." Theo sighed. "I don't know if they've seen her." "Then would you be so kind as to give me their numbers so I could try them myself?" "Whatever." She sighed again, but gave me their numbers. "I tried Madison first, but she hadn't seen you either." "Let me ask Calvin," she said to me, and I heard her murmuring to someone else in the room. "He hasn't seen her either. The last time we saw her was at school." "And she didn't say where she was going?" "She didn't look like she was going anywhere. She and Ethan were hanging out in the courtyard." "Did you say Ethan?" I had to be sure I wasn't going crazy. "Yeah, Ethan Doyle." She suppressed a laugh. "They looked pretty cozy." My stomach turned. The familiar wave of hate rose up again. "Do you know how I can reach him?" I asked, as calmly as I could. "After Madison had given me the number, I hung up and tried you again. I needed to hear your voice. Please, God, let me hear your voice." This time, the call went straight to voicemail. No, your voice in the canned greeting didn't calm me. Why would it go straight to voicemail? What did that mean? Did your phone die? Did you turn it off? Did someone else? I tried the number Madison had given me, but that one went straight to voicemail too. Hearing Ethan's smug voice made my temples throb. How could a person cram so much arrogance and entitlement into 6 little words? "This is Ethan. Leave a message." His assholeness was on full display, puffed out like a peacock's bright plumage. I didn't know what to do. I started the car because sitting in the parking lot wasn't accomplishing anything. As I drove, I kept my eyes peeled, unblinking, for any sign of you or Ethan. I found myself on the approach to the Lincoln Bridge. A sob racked my throat. I couldn't articulate my fear, but I can now. I was afraid he'd taken you to the bridge, that you'd met the same fate as Amber. I had no reason to believe he'd take it that far. Murder is a far step from blackmail, but the fear of it lived in my veins anyway. I held my breath the entire way over the bridge and didn't let it out again until I'd reached the other side. Back on the east end of town, an obvious thought occurred to me. I spun a quick left and headed north toward the academy. It was the place you and Ethan had last been seen. Maybe you'd never left. I tried to visualize the scene playing out in a benign way. I'd go into the coffee house, and you'd be sitting there with half-empty lattes, heads bowed over your biology textbooks, brains crammed full of facts about dominant and recessive genes, about epigenetics and chromosomes and alleles and phenotypes. Phones on the table next to you, but turned off, so you could concentrate better. I could see it all so clearly that when I yanked open the door to the coffee house, I had to blink a couple of times before it sunk in that you weren't there. After hours, the coffee house was staffed by Oakwood students, so I approached the young red-headed boy behind the counter. "Do you know Ella Winchester?" He paused in his wiping of the counter. "Black hair? Thing?" He tapped the spot on his chin where your birthmark was. "That's her. Have you seen her tonight?" "Yeah, earlier." "Relief. That's great. How long ago?" "I think she left right after my shift started, 5-ish?" The relief ebbed away. That was almost 3 hours ago. You could be halfway to Canada by now. You could be floating down the Kitsitano? Anywhere by now. Was she with anyone? That guy. What's his name? Ethan Doyle? The ginger kid snapped his fingers. That's it. Thanks. My feet felt mired in cement as I made my way back out the door. Where were you? And why were you with him? Chapter 30. I walked all over the campus. I checked the library, the auditorium, even the gymnasium, though, to my knowledge, you hadn't set foot in there since your freshman year, when you'd completed your one and only physical education credit. Of all the things that ran in our family, athleticism wasn't one of them. I trudged back to my car. My panic had dulled to a throbbing anxiety that pulsed through my veins with every heartbeat, every breath, every footfall. Where was my baby? I sat in the car for a minute. I wanted to cry, but I knew if I let myself start, I might not be able to stop. Instead, I picked up my phone. I'd tried you so many times the battery was almost dead. This time, I dialed someone else. Nikki. Hi. Kyle sounded surprised I was calling him. That made 2 of us. I can't find Ella, I blurted. I've looked all over and her phone keeps going to voicemail and... The tears I'd been holding back started to spill. Hold on. What do you mean you can't find her? I can't reach her on her phone and no one's seen her since 5 o'clock. Kyle was silent for a moment. Nikki, that's only 3 hours ago. She's a teenager. What's her curfew? Midnight? I sniffled. But that's not the point. She knows to keep her phone turned on so that I can reach her. Something's happened to her, I know it. Okay. What makes you think that? Well, you see, Kyle, my daughter strangled Amber Albright because she was being bullied, and I covered it up, only Ethan Doyle found out and has been blackmailing me, and he was the last person to be seen with Ella, and I think he might have done something to hurt her. Call it maternal instinct, I said instead. Kyle sighed. He seemed to be deliberating. Eventually, he said, Okay, I can take a drive around. Do you know if she was with anyone? I hesitated. I don't know. Maybe Ethan Doyle? Chief Doyle's kid? Kyle chuckled. Then she's probably fine. Knowing Ethan, he probably just took her out on the ATV. If they're in the deep woods, she might not have cell reception.
Kyle was trying to make me feel better, but the thought of you out in the deep woods with Ethan and no cell reception chilled me to the bone. Please, Kyle, you have to help me find her.
I'll see what I can do. But try not to worry too much. I'm sure she's fine.
We hung up, and I pressed my fingers against my closed eyes. I'd stemmed the tears for now, but they threatened to fall again soon. I had to keep moving. I started the car and thought about what Kyle had said about the deep woods. I sincerely doubted Ethan had taken you out joyriding on his ATV, but thinking about the woods gave me another idea. I peeled away from the school and headed back toward the bridge. When I got to Windgrove Park, the parking lot had less than a dozen cars in it. Probably evening dog walkers. I was pretty sure Ethan drove a white Suburban. I remembered you telling me his parents had gifted it to him when they upgraded their own car last year. There were no white Suburbans in the parking lot. I hurried through the park, watching for any sign of you. I passed a man walking 2 huge mastiffs and a sweet-looking couple with an even sweeter black Pomeranian who tugged on his leash in excitement as they came toward me, but my thoughts were only on you, and there was no sign of you. I cut off the main walking path and headed toward the playground. It was the same route I'd taken on that fateful night you called me, waking me from my state of asleep but not asleep, your voice on the other end of the line saying, "Mom, something happened." It chilled me to be walking it again. Even the spring peepers were out again, their throaty calls leaching through the twilight. I held my breath as I approached the playground. The play structure loomed in the violet light, casting long shadows across the dirt. I didn't see you. Still, my feet kept moving toward it, as unstoppable as a tide, as the setting of the sun. I saw feet. Protruding from the covered plastic slide, a big red tube that had always struck me as far too dangerous. The feet coming out of the slide were clad in black loafers, white knee-high socks. Unmistakable to anyone as an Oakwood student. Unmistakable to me as my daughter. "Ella!" I started to run toward the slide, terrified of what I might find. In my mind, I saw the worst. A bruised and bloodied corpse, your swollen face unrecognizable. Then, the feet kicked. Your hands appeared and you pulled yourself partially out of the slide. Your butt was perched at the very end, your knees up around your chest. "Mom, what are you doing here?" I could tell you'd been crying, but now you sounded confused. "Jesus, Ella, I've been looking all over for you. I've been calling you all night. I even called Kyle to help me find you." "Sorry." You looked upset, but not about making me worry. "What's going on? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." But you kept your face turned away from me, your gaze focused on the packed brown dirt, or maybe on nothing at all. "Hey." I put my hand on your shoulder and you flinched. "Talk to me. What happened?" "Nothing, Mom. Just leave it." You stood up abruptly and started to stride away, but just as quickly you lost your momentum. You flopped down onto one of the swings, twining your fingers around the chain and letting your dark loafers scuff through the dirt below. I took the swing next to you. It had always been easier for you to talk to me when we weren't looking at each other. We'd had some of our best talks on long drives. "You know you can tell me anything, Ella. Is it about Amber?" We hadn't spoken about Amber in days, not since you'd admitted to me what had really happened, but it would still weigh heavily on your mind. How could it not? You shrugged in response to my question, which any parent of a teenager knows means yes. "I know it's a lot to process right now, baby. I know you probably have a lot of really big, complicated feelings. You don't have to talk to me like I'm 5, you spat.
And anyway, it's not that, it's him. The last word held so much vitriol that my spine tingled. Who? My voice was barely a whisper. Him who? You didn't answer. Just twisted back and forth on the swing, letting the chains above you tighten and loosen, tighten and loosen. He made me do things. What things? Things. You looked at the ground. I watched a single tear roll down your cheek. My spine hardened. Ella? Please, baby. Just tell me. You were silent another minute. Then, he knows about Amber, Mom. I don't know how, but he does. And he said he was going to tell everyone what I did, what you did, if I didn't do what he wanted. And what did he want? There again was that conflicting feeling, needing to know and yet being terrified to hear it. He made me have sex with him. What? I jumped out of the swing and stood in front of you. He did what? You couldn't answer. You couldn't even look at me. Your shoulders were trembling, and I knew you were crying. I'm sorry, Mom. Jesus, Ella, don't be sorry. He's the one who should be sorry. What he did, that's... I wanted to say the word rape, call it what it was, but I didn't want to scare you any more than you already were. That's criminal, baby. It's called coercion. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Do I have to? Yes. I was trying to sound calm, but my entire body vibrated with fury. I would kill him. I would rend him limb from limb. As much as you can. Is that where you were tonight? Is that when it happened? You nodded. Earlier. Then I walked around. I'm sorry I didn't have my phone on. I just couldn't face... Shh, I know. It's okay. Don't worry about that now. So, it happened at school? In the auditorium. But it wasn't the first time. What? It happened before, too. How many times? You looked away. How many times, Ella? I took your hands in mine. I don't know, maybe 5? 6? I dropped to my knees in front of you, in the footwell of dirt dug by so many pairs of feet. Oh my God, baby, you should have said something. Why? You pulled away. What would you have done? He knows what we did. He even has pictures. I know. Wait, you know? You struggled against me as you tried to pull away. Yes, I've seen them. I got some messages from him, too. I just wasn't sure who they were from. Can you tell me, baby, who did this? Was it Ethan Doyle? Your eyes widened. You didn't even nod, but I knew I was right. How did you know? I just had a feeling. What are we going to do? You looked down at me, your green eyes rimmed in red, your birthmark standing out in stark relief against your pale skin. I stood up, dusting off my knees. We're going to call the police. That's what we're going to do. I whipped my phone out of my bag. Mom! No, you can't! I can and I will. I'd had enough of that little shit. It was one thing for him to torture me, but what he had done to you was beyond despicable. My baby. My poor, innocent baby. Chapter 31. You reached for my phone. Mom, you can't. Think about it. If you call the police, what's to stop him from giving them those pictures? You know he'll do it. I didn't answer. In the moment, I didn't care about the pictures. As far as I knew, he only had pictures of me dumping Amber off the bridge. I would just tell the police I'd panicked. I could say you found the body. I could say, Mom! Earth to Mom, are you listening? He's going to deny the whole thing anyway. His father's the chief of police. Do you think they're going to believe he really did this to me? I'll make them believe it. Yeah, right. He already gets away with everything. Did you know he used to deal steroids?
Coach Drysdale found out, but somehow he didn't even get suspended. And now he's dealing pot and no one says a thing. Chief Doyle just makes everything go away. What do you think will happen if we tell the cops that his son—"
You trailed off, but I didn't need you to finish. The reality of your objection was clear. If I went to the police, I could almost guarantee the pictures would come out. I didn't know for sure if I could protect you from facing the consequences for your role in Amber's death. And you were right that if you accused the chief's son of rape, it'd be an uphill battle from day one. Everyone knows rape trials are hardest on the victim. Add in the fact that the accused is local royalty and the accuser is under possible suspicion of murder. It would be a no-win situation for you. I couldn't put you through that, as much as I wanted to see that bastard pay for what he did. Your eyes widened in panic as I pressed the phone to my ear. "Who are you calling?" "Mom, no!" I held up one finger as I waited for him to answer.
"Nikki, hey, any luck?"
Kyle's voice came over the line, smooth as ever.
"Yes, that's what I was calling to tell you. I found her, over in the park. Her phone was off. I'm so sorry for bothering you."
"No bother at all. I'm glad she's safe. Can't be too careful these days. A month ago I would have sworn Silver Mills was the safest little town in America. Now—"
He sighed. "I know what you mean. Maybe I could confide in Kyle about what you'd told me. He'd believe me, us, about the rape, and he'd fight for you, even if it meant going against the chief. That was the kind of man Kyle was, his black and white goodness. But I also knew that as soon as the rest of the story came out, we'd lose his loyalty and goodwill. We'd just be two more bad guys for him to put away." "Thanks again, Kyle," I said. I hung up. With the call safely disconnected, you sagged against me in relief. I wrapped my arms around you. Kyle and I may have had different ideas about the dangers lurking in Silver Mills, but we were both in agreement about one thing. This town no longer felt safe. After we got home, you went into your room and closed the door. I tried to coax you out with offers of tea, cookies, old episodes of Friends, which you always used to love watching with me. All to no avail. From behind your closed door, you told me you just wanted to go to sleep. I wanted you to talk. Surely a thing like this would fester inside you. I also knew you should see a doctor. You'd need a Plan B pill, an STD test. The thought of either made bile rise in the back of my throat. I thought I had hated Ethan before for trying to manipulate and extort me. But the thing I felt then didn't even come close to the thing I felt now. It didn't touch it. Wasn't even in the general vicinity. I wanted to slit his throat and watch him bleed out like a stuck pig. I wanted to slice off his dick and stuff it down his throat, wipe that smug look off his face for good. I wanted him thrown in a prison cell and bent over by a huge man named Tiny. The force of my rage shocked me. I've never been a violent person. I've never been in a physical fight. I'd never slapped you when you were little, except maybe once or twice to smack your hand away from the stove, and that was done more out of fear than anger. In that moment, though, anger was all I could feel. Bright red fury. It hit me in all of my senses, coloring the field of my vision in sharp scarlet, a taste of battery acid on my tongue. I vibrated with it. I could kill him. The thought struck me as I was slamming dirty plates into the dishwasher. I stood up in a hurry, blood rushing from my head. I blinked down at the plate I'd been holding, as if it had been the thing that had planted the notion in my mind. Obviously, I wouldn't actually kill him. But I could. The thought persisted. I showered, checked on you again, sound asleep or at least doing a good job of faking it, got ready for bed, laid in the dark, staring at the ceiling. The notion never left me.
I could kill him. In the dark, I tested the idea, reached out my finger in the inky darkness and probed its edges. There were reasons to do it, what he had done to you being the biggest one. But there were other reasons too. The nagging fear I'd had that the harassment would never end. Even if I got him the $250K, what was to stop him from asking for even more money, or for something even more impossible to get? And what was to stop him from hurting you again? I could ask Ethan to turn the pictures over to me. Tell him he wasn't getting his money until I knew they were deleted. But I wasn't stupid. This is the digital age. Even if I stood over him and made him delete them right there in front of me, there was about zero chance he didn't have other copies stashed in the cloud somewhere. I also didn't know what else he might have. Someone had stolen the Mylar blankets from my potting shed, and Ethan seemed the likeliest suspect. I had no idea if the blankets had DNA on them, but at this point I had to assume they did. Worse than whatever evidence Ethan had was the simple fact that he knew. He knew what you had done and what I had done to cover it up. If he told his father, how long would it take before they had both of us under arrest? They'd find proof if they knew what they were looking for. Trace the GPS from my phone or my car, check for security cam footage from the night. There were no public cameras in the park or on the bridge, but plenty of homes and businesses had them, and if Kyle knew what he was looking for, he could very well find one that showed me out driving that night. The pictures were just icing on the cake. Ethan was dangerous. That was the only conclusion I could come to. His knowledge was a threat to me and to you. How could I let this threat follow you around for your entire life? But still, even there, in the dark, I couldn't quite wrap my mind around the idea of killing Ethan. It was too out there. Everything else I'd done, moving Amber's body, for instance, had been a split-second decision, an action born out of necessity. Now we were talking about premeditation, about making a plan and executing it, executing him. And how would I do it anyway? I didn't own a gun, and buying one now would raise some serious red flags. A knife? I couldn't imagine bringing myself to stab a kid, even one like Ethan. It seemed risky, too. Ethan wasn't a small boy, and he'd likely be able to overpower me if it came down to it. But there were other options. Fire, poison, a car accident. Despite my resolution that it was too out there to even consider, I fell asleep that night, fantasizing about all the ways I could kill Ethan Doyle. In the morning, I felt queasy and strange. I made pancakes and coffee for you, which I was happy to see you inhale, but I couldn't touch a bite. I felt sick over the gleeful ways I'd imagined offing Ethan. Yet every time I looked at you, every time I pictured him putting his vile hands on your perfect skin, the rage flared inside me again. It was a tug of war in my heart, and the stakes were the highest they'd ever been. "Do you want to stay home today?" I offered. The truth was I wanted to stay home, and I wanted the company. But you shook your head. "No. I don't want you to get all weird about this." You narrowed your eyes at me. "I told you I'm fine." I knew it was just bravado, but if you needed to wear that armor, I would let you. "I know you are. But promise me that if you ever feel less than fine, you'll come talk to me." You considered this as you grabbed your backpack off the floor. "Fine. Ready?" "Sure." I didn't feel ready, though. I didn't feel ready for any of this. I dropped you off in front of the gate at Oakwood. "Aren't you coming in?" "I have a few errands to run." "Don't you have, a job to go to?" "I have the morning off. Or at least I would after I emailed my director." "Hey, bye."
You hopped out of the car and slammed the door before I could even tell you to have a good day. I grabbed my phone and emailed Ruth to let her know I wouldn't be in today. I didn't actually have any errands to do. I just couldn't face the idea of sitting at my desk all day, twiddling my thumbs while I pretended to give a shit about anything other than you. Seconds after I'd sent the email, before I'd even had a chance to put down the phone, it rang. The caller ID showed me only that it was someone from Oakwood, but I recognized the number as Ruth's. I didn't answer. I didn't want to lecture. I'd been a horrible employee lately. Absent half the time, distracted the rest. But in the wake of everything else going on, a trivial thing like employment seemed, well, trivial. Of course, I needed a job, but I needed to keep you out of prison more. Besides, now that you were almost done with school, I didn't need the reduced tuition anymore, which meant I was no longer beholden to the school. I'd fantasized 1,000 times about quitting this job, about finding something I'd be more passionate about. Maybe now I could actually do it. Ruth left a message, but I didn't listen to it. I dropped my phone and my bag on the passenger seat, where you had sat only moments ago. Then I pulled away from the school and drove. I had no destination in mind. I drove around the same way I'd driven the previous night, when I'd been searching for you. There was no frantic desperation this time, just a weary sort of resignation. It's a feeling I've gotten quite used to in the time since. I meandered through the chic downtown of the East End, past boutiques and galleries I never went into, the restaurants I never ate at, the playgrounds I'd never taken you to. It felt like another city entirely. We came to the East End every day, of course, but it wasn't home. Even though I'd grown up here, it wasn't home. Maybe none of Silvermills was home anymore. I'd stayed here my whole life, despite my burning desire to get away from my parents and the life I'd grown up in. I'd raised you here not because I cared about the town, but because I was determined to send you to Oakwood. But look where it had gotten us. Maybe I would move. Maybe when you went to New York in the fall, I would go with you. I'd get a job and you'd go to school, and we'd keep living the way we'd been living for years. Safe, on our own. The two of us against the world. Maybe we should even go sooner. Pack up as soon as finals were over, sell the house, and spend a couple of months settling into our new city before your first term started. That cheered me. I felt sure that if we could get away from Silvermills, none of this mess would follow us. Ethan would leave us alone, and Kyle would drop his investigation, and Amber's parents would shrug their shoulders as if to say, "Oh well, I guess we'll never know what really happened to our daughter." I know. It sounds ludicrous now. But when it comes to self-delusion, the mind is a powerful thing. I know that perhaps better than anyone. I turned on the radio and hummed along to some 90s alt-rock while I drove. I felt satisfied at last, confident, smug even, secure in the belief that I could still fix everything, that everything could be fixed. So it didn't faze me when I realized I was traveling up Lancaster Road, the same route I always took to get to Lenore's. What the hell, I thought. I should stop in to see her. Peg could probably use the company, and who knew how often I'd get back to see them once we'd moved states. I turned up into my mother's drive and parked in my usual spot. Peg had thrown the front door open before I even reached the first step. "Nicolette! I wasn't expecting you. Shouldn't you be at work?" She wiped her hands on a white dish towel. "I had the morning off. I thought I'd come by for a visit." "Is this about the money?" "What? No, I just wanted to say hello." "It's just that it's not really a good time." "Is she having a bad day?" "That's okay." I stepped past her. "I'm used to her bad days. Our visit wouldn't be the same if she didn't at least once accuse me of stealing the silverware." "Really, Nicolette, it's not a good time." Peg came after me as I headed down the hall toward the solarium. She sounded so worried that I was nervous about what I would find, but the sight was the same as it always was. Lenore in her chair, the same cashmere throw wrapped around her legs. Only this time, her face brightened when she saw me. "Well, isn't this a surprise? Peg, you didn't tell me Nicolette was coming to visit." Chapter 32. For a minute, I was too stunned to react. It had been years since my mother recognized me, and frankly, even longer since she'd appeared happy to see me. I looked back at Peg, who cast her eyes downward, then at my mother again. "Mom, you recognize me?" "Goodness, of course I do, Nicolette. You're my daughter. You may have put on a few pounds, but I'd recognize you anywhere. Peg, would you bring us a couple of martinis, please?" It seemed Peg wasn't about to point out that it was only 9 o'clock in the morning, because she gave a curt nod. "Certainly. Perhaps I could borrow Nicolette for a moment? I suppose." I was reluctant to leave my mother, but I followed Peg into the kitchen. "What's going on? You said she was having a bad morning." "I said it wasn't a good time." Peg sighed as she reached for the vermouth. "She's lucid now, but it's always 10 times harder when the memories start to slip again. I was worried that with you here it would be even worse." It sounded plausible, but I couldn't shake the feeling there was more to it than that. "Are you really going to make martinis? Has she even eaten breakfast yet?" Peg smiled. "She has. But no, it's just water and a few drops of vermouth. She doesn't notice the difference. She can't have alcohol with all the medication she's on." We shared a private smile, and then Peg and I returned to the solarium with 2 martini glasses filled with water and the smallest splash of vermouth. My mother took her glass, took a sip, and sighed. "Perfection, Peg. Thank you. That'll be all." Peg nodded, but didn't leave the room. She hovered near the doorway, straightening framed photographs and candle holders on the antique sideboard. I slipped into my usual chair, tucking one foot up underneath me. My mother glared. It had been so long since I'd gotten one of her looks that I felt almost nostalgic about it. I put both feet on the floor and crossed my legs at the ankles, as one does. "How's Ella?" Lenore asked. "She must be getting so big." "She's good." Only somewhat of a lie. "She's getting very excited for Juilliard in the fall." "Juilliard? She's much too young for that." "She's 18. I tried to say it gently, but a look of horror flickered over my mother's face. She quickly smoothed it over. Of course, Juilliard." She shook her head. "Does she sing?" "She plays the cello." "I used to love to sing." That was news to me. "I don't remember that." "Oh, before you were born. Before Jeffrey, too, when I was a girl. People told me I had the voice of an angel." "What kind of things did you like to sing?" "Oh, this and that. My favorite was always the Ave Maria. It's a beautiful song. Ella plays it on the cello." Lenore started to hum, slightly off-key, and drummed her fingers against the arm of the chair. I stood up and paced the room. Peg had finally left, though I could still hear her puttering away at something not too far from us. I turned to look at the photographs on the sideboard. The photo of my parents' wedding sat front and center, and I picked it up. It had always been one of my favorites. My father looking so debonair in black tails, and my mother the picture of elegance in an Oleg Cassini wedding dress with an extraordinary train. How she loved to brag he had designed Jackie Kennedy's dress as well. But what always struck me most about the picture was how happy they both looked. There wasn't a hint of the pinched expression my mother permanently sported, not a glimpse of my father's scowl. They were grinning, sharp-eyed, my mother's lace-gloved hands linked in the crook of my father's elbow. "I saw a picture of you the other day. I said to Lenore. She stopped humming. Did you? You were very young, 14 or 15 maybe? Oh, goodness, that must have been a sight. I think I still have it. I reached for my phone, went to my email, and found the article I'd sent to myself. I clicked the picture and handed the phone to Lenore. There. Oh, my. Look how curly my hair was. That was the style back then. I begged my mother for an entire month for a set of pink rollers. It looked nice on you. For a minute, I watched my mother. It was normal to see her lost in her memories, but this time was different. This time, her mind was able to grasp the distinction between now and then. I wasn't seeing a woman drowning in her own yesterdays. I was seeing a woman, old now, looking back on who she'd been, with all the blessings and horrors that came along with the power of perspective. Do you remember that girl? I pointed at the photo and watched Lenore's face carefully. It changed in an instant. Clara Calvert. Yes. Were you friends? We were friends. How did she die? Lenore thrust the phone back at me. She died. I know that. Do you know how she died? They said she jumped. From the Lincoln Bridge? That's right. Did she really jump? I don't want to talk about that. All right. I took the phone back, but didn't put it away. When did you become friends? I don't know. We just always were. And you went to Oakwood together? You volunteered together, the Young Miss Hospitality Club? Clara started that. She said it was important to give to people who didn't have as much as we did. That was nice. Everyone thought Clara was perfect. My mother snorted. She wasn't? Far from it. I suppose no one is perfect. Oh, but this was more than that. She pretended. Pretended what? To be a good person. But she really just wanted to be better than everybody else. She wanted to be better than me. A sick sort of excitement bubbled inside me. I could picture it, the scene on the bridge. My mother, mad at Clara, jealous of her for some perceived threat, angry over some perceived insult. Did you push her, Mother? I leaned forward. I felt desperate to know, as if it could help me make sense of my own dilemma. Did you kill Clara? I don't want to talk about it. You did, didn't you? I said I don't want to talk about it. My mother's voice rose. What's going on in here? Peg appeared at the doorway, her face creased with concern. She took in the scene. My mother trembling on the sofa, her throne knocked to the floor, me leaning forward in predatory excitement. She rushed to Lenore's side and repositioned the blanket. Nicolette? We were just talking. I looked away. I felt like a kid who'd been caught picking on a younger, weaker child, a bully. Don't you make me have to send you to your room, young lady. My mother wagged a finger at me. I looked into her eyes, the same green as mine, as Ella's, and my heart sunk. I knew she was gone. I could see it as clearly as if someone had closed the blinds in a window. I think you should go, Peg said, without looking at me. She was still fussing with Lenore's blanket. She needs her rest. I sighed and stood. My temples throbbed. I hadn't gotten the answers I was looking for. But maybe that was my own fault for seeking them in that house. Whatever my mother may or may not have done, it should not serve as a guidepost for me. I left Lenore's feeling more on edge than when I arrived. When I got to the car, I remembered the message Ruth had left, probably telling me to get my ass into the office. I put the phone on speaker and punched in my voicemail password as I reoriented the car and drove out of Lenore's long driveway. Hi, Nicolette, it's Ruth. I just saw your email, but it's sort of a bad time. I think you might want to come in. Detective Griffin is here and he says he needs to speak to you and Ella. If you could call me back soonest, that would be appreciated, or— Wait, the detective says you can meet them down at the station. He's going to take her there now. I swore and jerked the wheel sharply to the left, leaving a streak of rubber on the street outside Lenore's house. Chapter 33. I reached the police station a few minutes later, left the car double-parked in front of the building, and stormed inside. The station was, like most buildings in Silver Mills, insufferably charming, at least from the outside. Like much of the East End's downtown area, it was built in the Greek Revival style, and large pillars flanked the front door. Inside was a different story. The place had been retrofitted sometime in the 80s and hadn't been touched since. I blinked against the glare of the fluorescent lights and approached the front desk. A woman was wiping down the laminate desktop with a Lysol wipe, and the fake lemon scent turned my stomach. "My daughter is here," I said, before she could get a word out. "With Kyle Griffin. I need to see her. Now." She didn't appear to like my attitude, because she raised her eyebrows and took her sweet time picking up the phone. "Your name?" she asked, as she dialed a 3-digit extension. "Nicolette Winchester." She waited a moment before speaking into the phone. "Hello, Detective. There's a Nicole Winston here to see you." I tried to correct her, but she held up a hand to shush me. I glared as she murmured something into the phone. I could only see the last 3 letters on her name tag. Udi. Judy? Trudy? Eventually, she hung up. "He'll be out in a moment. You can take a seat." "I don't want to take a seat. I want to see my daughter." My heart thudded against my ribs, and the flickering lights overhead made my head ache. Judy Trudy seemed unperturbed. "We have a very fine magazine collection." I kept my sarcastic reply to myself, but I still refused to sit. Instead, I leaned against my desk, my eyes trained on the hallway I expected Kyle to emerge from. I looked at the clock on my phone every 5 seconds, though strangely, it didn't help the time go by any faster. "Nicolette, I expected it would be you." I turned around to see Kyle, emerging not from the hallway I'd predicted, but from a closed door at the opposite end of the waiting area. "Come on back." "Where's Ella?" I hissed as I walked behind him. "You had no right to question her without me." "Actually, I did. She's 18. "Then she should have had a lawyer present. Did you ask her if she wanted a lawyer?" "We didn't have a lawyer, and I'm not sure you wouldn't have waived your right to one anyway, but I was still pissed at Kyle, and I wanted him to know it." "Relax, Nick." Kyle slowed, and I stepped on the heel of his boot. "We're not questioning her as a suspect in Amber's death, just as a witness to the events earlier in the evening." "What events?" He didn't answer. We were stopped in front of a closed door, but Kyle pulled it open. You sat inside, a can of diet root beer in front of you. You looked bored out of your mind. That calmed my mind more than anything else. "Ella!" I rushed to your side and wrapped my arms around you. You awkwardly twisted in your seat and tried to hug me back. "I'm fine, Mom." "Thank God." I pulled a chair up right next to you, practically pulling you into my lap. "Let's get this over with. She's supposed to be in class, you know." I glared at Kyle. "Come on," he said with a smile. "Finals are next week, aren't they? I can't believe they're actually teaching you anything new at this point." "Not really." You smiled back at him, and I gave your hand a sharp squeeze. "That's beside the point," I retorted. All right. I'm gonna show you something, okay, Ella?" You shrugged. "Sure." Kyle pulled out his phone and swiped his thumb over the screen a couple of times. "I got this picture last night." He held the phone in front of you, and I leaned over your shoulder to see. It was a picture of Amber and Ethan sitting on what looked like a dark leather sofa. There was a television in the background, someone's knee in the foreground off to the other side of Amber. What I noticed first off was how happy they looked.
Ethan had an arm slung over Amber's shoulders, and she was smiling up at him, a slight flush in her cheeks, and I swear, a sparkle in her eye. Though that could have been a result of the beer from the bottle she was holding. You shifted in your seat, inching your shoulders closer to mine. It must be hard for you to see this, after what Ethan did to you. And after what you did to Amber.
Do you recognize this picture?
Not really.
No? It was taken the night Amber went missing. At Calvin's house. You were there, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. See, we know this was taken that night because this is the Knicks game that was on.
He tapped the screen and used his fingers to stretch the image so the television was enlarged.
See? That's Julius Randle sinking a basket. Judging by the score, we put that right around 8:40 p.m.
Okay. You looked bored, or were at least putting on a good front. I was on pins and needles, waiting to see what Kyle was getting at, but I tried to mirror your coolness. What's the point of this?
2 things struck me about it. The first is that Amber and Ethan look very happy here, don't they?
I guess.
Everyone told us they'd broken up, but they don't look very broken up to me.
So what?
So... Kyle paused. I guess I thought that was interesting. Do you know if they were back together?
I have no idea. I didn't think so, but they were on and off. You should ask Ethan.
We're asking everyone. You really don't know if they were back together?
I really don't.
Would they have kept it a secret?
Maybe. I don't know.
You mentioned last time we spoke that Amber's parents didn't really like Ethan. They had money, he didn't. I think that's what you said.
If you say so.
So Amber and Ethan might have had reason not to tell anyone they were back together.
Sure. Kyle waited as if expecting more, but you kept silent. I wanted to stand up and cheer for you. Never had I quite so much appreciated the surly attitude of a teenaged girl. Kyle adjusted the picture on the phone again.
There was something else I noticed about this picture.
He held out the device again, and this time the focus was on Amber. Her smiling face, her shoulders angled toward Ethan.
Anything strike you about this?
You squinted at the picture. No. But you sounded hesitant, like you couldn't quite figure out where this was going. I felt the same.
It took me a minute, too.
Kyle's voice was kind, like an elementary school teacher. Encouraging, patient.
Try to think about what's not there, instead of what's there.
Beside me, you twitched. I wondered if you'd figured out what Kyle was getting at, because I certainly hadn't.
You see it, right?
He studied the picture again.
Or rather, you don't see it. No necklace.
God damn it. That stupid necklace. I knew this was going to bite us in the ass. You didn't say anything. Kyle was still studying the picture, as if he hadn't already had plenty of time with it.
When you found that necklace in the woods outside the campsite, I couldn't get over what a lucky break it was. Now I think maybe it was too lucky.
You started to say something, but I put my hand on your arm. You'd been handling yourself beautifully up to that point, but I didn't want you sticking your foot in something now. What are you implying? I said to Kyle.
Nothing. I'm just trying to reconcile how Ella found that necklace, told us Amber was definitely wearing it that night, and yet here we have a photograph proving she didn't have it on. So I keep asking myself, where did that necklace come from?
It came from the woods, like Ella said it did. Is it possible she was wrong about Amber wearing it that night? Of course. The kids hang out there all the time. Maybe Amber lost it another night, or maybe she put it on that night after this photo was taken, or maybe the clasp broke and she put it in her pocket and it fell out later that night when she was running through the woods, possibly for her life. I finished in a huff, and Kyle held up his hands.
You're right. It could have been any one of those things. Though I should mention, the clasp wasn't broken.
That was only one suggestion.
I know.
Are we about done here?
Ella's told you everything she knows, multiple times, in fact. Is that true, Ella? He turned to face you. He wore the same disarming smile that had first drawn me to him, only now I saw it for what it was. A lure. A trick. A trap. We're done here, I said, not giving you time to answer for yourself. I was pretty sure we had every right to walk out of there, but I tensed, waiting for Kyle to tell us we couldn't. He said nothing. You and I shuffled our chairs and headed for the door. I glared at Kyle as we passed him. I'm just doing my job, Nicolette, he said quietly. And I'm just doing mine. In the car, you started to shake. You'd looked composed in the interview room, surly even, but I could see the toll it had taken on you. Why didn't you call me? I said. Why'd you go down to the station alone with him? They said you weren't answering your phone. I don't know, I was scared. He made it sound like I had to go with him. Your lower lip quivered. I'm sorry. It's okay, baby. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at him. He shouldn't have made you come on your own like that. You considered that. That could be good, though, right? It sounds like he's looking at Ethan, too. It does, I said carefully. I agreed with the last part of her statement. It certainly sounded like they were taking a closer look at Ethan Doyle. Kyle probably found it suspicious that he had lied to everyone about his relationship with Amber. It would also explain why the investigation was proceeding so slowly. Kyle would make damn sure his facts were airtight if he was going after the son of the chief of police. A wrong move could be a career killer of the highest order. Unfortunately, I didn't agree with the first part of your statement. I didn't think Kyle gunning for Ethan was a good thing. At all. Because Ethan had a guaranteed escape hatch. If he felt he was a serious suspect, all he had to do was pull out those pictures. It was better than an alibi. He could give them the real killer. The only reason he hadn't done it yet was because he likely didn't know they were looking at him, or he was having way too much fun toying with us. Another tsunami of hatred rolled up on me, knocking the wind from my lungs. This punk-ass kid was ruining everything. Yes, you had made a mistake. You had lashed out at Amber in the heat of the moment, and you would have to live with the consequences of that for the rest of your life. But you were also a bright, sweet girl, a prodigious cellist, and a good person who deserved a future. Ethan, on the other hand, was an entitled asshole who thought he was untouchable because of who his father was. He had hit Amber, assaulted you, and blackmailed me. What you had done paled in comparison. Mom, you look like you're going to put your fist through the windshield. I tried to smile. Sorry, baby. I just keep thinking about how unfair this whole situation is. You made one little mistake. It was more than a little mistake. I killed her. You looked down at your hands, as if you still couldn't quite believe it. You said again, I killed her. Let's not focus on that. I couldn't stand to see your distress. What's done is done. Let's focus on the future instead. I was thinking maybe I could come to New York with you. Move there. We could leave right after graduation instead of waiting for the fall. Put this whole mess behind us. What do you think? I think that sounds awesome. You leaned over and squeezed my arm. Thank you for being in my corner. A warmth crept over my skin. Of course, baby. I'm your mother. That's the only place I'll ever be. There it was. The singular truth that was and has always been at the heart of this. Even once all the secrets had come out, I would never be, could never be, anywhere but in your corner. That's what motherhood is, isn't it? That night, I laid in bed and fantasized about the life we would build in New York.
The cute but surprisingly affordable apartment I'd find for us. The galleries we'd visit, the brunches we'd have. I didn't concern myself with the logistics, like selling our home here in Silver Mills, or where I would work once we were in the city. Maybe I knew even then that none of it would ever come to fruition. All of it was nothing more than an indulgent fantasy. "Mom?" Your voice came from the other side of my bedroom door, followed by a soft rapping. "Can I come in?" "Of course." I sat up and flicked on the lamp as you eased the door open. You were barefoot, wearing a pair of plaid boxers that showed off your long legs and an oversized white t-shirt I was pretty sure came from my closet. "What is it?" You held your hands behind your back. You bounced on your toes for a second, like you were thinking. Your face was tight, strained. Something was wrong. I pushed the blankets off and put my own bare feet on the floor. "Ella, what is it? Tell me." "It's Ethan." Your voice was hoarse. "He wants me to meet him. He says I have to or he'll—" You didn't finish the sentence. You didn't need to. I leapt from the bed. "What exactly did he say?" You drew your hands from behind your back, revealing your phone. "His text woke me up." You handed me the device. I took the phone and scanned the chain of messages. "I can't stop thinking about you," he'd written, from the same mystery number he'd been texting me from. "Meet me at Wingrove in an hour. Don't even think about saying no. You know what will happen." I've heard the expression, "my blood boiled," many times, but I'd never once considered it to be a literal thing. But it is. Because in that moment, there was no other word for it. My skin burned as everything inside me erupted. My blood was like lava, my bones turning to ash. "I'm scared," you whispered, and the temperature flared another 10 degrees. Fury poured out of me, seeped from my pores. "Don't worry. I'm going to take care of it." "How?" "I don't know, but I will. I promise you that I will." Chapter 34. I grabbed my phone from the bedside table and found my most recent exchange with Ethan. I had promised him I was working on getting the money. Good. That would work. "I have your money," I typed, hands shaking. "Meet me on the Lincoln Bridge in an hour and you can have it. But leave Ella alone." I didn't wait for a reply. I was already pulling on jeans and a dark sweater, rooting through my closet for a bag that looked big enough to hold a theoretical couple $100,000 in cash. "Mom, what are you doing?" You still hovered at my door, your face a mask of worry and fear. "I told you, baby, I'm taking care of this. Go back to your room. Don't get up again. In the morning, go to school like normal, even if I'm not back yet." "What are you talking about?" Your voice went up an octave. "Why wouldn't you be back?" "Ella," I snapped. "This isn't the time. Just do what I say." You stood in stunned surprise before turning and running back to your room. I could hear you crying as I loaded an old purple gym bag with magazines and reams of computer paper, but you didn't come out of your room again, and I didn't go in. I got to the Lincoln Bridge way ahead of schedule. I didn't want to park on the bridge itself. Way too conspicuous. Instead, I turned off the road just before the bridge. There was a small ingress into the woods near the east side of the bridge where a hiking trail ended. It was big enough for a vehicle, probably because it was also used by the trail groomers and the occasional emergency vehicle. It was the perfect place for me to park the car. As I killed the engine and turned off the lights, I realized this must have been where Ethan parked the night of Amber's death, where he had taken the photos from. How's that for full circle? The minutes crawled. One car drove by, but it didn't stop. It was past midnight, and on a weekday the bridge would be deserted. Very few people around, and most of those would take the downtown bridge. The Lincoln was dark and silent, except for the water rushing by below. It was hard not to think about Amber, about those same currents sweeping her body out to sea. Or so I had thought. For a second, I let myself wonder if her spirit had wanted to keep her close to home, but I quickly pushed that away. It was nothing but pure dumb luck that Amber's jacket caught on a tree branch. I had hoped the higher water levels from the spring flooding would have meant a faster current and more chance of her making it straight into the Gulf. Instead, that same floodwater had downed the tree that snagged her. As the water levels rose in the spring, the earth surrounding the river became soft and wet, sometimes so soft and wet that huge root systems were unearthed. Trees fell. The ones that slowed the river too much were usually cleared, but not until later in the season when the waters had receded. So it was not Amber's spirit that had kept her close to home. It was simply science, nature, and the world turning as it should. I couldn't help but think of my own actions in the same way. I was your mother, and it was in my very nature to do anything I could to protect you. The world turning as it should, as it always has. Mothers protecting their children. Headlights illuminated the bridge as a car approached from the east side. I waited for it to cross the bridge and exit past me, but instead it stopped midway across the bridge. Its headlights went out. Bingo. I waited another minute to make sure the car wasn't about to start up again, and when everything on the bridge remained quiet, I started up the Straub and drove slowly onto the bridge. The white Suburban came into view. Ethan. A swell of vindication ran through me. I hadn't really doubted it was him, not since you confirmed for me that he was going after you too. But there was still something about seeing him in person. I stopped the car about a dozen feet from his. We were parked on opposite sides of the bridge. There was room between us for another car to pass, not that I expected to see anyone. I stayed in the car a minute and stared down at the duffel bag. I wasn't sure exactly what I was going to do. The duffel bag would only fool him as long as he didn't look too closely. If he had 2 brain cells to rub together, he'd demand to see the money, so I'd layered the $25,000 Peg had given me on top of the reams of computer paper and magazines. If he only glanced inside, he'd see nothing but cash. If he went past the first layer, I'd be busted. I waited for Ethan to get out of the car first. It took a minute, but eventually the driver's side door opened and his long legs spilled out. Instead of approaching my vehicle, he went to the bridge, leaning his back against the barrier, his arms folded. I took a deep breath. Twin flames of anger and fear wound through me. Every inch of my skin buzzed. I grabbed the duffel bag and got out of the car. Ethan watched me come toward him. His eyes narrowed, but his face was otherwise slack. He didn't say anything as I approached him. I walked right up to him until our faces were mere inches apart. He blinked. I could smell alcohol on him, but something else too. Pot. I couldn't tell if he was actually high or if the odor had just baked into his clothes. I remembered you telling me he was dealing pot now, and another bolt of fury coursed through me. Who was going to stop this kid? I said nothing. I wanted him to be the first to speak. I wanted him to have to face me in person. "You have something for me?" he eventually drawled. He had the same lazy mouth as his father, as if he could only be bothered to pronounce half his syllables. Maybe. I want the pictures first, and I want you to leave Ella alone. You touch my daughter again, and I swear to God I'll kill you. He laughed, chuckled really, as if I'd said something incredibly droll. Hey, I wish I could, but He shrugged, a cocky grin smeared across his face. What happened next took place in an instant. A heartbeat. A moment that was barely even a moment. The twin flames of fear and fury that had been dancing through my veins finally erupted. I dropped the duffel bag on the ground. It made a slamming noise when it went down. Ethan's eyes went to the bag, and that single second of distraction was all it took. I rushed at him. He was tall, taller than me, and that worked against him. The railing of the bridge hit him just below the waist, and so when I crashed up against him, he lost his balance. It happened so fast, I almost went over with him. 1 minute my hands were crashing against his chest, and the next minute his chest was gone and I was leaning over the railing, all the wind knocked out of me. Ethan screamed, high-pitched, and so loud I was sure the entire town was about to come running. He screamed until he hit the water, and then there was no sound at all but the relentless, crushing current of the Kitsitano. I stared over the edge and watched as his body crashed beneath the surface of the black water below. I waited to see if he would emerge again, if he would pull his head above the waterline, but there was nothing. Not even a hand punched through. A part of my brain screamed at me to get help, to call 911, to do anything to save this kid. But there was also the cold, calculating part of me. Cold-blooded Nicolette. The amphibian. The mother. We were safer with Ethan dead. You and me both. There was a mess to clean up, like getting rid of his car and trying to find a way to track down those pictures. But the only other person who knew what I had done, what you had done, was dead. And our secret would die with him. Chapter 35. I let out a long, slow breath. I needed to move. I didn't know if anyone had heard Ethan scream, but even if they hadn't, I couldn't count on the bridge staying empty forever. First, I tossed the purple duffel bag back in my car so I wouldn't forget it. I didn't need a repeat of the towel bag incident. I wrapped the sleeve of my sweater around my hand as I approached the Suburban and grabbed the door handle, praying it would be unlocked. If Ethan had gone over the bridge with his keys in his pocket, I would be screwed. But the door opened, and there were the keys, still in the ignition. Luck was, for once, on my side. Now I needed his phone. I searched all the usual spots where someone might stash a cell: the cup holders, glove compartment, the cubby under the dash. I checked the floors around the seats, the space between the door and the driver's seat. I even checked in the back in case he'd tossed it there. At some point, I stopped worrying about keeping my sleeve wrapped around my hand and dug through all Ethan's shit. The fast food wrappers, the empty sports drink bottles, the gym bag of sweaty lacrosse gear. Eventually, I stood up and put my hands on my hips. I had to face it. The phone wasn't there. The chances of Ethan having left it at home were slim to none. If he was anything like you, his phone was likely glued to his hand, which meant he'd had it on him when he went over the bridge. Think, Nick, think. I couldn't get on his phone to erase the pictures, but I already knew he'd likely stored them in the cloud somewhere as well. If he was smart, and clearly he was, he wouldn't have put them anywhere too obvious. I doubted he had a folder on Google Drive called Amber's Murder. Maybe my best hope was that even if I couldn't get to the pictures, no one else would either. It was a risk, knowing the photos were out there somewhere, but what else could I do? Unless I could somehow access Ethan's laptop and hope that he was still logged into whatever cloud storage he was using. I filed that away for future consideration. At that moment, I had a bigger concern. A suburban-sized concern, one might say. I had to stash the car somewhere. But where? Anywhere public was out of the question. In this town, it wouldn't take more than a couple of hours for some busybody to notice a car parked where it didn't belong. I could take it to a chop shop, but there wasn't much chance the cops wouldn't be all over that as soon as they realized the chief's son and his car were both missing. If I had a garage of my own, I could park it there.
At least until I figured out a better place for it. I had a feeling it was going to have to be somewhere far out of town. Something clicked. I didn't have a garage, but my mother did. A 6-bay garage, to be exact, and since Peg mentioned they'd sold off my father's car collection, I doubted there was much in there, or any reason for Peg or Lenore to go out there. It was perfect. I'd stash the Suburban there for 3 or 4 days, until I could sneak it out and drive it down to the coast. Hell, maybe I'd drive it straight into the Gulf. I started to climb into Ethan's car, feeling good about my plan, until I remembered the Straub. I couldn't leave it here. It would take me 15 minutes or so to drive to my mother's house, and at least an hour to walk back here since I couldn't exactly call a cab. If I left my car here on the bridge, it was bound to draw attention. Some poor soul would probably think I'd jumped to my death. That's when it hit me. An even better plan. A plan so good I wouldn't have been able to come up with it if I tried. I rummaged through the back of Ethan's car until I found what I was looking for. A notebook. It had a blue plastic cover, and half of the pages were stained a matching blue, I suspected from one of those sports drinks he seemed so fond of. I flipped the notebook open and studied what was inside. I'd been expecting school notes, but instead I found what looked like lacrosse plays, diagrams with names like Tornado and Code Red and North Star. It would do. I ripped a page out of the back and found a pen in the front pocket of the gym bag. I studied the handwriting. There was no way I'd be able to match it perfectly, but I only needed to write 2 words, and I was hoping any discrepancies between my handwriting and Ethan's would be chalked up to his mental and emotional state. When I had a sense of his writing style, all printing, lots of capital letters, apparently the kid had never learned how to write in cursive, I took a deep breath and scrawled out the perfunctory message. I'm sorry. I folded it and set it on the driver's seat, then moved it to the dash. I pulled my sleeve down over my hand again and started wiping down the car, everywhere I could think of that I might have touched. I had to hurry. I'd been on this bridge for too long, and it was sheer luck no one had come by. I closed up Ethan's car and hurried back to my own. I was about to climb in when I had another burst of inspiration. The earring. The one I'd been carrying around in my purse since the Mylar blankets were stolen from the potting shed. The earring I had thought was going to land me in prison. Now it might be the key to keeping me out. I slid it out of my purse and held it in the palm of my hand. It glinted in the yellow bridge lights, looking cheap and tawdry, even though I was pretty sure it was real gold. I hurried back to Ethan's car, carefully opened the door, and dropped the earring right on top of the note. There wouldn't be any doubt about what it was Ethan was sorry for. Kyle already suspected him. Now he'd have the evidence he needed. And if Ethan was dead, he wouldn't have to pussyfoot around trying to make a case against his chief's son. If this all played out the way I hoped, they'd rule Ethan's death a suicide and close Amber's case at the same time. I couldn't have planned it better if I'd tried. Later, though, I'd wonder if maybe some part of me had planned it. Maybe it had been my intention all along to push Ethan off that bridge. After all, why had I asked him to meet there, of all places, where we could have been so easily seen? It would have made more sense to meet somewhere more secluded. I could have even shown up at Windgrove Park, where he'd asked you to meet him. I'd chosen the bridge for a reason, even if I hadn't been aware of it at the time. And why had I kept that earring around for so long? I'd been carrying it in my bag for days when the smart thing to do would have been to dispose of it. I'd even had it with me at the police station the other day. A stupid, unnecessary risk. Yet, I'd continued to carry it with me. A different part of my brain had taken over these past few weeks. A part that I had never known existed until the night you called me and said, "Mom, something happened." Those words had tripped a wire somewhere, and now I was operating on an animal level.
Like a cold-blooded amphibian, I would do what needed to be done, what I was instinctively called to do. I would do anything to keep you safe. Anything. I was in the Straub, almost ready to leave, when the headlights lit up the bridge. A car pulled onto the east side entrance, the same direction Ethan had come from. I had been so close. Another minute and I could have been off the bridge, out of sight, and some good Samaritan would have found Ethan's car here alone. I swore under my breath. Then I swore again as the car came into view, and I recognized the familiar, white cruiser. Kyle. Chapter 36. The cruiser came to a stop behind Ethan's Suburban. Before he got out of the car, Kyle flipped on the lights. No siren. Blue and red lit up the bridge. Menacing. I shielded my eyes as he came toward me.
Nicolette? What's going on here?
He surveyed the scene.
I don't know, I just got here. That car was just parked there, so I stopped to see if they needed help. But there's no one around. Must have walked off the bridge.
Kyle muttered something under his breath. I knew he'd already be thinking, jumper. It happened every 2 or 3 years here, and every time a group of concerned citizens would start lobbying for barriers on the bridge, and every time the Historical Preservation Society would jump in and decry the historical inaccuracy of said barriers, and every time the whole thing would end in a stalemate. One year, the concerned citizens had succeeded in getting signs put up advising anyone considering suicide that there was help available, and providing a number for a hotline. The signs dotted the bridge now, but it was anyone's guess whether they'd ever done any good. Kyle ran his hands through his hair. He started to approach the empty SUV, but stopped and turned back to me.
Is that Chief Doyle's kid's car?
Ethan Doyle? I don't know. Maybe.
Did I sound convincing? Kyle walked a broad loop around the car so he could inspect the license plate.
Stay there.
He walked back to his own car. His voice echoed, low, and then came the staticky sound of the police radio. My pulse thrummed, but I told myself to keep cool. Kyle walked back to the Suburban and peered inside. I couldn't tell whether he'd noticed the note and the earring yet. He walked to the other side of the car and looked in that window too, and down over the edge of the bridge. I could see the stiffness in his body as he came toward me, and in the rotating red and blue lights from the cruiser, his face looked drawn and pale.
Did you see anything?
Just what I told you. I was driving by and saw the car parked. I stopped to see what was going on if they needed help, but no one was around.
And did you touch anything?
No.
I paused.
Well, I might have touched the door when I was looking around.
You might have touched the door?
I might have, just leaning against it, you know. I tried to look inside the car. I hoped that would account for any fingerprints I might have missed.
You shouldn't touch anything at a crime scene, you know.
I didn't know it was a crime scene.
His use of the word crime made me nervous. Was suicide a crime? Or did he already suspect something else had gone on out here?
You didn't open the doors or anything, touch anything else?
No. Is it Ethan's car? Do you know that for sure? He didn't answer. Instead, he said,
What were you doing out here?
What?
I had no answer prepared for that one.
It's late. It's a weeknight. Where were you going?
Oh, I couldn't find my phone, and I thought I might have left it at the school.
And you were going to get it at...
He looked at his watch.
1 o'clock in the morning? It couldn't wait till you got to work?
I don't like to be without my phone. I tried to smile. You remember that.
Right.
He looked distracted, like his mind was a chess computer playing through multiple game scenarios at once.
You weren't at the school today.
Pardon?
Shit.
You weren't there today. I went and asked for you and they said you weren't in. That's why you met us down at the station.
Shit, double shit.
Duh. You're right. So where the hell is my phone? I put on my most convincing puzzled expression and pretended to think. You know what? I must have left it at my mother's. I was there this morning. Right. There was no time for Kyle to ask any more questions. A second cruiser approached the bridge and parked behind Kyle. Officer Dingle opened the door and wedged himself out as a female officer I didn't recognize slipped from the passenger side. Both scanned the scene as they approached Kyle and me. They spoke in hushed tones I couldn't make out, but all wore serious, troubled expressions. I drummed my fingers nervously on the steering wheel, tensing when Kyle mentioned my name. Did he believe my story? The phone thing had been a reach. I hoped none of it would matter once they found the note and the earring. Kyle nodded something to Officer Dingle and came back to my car. He was already pulling out his cell phone. I'm going to need you to go to the station and make a statement. Go straight there, not home, not to look for your phone. Straight there, do you understand me? Can't this wait until tomorrow? Ella's home alone and— This is the chief's son, he said, his face as serious as I'd ever seen. And this might be our second dead kid in as many weeks. So no, it can't wait until tomorrow. I flinched at his tone, and his expression softened. You can call Ella from the station, he offered. Okay. I knew I didn't have any choice in the matter. If I wanted to keep his suspicion off me, I had to act as if I was exactly what I'd claimed. An innocent bystander who'd only wanted to help a stranded motorist. If I didn't continue to act helpful, Kyle would start to ask himself why not, and that was a thread I couldn't afford to have him tugging at. I'm calling to let them know you're coming. I'll be back there as soon as I can. He pressed the phone to his ear and turned away. I started the car. As I slowly drove off the bridge, toward the east end where the station was located, I watched Kyle in the rearview mirror. He stood in the middle of the bridge, hands on his hips, looking toward Ethan's car. The lights from his cruiser flashed red and blue, painting Kyle's figure in dark silhouette against the slowly alternating lights. When I arrived at the station, the front desk was empty. No Judy Trudy at this time of night. Instead, a uniformed officer came out to greet me. I guessed they had security cameras on the front door, and showed me to the same interview room you had occupied earlier. He left me in there alone, door open. The station was quiet, eerily so. I imagined almost everyone had gone out to the bridge. A jumper wasn't usually a huge emergency. Well, depends on who you ask, I guess. But factor in Ethan's last name and that he was tied to an ongoing murder investigation, and suddenly one supposedly suicidal teenager was big news. I waited for Kyle to appear. I waited some more. I had watched enough crime dramas to know this was a technique cops used, letting a witness or a suspect sweat in an interrogation room. I didn't think that's what Kyle was actually doing, but the effect was the same. I was sweating. People say the walls start to feel like they're closing in on you after a while, when you've been in one of those rooms for too long, but for me it was the opposite. I started to feel smaller and smaller, less and less real. My skin started to tingle and dissolve. I was sure I would float up out of my chair, that Kyle would find me bobbing up around the overhead lights, like a lost balloon. What had happened on the bridge began to feel less and less real, too. It seemed impossible to think that I had pushed Ethan, that I, a mother, had taken the life of someone else's child. I tried to picture Ethan's mother, Sharon. She was not as public-facing as her husband, and I'd always got the sense she would have preferred a more private life for her family. But whenever I saw her appear beside the chief at an event, she wore the expression of someone who was proud to be a cop's wife. Proud of the work he did, even on the night shifts when he didn't come home. I wondered what her relationship with Ethan was like.
Did she see him as her golden boy? Did she worry about his future, those twin threads of hope and fear that he might someday be a cop like his father? Did any part of her suspect Ethan was less than perfect, that he might have a dark side? Had she, in fact, caused that dark side? Smothered him too much, maybe, or withheld her love from him, breastfed him for too long, or gave him too much formula from the start? We always look for reasons, don't we? Even as a mother, even as I watched my own child separate from me and become an independent thinker and doer, I was still looking for ways to blame other mothers. Maybe it's because deep down we blame ourselves. We hold ourselves to account for every choice our children make. Not outwardly, of course. When it's our own child, we blame teachers, other kids, other parents, vaccines, sugar, gluten. All false idols, I think. Something to sacrifice so we don't have to look too closely at the rotten core of guilt that lies in our own hearts. But maybe I was projecting. Maybe Sharon didn't feel one bit guilty about Ethan. Maybe she thought the sun rose and set on his greasy little head. It took 3 hours for Kyle to finally arrive, and when he did, he walked into the interview room looking exhausted and grim. He closed the door and sat down. When he looked at me, it was with something I hadn't seen since we were dating. A softness. A vulnerability, though he'd never call it that. He looked at me as if he wanted to say something honest and true. Just as quickly, the look disappeared. "We'll make this fast," he said, clicking his pen and flipping open the notebook. "Tell me exactly what happened tonight. Everything you saw." Chapter 37. I'd had lots of time to think about what to tell Kyle, so I took him through the details of my story. Or at least, the tailored version of it. I'd been driving toward Oakwood because I thought I'd left my phone there. I saw the Suburban parked on the bridge. I stopped, but no one was around. I looked in the car but didn't see anything. I'd wanted to call 911, but because I didn't have my phone, I decided to drive to Mitzi's kitchen to ask them to call. Kyle took a few notes while I spoke, but mostly his mind appeared to be elsewhere. By this time, he would have found the note and the earring, and had most likely formulated a theory about what happened. "Can I ask you something?" I said, when I'd finished recounting the sequence of events I'd concocted. Kyle blinked, surprised. Like I wasn't a real person to him, but a recorded message he'd been listening to. I might not answer. "Was it Ethan? Have you confirmed it?" Kyle hesitated. "We've confirmed it's his vehicle." "Did he jump?" "You know I can't talk about that." "Right." I twisted my hands around the strap of my handbag. "It's just that, like you said earlier, 2 dead kids, Kyle. When you're a parent, that's terrifying." "I get it." He closed his eyes for a minute, and I saw again how exhausted he was, the toll this case had taken on him. He looked as if he'd aged 10 years. When he opened his eyes again, they were sympathetic. "Let me just say, I don't think you need to worry about Ella. Okay? I can't say more than that, but I think all that's left is the paperwork." I slumped back in my chair. My relief was genuine. Kyle believed it. That Ethan had killed Amber and then killed himself out of guilt. As long as no one found the pictures Ethan had, there'd be no reason for them to dig any deeper. And since Ethan had most likely used a burner phone to harass us, they'd never find those messages, even if they went through his phone records. A smile perked the corners of my lips, but I tamped it down. I didn't want to look too happy in front of Kyle. But even without the smile, my insides popped and fizzed like champagne. We had done it! I knew I would face a lifetime of guilt over my actions, but the most important thing was that you would emerge from this unscathed. You could go to Juilliard and have the bright and perfect future I wanted for you. That was all I ever wanted for you. Kyle closed his notebook.
All right. You can go home. Thanks for your patience tonight, Nikki. Say hi to Ella for me.
I will. I almost said something else. Maybe suggested we get a coffee or a drink sometime. When I'd broken up with Kyle, it had only been to focus more on you. I'd always had it in the back of my mind that maybe after you went away to school, Kyle and I might start things up again. As far as I knew, he still wasn't seeing anyone. So I don't know what kept me from making the invitation. Instead, I bit my tongue, grabbed my bag, and stood up. From inside my purse, my phone began to chirp. Not just any chirp, but the prelude to Bach's Cello Suite No. 1, my ringtone for you. I hugged the bag closer to me, as if I could keep Kyle from hearing it, but he frowned as I passed him.
Nikki, is that your phone?
No, I said dumbly.
Yes, it is. That's Ella.
Oh gosh, you're right. I
thought you said you didn't have your phone, that you'd forgotten it at Oakwood or at your mother's.
I tried to laugh. I can't believe this. I pried open the bag, fished out the phone, and held it aloft triumphantly. I had it this entire time. That'll teach me to stop carrying so much crap in my purse. My laugh sounded phony, my cheerful tone forced. I knew Kyle picked up on it. He had to. The phone had stopped ringing, so I took a deep breath, tried to bring my voice down to a normal human octave. Ella's probably worried sick. I should get home. Good luck with everything.
Thanks,
Kyle said automatically. I didn't give him a chance to say anything else. I hurried from the room and toward the exit, but he followed and I could feel his eyes on me the entire time. I reached the front door and was about to pull it open when Kyle's voice stopped me.
Nicolette?
I turned. My heart pulsed so fast I couldn't hear myself think. Yes?
You'll have to take the North Bridge home. The Lincoln will be closed for the foreseeable future.
I heaved a sigh of relief, then hoped he hadn't seen it. Thanks for the heads up. I booked it straight out of there as fast as I could. When I got to my car, I quickly started it up and pulled away from the curb. Even though I couldn't see him, I could still feel Kyle's eyes on me. He was probably watching me from one of those windows. I waited until I was an entire block away before I fished my phone out of my bag, hit your contact info, and put the phone on speaker. "Mom, where are you?" you cried, instead of your usual hello. "It's 4 a.m. I know. You're supposed to be asleep. I relaxed a fraction at the sound of your voice. And you're supposed to be here in bed. Where are you? I'm on my way home, less than 10 minutes. Okay, let me rephrase. Where were you? At the police station. What? Why? What happened? Are you okay? I could hear the knife edge of panic slicing through your voice. I'm fine. There was an accident on the bridge and I had to make a statement. What kind of accident? Nothing for you to worry about, baby. I'll see you soon. I needed to tell you about Ethan, but I didn't want to do it over the phone. Even with what he'd done to you, you'd probably have complicated feelings about his death, and I didn't want you to be alone when you got the news. What about Ethan? You asked, as if reading my mind. We'll talk about everything when I get home, I promised, and hung up before you could ask any more questions. The drive home was the longest 10 minutes of my life. I tried to use the time to compose my thoughts. I decided I would tell you a version of what I told Kyle. That I'd arrived at the bridge to meet Ethan, only to find that he'd jumped, probably from guilt. You would, of course, know it wasn't guilt about Amber, but maybe I could convince you he felt guilty over what he'd done to the two of us. I hoped the thought might even bring you some peace. As soon as I pulled up in front of the little bungalow we called home, my entire body relaxed. I realized how on edge I'd been lately,
That even coming home hadn't brought any sense of comfort or relief. With Ethan dead and Kyle satisfied, it was finally over. I might even take down the damn security cameras. Before I got out of the car, I flipped open my phone, mostly out of habit. There was the missed call from you, and a voicemail, which I figured was also from you. There were also 6 unread text messages. I clicked them open one at a time, starting with the most recent, feeling both guilty and strangely moved as I saw you get increasingly frantic, only in reverse. I got to the last message, which was actually the earliest. Only it wasn't from you. It was from the same anonymous number all the other messages had come from. "Where's my money, Nicolette?" it read. "A promise is a promise." My heart sat lodged in the back of my throat as I stared at the screen. I focused on taking slow, deep breaths, trying to breathe around the lump that had formed there. My head felt suddenly empty, like all the blood had been drained from it. I checked the timestamp on the message, blinking against the reality of the numbers. 2 a.m. 2 a.m. 2 a.m. That was long after Ethan went over the bridge, after I'd pushed him. There was no way he'd survived that fall, the current beneath. No one who jumped ever survived. Chapter 38. You opened the front door of the house at the same moment I flew out of the car. "Mom, what are you doing out?" "Get in the house." "What? I'm just..." "Ella, listen to me. Get inside, go to your room, and pack your things." I started to sheepdog you into the house. "Mom, stop! What's going on? You're acting crazy." Despite your protests, I managed to get you back inside the house. I closed and locked the door behind us, then lowered the blind in the kitchen window, the one over the sink. I turned back to face you. Your frightened expression pained me. I would do anything not to see it. "Remember how we talked about going to New York this summer? Let's go now." "That's crazy. We can't." "Of course we can. Spring in New York? Doesn't that sound amazing?" "Sure, but I have finals next week." "Screw your finals." "You know I can't. If I don't write my finals, I don't graduate. If I don't graduate, no, Juilliard," I finished. I sat down at the kitchen table and gazed up at you. My beautiful, talented daughter. How had I failed you so badly? All I wanted was to keep you safe, to make sure you got the best out of life. Now I was trying to rip away everything you had worked so hard for. You slipped into the chair next to me and leaned in close. "What happened tonight?" Your voice was soft, reassuring, more the parent than the wayward teenager. I realized how old you looked. No, not old exactly, but grown up. Your face had matured. Some of the baby fat had melted away, and your cheekbones looked sharper, your eyes more deep-set. You looked like a woman. Actually, and I know you'll hate this, you looked like me. "Ethan Doyle is dead," I told you. I watched your face, but you didn't react. I'd expected shock, horror, maybe, or even relief, but there was nothing but the slight tensing of the muscle in the middle of your forehead as you took in the news. My little girl really had grown up. "Ella?" I asked, after a long minute had gone by and you still didn't speak. "Are you okay? Talk to me." You nodded, but remained silent. I could see you thinking, working through some thorny issue. I waited. "If he's dead, we're good, right?" you said finally. "He was the only one who knew about..." You didn't finish the sentence. We both understood what you meant. Still, I hesitated before answering. I got up to get a glass of water to buy myself more time to think. "Mom, you were, of course, hip to my tricks."
What's going on? What aren't you telling me? But I couldn't tell you. Did Ethan have anyone he was close to? Any other friends? Just the regular group. Calvin, Mads, Theo, Amber, and me. At least I thought we were friends. You hugged your arms around yourself. I thought about that list of names. Theo had been on my radar before. The only reason I'd knocked her out of the running was because you'd told me about what Ethan had done to you. That's how I knew he was my guy. But what if he and Theo had been working on this together all along? Amber's boyfriend and her best friend. It made a sick sort of sense, didn't it? But how could I find out for sure? I drank from the water glass I'd just filled. Despite all the questions swirling in my mind, the exhaustion of the last 24 hours was settling in, and every bone in my body was ready to collapse. I think we both need to get some sleep. You've got school in... I looked at the clock on the microwave and cringed. 3 hours. Does that mean we're not going to be driving to New York in the cover of darkness? You had the hint of a smile on your face, and I warmed to see it. Not right now, we aren't. Let's see how things look in the morning. In the morning, things didn't necessarily look better, but I saw them with less clouded eyes. You were right. You needed to take your finals, otherwise everything we both worked so hard for would be all for nothing. After that, we'd be free to go. There was no need to stick around for graduation, and I'd heard rumblings that they might cancel prom because of the whole thing with Amber. I imagined once word got out about Ethan, prom would be the last thing on anyone's mind. You and I dragged ourselves, exhausted, to the car, each of us clutching thermal mugs of strong coffee. I'd considered turning off the alarm and letting both of us sleep the day away, but I wanted us to behave as normally as possible today, in case Kyle or anyone else from the department came sniffing around Oakwood. Besides, I'd missed so much work recently that Ruth had to be about ready to explode. Better to clock in some dedicated hours. So that's what I did. I was happy to find I actually had things to do, too. The dean had finally approved the updated admissions requirements Carmen and some of the others had spent the better part of a year preparing. I updated the content on the website and started pulling together a list of marketing materials that would need to be updated. It was fairly mindless work, which I was glad of, because it allowed me to keep one ear open to the buzz around the office. Unsurprisingly, it was all about Ethan. And, I was relieved to hear, the most popular story by far was the one I'd intended. That Ethan had killed Amber and taken his own life out of guilt. It was a tidy little theory and just sensational enough, and that's what people wanted. I should have felt guilty. I know I should have. But already the incident on the bridge felt like it had happened to another person in another lifetime. It felt like a dream I'd had once, of something long ago and far away. Maybe if his death had been more violent, it would have haunted me more, but the whole thing had been so shockingly easy. Just one little shove and it was over. Just like that. Monster. The word came to me as I stood over the filing cabinet adjacent to my desk, rifling through the brochures we handed out at recruiting events. Monster. My legs liquefied and I flopped onto my chair. It went rolling backward with the force of my fall. Keenan looked over at me, eyebrows raised. Okay, Nick? I tried to say okay back, but no words came out, so I nodded instead. Keenan continued to stare at me, so I spun the chair around until my back was to him. My heart thundered in my rib cage. For a second, I thought I was having a heart attack, but then I thought, no, a panic attack. And then I thought, well, that hardly seems better. I did my stupid yoga breaths, or tried to, but my lungs refused to cooperate. Nick, what's wrong? Keenan leaned over the arm of my chair, his face far too close to mine. I couldn't breathe. But I couldn't tell him that either, so I flapped my hands in front of my mouth, hoping that would explain it. "Nick?" he said, louder, as if I'd also become hard of hearing. "Do you need us to call an ambulance?" I shook my head, eyes wide. That was the last thing I wanted. I pushed back my chair, trying to get some space between my face and Keenan's. His concerned eyes were way too much, way too close. I needed space. Space and air. Why was there no air in here? I staggered out of my chair, blackness clouding my vision, and leaned against the window. I fumbled with the latch. The windows in here actually opened, or at least they did if you had working fingers, which I currently did not. Keenan appeared beside me and twisted the latch himself, then lifted the window. I didn't even say thank you. I shoved my head out the window, sucking in the humid air like someone who's been underwater. Something about the fresh air helped, and within a couple of minutes I was able to draw my head back inside. Keenan hovered nearby, now joined by Carmen, Tiff, and Ruth. They all stared at me. Tiff clutched her fists to her chest as if praying on an imaginary rosary. I'm fine. I tried to wave them all away. I just got a little overheated. Are you sure? Keenan's face still wore a worried expression. I'm sure, really. I guess everything with Amber and Ethan has hit me kind of hard because of Ella. I shooed them away. I'm going to go splash some cold water on my face. I had said the magic words because they parted like the sea to wordlessly allow me through. I walked down the hallway on jelly legs and found the bathroom blissfully empty. I ran the cold water in one of the sinks and stared into the mirror above. My haggard face gazed back at me. When had I gotten so old? I was only 37, but I felt at least 30 years older than that. Maybe more. I wanted a room in a retirement home and someone to bring me pudding. No one told me when I became a parent that there were going to be times, more than I could count really, that I was going to feel like I could barely take care of myself, let alone another human being. I had failed both you and myself. Yet there was also a darker thought that tugged on the edge of my subconscious. Monster. The word echoed in my skull, ricocheting back and forth between my ears. It was more than a memory. It was an accusation. A truth. I had no memory, as far as I knew, of the day Lizzie had died. I only knew what I'd been told. That we'd been playing out on the terrace, and that I'd drawn the attention of one of the servants with my screaming. They'd rushed back outside and found Elizabeth Ann Winchester dead on the grass, and me, her sister, peering over the edge of the terrace and screaming. That's all I knew. I had never tried to remember more. But last night, on the bridge with Ethan, an image had flashed into my mind. Me, with my arms flung out in front of me, rushing up to Lizzie like I did to Ethan. The room spun. Time moves in incomprehensible ways. It spirals in on itself over and over and over. We repeat the past. The past repeats on us. The water ran from the tap, and I finally cupped my hands beneath the stream, splashed it against my face. It didn't help. My brain still felt too hot. All of me did. The door swung open. Tiff poked her head in. Keenan told me to come check on you. I forced a smile. I'm fine, truly. Sorry to make everyone worry. Her fingers went to her chest again, as if fingering an imaginary bead on the rosary. I don't think you need to apologize. These are certainly troubling times. They really are, I agreed, and thought, you don't even know the half of it. Chapter 39. I spent the rest of the day distracted, but at least I was in my seat, staring at my computer, occasionally clicking keys and appearing productive. At least I wasn't hyperventilating. Keenan snuck concerned glances at me all day, and eventually I gave up trying to convince him that I was fine. I clearly wasn't fooling anyone. You had ensemble rehearsal after your last class of the day, so at 5 o'clock, when I could finally stop faking it for Keenan and the rest of the crew, I walked over toward the auditorium. The building was one of my favorites on the Oakwood campus, and not just because I had some of my proudest moments in there watching you perform. I loved it for the meticulous care that had gone into its design. It had been styled as a mini replica of the Royal Opera House in London, England. It had the same horseshoe shape, the same crimson curtain, the same gilded barleycorn twists. You loved performing in there, and I loved watching you. I didn't hear any music as I approached, so I figured your group had already wrapped for the day. I stepped through one of the double doors, which had been propped open with someone's chemistry textbook. Kids milled around the room, clutching varying sizes of hard and soft cases. I scanned the room for you. You normally weren't hard to spot, especially when you were lugging around the cello. I finally picked it out, bobbing along, strapped to your back. You were strong now after years of porting that beast around. I couldn't see who you were talking to, with the instrument blocking my line of sight, but I figured I'd let you know I was here and ready to go whenever you were done. As I approached, I heard the voice of the girl speaking to you. No, not a girl. A woman. Addison? What are you doing here? I stopped beside you. Addison jerked her head in surprise. Her skin was blotchy and her eyes rimmed red. It looked like it had been another long day of crying for her. A long month, probably. Oh, Nicolette, isn't it horrible? About Ethan? My throat constricted. Yes, horrible. I wondered how much Kyle had told her. Did she know about the earring, the note? I can hardly believe it, she said, as you shifted from one foot to the other. I guess I don't want to believe it. What did Detective Griffin say? Not much of anything, she scoffed, and the three of us descended into silence. All around us, kids joked and jostled, but we stood in a cluster, silent and still. I imagined all of us were thinking very different things. Well, I said, after the stillness became unbearable. Ready to go, baby? Oh, Nicolette, wait. Addison came to life again. I actually came to ask Ella something. Oh? I tried not to let my face betray my anxiety as I looked back and forth between her and you. Yes, we're having a memorial for Amber on Saturday. They still haven't released her but Alistair doesn't want to wait any longer. I think he needs to put her to rest. I nodded. I could certainly understand that. I, too, wanted to put all of this to rest, though for very different reasons than Addison. Obviously. We'll be there. Addison looked surprised. Well, of course you will. But what I really wanted to ask is, Ella, whether you'd consider playing something. She looked at you hopefully. You and Amber were so close, and I know this would mean so much to her. It would mean so much to us. Her voice cracked, and she looked away for a second. You threw your gaze toward me, your eyes wide and panicked. I'm not sure that's a good idea, I said. I know it would be hard on Ella. She's really struggling with all of this. That, at least, was not a lie. Oh, please, Addison said. This time her voice didn't just crack, but broke completely. Tears spilled over her lower lashes. She didn't bother to brush them away. Please, Ella. She took your hand between her own, gripping so hard her knuckles went white. You wrenched your hand free. You rubbed the skin and stared hard at Addison.
You were understandably sensitive about your hands, but Addison seemed oblivious. Eventually, your shoulders slumped. Fine. Yes, I'll do it. Is there anything in particular you want me to play? Addison smiled through her tears. Anything you want. I know you'll pick something special. All right, you said. All right. We really should get going, I said, wresting you away. We'll see you on Saturday. As soon as we were out of earshot, I turned to you. You don't have to play if you don't want to. I'll call Addison and explain. It's okay, Mom. I don't mind. You kept pace beside me, even under the weight of the cello. Maybe it'll be good for me. What's that word? Cathartic. Cathartic. I smiled, even though something inside me had tensed. Good. Yes, maybe it will be. I browsed apartment listings in New York. The prices were staggering, mind-numbing almost. I had a little money tucked away, but at New York prices, it would barely last us 2 months. I lowered my expectations with each click, until I was mentally calculating whether we'd be better off sharing with the 3 sorority girls crammed into a studio apartment in Brooklyn, or the 2-bedroom in Manhattan with the roommate who covered every window in the apartment in tinfoil, and who mentioned in his Craigslist ad that the successful applicant would require regular testing for government implants. It didn't matter. We'd find a way to make it work, even if we had to spend our nights in Grand Central Station. The most important thing was getting out of Silver Mills. We had the memorial on Saturday, and then you took your finals over the following week, and then we'd be free to go. We'd be free. Realistically, I knew moving away wouldn't solve all our problems. But at that moment in time, it felt like the only move I could make. If this was a chess game, I'd been outplayed. I hadn't predicted Ethan having a partner. I thought he was the king, but he wasn't. Somewhere in the background was the real king, someone willing to sacrifice him in order to continue the play. I didn't have any more moves, so the best option was to stop playing. Would the threats follow us if we left Silver Mills? It was certainly a possibility. But somehow I felt safer when I thought about being in the big city. I'd get a new phone number, delete all our social media. Maybe we'd even change our names. A delicious shiver of anticipation ran through me. It was not to be, of course. Because even though I thought I understood the game that was being played, I didn't. Not really. Both sides still had a move to make. The game wasn't over. On Saturday, you and I both donned black. You owned 6 simple black dresses you wore for recitals, and I had a black skirt suit I wore exactly once a year for my annual performance review. This time, instead of pairing it with a crisp white shirt, I chose a demure black blouse with a bit of lace around the neckline and added a pair of black stockings. It would have to do. I'd still likely be underdressed. Among the Silver Mills elite, even funeral garb was designer, expensive, showy. You sat on the couch in the living room, your instrument between your knees and your fingers moving delicately over the neck. It was something you did before recitals, playing through the piece without actually playing it. Your eyes were closed, so you didn't see me standing in the doorway watching you. Still, when you'd played the last imaginary note, you smiled without opening your eyes and said, "Ready to go?" I wasn't, but I nodded anyway. "Ready when you are." The Oakwood Academy parking lots were already filling up. The entirety of Silver Mills had come out for the memorial, or so it seemed. The auditorium was going to be standing room only. I'd planned to arrive early, but pockets of people already milled around. The sun had come out today, arranged specifically by Alastair, I'm sure, and everyone seemed determined to enjoy it, even though they were baking in their hot suits, their black wool. We spotted Calvin, Madison, Theo, and a few others in a tight coil near the auditorium. You waved,
Do you want to go say hi? I can bring your cello in. Sure. You slid the hard case off your back, and I grabbed the handle. The whole right half of my body slumped under the weight. That thing weighed a ton. I didn't know how you carried it around all the time. You skipped off to be with your friends. Well, skipped might be an exaggeration, but I could tell you were glad to be free of the weight of the cello, free of the weight of me and this entire event. I watched you join your friends. I was happy you were happy, but I also couldn't wait for you to be settled at Juilliard, to have an entirely new group of friends. I couldn't wait for Oakwood and all of Silver Mills to be nothing but a distant memory. I lugged the cello into the auditorium. They weren't letting attendees in yet, but Mr. Takashi, the theater director, spotted me with the cello and waved me in through the back door. Kids were running around all dressed in black, adjusting lights and taping down electrical cords. I recognized them as some of the same kids who did technical work on the ensemble concerts. They were part of what, in my day, would have been called the AV Club, aka the Nerds. Now they were called the Digital Creative Support Team. Sounded cooler, though I was pretty sure they were still nerds. The more things change and all that. I dropped your instrument in the green room, where a blonde girl with a neat bun was running vocal scales in front of a mirror. I guessed you wouldn't be the only one performing during the memorial. I ducked out quietly to give her space to practice in peace. I didn't want to go back outside, despite the sunshine. I had no interest in making small talk with my colleagues. I got enough of that during the week. I also didn't want to go out into the main part of the auditorium. I'd heard Addison's voice out there on my way in, and I couldn't face her. I ducked into the girls' bathroom. It was the only place I could think of that wouldn't require looking anyone in the eye and saying what a shame it was Amber was gone, what a tragedy. Inside the bathroom, I found 2 stall doors open and one closed. I ignored them all and went straight to the low sink, peering at myself in the mirror. Even with the layers of makeup, my face looked old and drawn. My honey-colored hair was pulled back into a low bun, which had seemed sophisticated and elegant when I'd done it. Now I thought it made me look like a blonde olive oil. Too many bones, too many sharp angles. My collarbones looked as if they might slice through my silk blouse. I turned on the tap to wash my hands as the person behind the one closed stall door finished up and emerged. My hands froze under the stream of warm water. It was Theo. I watched her in the mirror as she went to the sink one down from me and washed her hands. Something looked different about her, but I couldn't put my finger on what. She had on a black dress that was, in my opinion, 6 inches too short to be acceptable, and she wore her dark hair in waves 6 inches too long. But that was the fashion these days. And what did I know? I was a bitter cross between olive oil and the Ancient Mariner. Theo took a paper towel from the dispenser and used it to blow her nose. She tossed it in the trash, straightened her long bangs one last time, and headed to the exit. She hadn't looked at me once since she'd been in here. I felt something as she passed me. I'm not sure what. A throb of anxiety running through her, maybe, the sweat of adrenaline. She was still my best guess for the person who'd been working with Ethan. Had she been the one to send me that message? I had to know. So even though it was stupid, even though I now wish I had left the whole thing alone, I stepped in front of the bathroom door and blocked her path. I need to talk to you, I said. Chapter 40. I expected Theo to try to shove past me. She'd always had a big attitude and no issue with pushing back at authority. What I didn't expect was for her to falter in front of me, her lower lip trembling. And what I really didn't expect was for her to burst into tears. Are you okay? I was skeptical. I wondered if maybe this was an act, but her tears still triggered an instinctive maternal response in me.
I wanted to comfort her. Despite my suspicions, I wanted to take her in my arms and stroke her hair and tell her everything would be all right, the same way I would have done with you. I felt pulled toward it. It was a physical reaction, one I couldn't control. Just like the way, for months after your birth, milk used to seep from my breasts any time I heard a baby cry. Those reactions are animal, you know. Somehow we've come to view the mothering instinct as something divine, godly, but in truth, it's one of the basest drives we have. At its root, it's about self-interest, ensuring the expression of our genes lives on. Instead of reaching for her, I leaned my back against the bathroom door and pressed my palms against the cool powder-coated steel, blocking her exit. Theo looked just as surprised by her own reaction, so instead of answering, she returned to the sink and ripped off another paper towel, which she used to dab at her eyes. The whites were red, and the skin around them looked delicate and bruised. I realized why she looked so different. She wasn't wearing any makeup. I also suspected she'd already been crying. That's probably what she was doing when I walked in. "Theo?" I prompted. "Are you okay?" She shook her head and blew her nose again. "This is all my fault." My pulse quickened. What is? Could it really be this easy? "I only sent that picture because I wanted them to know how it really was." The pictures. My hands curled into fists. So it was her. I felt vindicated and angry all at once. Yet another feeling overwhelmed both of those sensations. I didn't even know what to call it. Fatigue? Existential exhaustion? Maybe it was because Theo was crying, or because she looked truly so genuinely remorseful, but the whole thing made me want to curl up into a ball and sleep for 1,000 years. So many lives had been ruined. So many. Then, wait, who is them? Who'd you send the picture to? "The police," she sniffled. My fatigue evaporated, replaced by adrenaline. If the police had those pictures, it would take all of 3 seconds for Kyle to identify my car. So why hadn't they come knocking yet? "When did you send it?" I imagined Kyle sliding into the parking lot, barreling toward the auditorium with his handcuffs and his arrest warrant. "I don't know. 2 days ago? I thought it would help. I just wanted them to see how much he loved her." My mind did a record scratch as I tried to catch up with what she'd just said. "How much who loved her? Who?" Theo stared out at me from under her bangs. There was the self-possessed look I knew. "How much Ethan loved Amber," she said, like I was short a few thousand brain cells. To be honest, I felt like I was coming up short. I tried to parse what she was saying. I remembered the visit to the police station the other day, when Kyle had wanted to question you about Ethan and Amber's relationship. "You sent them the picture of Ethan and Amber from the night she died," I said, thinking out loud. "Duh." "Why?" She shrugged. "Like I said, I wanted them to know how much they loved each other. They kept asking me all these questions about him, like they thought maybe he'd killed her or something. I wanted them to know the truth." "What is the truth?" I watched her closely, waiting for a raised eyebrow or a tightened muscle, or anything at all that said she knew what had really happened that night. "I don't know, but I know Ethan didn't do it. He loved Amber. They were even planning on going to the same college. I think he wanted to marry her. He never, ever would have hurt her." It was more than I'd ever heard Theo say in the entire time I'd known her. She, too, seemed surprised by the outburst. "You wanted them to know that?" "Yes." She blew her nose again. "They got back together a few weeks ago. They didn't tell anyone because she didn't want her mom to find out. And then after she died, well, Ethan wanted to keep it a secret because his dad's always saying, 9 times out of 10, it's the husband." She did a fairly spot-on impersonation of Chief Doyle's dull drone. Or in this case, the boyfriend. I didn't believe him, but I guess he was right.
They started asking questions. Like he was a criminal, like he'd actually done something to her. And that's why he jumped. I wanted to test the conclusion on Theo, but her face pinched, and she shook her head wildly. No, that's the thing. He didn't. He didn't jump. Theo, I said gently. The police think... I don't care what they think, they're idiots. Ethan didn't go to that bridge to kill himself. Then why did he go? The question was another crucible. I watched Theo's face for any indication she knew what Ethan had been up to. Her eyes narrowed, and I thought, aha, this is it. I have her. But she jutted out her chin. Why would I tell you? To be fair, I had no reason to give her. Because maybe I can help. And how would you do that? Because Detective Griffin is a close friend of mine. I don't know if you know this, but we used to go out. Her expression didn't change, so I figured she already knew or just didn't care. I pressed on. Let me tell you something about Detective Griffin. Kyle. He wants to be chief someday. That means he has to stay on the current chief's good side. Don't you think if there was information out there that exonerated Ethan, he'd want to know about it? Theo considered this. I could tell she saw the logic in it. I also realized I was leaning away from her as a suspect. It was possible this entire conversation was meant to send me down a wrong path, but Theo seemed genuine in her distress. Then again, she could be a master manipulator. I needed to hear why she thought Ethan really went to the bridge that night. Or at least, what lie she was trying to spin me. I only want the truth, I said. It's all Amber's parents want, too. Theo must have decided she believed me, because she straightened her shoulders. Ethan was lured to the bridge that night. Lured? By who? I don't know by who. He got these messages saying he had to show up there, pick up a bag of some kind, and leave it in Windgrove Park. I stared at Theo. My mind turned over this new idea, trying to inspect it from all angles, trying to figure out what it meant. And he just went? I said. Just like that? Because some message on his phone told him to? Theo looked away. They had pictures. Who did? Pictures of what? Whoever sent him the messages, they had pictures of Ethan that he didn't want his father seeing. They said if he didn't go and do this thing, they'd send the pictures to everyone. He was really freaked out. What were the pictures of? I pressed again. I think they killed him. What? Whoever sent those pictures? I think they lured him out to the bridge and then they killed him. Why would they do that? I don't know, she wailed. That's the part I can't figure out. He was nice to everyone. Everybody loved him, even Smella. She stopped and clamped her mouth shut. I realized that Smella must mean Ella. Even though I wanted to slap her for calling you such a stupid nickname, I had more complicated things to consider. Was Theo telling the truth? Had Ethan only been on the bridge because someone had forced him out there? On the other hand, Theo could be lying. The best lies are the ones closest to the truth. So maybe instead of admitting Ethan had blackmailed someone, she flipped it and made it so Ethan was the one being blackmailed. What were the pictures of? I tried again. They weren't even that bad. What were they? Silence. Come on, Theo, it's not my intention to get him in trouble or embarrass him. Whatever it is, it has to be better than everyone thinking he killed Amber and then himself, right? She considered this. Finally, she leaned in close. Ethan used to deal. Deal? As in drugs? No, just pot. And only a little bit here and there. No one knew. I didn't even know until he told me someone had pictures of him. He only ever dealt to kids from other schools because he didn't want it on his Oakwood record if he got caught. He got into Harvard, you know. He couldn't wait to go, him and Amber. She dabbed at her eyes again. Wait, so someone got pictures of him dealing... The door to the bathroom swung open, and Lauren and Rebecca tripped in.
Lauren wore a wide-brimmed black hat that she struggled to navigate through the narrow doorframe. "Oh, hello," she said when she saw me standing there. Then to Theo, "Oh, sweetie, how are you holding up?" "I'm fine." Theo threw her balled-up paper towel into the trash and pushed past the hat and the black-gloved hands that were reaching out to pet her. "Excuse me." Theo gave me a look before she pushed open the bathroom door, but I couldn't tell what it meant. She looked both helpless and annoyed, or perhaps annoyed at feeling so helpless. I started to follow her out, but Lauren put a hand on my arm. "And how's Ella holding up?" "Fine, she's fine." "She must be just devastated," she said, as if I'd said nothing. "About Ethan, I mean." "Of course. She's sad and shocked, just like everyone else. I'll say. Mads said she was practically suicidal when he and Amber started dating, so I can't imagine how she's taking his death." She put a black lace-gloved hand to her lips. "I suppose we can't say suicidal anymore, can we? It wouldn't be appropriate, would it, given... My goodness, soon we won't have any words left. You know what I think?" I pushed past her, shoving the bathroom door open and trying to slam it closed behind me. It swung silently on its hinges. So anticlimactic, those soft closed doors. Once in the hallway, I started walking. I had no destination, but I needed to move. My conversation with Theo replayed in my mind again and again. I still didn't know whether to believe her, but one fact stood out above all the others. If she was telling the truth, if Ethan had been on that bridge because he was being blackmailed like I was, then I had killed him for no reason. I'd killed a completely innocent kid. One whose greatest crime was dealing a little weed and being afraid to piss off his father. I rushed to the nearest garbage can and bent over it, dry heaving. I'd been too tense to eat much that morning, and now I was glad of it. Nothing came up but a bit of bile. I spit into the garbage to try to get the acid taste out of my mouth, and wiped my lips with a tissue from the stash in my purse. I leaned against the wall and tried to catch my breath. I didn't want to believe it. What Theo had said, any of it. And not just because it made me a cold-blooded killer. If what Theo told me was true, then I was no closer to knowing who was blackmailing me. Us. Who would have also blackmailed Ethan? But there was also the possibility that Theo was lying. I couldn't discount that. I'd be stupid, too. She could be playing me like a violin right now. Besides, I remembered you had told me all about what Ethan had done to you. What he'd made you do. He wasn't innocent in any of this, no matter what kind of story Theo was trying to spin. The more I thought about it, the more I thought she had to be lying. And if she was lying, then she had to be involved somehow. Hell, maybe she'd orchestrated the entire thing. She was clearly no big fan of yours. She'd even called you Smella. What a little bitch. But how could I find out for sure? The only way would be to find the burner phone where the messages were coming from. But how could I do that? Break into her house? Theo lived in one of those mansions in Newburgh Hill. They had security that would put my 3 little cameras to shame. I couldn't remember exactly, but they might even have an electronic security gate. Maybe I could find another way. She could even have it in her purse right now. Although that tiny thing hadn't looked big enough to hold a tampon, never mind a phone. I couldn't think about it anymore. From the next hallway over, I heard people begin to stream in from outside. They shuffled quietly, with only the echoey sound of dozens of pairs of hard-soled shoes clacking on the floors, the wool-on-wool swishing of trousers, jackets, tights. The memorial was starting. Chapter 41. As I had predicted, the auditorium was standing room only. Everyone in Silver Mills was here. I spotted Kyle and several officers standing at the back. They were all wearing suits, but I still wondered if they were here out of respect or as part of the job. Maybe a little bit of both.
Kyle caught me squinting at him. I looked away. I wasn't exactly sure how we'd left things the other day. He'd seemed ready to buy the story I'd concocted about Ethan's death, but he was suspicious about why I was on the bridge that night. I didn't want any more questions from him. I couldn't face them. I hurried down the aisle, looking for an empty seat. Despite the fact that the auditorium was meant for 500 souls, it said so right on the maximum capacity plaque on the main doors, I didn't see a single empty seat. The entire room hummed, thick with the presence of bodies and grief and a kind of morbid fascination. Addison would be thrilled with the turnout, I thought jadedly. I wondered if half the people here would have come out if it was your memorial. The idea of burying you caused me to quicken my steps. I walked all the way down one aisle, across the front, and back up the other side. Not a single empty seat. I reached the back again. By that time, even the back wall was jam-packed. I jostled past suit-covered elbows, bumped up against expensive leather handbags and clutches, took a hat brim almost in the eye. I pushed out the doors and back into the lobby, which was blessedly empty. I took a couple of deep breaths. I was too hot and too cold at once, like I had a fever. My stomach roiled, and I thought I might throw up for real this time. You would be backstage, waiting for your cue to go on. You'd spoken with Mr. Takashi last night, who seemed to be taking on his usual role as showrunner, despite this being a very different kind of production than the usual ensemble concerts or high school musicals. You were to play fairly early in the lineup, right after Theo spoke. I wondered what she was going to say. I decided I would go backstage and watch the memorial from there. Parents of performers weren't normally allowed back there during a show, but Mr. Takashi had made exceptions for me in the past, and I expected he would again, given the circumstances. And this way, I'd be able to catch you as soon as you finished your piece, and we could make a quick getaway together. I went left, down the opposite hallway from where I'd been earlier, but arrived at the same door I'd gone in when I dropped off your cello. Inside, it was dark. All the lights had been killed backstage, and the only illumination came from the small fluorescent emergency lights, mounted high on the walls. It took a minute for my eyes to adjust. I stumbled forward until I found the green room. To keep the light from pouring out into the hallway, the green room had a double set of doors. I opened one set of doors and stepped fully into the blackness before opening the second doors. I sighed in relief. The green room was well lit, almost blinding after the inky blackness of the hallway, and I blinked as my pupils struggled to keep up. There was no one in there. Your cello was also gone. You were most likely already waiting in the wings. I reluctantly stepped back out and pulled the door closed behind me. In the dark vestibule, I fumbled for the handle of the second door, the one that would bring me back out into the hallway, where at least there were emergency lights to guide me. The pitch black surrounded me. I could hear the muffled sound of the memorial starting. Someone, a man, was speaking into a microphone. I wondered if they'd brought in a minister. In Silver Mills, that was most likely to be Father Davies. I finally found the knob and wrapped my fingers around it. I froze. Had something brushed my arm? I stayed still. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, not even the outlines or edges of things. I could reach behind me and open the green room door again, let the light spill into the vestibule, but I was suddenly afraid to move. I thought if I reached out, I might touch something. Someone. I strained my ears, trying to detect anything at all between the distant sound of the speaker in the auditorium and the close-up drumming of my own relentless heart. Breathing. Was that breathing I heard? I decided I wasn't going to wait around to find out. I pushed open the door and stepped back into the hallway, into the dim but blissful glow of the emergency lights. I hurried forward and found myself in the wings. Stage left. The performers almost always used stage right because it was more open. Stage left had the green room tacked into it, so there wasn't as much space back here. You'd be waiting on the right side, I guessed. You'd already have your cello and would be silently running through the notes. I could wait here. After you played, I'd go grab you. We would leave. I'd clearly overestimated my ability to handle being here. From back in the wings, I could see about 2/3 of the audience. Amber's family occupied the front row, including quite a few people I didn't recognize. Likely out-of-towners. I was pretty sure Addison had a sister in New York, and I had no idea about Alistair. They all gripped each other, fingers clutching hands clutching fingers. Addison looked as if she'd lost 20 pounds. Her face had hardened and sunk. Her shoulders drooped. The minister droned on for a bit. Dean Winters got up and said a few nice things about Amber, but mostly talked about how the spirit of Oakwood Academy would again rise strong. Addison's sister, who turned out to be called Adelaide, surprise, surprise, got up and read a poem about angels. People in the audience sniffled, and Addison sobbed. I wanted to feel for her, but I also wanted to turn off my heart so I couldn't feel anything at all. So mostly I just stood there, fixed in ambivalence. 1 foot in and 1 foot out. After Adelaide finished her poem, the minister returned to the stage and invited Theo up to speak. Good. That meant you were next, and that meant I could soon get out of here. Theo walked across the stage, her long, thin legs sprouting from under the way too short skirt of her dress. I hadn't noticed in the bathroom just how high her heels were, but now I marveled at them, at how she was able to clomp across the stage in them. She was 18, and this was her runway. When she got to the microphone, Theo paused. Maybe it was the unexpected hugeness of the audience, or the glare of the lights, or the reality of the memorial sinking in, but she suddenly looked very unsure. About everything. Gone was the supermodel of only a moment ago. In her place stood a scared, sad little girl. Theo looked down at her hands, and I noticed she was holding a small stack of index cards. She flicked through them with her thumb. The microphone picked up the sound and amplified it. A few people in the theater laughed gently. Theo recovered. I wrote down some things about Amber, but they all seem kind of stupid now. Her voice was tentative but clear. A few more people laughed. Mostly what I want to say is that Amber was my best friend. She was funny and smart and brave and passionate. She was nice to everyone, even when they didn't deserve it. She never should have died. I miss her every day. I think I'm going to miss her for the rest of my life. Theo stopped and dabbed at her eyes, and half the audience did the same. Addison sobbed softly. I waited for Theo to walk back off the stage, for you to be introduced, for my chance to sneak back outside. Instead, Theo leaned in closer to the microphone. Mr. and Mrs. Albright, I'm sorry. I know you don't want me to mention him, but I have to say something about Ethan. Ethan and me were very close, too. We grew up just a few houses away from each other. He taught me how to drive. She smiled faintly at the memory. I know Ethan didn't do this. He didn't kill Amber, and he didn't kill himself. The thrum of agitation that filtered through the crowd when Theo started to talk about Ethan now erupted into a chorus of gasps. Hushed conversations rang up and down the aisles, back and forth across the rows. Addison, at least, had stopped sobbing and gaped at Theo with her lips drawn back in a mask of horror, as if Theo had just said something terrible about her daughter. Perhaps, in Addison's mind, to poke at her fragile version of the truth was the real horror. Alistair Albright stood up. Even from here, I could see the anger in his face, the way hot blood flushed his skin. He started toward the stage, maybe to remove Theo. At the same moment, the minister read the room and returned to the stage, attempting to pull the microphone away from Theo. Thank you, Miss Wivington. That was very moving.
He reached for the stand, but Theo, wilier than I expected, yanked the mic out and ducked under his arm. Ethan was lured to the bridge that night. Someone was blackmailing him. If the police check his phone records, they'll see— Alistair reached the stage. He stood in front of Theo, grunting and angry and reminding me of a Spanish bull. The audience would only be able to see his back, but from the side I could see the menacing way he stared her down and the way she stood her ground. Father Davies stepped in, slipping the microphone from Theo's hand. This time, she let it go. Her face crumpled and she took a step backward. Not because she was afraid of Alistair Albright, but because she was done. She shook off the minister's attempt at a comforting arm and walked off the stage. Head held high, tears streaming down her face. The room was silent except for her clacking heels. Father Davies put his hand to Alistair's shoulder, said some things in a low voice, and led him off stage. "Now," the minister said, once a reasonable calm had returned to the room. He consulted the note card from his sleeve. "We'll have Ella Winchester playing a piece on her cello. That should be nice and serene. I hope." There were no laughs. My mind raced as I waited for you to come on stage. Unless Theo had given an Oscar-worthy performance, I was inclined to believe her. Whatever was going on, she wasn't involved. The curtain rustled on the other side of the stage, and you emerged. You walked silently on your flat-soled shoes, carrying your cello. One of the stagehands followed behind and set a plain black chair in the middle of the stage. You barely acknowledged him. I knew you'd be focusing intently right now. Not playing notes in your head anymore, but trying to empty your mind of anything and everything. That you could still do that these days was a testament to your gift. The audience collectively leaned forward as you sat and positioned your instrument. You looked so composed, graceful, yet almost robotic. Not the Ella I knew, by turns sweet, sarcastic, and surly, but a colder, more polished version, like a hard, smooth stone. As the first few notes rang out, I recognized the piece. Saint-Saëns' The Swan. Not one of your favorites to play, but symbolic, maybe. I watched your face as you played. It didn't twist in concentration or go slack as you let your muscle memory take over. It remained fixed, smooth, and hard. As I listened to you ring the music from the guileless instrument, my mind wandered. I no longer suspected Theo of being involved in the blackmail, but I was running low on alternative theories. Madison? Calvin? My strange neighbor? None of it fit. I looked out over the audience. Alistair had his arm around his wife, whose sobbing had temporarily abated. They both watched you, transfixed, eyes glassy with unshed tears. Tears that would fall again soon, no doubt. My daughter had killed their daughter. In self-defense, yes. But if anyone had asked me 6 months earlier whether you were capable of killing someone, even in self-defense, I would have called them crazy. Probably would have accused them of being jealous of your talent while I was at it. But you had surprised me. Somehow my sweet, sarcastic, surly daughter was also capable of squeezing the life out of someone. It couldn't be easy, could it? To strangle a person? To wrap both hands around their neck and choke the life out of them? A sensation of cold dread dripped through me. I remembered what you had said to me that day in the car, that Amber was twisting your fingers back, threatening to break them, and that you had snapped. I had taken you at your word. Why wouldn't I? But I had never given much thought to how the moment had actually played out. You would have had to wrench your hand away from Amber. Then and only then could you have used both hands on her neck. The threat to your hands had already been neutralized. You could have walked away, or at least done something less damaging. Shoved Amber, or slapped her, or punched her. Anything. Instead, you'd wrapped your hands, both hands, undamaged, around Amber's neck and choked the life from her body. I tried to rationalize that. I watched you gracefully play the swan and imagined the panic you would have been feeling, the adrenaline. I tried to understand how you could have come to the decision you did. Instead, I saw the cool and composed person who sat on the stage in front of me. I imagined this version of you, the hard, smooth stone of you, confronting Amber. This version of you reaching for her, wrapping your slim but strong fingers around your friend's neck. No self-defense involved, just cold intent. But what reason would you have to want Amber dead? I tried to reason with myself. I was imagining things because I was tired, overwrought, emotional. It had happened just as you said. A moment of panic, a bad decision, a terrible consequence. Only an alternative theory presented itself immediately. Something Theo had said. Everyone loved Ethan. Even you. Well, Smella, she had called you, but the meaning was clear. How much did you love Ethan? If you had been in love with him, maybe you'd been upset to find out that he and Amber were back together. Suicidal. Isn't that what Madison's mother, Lauren, had said? You'd been suicidal when you found out they were back together. And yet you lied to Kyle, and to me, and said you didn't even know if they were dating again. You hated her, I remembered Theo saying, that day you two fought in the courtyard. Just how much did you hate her? I needed to find Theo again. Chapter 42. The piece you had chosen to play was less than 5 minutes long, and you weren't quite at the halfway mark. If I went now, I might be able to catch Theo backstage before you finished. I left my spot in the wings and slunk back through the hallway toward the green room. My eyes were better adjusted to the darkness, so it was easier traveling. No one else was back there. Theo could be in the wings, stage right, or she could be in the green room. It was also possible she'd gone back to the bathroom to collect herself. I would check the green room first. I pushed open the first door and stepped into the pure dark of the vestibule. I held my breath, fumbled for the doorknob, and stepped into the bright light. No Theo. I looked around the room quickly. It remained exactly the same as the last time I was in here. That was one nice thing about Oakwood, at least. It was safe. You could leave your bag just about anywhere and be pretty confident it would still be there when you got back. Your backpack was one of a dozen bags perched atop a row of low cabinets that housed AV equipment and flats of water bottles. Your bag. Your bag would contain your phone. Your phone would have answers. Like most teenagers, your entire life was lived through a handheld device. And I was pretty sure I knew the password. It had been a condition of getting you a phone for the first time back when you were 12. Until you were 18, you had to share the password with me. But you knew I didn't go through your things. I had never once snooped through your phone. Even though you'd turned 18 in February, I didn't think you'd bothered to change your password. The thought probably didn't even cross your mind. That gave me pause. Did I really want to betray you by going through your phone? Was there even any point? You had killed Amber. You'd already admitted that. Did I need to know the exact reason why? I had already made room in my heart for your crime, had slowly rebuilt my vision of you into one where you were capable of taking someone's life. I could carry that. I would carry that, for you. I held your bag in my hands. This was one of those moments I would never be able to come back from. Like the moment in the park when I decided to hide Amber's body instead of coming clean. Already, my hands were yanking open the zipper of the bag, pulling apart the inner pockets, rifling through your sheet music and your day planner and your little gold-striped makeup bag. My fingers seized around the phone and I yanked it out. No hesitation. I had to know. But the phone I pulled out wasn't the one I expected to see. You and I both had iPhones, and we both had cute Kate Spade cases, bought for cheap on Amazon, of course. This phone had no case. I didn't know what kind it was, either. A very basic kind. It looked and felt cheap. I hit the button, and the tiny screen came to life. There was nothing identifiable on the lock screen, just a generic pixelated picture of a night sky. Whose phone was this? Amber's? No, I had thrown that one over the bridge. Ethan's? I considered the possibility. Maybe you had stolen it from him when you were together. Maybe you were doing your own detective work. Maybe... The door to the green room swung open. Instinctively, I dropped the phone back into your bag. I whipped around to see you, silhouetted in the doorway. Ella! Mom, what are you doing? Chapter 43. Oh, hi, baby. I clenched the top strap of your backpack. I thought I'd come get your stuff. I didn't think you'd want to stick around. I wanted to ask you who the phone belonged to, but I held my tongue. I didn't want you to know I'd been snooping. You weren't watching me play? You sounded disappointed. I caught most of it. The Swan, you did a beautiful job. Yeah, well, I messed it up. I missed the extra bar coming off the high B. You were always so critical of your own performances. I'm sure no one noticed. It was a lovely performance. I guess. You want to go home? You reached for your cello case, which was lying against the far wall. Sure, if you do. Earlier I'd wanted to leave, but now I wanted to talk to Theo. But there was no easy way to do that with you beside me. Maybe it was for the best. Maybe I should just continue to dwell in oblivion. Teenagers had secrets. It was part of growing up, a separation from the parental entities. Amber Albright had a secret boyfriend. Ethan Doyle dealt drugs. My daughter killed someone, possibly in cold blood. Besides, what would I do if I found out the truth? I wouldn't go to the police, or to Amber's parents, or anyone else. I would take your secret to the grave if I had to. You were my daughter, and the only thing that made this bitter, brutal life worth living was having and loving a child. It was a bit of light in a lot of darkness. Darkness and unrelenting tedium. So, what was I going to do with you? Ground you? Take away your phone? Something was niggling at the back of my mind. Something about the phone. And something about Ethan, his secrets. Theo had said no one knew Ethan was selling pot, not even her. But I knew someone who knew. You. You'd told me about it when you'd told me that Ethan had assaulted you, that he hadn't been punished for dealing steroids, and so he'd gone on to start dealing pot. If Ethan had been lured to the Lincoln Bridge that night, if someone had blackmailed him, you would have had the knowledge to do it. The means, too, I realized, thinking of that strange black phone in your backpack. Ready, Mom? You look totally spaced out. I shook my head, trying to throw off the feeling of malaise. Blocks were falling into place in my mind, and with each one my stomach curled tighter. I'm ready, baby. Let's go. There had to be another explanation. That's the only thing I could think as we walked to the car. The Straub drew us like a bullseye, sandwiched between silver Beamers and black Escalades. My legs wobbled. My mind worked a mile a minute. You walked silently beside me. We passed Theo, head tipped up imploringly as she spoke to Kyle. I couldn't look at either of them. I focused on the car, on putting one foot in front of the other, on trying not to think about what it would mean if you were the one who had lured Ethan to the bridge. Who had lured both of us there. I popped the trunk, and you slid in your cello. How many times had I passed it in the living room and been sure it was a person standing there? Now,
Laying prone in the truck of my car, it was again a person, but a dead one this time. I remembered Amber there rolled in the mylar blankets, and I shuddered. I slammed the trunk closed. As we drove, I kept having to slow down. It was like the car was racing along with my mind, my foot leaning heavy on the gas. I kept sneaking glances at you. In the stillness of your face, I could still see the tiny baby you'd once been, the clumsy toddler, the precocious middle schooler, the fiery preteen. I saw all the faces of you, but now I wondered, had I ever seen the real one? I tried to sort through what I knew. According to Theo, you loved Ethan. Ethan was dating Amber. Now Ethan and Amber were both dead. You'd had a strange phone in your backpack, which could conceivably be the burner phone. But was it yours, or had you found it, taken it from someone else? I had to blink to keep my focus on the road. Late afternoon sun glared in the windshield. We approached the Lincoln Bridge, and this time I kept my foot on the gas. I wanted to be over the bridge as soon as possible. I didn't want to think about what had happened here, what I had done. Ethan. Poor Ethan. Mom, pull over. You had your hand to your mouth. You pawed at the door handle. Why, what's wrong? I think I'm going to be sick. I knew that feeling. Can you wait? We're almost home. You shook your head. Your face looked pale, your eyes glassy. I slowed down and pulled over. Roll down your window. Instead, you threw open the door and spilled out of the car. You staggered over to the edge of the bridge and leaned over. My pulse pounded. What were you doing? I got out of the car. The breeze had picked up, and it whipped around me, blowing strands from the formerly neat bun into my eyes. I brushed them off my face, out of my mouth, but it was a losing battle. Are you okay? I wanted to touch her shoulder, but I found myself hesitating. This is stupid, I told myself. She's your daughter. And you were my daughter. Are my daughter still. Even now that I know. Chapter 44. You stood against the edge of the bridge, leaning over it, your back to me. As soon as my hand came to rest on your shoulder, you whipped around. I couldn't read the expression on your face. I'd never seen it before. You looked in my backpack, didn't you? The accusation in your voice chilled me. What? No. I wondered if it was pointless to lie. Had you seen me close it? See anything interesting? I didn't see anything. Your eyes narrowed. I found my hand slipping from your shoulder. I was only looking for a tissue. Sure, Mom, you scoffed. I guess it doesn't matter now. I'll be getting rid of that phone anyway. I tried to keep up, but my brain was crawling through wet concrete. What phone? You laughed. Mom, please, stop playing dumb. It's not an attractive quality. Something about the tone of your voice, or maybe the smooth composure of your face, made me stop. I dropped my hand from your arm completely. I barely noticed the wind whipping around my face. You sent me those messages? The pictures? They felt like the hardest words I'd ever said. My tongue struggled to shape the sounds as if I was speaking a foreign language. Ding, ding, ding! You laughed. It sounded so normal. God, it took you long enough. Why? That word, I could barely get out at all. The single consonant stuck in my throat. Why not? Your words reverberated through my entire body. Why not? They pulsed through my veins. Why not? Burrowed into my brain like a parasite. Why not? I'll hear those words in my mind forever, your gentle voice and the gusting wind and the water rushing below us. Why not? You laughed again. God, Mom, you should see your face. For a moment, relief burned through me. You were joking. Of course you were joking. But, like a match, the relief only flared for a moment. The expression on your face said this was no joke. Your lips twisted sourly. You think you're so perfect, you said. What? No. That's the last thing I thought. I was so far from perfect it was laughable. I wanted to protest, but my lips felt melded shut. You leaned over the bridge, your upper body dangling, your feet on tiptoes. I wanted to grab you and pull you back, but I was afraid of startling you. Ella, please. Everything sucks because of you. Your voice was almost drowned out by the wind. Almost, but not quite. What do you mean? I've done everything for you. That I was sure about. Every decision I'd made since you were born, everything I'd done had been for you. Right. You sent me to this horrible school where everyone knows I'm the poor kid and I only got in because my mother works there. Do you know what that's like? You didn't wait for an answer. Of course you don't. Because when you went there, you had money. You were popular. You weren't the weird girl with the cello and the messed up face. I didn't even know where to begin. Ella, your face isn't messed up. It's beautiful. You stood and faced me. That's it? That's what you want to focus on? You pointed to the mark on your jaw, the one I almost never noticed anymore. You know what this is? It's a birthmark. Birth. You've been ruining my life literally from the day I was born. You don't mean that. I didn't know what else to say. Yes, I do. You had everything and I have nothing. Why? Because you decided you were too good for Grandma's money? Do you know what it was like to walk past the Winchester Memorial Library every day and know everyone was laughing at me? I slumped against the edge of the bridge so that we were standing side by side. This was about money. Is that it? Really? No. You shrugged. For the first time, you looked slightly uncomfortable. Not in the beginning. Then tell me. You wouldn't understand. You were in love with Ethan, I said, and he was in love with Amber. You looked surprised. Then you rolled your eyes. Amber. Everyone thought she was so great. I thought you two were friends. I was her pity friend. It was humiliating. So you killed her. I didn't plan to. She just wouldn't stop talking about Ethan, going on and on. I guess I snapped. I thought if Amber... You trailed off. If Amber wasn't around, Ethan might be interested in you? No! You whipped your head away, your braids swinging wildly. But I knew I was right. I could see it now, the pain you had been in. He didn't love you, I said, making the words as gentle as I could. It wasn't lost on me that we were standing on the bridge where Ethan had died, where Amber's body had gone over. I didn't want any more lives lost here. Especially not yours. No, he didn't. And I wanted to say rape, but I stopped myself. The sex. He never forced you to have sex with him? Your skin flushed, unrelated to the wind. It was all the answer I needed. I swallowed. I wanted to ask the next question, but part of me didn't want to know the answer. You set me up. You set it up so I'd kill him. Not exactly. I didn't know if you would. I guess I just wanted to see what you'd do, how far you'd go. The sour feeling in my stomach bubbled. How could I not have seen this? I had killed Ethan for no reason. You needed help. We both did. I didn't know where I'd gone wrong, if I'd been too codependent, too easy on you, too strict, but I knew I had. Somewhere along the way, I'd taken my beautiful, perfect daughter and molded her into this twisted, alternate version. Like a photograph that's had its colors inverted. This version of you was dark instead of light. "The emergency blankets," I said. You smiled. Just a wisp of a thing, but it was there. "Silly to hide them in the potting shed, Mom. As if I wouldn't look there." "Where are they now?" "Under your bed." "Why?" You shrugged. "Insurance." You started to walk toward the car. Despite my roiling emotions, I felt relieved. Being on this bridge made me uneasy. I wanted to go home, pour an enormous glass of wine, and figure out what to do next. How to make amends for what I'd done. How to fix you. How to fix us. Instead of getting in the car, you grabbed your backpack and started rummaging through it. You fished out the phone. "I guess I won't be needing this anymore." You waved it in front of you and walked back toward the bridge. "Wait!" My breath quickened. I wasn't sure why, but I couldn't let you throw that phone over the side of the bridge. What if it washed up on the shore somewhere? "Take it home. We can talk about how to deal with this." Your eyes narrowed. "Why? So you can use it as evidence and turn me in?" "No! That wasn't it at all. I'd never turn you in. I had done everything in my power to protect you, to protect your future. I wouldn't undo it all now, even with everything I knew." But I could tell you didn't believe me. You held the phone high up in the air. I reached for it. We were almost the same height, but you were closer to the bridge and you angled your arm further out, threatening to drop it over the edge. As I reached, my fingers barely scraping the phone, I slipped. That's the only acceptable version of this story. I slipped. Somehow, between the wind and the rain, I lost my footing and couldn't keep my hold on the railing of the bridge. That's still the version I tell myself today. Because in the other version, you pushed me. And I refuse to let myself believe that. Even after everything, I refuse to believe that you'd hurt me. My torso went over the railing. I flailed my arms, trying to find something to grab hold of, to get purchase on. I managed to wrap my hands around the ledge, but I was on the wrong side now, my feet dangling 50 feet above the rushing waters of the Kitsitano River. I tried to bring my leg up, to brace my foot against something. Anything to take the pressure off my arms, which were already starting to shake. I couldn't get my foot up high enough. The metal braces under the bridge were too high, and my hips wouldn't bend that way, and my hands were starting to slip, and why had I stopped going to those damn yoga classes? "Help me," I panted. My voice was heavy with terror and exertion. You dropped the phone. I heard it clatter onto the bridge, and leaned over the side. Your face loomed large, but you looked small and scared. "Mom, what do I do?" "Give me your hand, but be careful. Brace your feet." You stared at me. It was a long moment. My fingers were sweating, slipping. My heart thundered in my chest. One black high-heeled shoe slipped off my foot and went tumbling into the river below. I didn't hear it hit the river. I looked up into your green eyes, so similar to my own. "Please, Ella." You reached your hand out. You pulled. It was enough. You were strong from playing the cello, and your arms were lean and sinewy with muscle. I got enough leverage that I was able to wedge my foot into one of the braces, then pull myself up to a standing position. You staggered backward as if stunned. I tried to catch my breath. I was still on the wrong side of the railing, but I needed a minute before I could think about climbing over. A siren sounded. Close, too. We both looked at the same time as a police cruiser sailed down the bridge toward us. You rushed at me. I flinched. I'm embarrassed to say it, but I flinched. But you only wrapped your arms around me. "I'm sorry, Mom," you sobbed into my hair. I could feel the wetness of your tears.
I'm so sorry. I made such a mess. Shh. I soothed. I pet your hair like I had when you were little. I know, baby. I know. Both of you step away from the bridge. Kyle's voice rang out above the sound of the wind and water. What's going on here? Nicolette? Are you okay?
Chapter 45. As Kyle approached, you stepped back. Your face was streaked with tears.
I swallowed a lump in my throat.
I'm fine, I said. Will you help me over? I held out my hand. Kyle hesitated a moment but took it. With his help, I climbed back over the rail onto the solid road. I stood lopsided on my single high-heeled shoe.
Are you all right? What happened here?
He examined me, then turned his gaze to you. Nothing. Nothing. It was stupid. I dropped something. All I wanted to do was get home. We had so much to sort out, but for the first time in weeks, I felt confident we would be able to. We had both made mistakes, horrible, terrible mistakes, but we could move forward. Broken, but bandaged.
Oh, said Kyle. What's this?
He nodded at the burner phone, lying face down on the bridge about halfway between us. That's mine, you said quickly. You looked from the phone, to Kyle, to me, back to the phone. You seemed to decide something. I need to make a confession. Ella, no. Mom, please. You reached for the phone, but I was faster. I used my stockinged foot to kick it over the side of the bridge. I prayed it had gone all the way over into the river below.
Nicolette, what the hell?
Mom, stop! I'm going to tell him. I did it, I blurted. I looked up at Kyle. My brain tried to catch up to my mouth. I did it.
Did what? Why did Ella say she needed to confess?
That was nothing, I said before she could answer. She was just trying to get me help. I came to the bridge because I wanted to jump.
Nikki, why? What's going on?
Kyle looked equal parts appalled and bewildered. All his cop training had gone out the window, and he stood there like a regular guy who had no idea what to make of the two wild women standing in front of him. I couldn't live with the guilt anymore, I said. I killed Amber Albright and Ethan Doyle.
Kyle was all cop again. Nicolette, you're confessing to a crime. I'm going to have to place you under arrest.
I understand. But he didn't move. Not yet, anyway. He looked at me, and at Ella, and at the blue sky stretching endlessly above.
You killed them?
He sounded incredulous. Yes, I strangled Amber because she was tormenting Ella, bullying her. The night she died, Ella called me. You can check that. I went to pick her up and found Amber hurting her, threatening to break her fingers. I strangled her, then I dumped her body off the bridge. This bridge, actually. Ethan saw me and he was blackmailing me. Both of us. You can check my phone records. I lured him out here. I told him I had pictures of him, too.
Nicolette, stop!
Kyle looked distraught, as if he had just learned everything he believed about his life was wrong.
I knew the feeling. Don't say anything else. I need to read you your Miranda rights.
He started the official liturgy as he slipped a pair of silver handcuffs from his belt. I didn't fight it. I held out my wrists to him. You sobbed quietly beside me. It reminded me of the way Addison had cried during the memorial, weary and resigned. Not me. I felt at peace. I listened to Kyle as he read me my rights, the mellow timbre of his voice washing over me as soundly as the river had washed over the bodies of two teenage lovers. A smile even crept over my face. I was doing what I do best, the only thing I was ever meant to do. I was protecting you. Chapter 46. 1 year later. When the alarm sounded, I was asleep but not asleep. If you're ever so unlucky to land in prison one day, you'll know what that means. Asleep but not asleep. It's the way I sleep every night here. When the room I go to bed in is never fully dark,
when it's never fully quiet, when there are other women, dangerous, dreadful women, lying in beds just a few feet away from me, and I can't relax because I never feel truly safe. So, asleep but not asleep. We rose from our beds, Dee and me, and we walked to the front of the cell, as we're supposed to do when the lockdown alarm sounds. We stood and waited to be counted. 2 guards swept the hallway, looking somehow both tense and bored. They glared at us. I didn't look away, because I've learned not to. Dee cocked an eyebrow at one of them, and it was half a flirtation and half a challenge. Their faces remained impassive. They continued on through the hallway, counting. There had been more lockdowns lately, though as far as I knew, it was more a symptom of a building security system that's older and more addled than your grandmother. No one's ever tried to escape, as far as I know. Not that I hadn't thought about it. I imagine everyone does when they first arrive. There's a desperation as soon as those doors first close behind you. It's that cold, metallic thud. It triggered something animal inside me as soon as I heard it. A need to escape. I didn't realize how much I valued my freedom until I lost it. But all animals adapt to their cages eventually. Remember when you were 9, and we went to Boston and visited the Franklin Park Zoo? You took such delight in seeing all those animals you'd only ever read about or saw on television. The tigers, the elephants, the glorious long-necked giraffes. I fought back tears the entire time, and back at our hotel, after you'd drifted off to sleep, I finally let them come. It wasn't seeing the animals in captivity that upset me. It was seeing how easily they'd adapted to their new way of life. What once was free can so easily be caged. I've thought about animals a lot since I've been in here. Not the African beauties you were so fond of on that trip, but the uglier ones, the reptiles, the monsters of the animal kingdom. At my sentencing hearing, the judge called me cold-blooded, and it's a word that echoes through my head nearly constantly these days. Cold-blooded. He'd said that even though the district attorney had agreed to only charge me with 2 counts of manslaughter for Amber and Ethan's deaths, he found my actions reprehensible and felt no choice but to sentence me to the maximum. 20 years apiece, served consecutively. You weren't there to see it. I told my lawyer to keep you out of the courtroom, but I admit a part of me was disappointed not to see your face in the gallery. But you were in New York by then, and, I hoped, fully immersed in your new life. It was the way things went, the way I wanted them to go. 40 years for me, a life for you. Once the guards had gone and the alarm had stopped its grating buzz, Dee and I staggered back to our cots. She was asleep within minutes, but I lay awake for a long time, watching the ceiling and waiting for the fluorescence to come back on. I expected the next day to go as all the other days had gone. Breakfast, yard, lunch, group therapy, dinner, library, bed. But just after lunch, I was surprised when Monroe, one of the nicer guards, grabbed my shoulder. "Winchester, visitor." Her voice was gruff. Chain smoker, I believe. She had that perpetually anxious look of someone who's dying for a cig. I stared at her in surprise. I don't exactly get a lot of visitors here. For a minute, hope bloomed in me. I pictured walking into the visitor's room and seeing you sitting there. I let Monroe lead me down the long corridor, through the multiple sets of steel doors, and finally into the mildewy family greeting center the prison tried to pretend was a cozy place to chat. I sat down at one of the empty tables and waited. I couldn't take my eyes off the door, waiting to see your beautiful face appear before me, but hardly daring to hope. In the end, of course, it wasn't you who came. It was Peg. I stayed seated while she approached the table, and while she stood there, hesitantly, in front of me. "Sit," I said eventually. I'd offer you a drink, but I'm afraid this is the best I can do. I gestured toward the old vending machine against the back wall. Peg pursed her lips, but she slipped into the chair across from me. Hello, Nicolette. Hi. We lapsed into silence again. I was used to it, but I could tell Peg was uncomfortable. Her eyes kept darting around the room, taking in the other families visiting. How are you keeping? She said, once she could bring herself to look at me again. Okay. The food could be better. Almost makes me miss Sunday lunches with Lenore. Peg's mouth turned to a grim line. Lenore is the reason I'm here. She's dead, isn't she? Tears filled Peg's eyes. Not yet. But the end is near. She's been transferred to hospice. She's not lucid anymore. She hasn't been lucid for years. It's different. With the Alzheimer's, you could still have a sort of conversation with her. Now she's not even aware when you're in the room. She's completely... Peg trailed off. I'm sorry, I said. Peg wiped her eyes and sat up straighter. I'm the one who should be saying that to you. She was your mother. Yes, but she was your friend. That's true. She was, I suppose. We lapsed again into silence. I had often wondered about the true nature of their relationship, and now the strain in Peg's voice made me wonder again. I didn't imagine my mother loved her. She wasn't really capable of loving anyone, especially in these last years. But did Peg's feelings for Lenore cross the boundaries of friendship? All those years working for Lenore, even after the money was gone and she could no longer draw a salary. Putting her life on hold to be my mother's little lapdog. It wasn't a sacrifice I could imagine many people making. I've been in touch with your lawyer. Peg spoke again, cutting the silence. He believes the warden will let you out for a supervised visit to say goodbye. I was already shaking my head. It's fine. I said my goodbyes years ago. I understand. I thought about asking Peg something that had been on my mind. I didn't want to make her uncomfortable, but I wasn't sure I'd ever see her again, especially since it sounded like Lenore wasn't long for this world. Did my mother kill Clara Calvert? I finally blurted. It was now or never. Peg looked startled, but she recovered quickly, as she always did. She folded her hands in her lap. What makes you say something like that? Come on, you were there. The way she talked about Clara, about all those dead girls. Clara Calvert supposedly jumped from the Lincoln Bridge, but I think Lenore pushed her. Peg sighed. Nicolette, why would you want to dredge this all up? Because... I strained forward in my seat. It's important, I feel like I have to know. Peg looked around, but this time I could tell she wasn't taking in the drab walls or the orange jumpsuits or the humming vending machine. She was thinking, deliberating. I knew before she said anything that I was right. Yes. She placed her hands on the table. I saw for the first time how gnarled they were. Perhaps Peg wouldn't be around for much longer either. She did. She confessed it to me one night when her illness was just starting to take hold. At first I thought she was just confused, that maybe she'd seen a movie and was mixing up the storyline with her own life. But she was consistent in her details. She said she and Clara had both wanted the lead role in some sort of recital. Clara had told her she wouldn't compete, that she'd let Lenore have it. But she didn't. She auditioned in secret and got the part. Your mother was furious. They fought that afternoon. I don't think she meant to do it, to kill her, I mean. She shoved her. Clara was a little wisp of a thing, she went right over the side. Peg's voice caught on the last word, and she looked down at her hands.
I felt, I don't know what the right word is. Sad, vindicated, exhausted. But there was something else I had to know. What about me? What about you? Did I kill my sister? Peg's eyes flew to my face. Nicolette, don't. I have to know. Let it go. I can't. I dream about her all the time now. I pushed her, didn't I? Don't do this to yourself. I did. I pushed her. I killed Lizzie. That's why my parents hated me so much. Nicolette, they called me a monster. I heard them talking in their bedroom once. Lenore called me a monster. It felt good to say it out loud. I had carried around that word inside of me for so many years. It was an accident, Nicolette. I sat back in my chair. But I did push her, didn't I? You were only 5. You didn't mean to. You had no idea what you were doing. And Lenore protected me. Yes. Your parents both did. They told the police it was an accident, that Lizzie had got outside unsupervised. They didn't want you to suffer for what you'd done. I thought about what she'd said. The words were almost exactly the same as the ones my lawyer had used to describe my crimes against Amber and Ethan. The same words, but I hadn't meant to do it. That, especially with Ethan, I hadn't known what I was doing. I was reacting automatically. That I hadn't wanted you to suffer, that all I'd done was push him. It's amazing how much damage we can do without ever meaning to. I leaned back in my chair. Even though the news wasn't good, there was a sense of satisfaction in it. A resolution. I was a killer. So was my mother, and so were you. Was it inherited? Some sort of rotten gene? Or was it the result of too much privilege, a sense of entitlement and the rage that could accompany that? Nature or nurture? I don't know. I never will. Does Ella know? I asked. About Lenore, I mean. She might want to come say goodbye, or for the funeral. Peg looked away. I've reached out to her, she said. But she says she's very busy. Juilliard seems to be quite demanding. How did she sound? Did she sound good? She sounded good. Happy. Good. I sat back, content. If you were happy, then I'd done my job. That's all I'd ever wanted. After Peg left, I expected to return to my usual routine. Dinner, library, toilets, bed. But not an hour later, Monroe grabbed my shoulder again. You're popular today, Winchester, she growled. Hope lifted in me again. Maybe you'd decided to come home to see Lenore after all, and you dropped in to visit with me, too. But when I stepped into the visitor's lounge, my stomach clenched. Detective Griffin. He hadn't been Kyle to me in a long time. Not since that day on the bridge, when he'd looked at me with equal parts disappointment and revulsion. He nodded. I hesitated, but slipped into the seat across from him. How are you? I asked. This isn't a social call. His voice was gruff, cold. I deserved that. What is it then? Chief Doyle's retiring. Okay. I wondered where this was going. They're making me the new chief. Congratulations. Had he come here to brag? His expression didn't change. Gray eyes regarded me with steely precision. The first thing I'm doing as chief is looking into your case again. Chief Doyle wouldn't tolerate any talk of it. He believed you killed his son and wanted to see you punished. He didn't care about the inconsistencies. Not like I do. There are no inconsistencies. We'd been over this a dozen times leading up to the charge and my guilty plea. I killed Amber, Ethan blackmailed me, I killed him for it, end of the story. See, that's the thing, I don't think it is the end. You know what I think? I think you were protecting Ella. I don't know what more evidence you need. You saw the texts on my phone. You found the blankets under my bed. You found the traces of potting soil on Amber's earring just like I said you would. We did, he allowed. He rubbed his jaw, which was covered in a fine layer of scruff.
I believe you helped cover up Amber's death. I believe you might have even killed Ethan, but I don't believe you killed Amber. I don't see you driving up to the park and attacking her like that. It's never sat right with me.
I folded my arms and sat in silence. I didn't want to give him any encouragement. It scared me how close to the truth he was. I'd always known he didn't believe me, but I thought he'd let it go. He hadn't.
Here's what I think,
he said, leaning back.
I think Ella killed Amber. You showed up and helped her cover everything up.
I maintained my silence, but he wasn't done.
I also have my doubts that Ethan was the one blackmailing you. The DA might have bought your story that Ethan sent himself blackmail texts in order to cover his tracks in case he got caught going to the bridge that night. But I met that kid. He was smart, but not that smart.
Detective Griffin steepled his fingers and leaned back, regarding me. I tried to maintain my stony composure, but it was hard. He had no idea how close he was to the truth. Or did he?
I turn it over at night sometimes, he said lazily. When I'm laying in my bed, thinking about who might have been blackmailing you, if not Ethan. But then one night I started to ask myself a different question. Who might you have been willing to cover for?
He rubbed a hand over his jaw, as if thinking, but it was clear from the steely flint of his eyes that he'd reached a conclusion already. You're wrong, I said. Ella could never do anything like that. I knew I sounded convincing. Over the last year, I'd almost managed to convince myself. Your crime felt like nothing but a weird anomaly, a glitch in the Matrix. It felt like a fevered dream.
Couldn't she?
Detective Griffin mused.
Remember when you decided we had to stop seeing each other?
I blinked. That was out of left field. Nevertheless, I nodded.
It was because Ella had sliced open her hand, remember?
Cutting tomatoes, I whispered.
Cutting tomatoes.
He shook his head.
You know, I talked to the ER doctor later, and he said it was a miracle she hadn't done any permanent damage to her hand. She managed to slice right between the tendons. 1/8 of an inch in either direction, and she would have killed her cello career.
She was very lucky. I swallowed.
Was she? Or is she just very smart?
The question hung in the air between us. I had no answer for him, because I'd asked myself the same question 1,000 times. I suppose you wonder why I'm writing all this down. It's a risk, isn't it, memorializing everything like this? I'm sending it through my lawyer, so it should be protected as privileged communication. I'll have him deliver it to you directly. I've told myself the reason I'm doing it is because I want you to know that a threat still exists. If Detective Griffin holds to his promise, the police may question you again. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could make it so everyone would just move on, but that's one thing I can't do. I know you'll be able to take care of yourself, though. I really believe that. But the truth is, if all I wanted to do was warn you about the police, a simple letter would have sufficed. Why write hundreds of pages for a single line of warning? I suppose I wanted you to know why I did the things I did. We never had much time to talk about everything. After I confessed on the bridge, things moved quickly. I know you think you manipulated me. And I guess on some level you did. But everything I did willingly. I did out of love for you. Even my confession was born from love. When we stood on that bridge with Kyle and you started to confess, I jumped in to save you. Did you know I would do that? Is that why you did it? I felt the way you crumpled in my arms just before he showed up. Had the reality of your actions finally sunk in? Was your tearful attempt at a confession genuine, or was it just another part of your plan? To get me to take the fall for everything we'd done. I've had lots of time to think in here, but I still don't know for sure. I guess I'll never know. What I do know is that we're the same, you and I.
You killed Amber, I killed my sister, my mother killed Clara Calvert. Whatever this is, this thing, it lives in all of us. In our bloodline. But do you know what else runs in our bloodline? A ruthless love. Lenore protected me from the reality of what I had done to my sister, just like I imagine her mother protected her. Just like I protected you. Do you remember that video we watched at Amber's celebration of life? The video of that poisonous toad escaping after it appeared to be eaten. I think about that a lot. I told you I had a lot of time to think in here. At the time, I'd thought that tiny little frog had hit the evolutionary jackpot. It had a defense mechanism so strong, so powerful, that its survival was all but guaranteed. But what I've realized since then is that humans have an even stronger defense mechanism. It's called motherhood. There isn't a force on this planet that can rival the love of a mother for her child. You'll survive because of what I did for you. I hope you'll even thrive. And someday, when and if you have children of your own, you'll understand everything. You'll know what it feels like to look at another person and be willing to lay down your life for them. You'll know what I meant when I promised you I would do anything for you. This concludes Anything for You by Marissa Finch. Narrated by Lauren Ezzo. Copyright 2020 by Marissa Finch. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Marissa Finch and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.